Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are here with the Honda Fan Cup. I'm Magic Moonshot, and welcoming to the broadcast, at least for today, but a familiar face. It's Mr. Big Deal himself. Why not? How are you doing today, and are you ready to watch some 1v1s?
I'm feeling good. I haven't got the chance to cast Halo since Worlds, and it's really exciting to be here, and it's really exciting to cast some 1v1 action qualifying for a $20,000 tournament. I guess my next car is going to be a Honda if they're supporting Halo like this.
Hey, you gotta love it, and we're wasting no time to dive into that first match. So this is the winners finals. We saw the semis with Gilkey getting that win over Bubu Dubu, and then Mortally just fresh off of a victory over Coach Cobb. And so now we're here in another best of 3 series starting off on Aquarius.
You're really excited. I mean, Mortally's definitely one of those players that comes from that Halo 5 generation. He's going to be really fast, really in your face, try to take advantage of that advanced movement. Then you have Gilkey, who's a very good back player, so I'd imagine his gameplay being somewhat similar to Neighbor, but maybe pushing forward most of the time. But still, a slow and steady wins the race. You know, feed plant to make sure that reticle is ready, so he hits those first shots like you're seeing right here on Mortally. Now forced to back down, playing his life over toward the bottom mid. The finish not coming in finally. Gilkey able to take down Mortally, but that was quite dangerous. Right to the thrust he goes.
And this is what happened with Gilkey on Aquarius in the semifinals. He had amazing control of 2 things, the commando and the thruster, and pretty much prioritizing both of those. At one point in the semifinals Aquarius game, he was just out of rotation, picking up yellow thrusters, picking up blue thruster, back and forth, and monopolizing it. And right now, the commando shots raining down with that final bullet in the mag. He lands the kill, and it has a tied up this game.
Yeah, when it comes to 1v1s, I think your 2 major win factors, if you will, are going to be information and resources. So, you know, you're playing slow and steady, usually, unless you're Mortally, and you're trying to get as much information as possible before you overcommit, and then you're controlling every resource on the map, like the thrust, like the commando, put it to work almost immediately as Mortally ends up being taken down. Gilkey takes a 1-kill lead, and again, notice how he has that commando in the back pocket, like you said, and 2 thrusters to work with Mortally right off the spawn.
Right now, my notepad, info and resources, what you need to win these fights, and maybe a little bit of the aim laser as well, just the pure gun play coming in, and Gilkey right there, just a nice showing of that commando mastery. And now off of the respawn, he has Mortally pinned back at the refrigerator spawn.
You know, when I think of this commando in the hands of someone like myself, or anybody who's like Onyx 1500 or lower, it's a good weapon, but it's not an elite weapon. When you put it in the hands of a player like Gilkey, you're seeing why this weapon is so dangerous. After that buff, Mortally able to get the big kill, putting him up 1. So far, these 2 going back and forward right now. Mortally now looking for the spawners, but that commando in the right hands is absolutely elite, and most players at the pro level are able to get max value out of it. That's including Gilkey and Mortally, of course.
Well, Gilkey did it in the semifinals, and he's showing us as well here in the winners finals what that commando can do. He's putting it to work. He has that 1-point lead, and even off of that death on the respawn, he has the commando back in hands. Now, Mortally, a little deceptive, has a commando with 1 bullet, so I don't know if I'd even count that in this scenario, but here comes the rain down of the fire, and Gilkey is predicting that rotation through top utility, tosses a preventive frag grenade there, but Mortally is kind of ducking out of the way of that incoming frag grenades, and now here comes the fight. Thrusters in play, and Mortally with that aggressive advantage. He loves pushing those fights, and he cleans up that kill.
We talked about how important that commando and that thrust is, but I almost wish we could see how much they're using that AI scan, because also replenishing those grenades are going to be so critical to your win. Again, like I said, information and resource, and that includes those grenades, forcing your opponent out of a terrible situation, force him into a sight line that you wanted to, or just finishing that pesky 1-shot kill can be absolutely the major difference between you getting that kill, getting momentum, and swinging it into your favor, or ultimately you may be losing the game. Mortally trying to keep that high ground. Nades are starting to rain down. Gilkey's gonna get some high ground of his own, down to 1 shot. Mortally now gonna try to get over towards the fridge side like that leftover turkey. Will he be taken out?
Yeah, he's sitting back there with the cranberry sauce, the leftover turkey, maybe some mashed potatoes, gravy. But the one that's delivering the gravy on top is Gilky. He gets that clean up kill. He cleans out the refrigerator of any leftovers that are sitting there from Thanksgiving.
Gilky reminds me of a good gravy. Just complements any meal. Like a good Gilky or gravy can just turn some average or ordinary meal and just turn it absolutely out. Your dry turkey has been sitting in the Sahara Desert for 3 days. Put some good gravy on that mashed potatoes, thick and lumpy. Put some good gravy. Gilky is like a good gravy tied up in 5 apiece right now.
Quick question for you on that, Tony, and then we'll leave the gravy train. But what percentage of your Thanksgiving plate gets covered with gravy?
All of it. All of it. The apple pie, the cranberry sauce. Like, I'm making a sandwich. I'm making a Thanksgiving sandwich. That's Gilky. Oh, both players down to 1 shot, playing a little bit of SWAT right now. Woodley trying to play his life down with the thrust, and Gilky almost recharges shields. Woodley ends up putting him down. And as he said before, I don't mean to shoot bodies, but he's shooting through walls.
Yeah, he definitely didn't mean to shoot the body there off of that kill as he gets the 6-5 lead, and he traps that spawn again back in the fridge. And Gilky looks like a little misstep there, does pick up the blue gun, but it's not gonna be enough. Mortally pushes that advantage to increase his lead, grabs a couple of fresh thrusters on his way.
Like a great stale baguette, Mortally soaking up all of that gravy. Putting him down immediately. Mortally up by 2 kills at the moment, right up to that high ground. Oh, so important. Pulls carbine in the back pocket. Gilky forced back over toward the yellow side. Nowhere to go. We're going to find out what he's really made of because he's fighting with his back against the wall at the moment.
Back is against the wall, and Mortally has every advantage, it would look like, trying to melt the shield with the use of that carbine. Gets a few shots out, dodging the frag grenade. In the process, has to leave that high ground position. Doesn't have any nades of his own to work with, and it's going to be on a little bit of a circuit. He might go and swap out for that commando, though, as he is rotating to the back of blue base. But instead, doubling back, looks for Gilky at the top on the plasma spawns, gets out some damage back and forth, using the thruster this time to make a quick escape.
Down to 1 shot he goes. Gilky not gonna allow him to escape. The thrust might give him that advantage, but Gilky having one of his own. Hits him with the fadeaway shot, and finally Gilky able to end Mortally's reign of terror. Big kill, giving Gilky the lead once again, drowning Mortally like a fine gravy. I'm gonna stop using this gravy reference at some point.
I don't think you should. No, like I said, keep the gravy train flowing right here. Let's go. The plasma grenades go out. Gilky gets some damage on Mortally. He thinks it's enough to give him the advantage on this push. Does look like Dynamos are not in play. Mortally, how does he live long enough to win that fight? He takes down the kill, increases his lead to 2.
And right to the thruster he goes. Thruster, high ground, looking for that information with the nades coming out from Gilky. Not only not having nades to work with anymore, but also letting you know exactly where that location is for Mortally to get a bit aggressive. 4 minutes on the clock, and Gilky seems to be getting a bit antsy here. Mortally trying to play his life. He might be antsy, but he's hitting his shots, and that's what matters. Gilky taking down Mortally once again. Mortally now has to come off a spawn.
And you know what makes a good gravy, though, Tony? It's the combination, right? You got to have the beef broth in there. You know, if it's a brown gravy we're talking about, you got to get the flour to get it nice and thick. But then you gotta get some milk, right? You got to milk it. You got to milk your life in this game, and you need some good milk to get the right gravy consistency.
All gravy here. Gilky hold on to the car, so to the P side of the map. Mortally might have found an exit that Gilky's not aware of. The first couple shots going in favor of Mortally. Mortally gonna try to take advantage of the one-shot player. Gilky immediately dropping down, not able to play his life back and forth like an argument or like a gravy boat here as Mortally up 2 kills, 3 minutes on the clock.
Mortally sees that frag grenade. He stays out of the range of damage, but happy to burn the grenades out of Gilky's hands. holding on to the high ground. I don't even know where Gilky is. Oh, he's directly below. There he is. They both catch sight of each other, trading out some damage across, and now Gilky with the side kick in hand from that low ground position takes down the kill, quickly swaps out the sidekick for the commando, but a great use of the sandbox.
Trading out the sidekick for a main character does Gilky. Back to the high ground. Both Morley and Gilky go. Morley right to the top mid, taking that top mid control like a chess player, now pushing up, but it's not gonna matter. Gilky still absolutely clutching it out right there, tying us once again in 9 apiece. These two players evenly matched when it comes to 1v1s.
What a winner's final we have in front of us, going neck and neck and tying up the game here with just 2 minutes left to play. Wondering if we'll hit that 15-point mark or if the time will run out first. Mortally's definitely pushing for that 15 points as he secures another kill, and now he's looking to check for those thruster spawns. He sees that blue has plenty of time before it respawns, and now shifts his attention back to yellow base where he finds Gilky off of that respawn.
Really making sure that he controls that top mid portion. He always wants to be in a position where he can capitalize on that damage. You crack Gilky 1 or 2 times and you push forward, limit his options. But the problem is, when you're top mid, just like you can see your opponent can see you, and now Gilky pushing him back and doing the same to Morley, what Morley was trying to do to him. Down to get that thruster. Looks like he's trying to go. Actually, thruster not up just yet. Gilky has to take this 1v1 with limited resources. Morley might have heard him over towards the car side. This can be a defining kill with just a minute on the clock, and Gilky has no height advantage, has no resources, no maidens, no shot, no chances. Morley gets himself a perfect kill with the commando up to less than a minute on the clock. This is Morley's game to lose.
You see him burn that thruster as he refills them on the blue side. Mortally now with a 2-point lead and just 50 seconds remaining. Gilky is climbing to the high ground, and Mortally maybe took some notes from Coach Cobb in the last matchup, playing a little bit more patient, playing a little bit stealthy. I'm not sure if he's actively crouching right now, but at least staying hidden because the clock is working in his favor. He's not pushing for that 15-point mark. Instead, he's watching the clock do the work. And now here comes the engagement. Gilky with a thrust, and then the counter thrust as well. Gilky does land the kill, turning it into just a 1-point game.
8 seconds off of respawn, 20 seconds on the clock. Gilky still have an opportunity to find Mortally. He already knows he spawns over toward the bridge side. Mortally expecting goes in for the challenge, and that's gonna be tied up and lucky 11 apiece with 11 seconds left. We're gonna be seeing it overtime there. Gilky trusting his instincts, trusting that spawn knowledge, and making Mortally pay for going down.
And there's the overtime, 3 minutes added to the clock, but again, they're playing to 15. Both of them just 4 away as that huge tie game comes through from Gilky. Mortally playing to time ended up working against him as he's more accustomed to an aggressive playstyle. I think that changing out of his preferred playstyle really came back to hurt him in the end. And now Mortally on the high ground, Gilky with the commando in hand, but Mortally gets the first overtime kill.
And one thing I gotta give a shout out to Mortally, the fact that he's icing up against a pro player like Gilky, one who's absolutely insane at winning his 1v1 gunfights, and it's not affecting him. I mean, the man just got a huge kill in overtime right now. You're 3 kills away from taking the game. You've been keeping it close where multiple times where Gilky goes on these runs, other players would crumble under that pressure. So definitely want to give Mortally his shine right now, but the question is, can you take him down here in game number 1? I believe it's just the best of 3 series, so this game is so important. Gilky once again taking control of the top mid, Mortally winning the health battle, gonna afford him the opportunity to now push forward. Gilky anticipating that, going right in with the commando, right up to the mid, runs out of ammo at the worst time possible. Mortally gets himself another kill, 2 kills in favor of Mortally, a minute 43 seconds on the clock, which will become a factor now.
What a huge win there from Mortally, and you're correct that this is a best of 3. We're going to be playing on all 3 maps that have been in the rotation, assuming we see that game 3. But right now, it's all about Mortally. This is his overtime game. Just 1 kill away from hitting that 15-point mark, or do we see Gilky with the ultimate comeback? His back's against the wall.
We call him Mortally, but his friends call him more to block. And right now he is blocking Gilky away from this game 1 win at the moment here. Gilky taking height immediately. Mortally understanding that now he's going to put Gilky between the scoreboard and the timer. 8 seconds off of respawn. 1 minute on the clock. If Morley can do a great job at just eating away at this time, but he can make it mathematically impossible for Gilky to win. Gilky's on the hunt, checking every corner, just a step behind here. Doesn't have the OL lines like we do. Gilky not getting first shot. Mortally does. Gilky has to force the action. He has to do something, and he has to get a win in game number 2. Otherwise, his tournament life is over here. Mortally takes game 1.
What an exciting game 1. It was tied up at 9-9 and then 11 all as the clock ran out, taking us into overtime for the first time that we've seen here on the broadcast. But credit to Mortally, off of that overtime, scored 4 straight slays, gave nothing to Gilky in that overtime.
You better respect this commando. We call him Morta Glock in these streets, as he gets himself some huge kills with it, also combining with the thruster, combined now with 51.14% accuracy. Does Mortally less shots fired than Gilky, less shots fired but more shots hit, and that's what matters, as Mortally taking that oh so important game number 1. And by the way, we're in the winners finals right now, right?
Yeah,
at this point, it's top 2 qualify to play in that $20,000 tournament on January 7th. $20,000 on the line. So the winner of this, guaranteed the top 2 placing no matter what, guaranteed to be qualified through the winners bracket. They have to wait for the elimination bracket to go forward. So the loser have to win at least 1 more series before they qualify. Lots of implications on the line here for this one matchup. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and that finale absolutely is where the attention is. That's January 7th. Put it on your calendar, because that's where $16,000 is going to be won. There is $1,000 in play for each of these qualifiers going to the top 8. So placement does mean something in terms of cashing out today, but I think you're absolutely right. It comes down to getting into that big tournament on January 7th, and the winner of this matchup will secure that spot. So this is a pretty huge matchup. It is going to be that best of 3. Here's some of the highlights from the game, and I think it was commando thruster, and there's nothing wrong with that.
If you guys want to get involved with this, again, like I said, $20,000 online, make sure you type in !registered in the chat right now, because, I mean, hey, who knows? You come in, get yourself some valuable experience playing against some of the professional players, some of the best players in the league, like Bubu Dubu, the Gilkys, the Straight Six. And who knows, if your 1v1 skills are up to par, you can get a piece of that $20,000 prize pool and really make a name for yourself. I mean, just imagine a no-name like me coming out with a big win and qualify. That opens doors right there. You start getting invited to some of the Pro 8s lobbies, maybe get yourself a contract. I hear C9 are looking for some players right now. Gilky now looking for some head. As Mortally ends up going down, that sniper rifle really going to change the pace here on Live Fire.
Absolutely get involved. It's the next 3 Sundays will be the qualifier. So December 4th, 11th, and 18th, same place, same time. Get qualified, get your shot at the finals. And everybody, you know, say a big thank you right now to Tony for not competing, because then, I mean, I think that nobody else would want to sign up. If they saw Tony's name on the list, they'd be like, yeah, it's a done deal for me. I'm not in it. So he's really doing you a favor by being here on the casting side, so that it gives you all opportunity to compete for those 2 spots.
Yeah, I cut through gravy like a warm knife, bro. I'm not affected. And neither is Mortally. Able to repulse Gilky back despite getting hit with that sniper down to 1 shot. Now repulsing back over toward the A side. Gilky, notice how the moment he gets that audio cue, snaps over, thinking Mortally takes height, but using audio, again, knowledge is power when it comes to 1v1s. Using that audio to get as much information as possible to decide your next move. And now Gilky trying to get more information, shoots him right in the left butt cheek. Mortally down to 1 shot. Gilky trying to close the distance. Mortally immediately taking height, and both players gonna reset momentarily.
Knowledge is power, but so is the sniper. Unfortunately, Gilky is not able to connect on the shots. He has 1 bullet left in the chamber, lines it up, isn't able to connect, so he swaps right over to the commando as the backup plan here. Still raining down fire onto Mortally, who is kind of trapped here at the bottom of C. No grenades, though, for Gilky to try to clean up the rest of that kill, and they're kind of playing a little bit of a game of chicken, both of them not wanting to be the first one to peek.
I hate to sound like a nerd, but I love how smooth Gilkey was with that. Understanding his positioning, understanding how much ammo left in the sniper. The moment he ran out, it was like almost like a one motion move to pick up that commando immediately and get right into work. It's so fluid and it's so perfect to watch it. Maybe at a small level, you don't even notice anything like that as Morley gets himself his first kill on the board, down by 1. But I just think it's so smooth, and that split second timing that somebody would have lost for looking at the commando and picking it up probably would have cost them that kill. Doesn't cost Gilkey whatsoever. So I thought it was great, smooth, like a fine gravy on Thanksgiving dinner.
I knew you were gonna find a way. I knew you'd find a way, Tony, and I respect it. Great little weapon swap fluidity coming out there from Gilkey. He does have that 2-to-1 lead, but I'm telling you, if Mortally gets the sniper in his hands, he is gonna go to work, and the timing on this kill could not be any better. Ties up the game just as that fresh sniper spawns in.
He's mortar locked in right now, and now has 8 bullets of pure passion here in the sniper rifle, looking to plant one in the head. Gilkey, be careful, you might lose it. The body shot comes in. Gilkey down to 1 shot, gonna try to retreat over toward the bottom mid. Morley trying to cut off the angles, doesn't want to overcommit to that, tied up at 2 apiece. This next kill can be critical, and Morley doesn't want to waste any ammo, especially in that sniper rifle. Load it up, baby, line it up. They got some heads to take.
Oh, I think he hit the body shot on that second shot, if I'm not mistaken. Might be coming back to re-engage. Reloads the sniper, and there it is. There's taking the head. That's the play you were looking for. That's what we're talking about. We've seen it from Mortally. This is the 3rd time we've watched him on live fire, and every time he does not disappoint with those sniper headshots.
Gilkey recently caught scrimming with multiple teams right now. I mean, he's of G2, but we've seen him good. We've seen him scrimming with Complexity. We've seen him scrimming with Oxygen Esports. So maybe look at his options, or just filling in because he just wants to play a bunch of Halo as of right now. The passion's high. Wants to make sure he's warm, make sure he's ready for season 2, playing in tournaments like this. Gilkey putting in that work. Mortally trying to do the same with the sniper rifle, wasting the bullets. But the best, they say a good offense is better than a great defense, so waste 1 on his head, Mortally. Waste that final bullet right on the head of Gilkey. That's what you want to do. As the body shot comes in, not quite the head, but gonna be good enough to back Gilkey down. Almost able to drop down and get the headshot. Both players reset once again. This 1v1 is gonna take a nade, not gonna connect on the remote detonation. Morley immediately taking height, drops right down on Gilkey, repulses him back. The 1-shot Gilkey goes for the ninja. Mortally gonna anticipate that one, and because of that, get himself a 2-kill lead.
Mortally might have been in danger with the ammo situation, but the equipment coming in for that play gets some shakes Gilkey off of his footing with the use of the first repulsor. Gilkey goes for the ninja and not connecting because Mortally hits that melee, and now he has the top C held down. He also has a 4-2 lead, which might not seem like much, but we saw overtime in game number 1, so a 2-point lead looking pretty good right now for Mortally as he tries to escape out of the path of those frag grenades and look for his next opportunity. No power weapons in play right now. We do see Gilkey tosses the frag, lines up the BR shots. Mortally still has repulsor to work with, might send him off the map, but at least down into the mud for a reset.
What?
Oh,
And
no.
despite the reset, somehow Gilkey still able to find the headshot on that one, sending Mortally back, still having a 1-kill lead, but Gilkey now having momentum and now having first access towards a sniper rifle. Mortally right off his spawn goes to cut off that angle, but Gilkey simply wins those. We are tied up at 4 apiece. We have 4 ammo in the clip right now for the sniper, 4 in reserve. 4 is the magic number, and Mortally gonna hand Gilkey the 4.
Wow. You know, things that Mortally and I have in common, it might be a short list, but both of us not predicting Gilkey to re-challenge from that low ground position might be the only thing we have in common right now. And, you know, Gilkey caught us both by surprise, and he had the sniper for a moment, but Mortally will fight for it. He wins the sniper, and there's the headshot, the quick scope for the takedown.
Mortally getting things done here. Beautiful shot with that sniper rifle. Normally the IGL of the team, normally manning the troops of any team that he's on, but also showing not only does he have the brain, but he has the thumbs as well as he takes down Gilkey. Once again, a 3-kill lead, 5 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for Gilkey theoretically to come back in this game, but Morley eventually has to realize that that time is dwindling down, and at some point it's going to become a factor in this game.
Mortally, more like momentally, because he's got all the momentum on his side right now. If he can stay alive with the rest of this sniper to work with, I mean, those back-to-back kills really setting the pace, as well as equipment, as well as sniper, most notably. If he can get sights on Gilkey, he finds him at top mid. Now Gilkey rotating over to C box, maybe anticipating that reload coming through. Gilkey just hanging out on the frag grenades here, but there's the body shot coming through. Mortally drops down, cleans up the kill, and now has doubled the score of Gilkey.
One of the rising stars in season 1 of HCS and destined for greatness. We've seen him running with some of the best of the business. We've seen him in tournaments with the likes of Spartan and Barcode. We've seen him running with Fnatic. We've seen him have an incredible season 1 in HCS, and it's continuing here with season 2. 5-kill lead in favor of Mortally right now, still having that commando, still having that repulsor, and still having the lead over Gilkey, which is also important. 1 game away from advancing forward to that $20,000 tournament. Again, we talked about the implications earlier. We talked about how important this matchup is, and clearly Mortally is aware of it.
Mortally is just using this tower, kind of ducking and diving just out of range for the repulsor to make an impact there. And now that leaves Gilkey on the chase. There's the remote detonation. We didn't get to see it earlier on, but Gilkey connects, gets the takedown. Might have been too early to secure the sniper, but he's going to move into position, ready to defend that spawn. It's coming up in just 5 seconds, and that could be the deciding factor of this game.
It feels so easy to influence those back A spawns, whether it's 4v4s or 1v1s. Gilkey able to do it, and because of that earns himself a big kill, and now going to earn himself a sniper rifle with 3 minutes left here. This sniper rifle going to be oh so important for Gilkey to come back in this game, and ultimately this series 1 game away from being knocked down into that elimination bracket, which right now is getting crazy. We saw the likes of Stray Sick, Crouch Cobb earlier getting knocked down there as well. The last thing you want to do is having to win another series in order to stamp your ticket into that $20,000 tournament. Mortally sitting over toward the assault rifle spawn, nades starting to fly. Gilkey forced to take another angle, but this another angle is going to waste 8 to 10 seconds off the clock, which is oh so important.
Yeah, time is working for Mortally right now, but Gilkey is really doing well at tracking. He's using every clue he has. He does end up hitting that body shot, but it's not enough. Even off of being repulsed after being hit in the body by a sniper, Mortally somehow finds his way to win back that fight. And I have to tell you, Tony, I think that's it. I think that's the kill that seals the deal. It's definitely not over in terms of time, but as far as that momentum, Mortally has everything working for him.
Well, the good thing for Gilkey is Gilkey has a really interesting play style where he's able to be as aggressive as possible and push forward while also keeping his feet planted. So he always has his reticle ready, always able to gather information and hit shots when it matters most. The problem is that Mortally doesn't give a freaking damn. 11-6 lead. Mortally putting Gilkey in a body bag right there with 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock. You said it might have been over earlier, and clearly you know what you're talking about, because I'm gonna have to agree with you.
Well, Gilkey could still pull off the miracle comeback, and credit to him for not giving up this fight easily. But another body shot, another BR cleanup, and that's gonna be it. The GG's comes through, and that is the winners finals. A nice win from Mortally. His snipes have been unmatched here in the games today.
He didn't mean to shoot bodies, but he had to. Didn't mean to win that game, but he had to, as well as Mortally is now moving forward to play for that $20,000 provided by Honda and Game Pass. So important here. He's your watch party with Louis V Titan. And man, it's been an exciting 1v1 tournament so far. We now have our first player that has stamped their ticket to competing for the one of the biggest prize pools so far leading into season 2 right now here in an online tournament. One of the biggest prizes I've seen in a 1v1. Why don't we take a look at the stats right now? Magic, what are these stats telling you?
Final, Gilkey versus Shaady. It's going to be live fire recharge Aquarius. I'm Tools, and I am joined by Why Not Be Reckless, and we're right into our first game.
And And it's a big one. It's going to be Gilkey versus Shaady here. Winner making it to January 7th to play in that $16,000 finale provided by Honda and Xbox Game Pass. They also have PC games as well. I heard from a reliable source. I also heard from a reliable source that if Shady's able to take down 2 G2 members, he takes their spot on the roster.
Mm.
Did you hear
Reliable. Yeah, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, yeah. I would take down straight sick. Now it's Gilkey.
Gilkey playing for his roster spot now. Imagine. Tries to get it off, but that nade, he stuck him, and the nade put the momentum backwards. That sniper does not get off the map. 5 bullets for Shaady to work with.
What I'm trying to figure out is who knocked Shaady into the elimination bracket to begin with. Like, I mean, so far he's been absolutely disgusting here towards the latter half. I'm really curious on who was able to take him down.
I think he DQ'd his first round.
What a
Trying
legend.
to go back, and I'm looking. Yeah, he just didn't show up. Didn't wake up. Good on Shaady. And then he's made, so this is a complete elimination bracket run from Shaady. He's been going through the gauntlet, has played 13 games today.
Man was on the plane flying here to Canada, had to ended up showing up late, was on a layover, had to pick up his bags, and missed the early rounds, but now he's here. The Shaady Revenge Tour. Gilkey up 2-1 though, and also have the sniper rifle to work, but not able to connect onto the headshot. Shaady able to make it down to bottom mid, resetting just a bit. No overshield being used right now. And again, I'm saying, if the game is on the line, bro, I'm saying, bro, you got to bump the GAs. I'm telling you, pick up the Mangler.
Yeah, do you have that dog in you? You know, like, do you really want to win, or you want to be this quote unquote gentleman thing that they keep talking about?
For real?
I mean, honestly, like, do they even have it in them? So far, I don't think so. I think we've been seeing. Oh my god, yo! I swear we've seen that repost not work like 3 or 4 times today. People just punching through, lunging in. Gilkey gets the frame perfect kill. Looks like Commando not on the GA table this time. Gilkey picks it up, ready to rumble.
Maybe he's not a gentleman. They say manners maketh man. And Gilkey, no manners whatsoever. Disrespectful, but taking a lot of damage here from the battle rifle. Shaady putting down to 1 shot. Gilkey still going in for the ego challenge. Not able to take him down. Shaady earns himself a sniper rifle. He's going to BR the Commando. It looks like he's going to stay with the BR.
Honestly, I might be opting out for the Commando. Well, I guess like you're trying to get easy headshots after the snipers. Like BR's better for that, but that Commando, man, it's been packing a punch. And Gilkey's probably been the best player all tournament when we've seen him pick up the Commando rifle. It seems like he keeps getting some insane kills with it. If he is going to take down Shaady, I think he needs to get that gun back in his hands.
Sniper rifle in the hands of Shaady. Knows exactly what to do with it. Taking down the Guild Duds. Tying up the game at 3 apiece here. Still having some ammo to work with the sniper rifle. 5 to be exact. A favorable spawn by Gilkey over toward the C side of the map. But how favorable is it when Shaady has this much sniper rifle to work with?
Gilkey comes around the corner. The first shot not going to connect. Shaady wants to take this lead. He's getting aggressive. Gilkey comes around the corner now. All of a sudden, they're right next to each other. The shot needs to connect. He lists them all. Gilkey gets the kill, and Shaady hangs in shame at the top of the roof.
He had to connect on one of those sniper rifle shots, doesn't, and Gilkey makes him pay immediately. 1 bullet. Can he turn it into 1 kill? It could really blow this game wide open. Gilkey gets a big kill right here. Is able to influence those spawns. Turns it into a bit of more. Shaady over toward the sandbag side. Gilkey getting that information that he's there. Shaady smartly gonna relocate over toward the pillars. Doubles back here. No more sniper to work with for either one of these players. Gilkey not having time to go for the drop shield. It's gonna be BR, and Shaady having the height advantage.
Gilkey finds Shaady around the corner. They're both gonna send each other flying, but Gilkey's BR shot's cleaner. He gets the kill. And now, okay, I guess maybe he had a little bit of a glitch right there. Needed to drop the weapon in order to get the bullet in. Shaady comes around the corner. Can Gilkey hit the shot? Repulses the nade back. The bullet just misses. That looks good on my screen, but just missing by a hair. No auto aim with the sniper when you are not scoped in. It makes a huge difference in this game.
Mama Gilkers would have been proud if he was able to plant that sniper rifle on the head of Shaady.
You cannot call someone Mama Gilkers. I don't think Gilkey would want that.
I mean, don't we call him Gilkers? I'm saying Mama would have been proud if he would have hit that one. Mama definitely would have been proud.
Mama Gilk, maybe.
Mama Gilk duds? Mama Gilk. Mama, either way, somebody would have been proud of Syracuse's finest right there if he was able to plant that sniper rifle. Not able to do so. Shaady planting that plasma grenade, though, might have been able to play the sniper off of the pedestal. No, it doesn't. Gilkey does end up getting that one.
Oh my God.
And Mama's proud of that. That's a beautiful sniper shot. Gets the drop wall right off of the map immediately, and a 2-kill lead for the Gilk duds.
I like the concept of just throw, if you could see it on the bottom of the map, right? Just throwing the drop shield off. No, important, right? You don't want to let your opponent have that advantage. He wants to keep the repulse in the pocket. So he says, hey, I'm not going to really use this. I just make sure it's not up for grabs.
It's a good strat. Big strategy across the board. However, Shaady gets the initial damage he's looking for. Gilkey throwing a couple of denial grenades, taking it to the sky. That would have been nasty if he was able to hit it while coming down, but Shaady stealing away sniper rifle, even having one repulse to work with. Down by 1 kill, but we've seen them influence these A spawns time and time again. Not gonna work this time.
He's like Gilkey, a Syracuse native. He really reminds me of the other, I would say, you know, Gilkey's probably the second most famous man from Syracuse, but he reminds me a lot of the most famous man from Syracuse. Tony, would you do the honors of, you know, I think honestly Gilkey takes a lot of inspiration in his gameplay from this cerebral actor. Honestly, Gilkey reminds me a lot of Syracuse's own
Carmelo Anthony. What?
Carmelo Anthony? Oh, no. What? No shot.
No?
Tom Cruise, baby. You don't see Tom Cruise.
I thought we were talking about Carmelo Anthony.
No,
he's a shooter.
Cool.
He's a shooter, and as of right now, Shady's the one playing with the hoodie on. His hoodie Shaady right now. It's getting dark in here.
Hoodie Shaady, man. I like it.
Is that a hoodie bellow? I tried.
Yeah, hoodie bellow. Yeah, you know what I mean. The connection. I like that, dude. The sniper's been heating up for both these players, and while Shaady, he has the advantage for right now. Gilkey wraps the corner. The first one misses. 2 more to deal with, and well, you can see Shaady trying to keep that reticle still. And wraps the corner. It's good night for Gilkey.
That was disrespectful right there. Oh my gosh. Beautiful shot by Shaady. Now setting up another one. Gilkey's in trouble when Shaady starts to move with this confidence. I can see it, the way the vertical placement is, the movement, the sliding. When he starts moving with this swagger, Gilkey's in trouble. Goes like get some swagger of his own. He wants to compete with this Riz right now. I gotta get some Tims or a fresh cut or something. He needs something. Gilkey now pushing up. Early damage in favor of G2's finest, but forced to back down towards the mid. Shaady has the height advantage, waiting for the sniper rifle to come up as well. That's going to be bad for Gilkey. We've seen what Shaady can do with it.
That's true. Remember, whoever wins this match qualifies for the final of this $20,000 series in January. You can watch the final take place January 7th. Morley has already claimed his spot from the winner side. Whoever wins this one will claim the second spot. We have 4 more, I guess 4 qualifiers in total, 3 more to happen. So keep your calendar open every Sunday for the next 3 weeks. But Shaady has started to really find his stride with the sniper.
Yeah, we know Gilkey's of G2 and a phenomenal player. We've seen G2 in early season 1 be absolutely incredible, but Shaady, formerly of that #1 Ascend roster, is showing it now how amazing he is. Honestly, I'm surprised the North American team hasn't picked up this man. He said he was willing to move to America a while ago. I'm surprised the North American organization hasn't picked him up. He's putting in his resume right here, right now. NA Orgs, watch out. Shaady is here, and he's the real deal.
I mean, just the individual talent from Shaady, I think, is one of the best in Europe, and I think he would do any North American squad a huge boost.
Oh, OpTic hit him up. The DMs are open.
Hey, bro. Yeah, I'll do it. He said, nah, we go next. We go next. No more heating up. Dude, that sniper, he just couldn't miss.
OpTic, those DMs are open. Shaady looking to come over, just showing us how talented he is, man. The movement, the shot to match the IQ, the almost renegade-like aggression, the way he's able to back you against the corner. I'm loving the way Shady's been playing these 1v1s, and so far up 1-0 against G2's very own Gilkey. One win away from qualifying and making it to that grand finals. Shaady, he may not have an S7 sniper rifle here in game number 2, but if he gets his hands on the shock rifle, we could probably do just as much damage as he was able to do on live fire.
What do you think about Gilkey ending that game early, Tony? I mean, there is the, some people think maybe it's a shock in the mental a little bit, but there is like a conversation to be had about not letting Shaady get any more hot, right? Because the way he was shooting this sniper rifle, I mean, he got 5 of these insane shots in a row, it felt like. I think shutting him down early, trying to cool him off before he can make some other crazy play, I think is probably the right play for Gilkey.
Well, I mean, yeah, the same way you're stopping your opponent from gaining any more momentum than he has, especially with the way Shady's playing with the sniper rifle, is the same way you're also stopping yourself from gaining some momentum towards the end of that game. Like, who knows? Say Gilkey goes on, like, a 3-0 run before Shady's able to plant those last few kills. That's momentum on his side. He's now feeling good. He can take that into game number 2. It's a double-edged sword. It works against you. It works for you. At this point, Gilkey probably knows better than I would about his personal play style, the way he wants to go into it. At this point, he wants to forget that game number 1 ever happened, move on to game number 2, click that mental reset button, and hopefully send us into a game 3 on Aquarius.
Well, the problem is recharge. You got a shock rifle back for action, and we saw what Shaady was doing with the sniper and the shock rifle. Well, that one's a little bit easier to use. Going to be mightily important for Gilkey to be controlling the power weapons in our second game.
I don't know why you say the shock rifle is easy to use. I've seen you with the shock rifle,
and I'm nasty.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Sparring gives me the props, dude.
Sparring gives you props?
Yeah, bro. I promise, bro. You can DM him right now,
he
bro.
He gas everybody up, bro. I don't know, man.
Is nasty like that.
He be gassing everybody up. I don't know.
Bro, I swear, bro, put a 1v1 Octagon shock rifles right now, bro.
Right now, let's do it.
I'll take you down.
Cut the broadcast.
Bro, you're probably not even at Onyx right now, Tony.
I am.
Coming out with his heat.
I actually am. I'm Onyx 1504.
1502.
I'm 1504 right now, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be an Onyx.
Treading water.
I climbed to 1585 though. I'm just saying that was my peak so far this season. It ain't the best right now.
Well, what's your peak?
It was only 1585 so far this season.
It might as well be gold 6. My God, Tony.
Honestly, bro. It's all good. Now I'm playing with pros now, so I'm gonna carry. I'm gonna get carried hard, bro.
Yeah, you carry it, bro. You'd be a valuable addition to any team. So
Me and Shaady looking for 2.
Yeah, you and Shaady, yeah. Make that A squad. We gotta make like a super squad, so you take 1 from each region, right? So 1 from Aussie, so you get barcode, right? Shaady, you from America, obviously, and then tapping buttons. That's a sick team.
And we're all moving to Canada. with this connection I'm seeing from Shaady, bro, we all going to Canada, man.
No, you guys do imagine you guys move to Colombia so you can't compete.
I don't know what World 2 was talking about, bro. Have you seen Shady's gameplay, bro? This dude is killing it. Canada's finest, bro.
Canada's finest right here. Shaady. He gets the opening kill. That means shock rifle in his possession. Man's been heating up with the snipers all day, or I guess we can call them the one-shot weapon killers, because someone here doesn't like to call the shock rifle sniper.
It just don't feel right. Again, I see where you're coming from. It doesn't feel like a sniper rifle, and I'm a man that goes with his feelings and instinct, and my instinct isn't telling me sniper rifle with this weapon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that upsets anybody.
Yeah, you didn't really come out with the hot takes, huh, Tony? Try to get the people going.
I mean, it just don't feel right. And I see where you're coming from. It doesn't feel like a sniper rifle. And my instinct isn't telling me sniper rifle with this weapon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that upsets anybody.
Yeah, you didn't really come out with the hot takes, huh, Tony? Try to get the people going. a provocatory.
Gets the people going.
Yeah, you got provoking thoughts from Tony right there about the sniper rifle, and it leads to Gilkey getting the kill, and now the shock rifle in his possession.
Gilkey looking to flirt around with the shock rifle, get a little provocative himself. Hits the body shot onto Shaady, but Shaady shredding him with the perfect kill from across the map. Those are hard shots to hit. While sliding cross the map, Shaady making it look easy.
Gilkey has been found out, and he doesn't have many options to get away from this gunfight. He's going to challenge it, and well, Shaady, he hits the head. 3-1. Shaady building himself a lead.
Shaady trying to get that Cloud9 contract right now. Beautifully played with the shock rifle. Camouflage about to come up, has to win this pivotal. He doesn't want to give Gilkey the opening to come back in this game or get the active camouflage. So Shaady once again doing that additional damage, forcing his opponent to back down, using that momentary lapse in timing to steal away yet another power-up, and it works in his favor. He's able to body shot Gilkey with the shock rifle. Once was one shot, now back to full shields, and back on the hunt is the man from France.
Gilkey's been exposed. Oh my god.
He exposed him.
I'm surprised he kept the BR, to be honest. I mean, you see what that shock rifle, I mean, that commando just did?
In the hands of Gilkey, bro? He probably had to be on accident.
Honestly, it's probably good that that shock rifle's out, because now he can replace it with a commando.
Low-key, bro. Gilkey's nasty with it. It's like Gilkey,
Bro,
Renegade, like Spartan. There's like certain players that are just so good with the commando, bro.
Yeah, it's like the same people that are good with the stalker rifle. It's like it's just there's just those kind of people that have that precise aim, you know. And it's, let me tell you, Tony, it's not me or you.
Nah.
People who can be as deadly as possible with these guns. And I mean, after the buff, man, they were already good with this gun, but pre-buff.
I will say, I'm really good at making people one shot with the commando.
Dude.
I'm good at making one shot, but I don't hit the headshot like that. It's Shaady cross map headshot with the commando. That's my problem. I don't get that final headshot like Shaady does.
Oh my god, Shady's on a tear. Oh, he couldn't hit the jump. Gilkey's able to get the punish. Gilkey was very aggressive on that push. Able to get the kill, and now he's going to be able to get the shock rifle in his possession.
Just barely missing out on that shot with the shock rifle cross map, still lining up that reticle. Knows that Shaady loves playing that tower side, so he's going to keep his eyes locked on, especially when camouflage is coming up. But this is where Shaady wants to bait it out. Slides right out toward the mid, right back. Look, that movement, fakes right, goes left. That's a crossover where I'm from. As Shaady gets himself a shock rifle, camouflage, couple grenades. This man has everything, including the kitchen sink.
What European basketball player is Shaady most like?
I don't want to say Luka, because I feel like he don't get no assist. I'm gonna say like a Dirk Nowitzki. Just
shooter,
just beautiful foot movement, shooter, absolutely. That fade away with the thrust, and just consistent. I'm gonna say Dirk Nowitzki.
See, I thought you'd be maybe going for like a little bit more of a baller, you know, because how fast he moves, or
like Tony Parker. They're both from France.
Yeah, hey.
They're both fast. They're both from France.
Shit. I dig it. Both going bald. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
She's like 14 years old, bro. This dude is good.
I'm not trying to do it straight. I'm sorry, Shaady. I'm sorry, Shaady.
Man has a beautiful head of hair. How dare you, bro?
Bro, I'm going bald, Tony.
I'm going bald watching this gameplay. It's slowing down.
Oh, right when we say it, though.
Now my heart's speeding up. My whole 7-3 to the favor of Shaady right now. And you see the victory melees in the air. Shaady happy with himself on that shot. Thinking that the spawn's going toward the A side. Instead, Gilkey's now going to advance forward onto long haul. Doesn't have the height advantage just yet. Shaady not able to hit that shot. Gilkey now backing down, a couple grenades forcing him out of the action, but Gilkey still stuck in the batteries, a non-favorable position, gets the damage he's looking for. Now Shaady, once was the hunter, now becoming the hunted. The grapple gonna help him get out of that And if Shaady can win this gunfight, he will get himself a camouflage, but Gilkey steals it away.
It feels like he knows the corner. Man, Gilkey's got a nasty straight sometimes, man, but Shaady just doesn't care. Able to get the shot in. 8-3. This lead keeps getting further and further away. Gilkey has some mighty work ahead of him, and well, Shaady just does not seem like he can lose a gunfight at the moment.
Good God. Perfect. Just as good as the shock rifle as he is with the S7, you put any type of sniper rifle or a burst fire weapon that kills you one shot to the head, and this man will absolutely go incredible. He's now 3x'd the enemy's team kills at the moment, and Shaady really going off. This man's about to be on the Toronto Raptors at this point, the way he's shooting.
No, I'm gonna say it. Shock rifle's a fake burst weapon. I'm tired of pretending that it's not. It's a sniper. Oh my God. Yo, Gilkey almost said, you ever heard of the USPS? Because that thing's going back to center. Never arriving at its location. How do the French do mail? Do you think the French have mail?
Obviously not.
Like, is there a French postal service?
They go for walks after like dinner, bro. Like it's not even a real place. France is not even a real place, bro. Like they eat a full dinner and just go for a walk, bro. Like, I couldn't even imagine.
Dude, the French, it seems hype to be French. I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, bro.
They say there's more. They have more pastry. Okay, well, 11-4. Gilkey's had enough. Shaady advances on to our grand finals. Mortally gonna meet him there. This is a hell of a losers bracket run from Shaady. I mean, he's been absolutely tearing it up. And unfortunately for Gilkey, man, he had a strong performance, but just couldn't get the job done. He's gonna have to try again next week. But it's time for Mortally and Shaady to go on it. What I was gonna say about the French, because Shady's French, is I believe that they have more coffee shops / pastry shops in the city of Paris than the entire United States.
I can believe that. I mean, I can definitely believe that.
Like independent, like non-Starbucks, you know what I'm saying? Like independent.
Yeah. Mom and pop pastry shops, and you know, he's out there ordering, you know, a baguette or whatever it is that he's doing, you know, and now.
Yo, Mr. Beast, I'll order you a baguette.
Now that he's top 2 right now, you know, he's gonna get that bread or get that croissant, as I guess he would say, because he's going to be going to that January 7th finale. $16,000 on the line, and now we know our 2 that are qualified here in week 1, Mortally and Canada's very own Shaady.
Yeah, man, I'm just so glad that Canada can come out and snag themselves a free agent like Shaady. Now I really feel as if the Canadians, you know, an eager beaver really comes in, performs every day, really embodies what it means to be Canadian. Just awesome to see such a resounding success and such a cool pickup. You know, I really thought that Royal 2 and Druck really needed the help over in Canada, rounding out the Canadian All-Stars as Shaady.
I'm just picturing like a all-star like show match. Canada versus NA.
Dude,
Canada versus US.
Shaady walks in, bro.
Like wild. The Undertaker, bro.
They ask you a question, they're like, what is the state leaf, or what is the national leaf of Canada? I'm
just picturing the walkout, and you just see 7 players on the main stage of a show match, and then it goes dark, and the Undertaker music comes.
No, it's not Undertaker. Dude, it's not Undertaker music. It's not even Undertaker music, bro. Imagine it's 7 players are out. Canada's about to announce their last player. And then suddenly, the bare naked ladies start playing in the background.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is the winner final of the Honda Fan Cup. This is a qualifying match. Winner of this best of 3 will punch their ticket to the grand finals on January 7th. Magic, go ahead and take it away. We're loading right in.
I didn't even realize that repercussion. Like, we always look at, you know, grand finals as being the spot to get to, but literally once you win this series, that grand final spot means that you have qualified for that finals. Remember to mark it down on your calendar, January 7th.
Wow.
And Invictid right now is hoping to secure that spot. The camo, the flank play, the melee, the takedown.
And it was the thrust juke that really confused Complexion, more so than even the camo popping up out of nowhere. It was that juke with the thruster down bottom mid that earned Invictid that first kill and an early opening lead here on Aquarius.
The action is going to continue on as Invictid continues to capitalize on that camo advantage. Now a 2-point lead, which normally you wouldn't think 2 points is much, but in these 1v1s, we've seen so many games that are just fought tooth and nail to the finish line. A 2-point lead is a great way for Invictid to start out and set the pace of this match. They're trading off some damage across. Gunplexion actually drops down to the court. Did not pick up any thrusters on the way though, and is still working with that BR. Watch out for the commando, and now there it is. There's a little bit of delay on the thruster pickup, and they almost simultaneously popped those thrusters, but at the end of the day, only one can win, and it's Invictid coming away with another point.
And if Invictid keeps up with this pace on Aquarius, he might just become the Aquarius King in addition to the Live Fire King, as we again see that thruster used in a way to position himself in those close quarter combat scenarios, and Complexion simply has no answer for it.
Now Gunplexion being cold player, when he gets heated up, when he's on a roll, he's almost unstoppable, but right now he has to fight back from being behind, and he's wasting no time and adding a little bit of extra sauce on top, you know, inspired by Team Saucy from yesterday's 4v4. He shoots out at the body, but he still only has that 1 point to speak of, that breadstick, if you will, trying to break it, and now there it is. The second kill comes through, and he does not, oh, he is not a fan of this camo.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what that, are we GAing camo? Because didn't Invictid
it was played. Maybe that was like the argument. Didn't want, maybe he wanted a camo to be GA'd, and I don't know. Now they're going to discuss it. Here we go. Camo in 1v1 is terrible.
Wow.
I like it. Let's play it. Gunplexion says,
there is nothing LDT is not on top of. We even have the chat logs between these two players, which give us some insight into that very, very unique, interesting, where it seems like camo's not GA. We see it used very much so by Invictid to get those first couple kills. So I don't know what Complexion's doing here at this point. What better time to get on the board with those first 2 kills down 2-4 than right when camo comes up? I understand having your pride and I don't know, maybe letting ego get in the way a little too much here with $20,000 on the line. I'm grabbing camo if it's in play.
and you know what this is reminiscent of? That semifinals match up between Gunplexion and Evolving. Remember, Gunplexion then was also pushing for the GA on camo, but Evolving wanting to use it. And in that match, that was the only match of the series Evolving won, but he won it 10-2. So some of that personal disdain for the camo could be reminiscent of the previous series that Gunplexion really suffered under the camo use.
Yeah, this is interesting. You know, it's like I said, it's I respect playing your game and sticking to your guns and feeling a certain type of way about something like camo in this 1v1, but a gentleman's agreement means that both of the gentlemen or women in this scenario agree to it. And we saw that there wasn't that agreement reached in the beginning. So regardless of what you want to say about Invictid and him electing to use the camo, he's got a 7-4 lead because of it. So I'm gonna be curious to see if Gunplexion sticks to his guns, lets that camo just sit and wait there top mid, or if he goes for it here.
I mean, gentleman's agreement, that GA could also stand for a gentleman's argument.
Now
it
looks
looks like that's what they're doing. No, fights for the camo. Oh, the camo is his kryptonite. It's taking him down as he tries to secure for himself, at least to keep it out of the hands of Invictid. And no, he falls just short. The back smack comes through, and right now, as far as the emotional roller coaster, Invictid is the one that's controlling the starter stop.
Yeah, just if you're gonna not play for, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if you gotta stick to your guns, I just said right with Complexion, but we saw there on that next encounter, like greatly desired to grab the camo, G sliding into it and losing that battle nonetheless to Invictid. This one's feeling like a wash. We might see our first 15 kills reached here
Ooh, okay.
if we're not careful. But Complexion putting up a fight, keeping it to within 4. And if he can make a run here, he's right back in it.
All right, Gunplexion has that top mid control, 4 thrusters and a couple of frags as well. Heatwave G8, shock grenades or dynamos, I can imagine are G8 as well. But we know that top mid control is all that more appealing because of the camo spawn. And that's the thing that I love about having it in play, even in a 1v1 scenario, is it forces players to utilize every section of the map. You have something to draw you to the courtyards with those thrusters. You have to have that, like, you know, if it was Hunger Games, it'd be like the cornucopia, right? That equipment at the top mid that lures everybody out of safety.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you, Magic. I think Overshield, absolutely get it up out of here. GA that, regardless of whether or not the gentlemen agree to it, because it's just not fair. But the camo is kind of that, like I said, it's the balance of being somewhat fair and balanced, but still providing that entertainment value to the community who wants to see these guys play for things like camo. There's more consequence in these 1v1 battles when we know the winner the camo goes to the winner, to the victor goes to the spoils, and in this case it's the camo. But instead it's a trade out with both of those thrusts going down. Camo's still up top mid, and an opportunity still here for Complexion to come back.
A little bit of a bad bounce on that Invictid grenade. It catches the side of the wall, but you know what it did? It suppressed Gunplexion on that jump up to car side. Invictid again grabs the camo, and I have to say this is probably eating away at the mental of Gunplexion. Would love to see him be able to rise to the occasion against this adversity, being 4 points down. This is his chance, though. He found the camo player. It's not going to be enough. The thruster from Invictid, well timed to dodge the bullets and to land some of his own.
And there was the moment for Invictid to start shooting a dead body if he wanted to on Complexion. Winning that camo battle could really take advantage of the tilt possibility there, but he's not interested in bagging. He's not interested in shooting any dead bodies, and as entertaining as it is to watch, you'd much rather take the decisive game 1 win, which is exactly what we saw here from Invictid as he takes a strong stranglehold on this winner's finals.
What was the time left in the game? I know it was a 12-6 game, but wait, 5 minutes?
Yeah, there was a lot of time. It seemed like there was enough time left. So, like I said, I felt you could feel that energy from Complexion. That once he started shooting camo, it was like the game 1 was just like a wash for him. And maybe he's so confident he's fine with forfeiting game 1 because he knows he'll win games 2 and 3. I don't know what kind of master plan we have here from Complexion, but I'm certainly curious to see it unravel here in game 2.
Well, 4:44 was left on the clock. If my math is 12 minus 7, 16. So you were really spot on with that 5-minute prediction. It looks like, as far as this 1v1 series is concerned, Gunplexion is ready to just like hand over Aquarius to the opposition. So there's unfortunately kind of revealing his hand that he doesn't want to play with the camo. Anybody else is shaking him off of his game. And now the tougher position here, it's not looking at that 1-1 tie that we saw in the semifinals. Instead, he is on the brink of elimination unless he turns it around on live fire. But Invictid is the king of live fire.
Yeah.
I don't know. Gunplexion really painted himself into a bad corner on this one.
Yeah, and I love the strategy from Invictid. You know, you can really see in that comms chat, Gunplexion trying to antagonize his opponent. He said, let's play this like real men this game. The thing is, Invictid, he's not gonna get in the mud pit. He's not gonna play with the pigs because he knows if he does, he's gonna stink too.
I don't know. I feel like I need a breath. Like, this has been just the start of this series. We didn't even see a full match, either to time or to points, but it's already like, I mean, it's a kind of drama, right? Like, you don't have any teammates to hide behind. It's just the 1v1 player v player, and they are going to go back at it, and Gunplexion's wasting no time. Off of the slide, he catches Invictid in the back. He catches him a little bit off guard, leads damage with the frag, and Invictid now trying to play every inch of cover. It's enough for him to regen his shield, and now he's turning this fight back around onto Gunplexion. He guns him right down.
Oh, and just when it looked like the pace and energy and flow was leaning towards Gunplexion getting that first kill, it's Invictid answering back with the counter body shot with that sniper rifle, taking out Gunplexion as a result. And now he's got a 1-0 lead to work with, has more sniper shots to work with as well, as it looks like Gunplexion is going to dip away, but no, he's going to chase instead. So he's got Invictid on the run. But does Gunplexion have a repulsor, any type of utility to get back up to top mid? No, instead, he's going to have to use those tunnels as a highway system. And Invictid he's fine with this. He's going to elect to continue to control top mid and that sniper rifle.
All right, highway system or maybe subway system, but either way, it can be the quickest route to where you want to go, and Gunplexion utilizes it to approach sandbags. Invictid now is on the run, jumping down through the chute, and Gunplexion hot on his heels. He tosses that frag and is looking for this rotation, but again, even though it's only a 1-point game, the person with the lead is dictating the pace of the play.
Yeah, and it's almost leaning towards tilt scenario here for Gunplexion after that. Game 1 is just a really odd game 1, and now in game 2, Gunplexion probably has 2 to 3 times the damage count on Invictid, but he's not able to get that finish, and he's not able to get on the board just yet. Let's see if he can here as he engages with Invictid, but Invictid again is going to elect to just play his life, get away with as many shields as he can, regroup, regain, and fight from a position of strength. Again, back with full shields, has the high ground once again, and he's still holding onto that sniper rifle. A potential mind the gap coming up here. If Gunplexion pushes, I don't know, maybe Gunplexion, smart play here. I think Gunplexion knows that he has the repulsor, so he's not, yeah, look at that. He's not going to go up the ramp,
not playing that
knowing that if he goes up the ramp, he's going to die. That was masterfully played from Gunplexion right there. Absolutely big brain. Knew Invictid had the repulsor, and you saw he tried to grapple up to C-plat.
No. He repulsed his BR instead of the sniper.
Oh my god, and just, oh my god, the Jekyll and Hyde, the yin and yang, just as we saw a masterful play, decision making on display by Gunplexion, he fumbles it right after.
I'm just having so much fun listening to your breakdown of these plays, Mikowski, because, you know, in the 1v1, every play is so, like, isolated, and you're really kind of breaking it down into what's happening and why. Gunplexion comes off of that smart play, avoiding the repulsor, and then as he tries to repulse the snipe off the map, instead sends his BR flying, and on the recovery, Invictid comes right back, and now momentum has shifted so quickly. It's Gunplexion need to chain together those big key plays, and we know he has the smarts to do it, but can he keep his mental,
I don't know,
here where it needs to be in order to mount a comeback? And 2 points doesn't seem like much, but it can feel like a lot.
Yeah, and I think Invictid might be in the head of Gunplexion right now, and you've seen Gunplexion making obvious attempts to throw his opponent off and get into his head, but instead it seems like it's Invictid who's, like I said, he's not getting baited into that style of shooting dead bodies and teabagging. Instead of teabagging, he's repositioning himself to get up to top mid control so he can take advantage mathematically of those spawns and the positioning and the timing and the awareness. So Invictid really getting the better of Gunplexion despite some of that mental warfare at play.
We might see Gunplexion waiting for those frags to spawn. They look very close there on the sandbag side. Invictid is not connecting on these snipes. Can he connect with the sticky grenade? It does not. Here comes Gunplexion just flying right down like a gift from the heavens, but it's not going to be enticing enough for Invictid to want to play that fight. And again, the two-lead advantage means he gets to pick the fight that he wants. He has to pick this fight, misses on the final snipe of ammo, and now has to duck down to low ground. And here's where the battle, I don't know, is there time for Invictid to escape? He's certainly going to try. Here comes Gunplexion. He is still playing at full speed.
Invictid with the skill jump of the tournament there, landing that clutch jump from bottom river up to the C-plat, and Gunplexion. If we talked about it, if he's not tilted yet, like he's got to be a little tilted, especially after seeing his opponent run off no shields like that, just shooting just hopelessly into his backside as he runs off. As we now see Invictid bot walking, not making a single sound. It looks like he was negating footstep sound. He wasn't getting a full step there. You saw he was like just it wasn't walking. It wasn't a bot walk. It was like a bot jolt forward. Not sure exactly what strategy we're seeing deployed here, but again, this is for $20,000 in total. You need to break out the secret tricks if you got them in the bag.
Okay, everybody was here last week knows what strategy he's calling on the spirit of Coach Cobb Neighbor with the crouch play strategies once he locks down the lead, and we were very familiar with this last week. It's just been one of the first times we've seen it enacted in today's matches.
Yeah, and here we see another power weapon potentially going into the hands of Invictid. If Gunplexion can't win this gunfight, and screw winning the gunfight, he just needs to win the battle for positioning right here, as it looks like Invictid is going to have the early edge, but Complexion is not going to take that lightly. He's going to time the push perfectly. He has Invictid on the run. How many times have you heard us say that today? And Invictid, once again, is going to get away with no shields.
And Complexion doubles back. He picks up that sniper. He trades it out. The other weapon is the assault rifle, which Complexion, with his win on live fire earlier, he had multiple kills. I want to say 2 or 3 with the assault rifle, which again, those numbers don't seem like much, but in the context of these 1v1s, every kill counts. And I love to see Gunplexion using that assault rifle, putting it to work. And he hasn't connected yet, but he finds Invictid. And this is that's the deja vu. It's reverse right back. A repulse is up, gets sent right back down.
Unbelievable. This has been such a, just when we thought we were finding some rhyme and reason to these 1v1s, Magic, this series, not much less this game, has just busted that wide open as we see Invictid clinging on to that 3-1 lead. And while it feels fairly strong for Invictid because of the time he's held this lead, all it takes is one kill from Gunplexion to bring this one back and really make it a tight contested finish here as we approach this one with less than 5 to go.
A drop wall being put to play, and it's enough to scare Gunplexion back. But look at this loadout: commando and assault rifle. Gunplexion wants to GA everything, including the battle rifle, because he's not even utilizing it. There he sends Invictid up flying with use of the repulsor, but he also received damage at the same time. There's a great repulsor play. The assault rifle coming through and happy to burn a little bit of extra ammo off of that hard-fought kill.
All right, let's see how Invictid responds off spawn after a vicious body bag shoot dead body instance from Gunplexion. Honestly, love it. Love the strategy of it. Love the trash talk of it. But you have to make it work for you. If Invictid is not affected by it, then more power to him. And I think we've seen a little bit of that. He's not, like I said, he's not let Gunplexion bully him around. So a great job responding here from Invictid. And he once again wins the gunfight despite having a little
says no.
yeah. So okay, so
not on my map.
Interesting to note though, that's the first time we've seen Invictid kind of, get into the mix with Complexion to have a conversation, right? He hasn't shown any interest in talking. He's only wanted to dominate and shoot alive bodies until they ultimately become dead.
Oh man, and now we see that emotional response coming back as Invictid has everything in his favor, but no, he meets a grenade and he meets the BR. Gunplexion is right back within arm's reach of this game, and he is not going down without a fight. I don't know. I think that maybe the shaking of the head, that might just be fuel for Gunplexion on this comeback.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a rivalry developing here. I love it. As Gunplexion needs to not only grab this sniper, but he needs to make good use of it here. This is not the moment to throw it off the map. Down 3 to 5, he's going to have to make good use of this sniper rifle. So the strategy that we've seen him deploy, where he throws it off the map, is actually going to be deployed here once again. He's going to fully trust his battle rifle. So that is absolutely unbelievable here from Gunplexion. You really think he could have spurred a comeback with that sniper rifle, but instead just sends it right off the map.
And the takeaway from that too is that he's not only sending that sniper off, but he's using a repulsor, right? And that repulsor has been a difference maker in so many of these fights. And just like that, Gunplexion has only the BR left to work with. Burning the sniper off the side of the map, burning a use of that repulsor. Now he's got to trust that BR play.
And then on the flip side of that, Magic, now Invictid has the repulsor. So there it is, three to work with, and that assault rifle. So he's stealing the fit a little bit from Gunplexion. Said, I saw the damage you were doing with that AR. I'm gonna grab that. So very interesting dynamic at play here between these two potential rivals. If this one heats up anymore, and hopefully sends us to a thrilling finish.
There's you talked about this behind the stage, and I know it wasn't on the broadcast. You literally talked about the repulsor jump from a scoreboard key door up to sandbags, and that's what Invictid used to get out of the range of damage, to break line of sight. And now he has plasma grenades as well. Gunplexion's gonna rotate, try to hunt him down. Invictid comes back to challenge on it, and a repulsor to get back out of the way. Oh, he picked up the heat wave.
We are for breaking GAs. This rivalry just got a little personal here because if Gunplexion takes Invictid down with his heat wave, oh my God, nuclear Spitfire is going to be sent out into the ether as the overshield is now into the suit of Gunplexion, and it's kind of odd. He was like really about not having any GAs or any OS or any camo or any power weapons, and now he's using both. Down by 2.
GA's being broken on our screen. Heatwave has been out this whole tournament. OS has been out this whole tournament until now. And Gunplexion breaking the GAs because he thinks he's gonna need it to come back in this game. Invictid is hiding at the back of spawn, waiting for that overshield to burn out, and he's on the run. He barely dodges that pillar, caught the bullet to save his life, and Gunplexion continues to chase, but that grenade from Invictid had him weak, and overshield is gone.
And Gunplexion here cannot chase in a straight line. He's going to have to double back and get really smart at this point because there's only 20 seconds left. And now Invictid says, dude, if you're going to break the GAs, I might just disrespect you and end this series with the Mangler in my hands. 10 seconds left to go. One last opportunity for Gunplexion to close the gap physically on this map and in the scoreboard as well. He needs one to send it to overtime, but I don't think we're going to get there as Invictid closes out the series 2-0.
Invictid remains on the throne as the king of live fire, ends up as a scoreline of 5-4, and just like that, Invictid now in the grand finals, looking for a chunk of that 1K, and even more importantly, has the spot locked in, moving into the finals on January 7th, where $16,000 are going to be up for grabs. And what a way to take that win!
Which is make it make sense to me, Magic. The camo was there for the taking in game 1. You don't grab it, but now on live fire you're grabbing OS Mangler Heatwave. Is it like what just happened? I have no idea.
Imagine not winning a game when you have Heatwave and overshield. I'm just saying that happened. You know,
imagine just grabbing Heatwave in a 1v1. That's never we haven't seen it yet. This is all unprecedented so far.
Oh man, I tell you one thing, you know, GG's to Gunplexion for giving us quite the show and living up to that reputation of being an emotionally charged player. Invictid, however, is the one to take that grand final spot, and we saw a little bit of everything. We saw weapons thrown off the map. We saw Repulsor being wasted.
Yeah.
We saw body shot. We saw shaking. I can't, because I just can't.
Yeah, this was a very dynamic series, and it was almost like the personality and the play styles really the juxtaposition between those two really came out as we saw GAs being, I guess, I don't know, not agreed to, and then followed, and then broken. We just this last one was all over the place, and something we surely couldn't have predicted here as we see Gunplexion grabbing the GA, Heatwave, and Overshield. Takes down Invictid to make it that 1-kill game, but just like we saw, it was almost like a prelude or like a foreshadowing. Invictid was always able to get away.
Green Gun was when it comes to tracking, right? But when you take away having a thrust on your body at all time like you had in Halo 5, the Green Gun becomes so powerful because in those mid-range was like, let's say the back end of close range and then the front end of the mid-range fight, it's almost 100% hit rate with that plasma pistol. So if you can play your distances right, take challenges at a certain angle at a certain distance, you can basically guarantee kills, and there's no reaction time possible. I used to call the Green Gun the poor man sniper rifle in Halo 5, and I think that's an apt way to describe it in Halo Infinite these days. You hit a person with it's a body shot, it basically counts as a full kill.
Well, we're not going to see the Green Gun in this matchup right here, right now, but we will see a sniper rifle and Gunplexion winning that initial damage battle, even though not able to get the kill, able to back down Sab long enough for him to snatch up that S7 sniper rifle, get it over toward the C side of the map, and gain immediate map control as Sab tries to make a play over toward this side. Gunplexion able to anticipate it, more damage coming in, forcing Gunplexion to reset a little bit here. Well played by Gunplexion not to take that engagement that he knows he wasn't going to win, controlling the pace of this gunfight. No kill on the board just yet, but so far both players not afraid to engage, disengage, and reset in the battle.
Oh, Complexion's gonna be able to take that first one, and look at hey, hit a little bit of a snap slide right there. Love to see that from him. But what was more important was the way that he got back to tower. Right, he's wanting to force the A spawns when possible because you have the most predictable outcomes of where the challenges are gonna come from, especially when you're playing against a player like Sab. You know that he wants to get into those fights, so you can expect early sandbag pushes when you're playing against a player like Sab.
Complexion making sure he's looking over toward the seaside, sitting over toward that side of the map and influencing those spawns all the way toward the A side. He wants to make sure he's holding on to the strong side of the map. Well played by Complexion. One of the reasons why it's a 2-0 lead, even against someone as talented as Sab, going against the challenge down to one shot. He goes a slight health advantage in favor of Complexion, not able to take advantage of it. Love the thought process to try to curve slide in and try to throw off your opponent's rhythm and sneak away an early headshot. Doesn't exactly work the way Complexion expected it to. Sab gets his first kill on the board, takes to the skies, off the top rope he goes, and just like that, we are tied up at 2 apiece.
And talk about how much of a perfect counter that is, right? The only way he's gonna win that gunfight against the drop shield is if he goes high into the skies and shoots above the drop shield. Perfectly timed by Sab. Complexion gets punished, and suddenly that early lead that Complexion had is gone.
We see Sab trying to make his way over toward the overshield side of the map. Keep in mind that there has been GA, so it's not going to be in play. Complexion once again, ultra aggressive play style. Curve slide right into Sab. Luckily, Sab was perfectly positioned over toward the vent to play the bottom inside of the map and get out of that situation. Otherwise, he would have went down and Complexion would have been working those spawns. Well played by both players, and now both players going to reset right as that sniper rifle coming up in less than double-digit seconds.
You can tell Complexion wanted to goad Sab into a fight there. Said, hey, take me on. I don't care if you have the high ground. Let's get this fight going. Instead, Sab's taking a priority checklist, right? What's coming up? Snipers coming up. How do I get myself the sniper? Well, if I go and get this repulse, I'm going to have a much higher success rate. So he says, no, I'm not challenging you, Complexion. I'm going to get what I need to be successful. He gets not only the repulsor, but now the sniper rifle. And well, Complexion, he has a ton of work ahead of him if he's going to get this kill.
Gets himself a couple of sticky grenades though, so well equipped for the fight. May not have that sniper rifle, but a well-placed sticky grenade can definitely throw off your opponent. That's exactly what Complexion is looking to do. Over toward the sandbag side, Sab gets the audio cue. The nade goes in, and Complexion hunting down his prey. He is so relentless with the way he's able to use that movement. He can consistently push up on his opponent. Sab getting over toward the tower side, immediately taking height advantage. A great counter to Complexion's ultra-aggressive play style. A pseudo reset here, but both players are within striking distance of each other. Complexion going for the skill jump. Sab holding on to this height advantage, and looks like a whole new reset because Complexion is going to push all the way toward the pillars and the green side of the map.
You can see why Complexion has prioritized really keeping the sniper off the map. He doesn't really have much interest in playing with that sniper rifle, but what he doesn't want is getting his opponent an opportunity, because of the way that Sab plays his life there. He hits the beautiful shot to get the body down to 1 and then finishes with the headshot. But Sab can play this very passive hide and seek game until he feels that he has an angle or an opportunity that's going to counter Complexion the best, and he's been doing that time and time again. Perfectly predicts the route of Complexion. Sab starting to really run away with this game. A 2-kill lead, but plenty of sniper and repulses still to work with.
Again, the previous rounds, we actually saw Evolving initiate kind of that same hide-and-seek strategy that you kind of mentioned before, where it puts down the damage, relocates, puts down the damage, backs down, and really kind of frustrating his opponent and force them to play a lot more aggressive than they would expect to and take advantage of a mistake, ultimately, that your opponent would make. And I feel like Sab has the opportunity to do that exact same strategy to Complexion right here, right now, but the nades are coming in, forcing Sab to relocate once again. We know how well Complexion can play onto his offensive, and now there's no place to hide. Repulses him back, and that's gonna work, giving Sab a killing spree and ultimately a 3-kill lead. Well played by Sabinator.
As Sab can get this next kill on Complexion, he's gonna earn himself the next sniper rifle. Complexion really has his back against the wall here. He needs to find this kill on Sab, get himself positioned for the next rotation of power weapons and utility, and then use that to start rallying himself in this game.
Both players have come to play here. And the sniper rifle, the last thing Gunplexion wants to do is fall by 4 kills, but also give a free sniper rifle to Sab. But Sab, there's nothing given, only earned. And Sab, with that initial damage, with those denial grenades, was able to push up, grab that sniper rifle, and then get into a lot more of a favorable position here on the tower side of the map. Height advantage is key, not only for those angles that he wants on Complexion, but also with gaining that information and getting that counter play, which is exactly what you see with Sab. A couple warning shots in, plasma grenade almost sticking off the wall. Complexion right into the face of Sab, but the body shot is going to connect down to one shot. Are both players here? And another reset in, and as we talk about time and time again, every time we see these resets, these stalemates, and time dwindles down, it's going to favor the player that's currently in the lead.
Sab's being patient. I love the way he's been playing the sniper rifle. When he finds Gunplexion, he's going to take every opportunity to hit that shot. He's not necessarily trying to conserve this ammo, because if worse comes to worse and Gunplexion wins the fight, well, you're going to give up that sniper ammo anyway. You might as well use it to get the kills. And Sab, being aggressive with that sniper rifle, basically barrel stuffs himself into Gunplexion and grows his lead to 4.
And when you get that up close and personal, that sniper rifle almost turns to a shotgun, and then you're seeing it from the mid-range be as effective as possible as well. Love this GB nade that we're seeing it from across the map. It'd be crazy if that ends up landing. But down to one shot he goes. Gunplexion gonna still apply pressure here, still push up forward. When you're down by 5 kills, you don't have much to work with. You have to play aggressive as possible, right into the trap that Sab was letting off, and now a 6-kill lead in favor of Sab. Well played so far. This game number 1 seems like Sab's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, honestly, with the amount of time in this game, it'd be very hard for Sab to throw this one. Gunplexion's gonna have to not only get these kills, but he's gonna have to get them in quick succession, right? So far, we're probably seeing an average of 45 seconds to a minute per kill. That's not going to be enough for him to get back in this game. He needs to increase the pace of this game and start winning some crucial fights.
And I think that's exactly what he's trying to do. I feel like Complexion is trying to speed up. He's trying to get into the face of his opponents and turn this into a pivotal gunfight. But not only is Sab very capable of winning those, he's also doing a great job of controlling the pace of the gunfight, which is exactly what you're going to do. Just fundamental 1v1 gameplay that we've seen so far in this tournament, time and time again, is being used to excellence and expertly played here by Sab. Damage down to Gunplexion, forced to back down over toward the mid side of the map. More time being drained off the shot clock here with 3 minutes on the clock. I don't want to say it's impossible, but certainly improbable, especially as Sab has added his 6th kill so far to add to this lead, getting himself a sniper rifle. This is getting dangerous if you're on the side of Gunplexion.
Everything just went right for Sab right there. He perfectly timed that kill. He gets the kill and immediately was able to get the sniper rifle. And this is what I love, going with the old, I guess you call it the OpTic strategy from Halo 5, where you start to waste a bit of that sniper ammo because you're really telling yourself, how does he come back? He needs this power weapon to do it. If I waste the ammo and he has none to use, there's no possible way he's going to out BR me. Sab has to feel so confident about his position, a commanding lead as we approach the end game.
Man, the way Sab is moving around the curb slides into the YYs, you can see the confidence. The man is moving with that swagger. He knows that game number 1 is going to be his, and he's moving with the confidence. But he's playing like this is going to be so dangerous for anybody to do anything about it. The body shot into the BR as his lead continues to increase here. At this point, I don't know if Gunplexion is even playing for the win anymore. I would like to see Gunplexion maybe string together 3 or 4 kills to try to gain some kind of momentum here going into that game number 2, because as of right now, this game is all Sab's.
Gaining momentum is one thing, Tony, but it's a dual-edged sword. And the way that Gunplexion's taking these challenges, he's forcing Sab to play the one-on-one and out BR him, and Sab right now just has the better gun. And if I'm Gunplexion and you're constantly taking these ego challenges, saying, hey, I'm better, I have the confidence in my BR shot, and you're constantly getting shut down by Sab in these one-on-one fights, it has to be a deterrent to your momentum. I mean, these are fights that you just can't lose. He's forcing these interactions, and Gunplexion is constantly seeing the respawn screen.
And It ultimately comes down to matchups, really, and this matchup for Complexion is a nightmare. I said it before, I feel like Complexion and Sab's gameplay are very similar to each other when it comes to 4v4s. They're both very aggressive. They both love to use that movement to ultimately hunt down their opponents, and they both have phenomenal shots. The problem is that Sab does what Complexion does, just a lot better. The man there's a reason why he's that main damage dealer on G2. There's a reason why he's been a highly sought after professional player for years and years now. It's because this is what he does, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. A 15-4 dominant performance in favor of Sab in that game number 1. More than just a game, almost a message to say, hey, I'm sorry, buddy, you had a great tournament so far, but it's gonna be me that's making it into the grand finals.
15-4 is a statement sort of game, and you know, normally in these tournaments you have a best of 5 when you get to these elimination finals, the grand finals, but because of the limited map pool, we're only playing best of 3s. Complexion only has probably a few minutes within the second game to figure out what's going wrong and how to get on Sab's level, because right now Sab is just playing at a higher level. Let's just be honest, Tony. Sab is not missing shots. He's perfectly predicting. I mean, look at this prediction that Sab had. The confidence to hit that shot and be like, I know that you're going to rat tunnel, and to take the immediate challenge there. Sab's reading Gunplexion like a book, and Gunplexion, he needs to start rewriting the chapters.
I think I'm about to throw you off for a second though, real quick. Who you think was the player that knocked Sab into the elimination bracket to begin with, mind you, back in round number 2 when we got to double elimination?
I mean, it had to be like someone like StelluR or I don't know, Invictid. Someone. Who did it, Tony?
It was actually Gunplexion.
Gunplexion?
I actually just took a look at the bracket just right now, and Gunplexion was the one to knock Sab down to elimination bracket to begin with in round number 2. And then right afterwards, you see Sab with a 15-4 performance. The man clearly has woken up here, but yeah, I got to give a shout out to Gunplexion. I didn't get the chance to actually watch the matchup myself. I apologize, but I do see the bracket. It was Gunplexion that got a big win against Sab going in. So going into that game number 2, does that, I mean, are you able to kind of remember back to that matchup and maybe give you any kind of confidence? Hey, you know what? Maybe Sab is just a nasty live fire player. I won this matchup before. Like, are you gaining any kind of confidence from that going into game number 2, or is this game number 1 just so fresh in your mind?
The insight I have for that, Tony, is back in round 2, we were playing best of 1s, and anything can happen in a best of 1, right? You have a bad game, something goes wrong. It's the best of 3s that show who truly is the best, and that's a good thing for Gunplexion, right? Because now you're down back against the wall. This is where you really have to prove that you are that type of player. And when it comes to 1v1s, when it comes to 2v2s, when it comes to these more unique competitive game types, Gunplexion has made a living doing this stuff. You know, he's so efficient at these sort of game types. You have to figure he's going to find a way to bounce back. But what's concerning to me is just how much of a high level Sab is on right now. It just feels as if he's playing in a 4v4 LAN environment tournament with the way that he's playing in this series thus far.
I feel like one thing we saw Sab do so well in the earlier series was instead of just being that ultra aggressive playstyle and playing one-dimensional Halo, we saw him really implement more of a passive aggressive playstyle. Like in the beginning of these games, he slowed the game down. He's trying to understand what you're trying to do as far as your strategy. And then once he got that 2, 3, or even 4 kill lead, that's when he just like something snapped within them. And he just ups the tempo immediately. And almost looks like a totally different player the moment he got that lead. The moment he got that lead, now he's forcing you to win those pivotal battles. Otherwise, things started to snowball from there. And now looking back at that game number 1, it's the same exact blueprint that he implemented in the early losers bracket matchups before ultimately evolving where the whole game kind of just shifted to completely. But that's exactly what he did to Gunplexion is exactly what he did to every single player over towards the losers bracket. And Gunplexion, if you don't be careful, you're in trouble here in this game number 2, because when Sab's playing like this, he damn near looks unstoppable.
Let's take a look at these. So we have the commando and the ARs. Maybe we run out of ammo too, or combo. Well, can we go up in this chat a little bit?
Well, at first it was like, I only want camo and like sniper, and then like it was like, well, what happens if we run out of ammo? Because Sab's like, bro, I don't plan on dying. So what happens if we run out of
Sniping
ammo?
camo. I'm down for sniping camo. So no other weapons. Yeah, I guess like commando is really strong, but
But once you kill your opponent, you run over his BR. And if we're playing Argyle, there's a whole spawn dedicated to just the BR alone. So I feel like we're good with. I feel like we're good with
yeah,
that.
let's play on it. We should just go play Argyle. Honestly, like, Argyle seems to be the perfect 1v1 map. 2 sniper rifles, right?
Except you're not allowed to G the fusion core. The fusion core is actually a must pick up off a spawn.
Oh, dude, that'd be so sick, dude. Imagine it's 14-14, last kill. You get a fusion core, you throw it, it soars through the air. The guy has a sniper rifle. He shoots into the fusion coil. Bullet goes through, explosion to kill him, but the sniper bullet went all the way through, hits the headshot. Boom, 15-15, tied game. God, can you imagine, Tony? Argyle should be a staple.
I don't want to imagine this, bro. This is not a world
you don't like
that I
this
want to live in.
storyline?
No. Look how long this GA is going here. Like,
dude,
at
honestly,
one point,
it
can we
shouldn't
hop
take
into
this
a
long to
voice
GA
chat? Like,
stuff.
I feel like we need to hop into a voice chat, and it'd be a lot more effective.
Yeah, it's really not that hard to GA stuff. Gunflex just saying no camo. That's kind of I honestly.
He said no camo before. He was actually he was so pissed.
I don't like no
he
camo.
broke a GA, bro. Like, it was that bad.
I hate no camo recharge because I think camo gives you it just allows players to push. And what happens on recharge when there is no camo is it's a lot of sitting in a corner with a shock rifle and listening, which I don't think is that fun to watch.
I don't know why I thought you were gonna say what happens on recharge stays on recharge.
That's true too.
I'm not sure why I thought you were gonna say that.
Louis, roast them real fast. Call them bad.
Now he's gonna type. Tools told me to tell you. Oh my
DK.
gosh. Jeez. Yeah, we had to GA Louis. Louis would definitely win this whole 1v1 tournament, bro. I swear to bound he'd win.
They're lucky that he's on the table today doing the directing of the show. God knows they would not be ready for Louis' hot VR. I'll tell you one thing. Louis probably be good out with these 1v1s because he likes to challenge everything.
Yeah.
You ever play with Louis, man? He's out there. He's a fiend for the challenge.
Yeah, I know, he plays on a fairly lower sensitivity, and he is not afraid to. Oh God, he's roasting you in the chat now. This is backfired on you. Tools catching strays right now. Dude. He catches.
I can't handle any sort of critique, by the way. So please be kind.
Guys, in case you're new here, we're in the losers bracket finals. Everybody so far guaranteed a top 3 placing, but the winner of this matchup makes it into the grand finals, makes it into the top 2, and makes it into the finals where we're playing for $16,000, $20,000 given across 4 weeks, including that $16,000 finals. Only the top 2 qualify here. So this next matchup is so important. There's so many implications on here. If Sab is able to win it, that is it. He makes it into the grand finals. He's going to play obviously for that first place prize pool, but he guarantees a spot over in January. So that's how important. I mean, obviously making it to the top 3 of a tournament, 350 some odd people, is really impressive. I don't think you have any reason to hang your head low, but to also be 1 spot away from making it into
fast, aggressive plays to challenge out one shots, and then you have the repulse to use as a grenade denial tool, and to be able to take unique angles and unique stoppages in gunfights. On top of that, you have things like the commando and the disruptor pistol on the map that can come in handy. We're not going to see the noob combo, or are we? They didn't say no noob combo. And Gunflexion already seeing the bad hurt from that. I did not expect them. I guess I didn't pick up on the fact that they were going to play with that noob combo, and well, Sab using the utility early on to get himself an advantage.
With the camouflage not in play, you notice both players really fighting heavily for the shock rifle control, with Sab winning it immediately, but Gunflexion gonna peel him from across the map. That is a huge kill by Gunflexion, not only to stop the momentum that was going in favor of Sab, but also to obviously tie up the game and get himself a shock rifle, and now this favorable position that Sab was fighting for in the early game.
Yeah, let's see how Sab tries to get close to this gunfight. Opts to go to Trippy corner. The grapple gonna help him get away. Sab looking for the escape routes and Gunflexion. Did he challenge too early? He doesn't have the advantage in the gunfight, but the shock rifle helps. All it takes is one tap to the head.
Oh.
The trades come through. Who gets the favorable spawn to collect that shock rifle?
I feel like very similar to live fire. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like with recharge, you know, you have the shock rifle, which is comparable to S7 sniper rifle, and then you could also sit over towards this bat ledge gold side of the map and have that height advantage similar to a seaside tower. So although the map is very different from live fire, and we might see a similar flow, a similar gameplay that we did in game number 1, just because the same advantages and strategy are here on the map, especially with the camouflage not in play.
Gunplexion using those battery ledges as protection against the noob combo. He exposes himself for just a second too long. That green goo is going to melt the shield, and that's exactly what happens. Gunplexion just has to play a patient game there. He got the shock rifle. You don't have to take the immediate challenge. You're tied up. Get the shock rifle, move away, try to get distance on that green gun, because you know if you push through that route, you're going to get hit. And well, it comes at a steep cost for Gunplexion, not only down in the game now, but powerless to the shock rifle.
And Sam showing us that even though you can't sprint with a charged up plasma pistol, you still can clamber, and he uses that to perfection, earning himself that shock rifle. But a well-placed grenade by Gunplexion is going to shut him down immediately, tying us up at 3 apiece once again. And both of these players fighting so hard for this shock rifle in this back and forth action.
Gunplexion has to have heard that, right? Sab's underneath. Remember, your headset's so valuable in these series, but Gunplexion not able to quite hear the rotation from underneath. Sab caught him by surprise. Fortunately enough for Gunplexion, he's going to be able to survive, but he might need to crank up the headset quite a bit, Tony, because you can't be letting Sab run away left and right underneath you and not be hearing those sound cues.
Information is always earned, never given. So I mean, if you have a good headset, it can really help you understand the flow of the map and understand what your opponent is looking to initiate, whether he's getting aggressive on you, getting defensive, and escaping the situation. That headset's going to be so important, especially in 1v1s when the map is so quiet. But now Gunplexion lining up the shock rifle, follows it up with a plasma grenade. A bit of a reset here as he's looking to cut off the exit points for Sab. He knows that Sab feels trapped. That grenade gonna bounce right off the wall. Hope you call bank shot on that one, Tim Duncan style with the sticky.
That's a great opportunity for Gunplexion. Now Sab is going to be trapped towards the tower side. One great shot from Gunplexion can really start to put this game in his favor. I love how aggressive Sab gets as soon as he gets information. Look at him traveling to that Trippy corner as soon as he can. Gunplexion's going to give him a haircut, but not enough to get the kill. And, well, Sab doesn't give up when he smells blood.
That haircut ain't going to stop Sab. In fact, you know, he looking good right now. He got himself a nice little fade. You know what I'm saying? You know, he looking good. So you guys really aggressive. You look good. You play good. And that's exactly what you see. Sab gets himself a big kill. And the shock rifle changes hands once again. Just a few shots left in it, but we know how fast it's going to come off a respawn and how fast these two players are going to elect to engage each other once they have that information of where they are. And finally, I thought we were going to see Sab rotate over toward the A side of the map, but nope, back to the gold side. This seems to be the power position that both of these players are fighting for.
He's going to get the information on Gunplexion, sees the cross. And, well, we've seen a lot of gold control with that shock rifle. And with how powerful the shock rifle is, Tony, I think that maybe they ought to start exploring some pushes towards A, like you were saying, because you can just barrel stuff. You know, if you get close enough, get yourself a clean lane, you can barrel stuff into control, start pacing the game out a little bit more in your favor. So far, we've just seen fights in gold and control to gold crosses that I think there's an opportunity for some shakeups here.
I feel like we need mid-game GAs. Like, I feel like the moment a player starts going off, 4 kills with the shock rifle, you just type in the text chat, GA, that's it, boom. Like the moment someone starts going off with a weapon, mid-game GAs, everybody gets one of like a challenge flag in football. So I don't know. Shock rifle with the hands of Sab, right up to the gold side, down to one shot he goes, gonna try to reposition here to gain his shields back. Complexion obviously wasn't close enough to curbside or close the distance there, so he felt confident to try to play for his shields. and now Gunplexion wants to throw off Sab. He's going for a long rotation here, but making a lot of noise while doing it.
It seems like everything just goes back to normal, right? I think this is how we started this whole engagement. Sab went on a little trail to check out some new sites over at Long Haul, but he eventually comes back to home. This gold pipes room has been truly where he's made his home. And I think Gunplexion, he might have to commit some felonies, get close, start to commit a break-in, because Sab is too comfortable in this position.
Yeah, man, the man got a lazy boy here, you know, got a recliner. Man got a mini fridge, just putting his feet up on the coffee table. The man owns real estate right here with the gold side. Gunplexion got to shut it down immediately, even if it means giving up his life to do it. 5 minutes on the clock, tied up at 5 apiece. So far, both of these players seemingly evenly matched on recharge, which is a much different story than we saw on Game 1 Live Fire.
they didn't GA the needles. I'd love to see Sab creep up. If he can get if he can get Sab trapped in an angle where he doesn't have a quick escape, that needle is basically a guaranteed kill. But after shooting those off, I don't think Sab's going to be taking any sort of challenge that's going to give the needle an advantage.
Yeah, Needler gets really strong in open space, like right here, right now, but it looks like Sab was not willing to challenge that. Fears the pink mist does Sab as he backs down towards a corridor. You definitely need to play around the wall with no utility like a thrust or a repulse. Hopefully Sab recognize the situation, backing down immediately, but these angles are cut off. Gunplexion is limiting Sab's options unless he goes wide over toward the glass side. Gunplexion wants to hunt him down right here, right now. Try to bait him out toward the bat ledge. Will you not challenge me, Batman? Will you not challenge me? Sab gets himself a big win onto Gunplexion. The Needler, not enough, but the shock rifle might be.
I think Sab's gotten half his kills off the green gun. It's been so effective for him, and Gunplexion just wants to get close. And I think Sab is smart on not leaving the pipe area when he has that gun, because he knows how powerful it is in this position, right? If he's forcing Gunplexion to challenge him, and by the time Gunplexion does, well, it's too late. The green gun hits, and it's an easy kill.
6-5 lead in favor of Sab, trading out that plasma pistol for the shock rifle. Once again, Gunplexion gonna delay just a little bit of a hezzy. Sab checking all corners. Just heard that nade go off, so that's information that he wants to use in the close range. Gonna trade out that shock rifle for the plasma pistol. And with that, Gunplexion ends up backing down in a mid-range fight. He goes right to the shock rifle. He is juggling power weapons like a champion right now, and bounced the plasma pistol right back at him. A bit of a return to sender. Well played here, Gunplexion, to counterplay with the plasma pistol, but Sab is still on the hunt.
Oh, Sab gets the perfect angle, can pace his last shot, and gets the easy kill. And like you said, juggling the power weapons, a very interesting decision here to just keep the noob combo at close proximity so that he can swap and use whatever is the best tool in that situation.
I'm not mad at it. I'm actually mad that nobody else has done it so far. I think it's an excellent strategy. If there's a power weapon that's better from close range, have it close by so you can swap to it at a moment's notice. From the mid-range, have that shock rifle readily available. You see that? He had the shock rifle, fired it off. Once he knew Gunplexion was at the close range, right to the plasma pistol he goes. This is a phenomenal strategy, and largely the reason why Sab has made a campfire here on the bat ledge side of the map. Down to one shot. Gunplexion trying everything he can to play his life, but the patience from Sab awards him the kill, and a 3-kill lead so far, and just spinning in circles and staring down that plasma. Like talking trash to the plasma pistol right there. Just staring it down.
He tried to use the weapon pad to get a chain reaction on Gunplexion. Interesting decision, but Sab ends up having to leave this fight. He finds the backside of Gunplexion, but there is the dual-edged sword of playing the dual power weapons, right? Is he has given the shock rifle to Gunplexion for essentially free. I mean, he didn't have to get a kill. It was just laying on the ground, and now Sab has a green gun versus probably the most powerful weapon in this game.
I think I might have just learned something today. Can you grapple with a charged plasma pistol?
Yeah, you can do anything but sprint. It's very interesting.
I didn't know. Wow. I guess I need to freaking play more or something. I honestly didn't know you can grapple.
You can throw
water
grenades.
plasma pistol. I knew that. That I did know.
Yeah, anything with your left hand.
What?
You can do anything with your left hand, Tony.
Chill, bro. 3-kill lead in favor of Sab. 30 seconds on the clock, and it might just be mathematically impossible. An 8-second respawn. 8 times 3 is 76. So there's not enough seconds on the clock for Complexion to come back, and this Sab is going to take this win. And he even offers him the plasma pistol, saying, look, this is the gun that beats you. You need to learn how to use it. Complexion says, no, I don't like it. Gonna shoot it. He doesn't like the shock rifle either. Communication is coming in, and now he's teabagging both weapons as Sab comes out with the 2-0 victory over Gunplexion.
Finals.
And let's talk a little bit about the history going into this epic winners finals. Bubu Dubu versus StelluR. Two players that played each other in that super where it went to a game 5, G1 taking down Cloud9 in an epic finish. And then at Worlds, they faced off again, and that went to game 5 as well. So in 4v4 against these two teams, we see tight matches, and I'm expecting more of the same here as we kick this one off with Bubu Dubu.
Both players picking up where they left off on Aquarius. They both won their series 2-0 in the semis. So now we're on Aquarius yet again. Camo back in play. Dynamo grenades, Heat Wave, and the Carbine, the blue gun, are the 3 on the GA block. That just means gentleman's agreement. The two players have agreed to not use those 3 items. But Camo is fair game, and StelluR, off of that early Camo win, is pushing this fight. Bubu Dubu might have just given him the slip, and there's the thruster use. Wasn't enough to regen his shield. Bubu! Oh my goodness! How does he come out with that win? All the odds, advantages stacked up against him.
StelluR had Bubu Dubu dead to rights, and it was the bait and switch of yourself almost from Bubu Dubu there. Did you see, like, with the use of like, he went underneath, wrapped back around, and then when StelluR finally got an eye on him, he thrust it out of danger and then slid back into the gunfight with his shields recharged. Absolutely perfect timing and positioning here from Bubu Dubu as he rides it to a hot 1-0 start.
The only thing I worry about is, can they keep up this pace of every 1v1 being a highlight reel moment? Right now, Bubu Dubu with the second takedown, maybe not as flashy as the first, but with it, he has locked down that top mid control, what they have both been fighting for. He has great utility to work with. Thrusters, grenades. StelluR goes for the high ground, looking for him. Bubu Dubu being kind of wily again. Crouched down there on P1, and now the players find each other. Commando fire being dealt out. Bubu Dubu's at 1 shot left. StelluR's at 1 shot left. I think they're gonna fall back, regen the shields, and try again. Here comes the jump up.
And at this point, it's almost a mental battle as much as it is a battle against Bubu Dubu, as StelluR probably feels like he should be up 2-0. And now it's it's Camo going into the suit of Bubu Dubu. StelluR got that first. We saw Thrust beat Camo, but not this time, as Bubu Dubu takes down StelluR and earns himself an early 3-0 lead.
Do we have a word for the combination of commando plus camo? Commando. I think that's what I'm gonna go with.
Camo-Nando. Camo-Nando.
Camo-Nando. Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that. Camo-Nando combination might just be the 1v1 strat when it comes to Aquarius. Combining those two utilities. Obviously, the power-up being so crucial. But right now, StelluR, looking to get back into this game, needs to get a kill up on the board. 3-0 is overcomable. But if we go to 4, even 5, if we see a killing spree off the rip, that's going to be almost demoralizing, and we are getting really close to that just kind of morale crushing 5-0.
And let's realize this too. StelluR, Bubu Dubu, two of the best players in the world, and both have not yet qualified for that final top 8 for $16,000. So the desire there for both teams, and it looks like so far early on in this game that Bubu Dubu just wants it a little bit more.
So far, you do have to take into account, though, StelluR had a little bit of a break. You mentioned he might be, taking notes on Bubu Dubu's play style, but maybe he's also coming back a little bit cold and needs to shake off the rust, because I'm not seeing the same StelluR that we saw in the semifinals. Bubu Dubu coming out with that 5-0, that killing spree.
Yeah, and now it's another camo up in 15 seconds. And if Bubu Dubu can earn himself this 6th kill and the camo, he's pretty much ended the game just after a few minutes, Magic. So an unbelievably hot start here for Bubu Dubu in this winners finals. And if he keeps playing like this, he might find himself in the grand finals. But don't look now. StelluR with an answer back. He's on the board. He's got one, and he's got camo to boot.
The timing was perfect there. Bubu Dubu was kind of blocking off the thrusters with that plasma grenade, and StelluR waited for the grenade to clear, went and grabbed the thrusters, then challenged high ground, gets the kill, gets the camo. But he doesn't have, he has time. But if he wants to get the full usage of this camo, he needs to hunt Bubu Dubu, and he is checking his corners. He's gonna find him. He didn't go for the back smack. Instead, he trusted that the commando camo combo was gonna get the job done. And now we're looking at a much tighter matchup.
And I love the recognition there from StelluR, jotting down mental notes throughout this match. If you recall, the last time he had camo, Bubu Dubu parked it in the fridge there. Same exact play. So StelluR kind of using the process of elimination to find Bubu Dubu based on that game sense, based on that mental note he jotted down, and he's got it back to within 3 here, despite the hot start from Bubu Dubu. So if he can get himself another kill here, if he can get himself another camo, he's right back in it.
He could be right back in this game, and things can shift so quickly, seemingly a slower pace in these 1v1s, but it's all about that momentum, one side to the other. Now, StelluR has that pick of map location. He's always chosen this top mid, usually there on the P side. Now Bubu Dubu has him at one shot, and what a just great movement. Just kind of dodges out of the way of those final bullets in order to win over that kill, and he's going to monopolize the thrusters on this map.
He's going to scavenge some more thruster for him to use, and he's going to eliminate the potential for StelluR to grab it on that side of the map. So a potential 5 evade uses, thrust uses for Bubu Dubu, and none for StelluR. Excuse me, never mind. He's got 3, so he did pick up the thrust over on the blue side. So definitely going to see that come to play here as we see Bubu thrust out of danger. StelluR thrusting back into it, looking to take down Bubu Dubu. He's got the advantage, but now it's gone. Bubu Dubu, perfect timing, regains his shields. He's full. StelluR's low, but he's not going to chase the kill. Instead, he's going to secure the camo instead. I love that big brain play right there from Bubu Dubu.
Yeah, when you have the choice of power up or kill on the board, and you're the player with the 4-point advantage already, definitely keeping that power up out of StelluR hands is the move to make. You're buying yourself some time. You're also just keeping them away from being able to make an aggressive play with the camo. And Bubu Dubu has StelluR on the run now. A little bit of damage. StelluR once again going for the top mid control. There's the early damage that Bubu Dubu earns because of having the camo in hand. Looks like this camo is not going to win him a kill, but again, it's that denial factor.
And despite the decent pace, it's not as fast as we thought. This one's all but slowed down to a crawl, as neither player wants to make the mistake that could potentially give his opponent a free kill. And that camo, like we talked about all game, usually when you get a kill here at top mid, you earn camo as well. So it's really like taking down 2 kills, if you will, as Bubu Dubu and StelluR meet once again. A little MK action from Bubu Dubu. StelluR with that battle rifle out. Bubu with the plasma as well, using everything in the toolkit to not necessarily take down StelluR here, but just keep him at bay with that 4-kill lead.
And Bubu Dubu might be in the holiday spirit on that MK. You see that the red, green, and white skin on the sidekick, using it not just to ring in some, you know, holiday spirit, but also to deal out some damage onto StelluR. All the while, StelluR does hold that top mid control, and Bubu Dubu, this is where we see that slower pace. That 4-point lead when you're up against an opponent like StelluR, you might be happy to play the strategy that we have seen be so effective throughout these weeks of 1v1s, which is take the lead and then slow down the game so that you can hold that lead.
Bubu Dubu doing a great job of that. As he's got the high ground. StelluR does have thrust, but Bubu with the high ground has the advantage. He takes him down because of it. Now Bubu Dubu building on that lead. He's got the 5-kill lead, and like we said earlier, taking down an opponent around the time that camo comes up usually leads to leads to a camo earn for that player as well. Yeah. Excuse me, as I'm stumbling over my words, but Bubu Dubu not stumbling over any of his strategies here, as he's got himself a 5-kill lead on StelluR. Commando shots going down. They're nearly perfect, but the bloom just barely taking enough of an emphasis there to allow StelluR the opportunity to get away. But he's going to have to do much more if he wants to come back in this game.
And we might see the engagement. Here we go. That's the perfect you were looking for. Nearly had it on the last commando play, but this time he does fully connect with those shots. And honestly, the commando buff and the recent slight nerf there to the BR really making this a viable option in these fights. Bubu Dubu putting the BR there to work. Gets another takedown, extending that lead to 7, and we're looking at just 3 minutes left on the clock. It's gonna start getting desperate here for StelluR.
Absolutely, and you see it from StelluR. He's normally would not probably take that gunfight like this, but he has to push up. He has to kind of chase here. And if you're Bubu Dubu, you'd love that trade out as he maintains the 7-kill lead.
That was a beautiful trade. Honestly, StelluR had that kill in the bank, and Bubu Dubu with kind of the Hail Mary plasma grenade makes it turn out to be only a trade. And again, trades are always going to be in the favor of the team and or player that's in the lead. StelluR once again looking for that aggressive play, needs to push the issue, ends up with a win on that one, but I think he knows that this is very much a too little too late, looking again to build momentum for game 2 as he searches for Bubu Dubu off of that respawn, and Bubu is right behind him on the low ground on the P side. StelluR checking yellow base, unfortunately revealed his back, and now StelluR is the one being hunted down as Bubu tosses the grenade, doesn't find the mark, but he picks up the camo again, seemingly for free.
And what a flip there. Under normal circumstances, a little bit closer game, StelluR probably waits out that 10-15 seconds for camo. Instead, he's got to chase Bubu Dubu, and he falls right into the waiting hands of his fist as he takes down StelluR once again. And he's now up 11-4. So Magic, I thought we'd have an 11-13 game, 12-14 maybe, but 11-4 here is quite the shock. They might be G8, but we are certainly not certainly not unimpressed by the gameplay we've seen here from Bubu Dubu as he's up 8 here with just over a minute to go. That'll just about do it.
Shots are GA'd, but being surprised by the outcome is not, as Bubu Dubu is now at 13, just 2 away from that 15-point mark, or a minute and 10 seconds, whichever comes first. This is a best of 3, so it's going to be the pressure onto StelluR heading into game number 2. Now, I know we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but I think the game warrants it with the 10-kill difference, the 1 minute on the clock. I think it might be mathematically impossible for StelluR to come back at this stage again. But I'm excited about game number 2 because we are going to live fire, which I have to say might be my favorite to watch or to cast when it comes to these 1v1s.
And it should provide a little bit of an opportunity for StelluR to get back on his steez with that sniper rifle. We saw him put it to good use in that earlier series, and we saw him do a great job with the repulsor as well. No repulsor on Aquarius. We saw him do a great job with it earlier in the tournament on live fire. So looking to see if he can take advantage of the equipment at play here on this next map to come back in the series. But he's going to need it, Magic, if he's here, if he's going to avoid the 2-0 sweep.
I would love to see StelluR forcing this into a game number 3, but it's going to come down to the live fire coming up next as we review some of the replays from game number 1. The very first kill, I have to say, was very wild, and hopefully if we have time we can kind of circle back to that, because it was an impressive kill in and of itself, but the fact that it was the first play out the gates really kind of set the precedent and set the mood, if you will, for this whole game. And Bubu Dubu, off of that first win unexpectedly, was then able to continue on that winning spree.
Yeah, once Bubu Dubu set the tone with that first opening kill, it was really on StelluR to potentially stop the bleeding, and we didn't see any of that until Bubu had already gotten 5 kills on the board. And when you're talking about a player like Bubu Dubu, you can't give him an inch, and StelluR gave him a couple yards there with that lead, and because of it, Bubu Dubu takes down game 1 easily, and now it's StelluR with his back up against the wall. Bubu Dubu needing one more game to qualify for the $16,000 grand final. StelluR needing one just to take us to a game 3 here. Something's got to give.
Something has got to give, and when we're looking over live fire, the sniper to work with, the repulsor to work with, that has been a huge player in these 1v1s. Even going back to the matchup on live fire, it was the quarterfinals, I believe, where the plasma grenade across the middle of the map, both players repulse in order to get that final kill. So much to work with here. A few items that are GA'd that are out of play for this matchup are the Mangler, Heat Wave, Overshield, and Spike Grenades, which we actually saw last week. Sav GA'd Spike Grenades in the last matchup. That's been kind of like the 50-50 here. But these players have decided to not use the Spike Grenades. Instead, StelluR says, I'll get the job done. Just one shot from my sniper straight to the head. And now StelluR with that 2-0 lead.
Jeff Steitzer in the head for StelluR, alerting him to the victory or the lead he's taken on bubu dubu. Bubu dubu with a 50 cal in his head instead. So quite the split here early on. Quite the opposite of what we saw in game one is now it's StelluR off to the early lead and a little bit of that dominance we saw from bubu dubu. We're now seeing from StelluR instead.
And that can be just on the StelluR getting warmed up. It can be on the change of scenery with the new map or the weapon. And StelluR with the sniper seems nearly unbeatable as bubu dubu's been around this corner into the waiting scope. No connection there on the snipe shot. Bubu dubu, though, did catch some of that frag grenade that StelluR left as kind of a welcoming gift for him as he rounded that corner on B pillars. The re-engagement happens here, live fire. There's the body shot. Once again, bubu dubu comes out with a trade off of a plasma sticky grenade.
Huge sticky to get on the board for bubu dubu, but it's a huge swipe of the reticule from StelluR to get to earn himself the trade. And when you're up 3, you're just gonna kind of kick that can down the road and continue on with your lead, though. So a great play there by StelluR and a great play by bubu dubu here as well. And that's kind of what we expect from these two heavyweights here in the winners finals. Another body shot goes down, and that's gonna make it nearly impossible for bubu dubu to stay alive. As don't look now, StelluR has opened up a 5-1 lead.
No, StelluR hits the body shot, throws the frag that forces bubu dubu out of cover. Bubu dubu had no choice but to re-engage on that fight, and StelluR was waiting for what looked to be an easy cleanup. And again, if these players are making it look easy, they're doing their job. And every kill has seemed so smooth. The timing, the no hesitation between body shot, grenade, BR cleanup. Right there, StelluR had that kill ready. Right now, though, we'll see a little bit of a change of pace. There's no sniper to work with. StelluR is crouched below that B box, just below Nest. Bubu is the one looking for him. Bubu's still playing on that aggressive pace, and he needs to because he's 4 points down.
And StelluR's not going to move from that green area until the sniper is a little bit more in play. There it is, 10 seconds. We should see StelluR push up to Nest here to contest bubu dubu and that sniper rifle. Bubu with a boom block and a boom sticky grenade as he takes down StelluR with the big brain play and earns himself a sniper rifle as well.
Do I need to apologize? The disrespect to the drop wall? I talk about repulsor this, repulsor that, but drop wall being the playmaker in that case, I send an apology letter to the drop wall fan club because I have learned my lesson. Do not discount any piece of equipment when it comes to Halo Infinite gameplay.
Yeah, I love the big brain play there from bubu dubu to bring himself back in this one. You got to get a little cheeky. You got to get a little creative sometimes when you lose the lead in these 1v1s. We're seeing that from bubu dubu as he uses the boom block earlier to protect himself and get the kill. Now he's got the sniper rifle in his hands, and he doesn't need the headshot. We've seen time after time after time the DPS viability of those body shots and the cleanup with the BR is wide open for these players, and that's the strategy that we're seeing bubu dubu deploy. Now he has StelluR on the run. He's controlling the full pace of this game at this point because of the situation. StelluR with the low ground, StelluR with low shields, and StelluR now is dead after all of that. And now bubu dubu is coming back as he makes it a 1-kill game.
Bubu dubu is just knocking on the door. 4-5 is your score line. StelluR also, because I've learned my lesson, did drop the drop wall there at the top of C. Maybe was enough to buy him time, but in the end, he is taken down. StelluR going for the repulsor here on the quick rotation to B side. Bubu dubu finds the body shot. There's little to no cover here for StelluR. He was really trying to make the most out of it, but bubu dubu is not going to let him get away. He gets that initial damage. He cleans up the kill. He ties up the game.
2 shots to work with, and it's the last 2 kills that have brought us to this score here. Notched up at 5, just as it looked like StelluR was about to put together an early game performance, the likes of what we saw from bubu dubu in game 1. It's bubu dubu with a little bit of that momentum back in his hands, quite literally with that sniper rifle. And one shot is really a lot to work with because it can get you that 1 kill, and it makes all the difference when you're in these 1v1s. So gonna elect to see if bubu dubu can land the body shot, headshot. We've got the body shot once again, and it's a little bit of deja vu. We saw this earlier. StelluR escaped out to the river. Now StelluR's gonna escape out to dummy door instead. So I like this. I like this from StelluR, doing something different, because we know these players. They're taking down the mental notes and the tendencies of their opponents. So StelluR knew, I went back river last time, died because of it, jotted down that mental note, executed on it, and stays alive because of it.
I really thought that bubu was kind of baiting the C-plat push because of the repulsor, gonna, try to re-engage to repulse StelluR off the map, but instead he falls all the way back into cuts, regens, and now that engagement going down in top mid, 15 seconds on the new sniper, so there might be a slight delay here, but bubu does not have much time to rotate across the map unless he's wanting to give StelluR a free sniper, which he does not want to do. One thing though, StelluR is without any grenades, so he can decide to leave and pick up the frags there at the top of sandbags, or he can just go straight to the sniper. He does the repulsor plasma grenade combination. The return to sender metal comes through, and a trade of kills, all the goodies now in that kind of subway system at bottom mid.
And it was the hairpin snipe shot that got bubu weak and earned StelluR the trade, but bubu not going to trade out again in this instance as he earns the kill on StelluR and that sniper rifle. Let's see if he takes it back to Snipe Tower. No, he's going to elect to wait for the spawn of StelluR, and it's perfect timing as he slides right in and earns himself almost like a pre-fire headshot based on his knowledge of the spawn. So we're starting to see bubu in his bag a little bit.
My goodness, the last 30 seconds, the last minute, absolute nonstop action, some of the most crazy, amazing plays that we've seen across this Honda Fan Cup 1v1 series. Both of these players have that qualification spot in their sights. bubu looking to make this a 2-0 series. StelluR pushing to take that away and force a game number 3. bubu has the sniper in hand. He has the 2-point lead. Repulsor as well to work with. StelluR now with the commando trying to deal out some damage, but bubu is holding on to the top C position, not looking to give it up. He does drop down to mid. Here comes StelluR now, commando at the ready. bubu is down to 1 shot as he tries to escape through the tunnels.
Wow, the survivability there was massive from bubu as multiple times it looked like StelluR had him dead to rights. Now he's got the first couple shots on bubu. How is he going to rotate? He's going to actually wait for the pre-fire on StelluR instead. He's not going to rotate. Now he is being low shields. StelluR with full and a full send onto bubu, sprinting, trying to chase him down. But we talk about this. You've got to double back at this point. You've got to use the repulsor to try to break the gap and break the route of your opponent. As we see him use the C-plat to potentially get to the back of bubu, but no, he's gonna snipe him in the face, and it's gonna be a the no-scope variety, most likely, based on what we saw there. As bubu now has 3 kills to work with and 3 sniper shots as well.
That's right. You gotta categorize your varieties of snipe shots. You got the ADS, you got the no scopes, and that quick fire was enough for bubu, but that sniper, that all-important power weapon, switching hands as StelluR against all odds wins that pivotal 1v1. It could have been looking at what, 10-6, a 4-point game, but now cutting it to 2. Also as top mid, and with that no scope, a headshot, 1-point difference, and the equalizer is still in StelluR's hands.
Here we go. This is what we were looking for, Magic. The high intensity, high kill count 1v1s we were hoping for from these two heavyweights. 8-9 is the score. 3 minutes left on the board, and a new sniper to work with for StelluR. So despite being down 1, he's got a little bit of that momentum. He's got the toolkit to work with. So let's see how he elects to use it here as he grabs the stickies. Not looking to make any sounds with those footsteps, as each kill is going to be so consequential here as we approach the end game. 2.5 minutes to go, and bubu with that lead is not going to push up towards StelluR. He's going to probably just hang out here in the tunnels and make StelluR make that first move.
StelluR has 4 grenades, 2 frags, 2 plasmas. He's got repulsor, also 4 of those, 9 rounds of the sniper, and of course the battle rifle to work with. So pretty much everything in StelluR's hands. He could go for a mind the gap here if he wanted to rush at bubu. Instead, he steps back away from that plasma. Now he's closing in. He gets the repulsor. Oh no! What did he mean to go for a melee there? and instead repulsed. It seemed like a little bit of a misstep, and Bubu Dubu comes out with that kill instead.
Oh, and those close quarter, no scope, had reliable damage had been there all day for StelluR, but it was the first time we saw him not connect. Connects with the melee, and it's going to be a trade. Oh, so a 2-kill difference with less than 2 to go. StelluR is right in this, though. But again, he's going to have to take the initiative off spawn. He's going to have to hold W, and he's doing just that as we're getting an instant gunfight once again. Using that repulsor to get the frag grenade out onto Bubu Dubu, take down his damage, and prevent the timing it takes for him to get back to full shields. Don't think StelluR's going to be able to take advantage of it here, as Bubu should be back to full, but I love the use of that repulsor frag grenade combination as StelluR goes the wrong way. Bubu Dubu baiting out his location and really just being a sneaky beaver at this point. And that's all he has to do if he wants to ride this wave to victory.
He's trying to thwart your plan of both players being in double digits. You know, if StelluR gets one more kill, we are going to see both players at the double-digit mark. But that 1 minute comes across the clock. Bubu Dubu is hiding the back of B. StelluR looks away at the wrong second, but Bubu Dubu actually kind of sells himself out with those early BR shots, and hopefully it's worth it as he does win that repulsor jump from StelluR to the top of Nest, leaves him wide open to the BR shots from Bubu Dubu.
Wow, when we saw everything thrown at Bubu Dubu by StelluR to potentially come back in not only this game, but this series, but Bubu Dubu has been resilient. The resolve has been there, and he's been in every week of these tournaments getting 4th place. I think the back-to-back 4th places, so we're seeing him break through. We're seeing the sticky grenade land as well, and that 4-kill lead will hold as Bubu Dubu wins this matchup in the winners finals, qualifies for the 16K, and makes it to the grand finals as well. So a mouthful of accomplishments for Bubu Dubu, and it's kind of what you expect from a player that good.
Yeah, his resume is long, and he has all of the accreditation here as he secures his spot in the grand finals, as well as the big 16K finale.
I'll be Reckless, aka Con of a big freaking deal, aka Tony, baby. Let's see it. Live Fire Recharge Aquarius. That's our best of 3. StelluR versus Straight Sick winner qualifies for the tournament on January 7th. $20,000 on the line. Tony, who do you got, StelluR or Straight Sick?
Oh man, you're gonna make me do it, huh? I love Straight Sick's gameplay, but I'm gonna say give me StelluR. I really trust StelluR's VR and individual skill, and when it gets to that time when it comes to get aggressive and be that ultimate hunter, StelluR's been playing 1v1 since Halo 5. Remember him playing those 1v1s on Coliseum? The man definitely feels confident in the 1v1 game. So even though I love what Straight Sick and his unorthodox defensive gameplay has brought to the table, if you're gonna make me pick, I guess give me StelluR.
Hey, I mean, StelluR's a great great choice, champion. Right, I have to go with Straight Sick though. I think the way this man's been playing, man possessed today. Want to see him out here hitting some big shots, but StelluR answers right away. What a shot with that sniper to open this game.
And that's what I'm talking about. It's icy shots like that. Straight Sick, he had the angle that he wanted, had the position that he wanted, had the gunfight that he wanted, but StelluR able to stay strong, lines up that no scope, finishes it off with the BR. No wasted movements, no wasted time, a well-played kill, and now a 1-0 lead in favor of StelluR. In the same way that Straight Sick is able to get into his defensive stance and slow the game down, StelluR can do the same thing. StelluR, he'll definitely pull a play out of his playbook, as you see StelluR really cut the map in half and take over the tower side of the map.
Well, Straight Sick's creeping over at those pillars. Does StelluR hear the incoming push, right? He's gonna be checking all these lanes. I think Straight Sick is he gonna go up to Nest? Yeah, he's gonna try to make the Nest push. He gets the opening shot in. StelluR tries to clap back with the sniper. He does hit the body. Straight Sick, can he survive? He tries to hit the curbside out. StelluR's patience gets the best. He has the reticle right where it needs to be. 2-0 start.
Whenever I look at who's controlling the pace of a game, I always look at who makes it look easy. That's exactly what StelluR's doing right now. It's just the consistency, the balanced attack, the reticle placement, everything about StelluR's gameplay over the last 3 kills have just been simple, coordinated and just well-timed and well-executed plays with this sniper rifle, and he still has 3 to work with. I'm pretty sure StelluR is firing at 100% accuracy right now between the no scopes and the BR shots, if not at 90%. And again, it's about the way he makes it look easy over the last 3 kills is the reason why I have him as my favorite to make it into the grand finals.
It's so tough to break this position if you're straight sick, right? Because StelluR's hitting every shot. It just doesn't feel like you can hit a lane. Every time you feel like you're challenging, you're instantly made one. And well, StelluR missing some crucial shots. He's out of the sniper ammo. Straight sick has an opportunity. He's getting up close. They both have the repulse, a little deja vu at top mid. And StelluR's gonna back straight sick down. Huge shot to make him 1. And now new sniper is gonna also go back into the hands of StelluR.
And you saw StelluR was able to play for that sniper rifle, was confident that straight sick wasn't going in for the reach out. That's because he obviously did his homework. StelluR was watching the 1v1s that we saw throughout the elimination bracket and knows that straight sick has no problem taking these hard pulls and these wide retreats. So he was confident to grab that sniper rifle. He understands what straight sick's gameplay is. And with that no scope down to 1 shot he goes, but straight sick able to get the melee, repulses him back, gets his shields right in the nick of time. Well played by straight sick. Now has himself 5 sniper bullets to work with. Can he take over this game the same way StelluR did with that 3-0 start?
Yeah, StelluR took a 50-50, right? He's either down low or up high. Said, hey, I think he's low. Chose wrong. The repulse wasn't quite enough to send him off the map, but StelluR has a commando and a repulse to get himself back into this fight. He couldn't ask for better guns to take on this sniper, but straight sick has a real opportunity here to start making this game fall into his favor. It's going to come down to hitting a crucial shot with these remaining 4 bullets.
Keep in mind, StelluR has a repulse, so we could repulse that sniper bullet right back at him. Just saying.
Hey, imagine you do with the tank bullet. Why not the sniper?
I'm just saying, man. He's well timed as straight sick retreats all the way over toward the sandbag side of the map. Normally in 1v1s or even any Slayer type of game type, you usually want to control the C side of the map, but you can definitely get a little bit more unorthodox in 1v1s. Nays going out here. It looks like one of those gonna connect onto StelluR. Not sure if straight sick heard the from the audio cue because he didn't collapse on that. And now StelluR has the opportunity to go right back in, but the nose go right to the body, forcing StelluR to back down. Beautifully placed shot. Straight sick also kind of weak himself, so a full reset for both of these players. 3-1 lead, still in favor of StelluR.
That was a huge lid by StelluR, right? Straight sick did get the opening shot, had a frame to get the headshot, couldn't get it to connect. Now StelluR has a real opportunity, but it just feels like straight sick knows where StelluR's hiding. The nades are gonna come through. That's gonna hit StelluR hard.
He was enclosing that bottom B. That spike grenade definitely should have worked, but it looks like StelluR hits the stick onto straight sick, and straight sick sends him flying off of the map. Both players electing to split the difference in that one. Still a 2-kill lead for StelluR, and they're spawning pretty close to each other. They might engage quickly here.
Well, they both want the sniper, right? But straight sick had to have looked where that sniper despawned and saw that it was gone. He knows where StelluR's at. One more shot of this snipe. StelluR, but he's so damn icy. Gets the shot to connect. Straight sick is gone, and the lead is 3. StelluR starting to have a commanding control of this game.
This game definitely moving a lot faster than we've seen some of the 1v1s play throughout the elimination bracket. 5-2 lead in favor of StelluR. Not lightning quick right now, but both of these players definitely engaging. And straight sick's defensive style may not work as much as he wants it to right now. When you're down by 3 kills, something has to change. So you're seeing straight sick start to get aggressive here. StelluR repulsing right up to the top mid side. Straight sick getting that information, throws a stick grenade. What a duck by StelluR. Duck, dip, dive, dodging that that plasma grenade while getting the kill at the same time. A 4-kill lead in favor of StelluR.
StelluR, one of the best snipers in Halo, showing off in the game today. So often overlooked in the conversations about the best snipers in the game. But my God, does he put this thing to work. A headshot to straight sick makes him on the respawn screen once again. And well, you better be aware of this spawn. Straight sick takes one to the body immediately. Suffocating presence by StelluR so far.
StelluR shots coming from SSG's finest right there. Straight Sick really struggling with the consistency, the reticle placement, the overall control that StelluR has in this game number 1. 7-2 lead, 4 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock. Straight Sick with the long range shots does the damage. That might be the opening that they're looking for Straight Sick to get aggressive, and with that, Straight Sick wins a huge 1v1 gunfight right there. Not sure if that changes the course of the entire game, but it definitely gets some momentum onto his side as we're seeing the spawn manipulation come in. Thought StelluR might have spawned over toward the left side. Actually, he finds an exit route over towards the right. StelluR already moving towards the green side of the map. Oh, that's not a frag, that's not a frag! Oh my gosh.
Well, he's fairly confident they did get an A spawn. He just doesn't know that StelluR has leaked through. StelluR's gonna get the opening shot. Straight Sick knows. Straight Sick's coming back for seconds, and he sends the grenade right on back. StelluR hiding in this back B. One stick, one repulse. Now StelluR's gonna play this position where he can't get the mind the gap, but the oh my god, the post patch Mando, it hits hard, it is fierce, perfect shots from Straight Sick.
What do you mean? Did they buff the commando recently? Is that what you're trying to say?
Hey, you know,
is the commando stronger than it was before?
Some might argue that it's just right. For what I've been seeing on the threads. Oh my god, I didn't know a Needler could kill so fast.
That was nasty.
That might be a frame perfect Needler kill, dude. That might be the fastest I've ever seen a Needler kill, Tony.
Uh-oh, he's going back for it. GA the Needler. It wasn't a part of the GAs. We know we're not using the Mangler Heatwave or Overshield. Ain't nothing about the pink mist. And Straight Sick, you better be scared. You better fear it. Costello's coming in hot with it, but love the pre-fire coming in for Straight Sick. Not gonna be good for the accuracy stats, but the Needler still connecting onto Straight Sick. Not able to get the super combine kill as Straight Sick does find the bottom mid presence, able to get out over toward the dummy side of the map. So with that, we see StelluR replenish the repulse, but right back to the Needler strategy. I don't think we've seen that so far at any of the qualifiers here in the tournament. Yeah, people have been underrating the Needler. StelluR clearly hasn't.
StelluR has that Needler out, right? If you find someone in the open ground where they don't have any escape route, it's a free kill. So you always have that going for it. But more importantly, it gives you a YY option, right? So if you're caught in a reload, you need to cancel. Having that secondary weapon always going to count for that. Straight Sick, he has to be hurt right here. StelluR has to hear him.
It's like a 3-ton Spartan, bro. Just stomping around.
He hits the escape route. Straight Sick's looking for the chase. No, not going to be able to find StelluR, checking all these corners. StelluR has it successfully evaded, and well, the clock is ticking, right? Only a minute and 50 seconds to find these 3 kills, and that can feel so short when you're down in a game.
What's funny to me is this is really the same strategy that we've seen Straight Sick do time and time again to others, really playing the shot clock. He ends up finding StelluR and somehow ended up getting the double melee, refuses to be booped off the map, and even the Needler wasn't enough to trade out that kill for StelluR, so a huge one by Straight Sick, but you still need 2 more kills in order to tie this game up. Time is still not on your side as Straight Sick looking for StelluR, and StelluR hiding in every corner possible. Somehow Straight Sick able to anticipate that he was over there, throws that nade. Now we have a challenge. Straight Sick onto the high ground with that sniper rifle, and StelluR puts down the shots but ends up finding the exit right over towards the rat tunnel.
Straight Sick trying to find another opportunity. Oh, StelluR has good timing. He's going to be able to get out in time. Oh, I spotted him. Straight Sick knows where to go. Oh my god! Straight Sick with the whip. No! StelluR went to the big door. Straight Sick having to reapproach this fight. He hears the stomping foots of StelluR trying to get away from this chase. Straight Sick not letting him get far.
This is a game of professional tag if I've ever seen one, and that might be the nail in the coffin right there. 8 seconds off from respawn, only 20 seconds on the clock. I think now it is mathematically impossible for Straight Sick to win this game. StelluR Gonna fire off a couple of ceremonial shots, little warning shots onto Straight Sick as game number 1 will be going towards him. He'll be 1 game away from advancing forward into the grand finals. And remember, top 2 qualify for that $16,000 finale here in the Honda Fan Cup.
And what a great game to open it up, Tony. We saw a little bit of everything in a 1v1. Very aggressive beginning plays where StelluR broke out a huge lead. Straight Sick clawing his way back in with precise play, but having to up the pace. And then StelluR feeling that pressure and masterfully playing his life for the last 2 minutes of that game, eventually culminating in a crucial fight at Sandbags that he comes out on top of.
Like, you can call it masterfully playing his life. I call it playing Call of Duty. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? When he playing Search and Destroy, he camping in corners, building a fire, making the s'mores. I ain't mad at that. I'm just saying, we gonna call it what it is. StelluR comes out with the win. Either way, a win's a win. I learned that from a wise philosopher named Tim the Tatman. Win's a win. That's exactly what StelluR earned in the beginning of the game. He made it look easy, starting off with that 3-0. Barely missing any shots and then keeping that pressure on, being consistent with the shots, controlling every single gunfight. It was well played by StelluR, and now it's up to Straight Sick to win this game number 2. Otherwise, his tournament life ends 1 placing away from making it to the finale.
Recharge is next. We did see a light GA on this game where really it was only the heat wave, the overshield, and the mangler that was GA. And I would say I'm hoping that we see another light round of GAs where we get the camouflage in this next game. Recharge you'd think it would play very similar to this map, but it plays so different, right, Tony? That camo has a huge impact. The grapple changes the pacing of the game. The shock rifle and how much ammo it has really makes a difference.
Yeah, and it's very similar to live fire. I mean, obviously the shock rifle works different than the sniper rifle, but it's still so nasty when it comes to those no-scopes. Those perfect kills over toward the head can really control fights just as well as a sniper rifle does, and practically in the hands of the 2 players that we're seeing on screen, probably even better than the sniper rifle. So I think Recharge might end up playing a little bit similar to live fire in that aspect, but one thing we don't see on live fire is an active camouflage. Both of these players are liking to GA the overshield. I wonder if the active camo is going to be in play here.
Straight Sick's tournament life on the line. If he wins this, he has 1 more game. StelluR looking to qualify on Recharge, but Straight Sick strikes first. Massive kill from him. Camo in his possession, and now shock rifle to pair it with a deadly combination. Just needs to hunt down the StelluR.
One of the most dangerous combinations that we have here in Halo Infinite. Camouflage and shock rifle. Whew. He even has a grapple to work with, so Straight Sick really checking every corner right now. We also know that StelluR is not afraid to sit in the corner, wait the timeout, whether it be the time clock or whether it be the camo clock. I mean, what'd you say? It's 30 seconds, I believe, that you have to work with, and that 30 seconds is up. Straight Sick now only having the grapple and the shock rifle. Active camouflage no longer in play.
A process of elimination for Straight Sick has to tell him, hey, he's either in pipes or he's either in A. And while he's about to learn the position, StelluR, peek that door and you're gone. I like this. StelluR's being very aggressive, though. I like the confidence that he has trying to challenge out Straight Sick, even though there's that shock rifle. But man, you might like the confidence, but sometimes you don't like the result. Straight Sick hits the perfect shot. Kill for him, and now StelluR's in trouble.
Another well-placed shock rifle shot. Might have got the head, but still able to put a 1 shot. StelluR still confident enough to challenge from the low ground. So, and hitting those shots consistently forces Straight Sick to back down despite not having the health advantage early in the fight. Now, StelluR is still shredding him from across the map. Notice he puts him down to absolute, and StelluR hasn't taken a tick of damage just yet. Finally, Straight Sick is going to connect with the shock rifle body shot. StelluR down to weak, and looks like Straight Sick will be able to take him down. We'll be able to get that active camouflage. That's a huge win for Straight Sick, giving him a 3-0 lead here in game 2.
Back to camo. That lead going to be massive in this game. StelluR Oh, there's nowhere really for you to hide. Straight Sick has spotted you, and now he knows all the escape routes, but he misses a crucial shot. The stick doesn't connect, and Straight Sick has to just go away. One thing I like about StelluR, though, look at his back pocket. The disruptor pistol is out. A great way to nullify the camouflage. One EMP burst, and that camo makes no impact because of the damage over time effect. Not going to matter anymore as that camo has run out, but I love to see the disruptor pistol in play.
So far, neither one of these players is able to get any value out of the active camouflage so far in this game, but the shock rifle still reigns supreme. We talk about it time and time again. Recharge is played and won through the shock rifle, and a 3-0 lead in favor of Straight Sick lets you know who's been controlling it so far more in this game. StelluR still having that commando and repulse to work with, but Straight Sick lining up this shot. StelluR pokes out just for a moment. Don't do that too many times. Straight Sick will make you pay.
StelluR's looking to take this challenge. Man, that commando, those first couple shots, they hit hard. Straight Sick knows he can't be too aggressive with this challenge, but he wants to take the fight. Does StelluR see the rotate? I don't think StelluR knows. Oh, this could be devastating.
Oh. Wow. Big kill. Big kill by Straight Sick. Like you alluded to, Straight Sick found the route all the way wide towards long haul, and StelluR did not anticipate that whatsoever. It was a very unorthodox play right there, and it works out in his favor. He catches a mean angle onto StelluR with that shock rifle, but now StelluR trying to force Straight Sick to headbutt him for this active camouflage, forces him to retreat. Straight Sick definitely respecting the pure shot of StelluR, forcing him to back down time and time again. But now we see the active camouflage in favor of StelluR. Can Straight Sick waste that time like StelluR has done to Straight Sick time and time again? Or will he end up spotting him, hunting him down, and getting his first kill on the board, and now snatching himself a shock rifle of his own?
It felt like a mistake by Straight Sick not to have the stickies out. You know, he had the frag out, tried to bounce a frag to get the kill, but if he had the sticky, he could have just thrown it in that doorway. It would have felt like an easy kill. And Straight Sick starting to see the respawn screen back to back, cutting the lead in half. StelluR has the opportunity to really go on a rampage here. Plenty of shock rifle ammo left, and Straight Sick on a continually spawn cycle.
Only one kill with that active camouflage, but one very important kill for StelluR, not only just to give him the momentum so far in this game, but to snatch up that shock rifle, the same weapon that Straight Sick used to go on that 3-0 run, is now the same weapon that's in the hands of StelluR, who obviously knows what to do with it. Straight Sick slowing the game down just a little bit. StelluR making Straight checks every angle, lines up a beautiful body shot, not gonna be enough. Straight Sick puts him down with the quickness. A pivotal kill in favor of Straight Sick to give him the 3-kill lead.
StelluR takes the challenge. Straight Sick missing the shot wide left. StelluR's playing a dangerous game with how he's playing in the open. Straight Sick looks to take advantage. The disruptor pistol does get the damage over time, but I don't think it's enough to get the kill. Frustrating for Straight Sick, though, because of how long it's going to take to get these shields back. He really has to go play a corner. StelluR not able to get the kill. Straight Sick's egoing out just a little bit longer than I think he'd like. StelluR needs to take advantage.
You called that you didn't like the play with him playing so far in the open. Straight Sick did make him pay for that one. Somehow StelluR was still able to get away with the camouflage, though, so really surprised. I wonder if what was that disruptor damage a little bit too much? Did it force Straight Sick to play a little more passive? Was it a bit of a mistiming? Because I feel like Straight Sick did have a momentary advantage, or at least the opportunity to fight for the active camouflage, but it ends up being snatched up. Once again, though, we see Straight Sick working on that timer, knowing that that internal clock is clicking. It's 30 seconds in game, and it looks like that camouflage ends up running out. Straight Sick still having utility advantage. I still believe he has a shock rifle to work with.
Now, StelluR can find himself that repulse. It's going to be a great tool to use, but you see that Straight Sick not really eager to take any close quarter battles. He's just trying to take long sight lines, keep himself on a circle, make sure that he doesn't get too comfortable in one spot. Keep StelluR guessing, and while StelluR, he guessed wrong. Back towards Straight Sick, gonna cost him dearly. a 5-kill deficit, and well, StraySick's gonna be able to replenish his grapples.
And now I'm getting worried. A 7-2 lead in favor of StraySick. Obviously, this game is moving a lot faster than we saw in the elimination matches, but StraySick has still been playing great Halo. Another great denial grenade to deny access over toward the gold side. StraySick chucking every nade, the kitchen sink and everything, trying to grapple out, but StelluR cutting off that angle quick, and now StelluR pushing up down to one shot. StraySick is gonna go, and it looks like he ends up going down. A big kill by StelluR to put him back on the board, back within 4 kills, but a little over 4 minutes on the clock. Can StelluR come back in this game?
And StelluR had StraySick weak, but he did a great job being patient, right? Didn't give StraySick any opportunity to get a ninja play, to get an undeserved kill. He hears him at bottom control. He knows where StraySick's at. Great opening shots down range. He's going to take the challenge. Going up high. StraySick, is he aware?
Wow. Well played by StelluR. Constantly putting StraySick on his back foot right there. Able to close the distance. Grapples up to the high ground to really throw off the timing. I think he wanted to clamber onto the bat ledge, but either way, ends up with the shock rifle they was looking for to begin with. StraySick loves playing that time. Loves trying to put the scoreboard and the time clock between his opponent, but he's just not able to do it just yet. And he doesn't know the StelluR is right behind him. The body shot goes in.
It's enough. That nade did it. Oh, tough look. And now what's the spawn? StraySick, can he get there in time to influence the spawn? StelluR's not going to spawn on the shock rifle. And this is why I love the disruptor pistol. That damage over time. It gives you the kill, then you know where that shock rifle is down, and then you're on respawn. You're able to influence the spawns, and it gives yourself the shock rifle at a 1-to-1 value. Such an important weapon in the 1v1.
Now we're going to find out exactly what StraySick does with it. Fires off a bit of a warning shot, then grapples all the way across the map. StelluR did spot it. And looks like StelluR knows exactly where StraySick is. StraySick loves to throw you off, loves to bait you into the situation, but now StelluR is the one hunting him down, and looks like the whiplash medal is in. You can't Spider-Man out of every situation, and it looks like StelluR only down by 2. This is very much still doable.
Well, StraySick, I think he wishes he had a little less time to work with. 2 minutes is plenty on the clock. And StelluR's getting awfully confident, getting aggressive in the face of StraySick. StraySick trying to hit that pre-fire. StraySick goes out for the curb challenge.
Oh.
Woo! StelluR's going to have to give up this camouflage.
Oh, but a beautiful grenade put StraySick down to 1 shot. And looks like StelluR's checking every corner. He doesn't want to allow StraySick to exit. Like you said, he didn't spot him with that camouflage. So now StraySick crouching behind the hold on. Oh my, there we go. Shots go in. Down to 1 shot, StelluR ends up going. The shock rifle shots aren't connecting just yet, but StraySick still having all of his shields to work with. Trying to get over toward the gold side. StelluR anticipates the right side push, ends up pushing left, and now StelluR with the height advantage doesn't need the camouflage in order to get that kill, and just like that, only down by 1. StelluR looking to tie things up with this next kill.
I'm curious at how StraySick plays this, right? 1 kill, this game's over. Or StelluR can tie it up. It's gonna come down to this shot, right? Only 1 shot left in this shock rifle. If StelluR can play this perfectly, this 1 shot can tie him up and give him an opportunity to steal this game away. StraySick, on the other hand, if he can dodge this bullet, buy himself time, he can wait out this clock and get the defining kill.
And the good thing for StraySick is that you're trying to bait StelluR to push in towards you, and you don't even need a clean kill. A trade is good enough. So now you're seeing StraySick really retreat out of this situation. You see him throwing StelluR off completely. StelluR understands that he's no longer in the gold side. StraySick is high-tailed it all the way across the other side of the map, and now is working this corner here. 16 seconds. StelluR is on the hunt. StraySick is not looking to engage.
He guessed wrong. He said, hey, maybe he's in pipes. That is the completely wrong side of the map. He's not going to be able to find StraySick in time.
Wow.
The clock runs out, and StraySick survives game 2. That lead that he built at the beginning of the game proves to be too much. StelluR, valiant effort, man. Some great kills, some great opportunities, but what made the difference? It was that disruptor pistol play. That damage over time, the grenade that helped push it over the edge, gets the kill for Straight Sick, gets the game for Straight Sick, and now Aquarius will be the deciding factor as to who qualifies for our January 7th tournament.
Can I be real with you for a second, Gary? Can I just be real with you? I never want to take anything away from somebody who wins a game. I don't want to take anything away from anybody who wins a series. It's a hard-fought game, a well-fought game for both sides. StelluR on game number 1 and Straight Sick game number 2. But as someone who likes to hype up the end game, and for it to end on the time with one player just clear across the map from his opponent, it's like so like anticlimactic. It's hard. It's hard sometimes, but a win's a win. And Straight Sick not only takes that game number 2, but forces us
But we have seen the Commando in play this game. So no shocks, no heat wave. StelluR gets the opening pick, and that means camo in his possession. So no shock grenades, no heat wave for this game.
Let's give a shout out real quick to production. Obviously, Nighty doing a phenomenal job observing. One of the best observers that we have in the business, but also Louis. The moment you ask the question, Louis just provides the answer. Like it's in order to provide an answer to a question non-verbally, you know you're good at your job. Man, it just pops up there with the chat. So now we know. Dynamo grenades are out. Heat wave is out, but the commando and active camouflage is still in, and that's the exact combination that StelluR has at the moment, along with a 1-kill lead. Straight Sick getting his shield shredded by the commando, but the nade's not enough to stop StelluR from going through. But it's not going to be enough to stop Straight Sick from getting the reversal kill on that one. That's a big kill from Straight Sick.
That might be the biggest kill of the game. I have no idea how Straight Sick came out on top there. That commando, man, it hit hard, and Straight Sick just gets away. A frustrating play for StelluR, but he knows the route. He's getting the shots down range, and it's the shots that connect. Oh boy, that commando hits hard.
And this is why, like analysts like Wes Clutch, he's always hyping up StelluR, and a player that is highly underrated, and sometimes it's just not talked about enough. Clutch, a former professional player himself, a national champion, always sings his praises and puts us on notice, and you're seeing it. That consistent shot, his ability to change the pace on a dime, you know, whether it's to slow the game down, speed it up at any given moment. He really is like a pro's pro, if that makes any sense.
He really loves StelluR. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a time where Wes doesn't just absolutely tell you about how good StelluR is and how disrespected he thinks it is that people don't see him as a top 3 player in the game. And StelluR, well, he's going to be able to go dark. That 2-kill lead, man, that could be massive in the 1v1.
In the same breath as he hypes up StelluR, he'll also tell you that he won a national championship 4 times in the same sentence.
Don't talk about oddballs, though, man. That gets on his nerve.
Oh, the trade! Beautifully played, but that stray grenade gonna land, and bodies are hitting the floor. Drowning Pool would be proud. A 4-2 lead in favor of StelluR, but with this reset, both of the players should be able to grab themselves some thrust.
Well, StelluR has the high ground. He's going down low, straight. Oh, no. Oh, wow. StelluR hitting some body shots instead of the head. Not going to come at the cost. That was a real opportunity there for Straight Sick to get the reversal. Not going to happen, though. StelluR, ooh, was not expecting the yellow spawn. Opening shots go in favor of Straight Sick, but the shields come back, and StelluR has the height advantage once again.
Best of 3 series, and we're already seeing StelluR start to take control with that 3-kill lead. Dropping right down onto Straight Sick. Straight Sick gets the first shot, but another trade coming in, and we're seeing Aquarius play a whole lot faster than we've seen Recharge and Livefire. Still a 6-3 lead in favor of StelluR after that trade.
Oh man, StelluR dropped down. He had to do a double take. Said, is that him? Was able to get enough pistol shots down range to make sure that the punch did trade, but now Straight Sick and StelluR on equal footing right here. This fight's going to be so important for Straight Sick. He cannot afford to lose it. Commando versus BR. Commando hits hard. Straight Sick has to fight another day. Backs all the way down to car 1, but StelluR, he's on the hunt. He wants to get high. He wants to get aggressive.
And the one advantage that StelluR has with watching the elimination matches and also playing in 2 games so far with Straight Sick, he understands Straight Sick playstyle. That whack-a-mole type of game style where Straight Sick will come in, do the damage, back down, retreat, really popping up like a whack-a-mole. And I feel like he's downloading that information and he's beginning to counter. He's beginning to cut off those angles, and with that consistent and steady shot, now he is punishing Straight Sick. Every missed shot, every missed opportunity, every mistake that goes towards Straight Sick is just an advantage that StelluR is going to continue to push onto you. The pressure is now on. A 4-kill lead in favor of SSG's StelluR.
The good thing for Corey right now is that at least there's plenty of time on the clock, right? You still have the chance to get back to this game. 7 minutes to work with, only a 5-kill deficit. StelluR and Straight Sick really going at each other in this game, not really wasting time. But StelluR has had the advantage through and through. His commando shot's been a big part of that. The way that he's been lasering down range, he wants to take those fights, and well, Straight Sick just learned a hefty lesson at the back of yellow. StelluR gets the advantage, gets the thrust, and Straight Sick suddenly looking to be in dire straits.
I love how he's at only a 5-kill lead now, and now a 6-kill lead. When so far this whole tournament has been like separated by like 2 kills for like entire matches up until like the last minute. This is probably one of the deepest and most devastating leads that we've seen so far, especially this deep into the tournament. We do see Straight Sick getting value out of that commando, really forcing StelluR onto his back foot, but the same way that Straight Sick was able to elude all of that damage, StelluR's now doing the same thing to him. And now with equal footing, StelluR is ready to fight. Commando out for Straight Sick. Active camouflage is coming up, and somehow StelluR hightails it out of here and over toward the 50% portion of the map, but even the height advantage isn't enough to stop that commando from coming in. A well-deserved active camouflage for Straight Sick.
Commando Diffie. StelluR went straight up to P2. A surprising play. You know that Straight Sick has camo. And that's going to give Straight Sick knowledge on how to push StelluR here. Unfortunately, he didn't pick up that thrust that was down at car 3. He's going to have to go back and pick up the one off the pad. StelluR, information is known. Oh, he spots Straight Sick. StelluR's won. And the finish is in. Straight Sick able to cut it down to 4. Commando still in. That's probably the most efficient camouflage we've seen in the tournament. Massive one to go for Straight Sick. He needs to continue this pressure on StelluR. Play fast, get these kills, quickly get your way back in this game.
You know, the good thing about the lead that StelluR was able to get onto Straight Sick is that it was so early in the game, but he did it so quickly that there was just a lot of time on the clock now for Straight Sick to eat that away. And now we're seeing Straight Sick really start to play so much better Halo right now, and so much more aggressive than we saw him playing before. Straight Sick is no longer on the defense. At this point, he's on full offense and really putting it on StelluR, which might just be throwing him off a bit. A 3-kill lead still in favor of StelluR, but you got to think of all of that momentum that Straight Sick now has right now. And now you're seeing StelluR being the one to back down, and now you're seeing Straight Sick being the one to control the action, control the pace so far.
Straight Sick's going to have to run away from that fight. Too much damage given at once. And that's going to give StelluR an important height advantage at top P for now. With camouflage coming up, if he can get away with this camo, it could lead to an easy kill and to stunt this momentum that Straight Sick has built. On the other side, if Straight Sick can win this fight, suddenly this comeback looks more and more possible.
StelluR getting aggressive towards the top mid side. Straight Sick thrusting right over towards the mid onto that grenade that he knew was there. Goes in for the challenge, not able to get the trade, and with that, StelluR finally able to get a kill. Icing out Straight Sick just a little bit, getting himself an active camouflage. Good job by Straight Sick to bait out the thrust, but it wasn't enough. The commando, too strong, puts him down despite Straight Sick playing and baiting out that thrust so well.
I love to play with the pulse rifle, right? Because with camouflage, the hardest part is tracking a camo, right? Well, the pulse rifle does that for you. As long as you get the shots down range, it's going to track like a heat-seeking missile. It did get StelluR to 1 shot, but the commando just shoot it. The time to kill is just so fast, right? And Straight Sick really had no opportunity to switch his gun and get to that BR. And, well, you better find a miracle right here, Straight Sick. He's down on thrust. He's down at the advantage. And StelluR takes pure advantage. Gets the kill, lead back to 6 with only 3 minutes left. Time is ticking away for Straight Sick. It's desperation mode for him off spawn.
And we're starting to see why StelluR, one of the best overall players in the game, championship winning, an average placing of like 1.5 during the entire season 1. Now on SSG, formerly of Cloud9, you're seeing why he's one of the best to do it. A big kill by Straight Sick to keep it within striking distance, if you will, but time is still not on his side. And with StelluR baiting out over toward the P side, Straight Sick having to get aggressive, almost running into a couple of grenades right there. Really tough. Luckily, Straight Sick bounces right back out, catches a new angle. Beautiful shots over toward the shroom stairs, and that's gonna be a big kill. Straight Sick bring us within 4, 2 minutes on the clock. Tools, do you think he can do it?
You can't rest easy if you're StelluR. Straight Sick has the momentum behind him. Oh my god, that commando shred. Straight Sick gets around the corner but is in danger, and every second that takes off the clock is reprieve for StelluR. Straight Sick able to replenish his thrust though. Straight Sick having a huge opportunity here. He has to play fast. He spotted StelluR.
StelluR trying to get away. Straight Sick with the big kill, not allowing StelluR to get over towards the P side. This is the most aggressive that we've seen Straight Sick play in multiple series here. He knows what's on the line, but at this point, I don't want to see a single death for Straight Sick. He has to continue to get these clean kills, continue to put StelluR down, but not make any mistakes whatsoever, checking every single corner possible. Sees the clamber by StelluR. First shots go in. That's a perfect by Straight Sick. Only 2 kills behind StelluR. The comeback. We might just see one of the best comebacks that we've seen so far in this 1v1 series right here in the elimination finals.
No, he chose wrong. He thought it's a yellow spawn. It's at blue. Every second he takes checking these yellow spawns is a second he can't afford. StelluR's just waiting at the back of blue, and Straight Sick's suddenly going to realize that he chose wrong, that he's not at yellow, that he's at blue. Look at all this time that's coming off the clock. It's going to be a razor thin margin in his ability to come back in this game. Every second that takes away is hope draining from Straight Sick. StelluR waiting in the hallway. Straight Sick finally going to get the engagement. Is it too late? StelluR, the chase nades are in. The chase nades hit. The StelluR finish. The bags are in. Straight Sick's hopes dissipate. One missed spawn does it in. Heartbreak for Straight Sick in game 3.
And that is so unfortunate. You know that Straight Sick...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for the qualifying match, the first of the day, and the second to last spot for the 20K finale. So we got Gilkey versus the TheDeitySam, controller versus mouse and keyboard. Things have changed recently. Magic, I want to know what your thoughts are going into this winter finals.
Well, it's a great matchup, and there's definitely a couple of names that maybe were less expected. I mean, Gilkey was a player that we had mentioned leading into today's bracket, but I wouldn't have put him at the very top of my list. Somewhere, you know, somewhere 3rd through 6th place maybe, but he's looking to change my mind and maybe the mind of the audience here, as he is on a streak in these last 2 series.
He is, and he's been a consistent competitor right throughout the weeks. Mikowski,
Sure.
I want to know, as a controller player, as a pro, what do you do at the face of adversity in this situation, controller versus keyboard? It's totally different all of a sudden.
Yeah, you got to take advantage, or excuse me, not take advantage, but you got to fully understand the advantages that mouse and keyboard has. Movement tech going to be one of them, and also that grenade weaponry combination. We've seen that used so well by Sam here today, and just as we thought Gunplexion was going to be one of those 3 third-place finishers to qualify for the finals on January 7th, it's now Gilkey with the best opportunity, as he's found himself in this winner's finals. And we could not have 2 polar opposites. We have the OG Gilkey, we have the newer Sam, and then we have the controller Gilkey versus the mouse and keyboard of Sam. So I can't wait to see who takes it home between these 2.
Indeed, I'm curious. I'll throw in my 2 cents. I definitely we know Gilkey's a pro, right? He's gonna play the game as about as best as you can, right? I did notice, right, that our keyboard and mouse player here, the TheDeitySam, he was winning those 1v1s against Gunplexion, but there were a couple of instances where I noticed that he had an opportunity to perhaps pick up a power up, but chose to continue to just, you know, stare down the sights and continue to press on his opponent. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. I believe we're getting into Aquarius. as we get started. So Magic and Mikowski, I'm gonna leave it to you two. This is the winter finals, everybody. Let's go.
All right, we're heading back into this best of 3 winners finals, and both of these teams off of, you know, some 2-0 victory, but they're at a juncture where something's got to give. So we got the keyboard and mouse player Sam, who was kind of a surprise upset, but showing us why he deserves to be here. And then Gilkey, one of the names that we would have expected to come through this bracket and make a name for himself. So what do you think about this matchup in particular? Who has the edge here?
Well, I broke down 2 of the differences between these two, but I think one of the most important is to point out Gilkey is a little bit more of a slow-paced player. So Gilkey, it's going to be even more important for him to build that early lead, to strike first and never look back. If he doesn't, if he lets Sam take a lead and you force Gilkey to have to push the emphasis against a mouse and keyboard player who's going to have a little bit more opportunity to slide and maybe grapple hook out of there, it could get very mixy very quickly for Gilkey. So despite the fact that he's an HCS pro, finished top 6 at Worlds, going up against the new name, and Sam, he's going to have his every bit of this challenge here in game 1. Sorry, such a challenge that it was difficult to say.
No, he has his work cut out for him, I think is what you were leading to, that this is no easy task. And Sam seems right now to be rising to the occasion. He gets that initial win, and I'm interested. I don't know if Camo's in play.
Wow.
I think after this victory, it's pretty clear that Camo is not in play. But one player has come out to play is TheDeitySam with a quick 2-0 lead off the break.
And I broke this down earlier, player versus player, input versus input. It almost looks like controller can't keep up against mouse and keyboard. This is absolutely astonishing, the shift in the landscape that we are seeing in the Halo community. If this patch sticks, I know we saw from 343 as we see another unbelievable headshot going down by Sam, but we saw the community manager for 343 saying that they're monitoring the situation of the dominance potential for mouse and keyboard, and you have to wonder if they're watching today.
Yeah, Unishek posting that he's going to keep on looking for more feedback. Keep giving feedback on what you think positive and negative about the changes, and Gilkey needs to make a change of his own. He does start that trek with 1 takedown. He picks up Camo. Wait a minute. Okay, this is
He's
not
breaking
the
it.
story of Gunplexion accidentally popping Camo. He fully used Camo for the first time, and now it says we're using everything or just no heat wave. So why did Sam offer those early wins not pick up Camo?
I am as shocked and confused and as bamboozled as a player that just got ninja Magic, because I cannot come up with any reasoning for how Camo just sat there on the windowsill like a hot pie that was seemingly too dangerous and too hot to touch. Instead, Gilkey using that Camo, trying to spur a comeback with it. Sam's gonna wait out the clock, and again, that movement tech easily, quickly gets back up to top mid, and now he could grab Camo if he likes.
Yeah, the back-to-back camos now, and Gilkey somehow forces TheDeitySam into low ground, and he gets another camo for free off of that delayed initial pickup when Sam had the opportunity. Gilkey, taking the advantage of that decreased visibility, lands a perfect kill right back in this game, only down 2-3. It looks like Heat Wave is the only item that's off the list, but how does Sam respond after giving up back-to-back free camo?
Well, he's going to have to avoid these dinos. That's one thing, but he's not going to. He should go down. No, the damage does not trickle down Sam. So again, is it the mouse and keyboard that allows him to sneak out that extra inch that avoids that tick of the dynamo grenades? Not trying to overemphasize the difference between mouse and keyboard and controller, but I can't think of a more striking presentation of the difference between the two, as we have both on display here in our winners finals. Gilkey down 1, gonna need to close the gap. Has that thruster to work with, has the commando out, has a sticky to work with as well. So he's got about as much as you could ask for. The only other thing would be those dinos, but that's on the other side of the map. Before that, we're gonna have this 1v1 go down. Gilkey, sticky's going out. Sam,
look at his weapon.
Picking and popping, and Sam has the heat wave now. I feel like we had a GA break, because I have no this just like. Maybe they had like a secret Discord chat, because usually they're in the game chat letting us know on the broadcast side what to expect, but seemingly all rules being broken here, Magic.
Well, I don't know. From the conversation text chat we saw earlier, it seemed like the only GA was the heat wave, so maybe some confusion. Otherwise, this heat wave pickup, if it does indeed get used, would be the first actual GA break. I think we have to wait and see how it plays out, because we're looking at a 1-point game, and this is a qualifying match. The winner of this series is in that finale, so this is the time to not play nice, but to play with everything at your utility. Gilkey gives up that top high ground, and now Sam, I think he just popped the camo, and he has the heat wave at the ready. There it is.
LVT sus in chat. LVT sus in chat. Sound the alarms, because we have GAs being broken everywhere in our winners finals qualifying match. Hopefully these guys played some Fiesta to warm up, because the entire sandbox is at play as Gilkey scurries away looking for those dinos. Gonna get a little tick of damage on Sam and keep him alive and give him a chance. And yes, he's gonna secure it with the trade. So we have a 5-3 lead here for Sam. Both players gonna spawn on opposite sides of each other. No, both players gonna spawn at blue. This is wild.
No way.
And I don't expect Gilkey to know that he would spawn there. No, that's exactly why. Sam got 4 perfect shots into the back of the head of Gilkey.
Oh my goodness, the spawn side by side. Gilkey seemingly rotating to top mid, but DeitySam picks up on that movement as he spawns in, nearly holding hands off of that blue side spawn. And Sam, with that awareness to be ready, has now a 3-point lead. Gilkey is fighting for this, but the heat wave comes out again. Not just a GA break like we saw from Gunplexion week 2, but a GA break that is dominating this match.
Oh, and this one quickly has bad blood written all. I can sense the angst that both of these players have for each other. As Sam, sitting on that 4-kill lead, now sitting here at P1, pushing up to P2. Has a camo coming up here in 10 seconds, so he's going to want to take down Gilkey and essentially score a 2-for-1 here if he's able to do that. Scoring the point and the camo. Might just wait it out, but Gilkey's not going to allow that to happen as he pushes the emphasis. Has 2 thrusts to work with, but that heat wave is sniping across the table. And now it's Gilkey down to 1 shot. Sam with the easy cleanup and the easy pickup of camo as well.
And watch now, Sam has to be aware that his heat wave has 1 round left. Might be looking for a fresh refill on that ammo with the use of this active camo. Gilkey, I think he's done. He gave it up right there. And score ends up as 9-3, but
wow. How much time was left?
Like a lot?
6-7 minutes and only down 6? So my takeaway from that, Magic, is Gilkey didn't want Sam to build any more confidence going into this ever important game 2. I guess that's the only thing you can do is just kind of pick your ball up and leave, right? Kind of throw off the rhyme and reason, the rhythm that Sam had there. I guess Gilkey looking to stop it right there. And yeah, there's I told you, the angst between the two. We didn't need to see a game chat to know that these two probably don't like each other.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a miscommunication with the early camo that Sam was choosing not to use, and then Gilkey uses it, and then all of a sudden Heatwave is in play. That's the only thing that makes sense, but Sam is making this a joke. LOL, 100%. I'm streaming right now. It's for the content, and it looked like 5 minutes, 5.5-ish minutes left, and Gilkey not wanting to play it out, just wanting to reset and go to game 2.
Yeah, and it's weird because Gilkey is really pressing the GAs, the GA
Sam
conversation.
Now you broke GAs, but the camo wasn't GA'd.
The camo wasn't GA'd, but that would be the only reason, Magic, why it would have sat there at up top so long, because Sam thought it was GA'd. Sam had those first couple kills, so Sam could have grabbed camo, never did. So once he saw Gilkey grab camo, to him it signaled that all bets were off, all rules were off. He went immediately for that heat wave and ended up sniping Gilkey with it later to quite literally end the game early at 9-3. So a miscommunication here, and I don't know. Usually miscommunication is in the form of not being on the same page as your teammate, but here in these 1v1s, the bad blood is with your opponent.
Okay, but here's let's add a layer to this, because I think you're setting it up so nicely in this best of 3. When you have a misunderstanding, or I wouldn't even say a disagreement, I think it's a straight up a misunderstanding of what's GA, both players thinking that the other one was the one to break the GA. When you go into game number 2 on Livefire, how do you trust any GAs? Like, is everything up for, is Overshield in play? Like, you know, are we gonna see? That would be wild. The only time we saw Overshield was when Gunplexion very clearly went out of his way to grab the Heat Wave and the Overshield, but I don't know how these two players can trust each other on any predetermined GAs.
And Magic, that is such a great way to set the Christmas table. But between these two, I imagine someone's going to break through it before anyone has a chance to taste the mashed potatoes or to try the green bean casserole, as Sam and Gilkey are locked in a 1v1 here. Game 2, a potential go-home game for Gilkey if he loses here. And he takes the ever-important first strike and a punch to go with it.
Okay, they're gonna try again. GA, Mangler, and Overshield, and Heat Wave. So it doesn't
and
look
Heat
like
Wave, ...
like it was actually decided, but that's what Gilkey's going for. I don't know if they ever came to an actual agreement on it, but at least that was the proposal. So for now, Mangler and Overshield most certainly out of play. We'll see if the Heat Wave makes its way back into the rotation.
I'm gonna call it here. This is a little prediction. If this score gets to 3-1, either player, someone's grabbing OS. As I'll call this. As soon as this lead gets wider than 1, 2 or more, I'm telling you, all hell is gonna break loose. So hold on to your butts, chat. Make sure you guys already have your snack and drink, because this one's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, pop the popcorn now, because it's going to be a showdown as Gilkey gets 2 on the board. But here's the thing, though. Sam only broke GAs in game 1 when he thought they had already been broken by Gilkey. And when he broke the GAs, he actually already had the lead. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Gilkey has the body shot with the sniper onto Sam. Sam's up on the little ledge there at the top of the doorway, getting his life back. And here comes the push. Repulsor in play. Gilkey with another clean kill. And we'll see. Now that the score is a 3-0, this might be Sam's chance to prove if he lives up to the gentlemanly standards.
Okay, it looks like he is.
Yeah, he didn't touch Mangler either.
Yeah, it looks like Sam, good on him, gonna abide by the GAs. But he's gonna have to abide by a newer strategy, because what he has put out in game 2 has not been working. Gilkey with the early 3-0 lead. And the opportunity now to command the score with another snipe no-scope melee, as we see just that on Sam, trying to close the gap, but instead, it's Gilkey shutting down.
And what a great setup there from Gilkey. We've seen him kind of corner players with the use of the plasma grenades, but in this case, he cornered Sam by shooting out a plasma grenade, forcing him to re-engage at top mid, and then Gilkey with that quick body no-scope and the melee follow-up, now looking at a 4-0 lead. And we've seen Gilkey coming out the gates with a killing spree. He has solid control of this map. 1 shot left in the sniper to try to get that medal across the screen.
And Gilkey is right where he wants to be based on that strategy we talked about before this series. Going up, getting that first strike, building on it here. But now the slower, more methodical pace and playstyle of the OG veteran Gilkey is going to fall into his favor and really push Sam out of his comfort zone, as Gilkey pushes that frag grenade right back at Sam with the repulsor. Critical, crucial sniper rifle to the winner of this battle, as Gilkey takes down Sam once again. And just like game 1, we saw Sam busted wide open. It's now Gilkey with the 5-0 lead.
Oh, I love that. Things are heating up to a potential game 3, but it's not over yet. Sam is still going to keep in the fight. A couple of repulsors left to work with, and honestly, from previous weeks, repulsor was the playmaker. We've kind of been a little bit less exciting here today, as other things have been really shining, including now Gilkey not in that traditional top of C tower position. He actually rotated cuts, and that rotation caught Sam off guard, so he could get that free shot in first.
The other thing shining is Sam's forehead, seemingly a massive target. 5 head for Gilkey, as he's accrued 5+ kills here. 6 make it, as Sam really has no answer for Gilkey, and there's just something about a pissed off Halo Pro that just makes it even more difficult. The battle you already had going up against the veteran, as Gilkey sends back another frag grenade. So that's actually really crucial. It's kind of inconsequential right there, but we talked about the strength of the mouse and keyboard and of Sam's game, and it was oftentimes the combination of that grenade and the weaponry, as we see him try to use it again, but no, Gilkey with the reversal. Sticky repulsor combination has one better for him.
there is certainly something different about a pissed off Halo Pro, and you're seeing it from Gilkey as he leads out this match 7-0. And during that encounter, they ran past Plasma Pistol, and it made me think that wasn't actually on the GA list, but neither player has touched it. I don't know. Plasma Pistol OP, in my opinion. So we'll see if either of them takes advantage of the green gun spawning at the bottom of C Tower. Now, Gilkey does miss on a couple of shots. He received some damage, but again, the player in the lead sets the pace, and he escapes back away for a second. I thought he landed that stick, but no, not on the stick. Sam still on the chase, Gilkey on the run. Now there's a use of the repulsor to try to escape, try to bamboozle both players' repulsors out, and this might be the longest round of combat we have seen.
Yeah, and thought Sam had the opportunity to score the remote detonation kill on Gilkey as he pushed up to A sandbags. And at this point, he might just want to pick up the remote controller and change the channel and early quit, just like we saw Gilkey there in that game too. And I think it counted, Magic. I think Sam was on his way to build up the momentum and the energy and the enthusiasm that he needed to feel like he could win this winners finals and upset Gilkey. Now it's Gilkey taking it right back with that 7-0 lead, and he's not looking to stop.
Okay.
Caster's curse. Sorry, just kidding. 7-1 now as Sam. Don't call it a comeback just yet, but he's on the board.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a comeback. I think if he breaks within 3, right? That's when I'll be excited. If he can get the next 3 kills here, 4 to 7, you know, I'll start to lean forward in my seat a little bit more. I'm still probably comfortable. Hopefully Gilkey's not, because he's the one playing the game right now. I, as a caster, can sit back and relax maybe for a few moments. But Sam has shown that he can be a feisty player as well, as he's still looking for Gilkey. Gilkey not giving him anything for free, not peeking out, not contesting. He knows where the sniper is. He's sitting pretty comfy at the back of A, and Sam heard something. I think he connected on that quick body shot. Gilkey on the run. It's not going to be enough. Sam capitalizing off of that kill.
And this looks to be the script you want to follow if you're Sam. Get that body shot DPS demon out with that sniper rifle. Still has 5 shots to work with, so with perfect execution, Magic could come back and tie this game up. But again, it's going to take perfect execution. Can the mouse and keyboard player land 100% of his theoretical shots? As he lines up Gilkey, I think spots him at green, knows this, and potentially rotates. No, he doesn't know he's at green. I thought we were about to see a little flank rotation. Instead, Gilkey with his back against the wall, probably has a couple spikers to work with. Sam does have that repulsor.
One
shot going out. Miss, not hitting, but he lands the second shot. Okay, so it's not perfect execution, Magic, but it's good enough as Sam is now only down 4.
All right, so he does end up with a kill in the end of the day, burning a little bit more ammo in the process than he would like, but you know, you always have the potential of the next sniper spawn. We're looking at a comeback potential here. He rounds the corner. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
You said Sam had that shiny forehead for the sniper shots. Gilkey might have just sent up a flare of his own as Sam, no hesitation, lines up the dome shot.
Sam now down 3, 4 minutes to go. So the timing, the pace, he's fully in it. Shot misses, so that sniper rifle has been depleted. Gilkey looking to deplete the chances of a comeback here in this crucial 1v1, but no, he goes down to Sam, and it's dueling killing sprees as we see 1 for Gilkey, 1 for Sam, and now he's down just 2.
Oh, wait, he's gotten 5 kills in a row? 5 in a row? Oh, you're right, because it was a 7-0 lead from Gilkey, and now, seemingly out of nowhere, Sam has me on the edge of my seat as promised. There's those beautiful grenades that you refer to when you're talking about the advantage of mouse and keyboard, getting that ricochet just right, and now trying to refill potentially on the frags. They're not up just yet. New sniper 15 seconds away. Sam looking for that utility, and he picks up the repulsor. This is so smart. We saw a couple of misplays earlier where he could have grabbed a weapon or he could have grabbed some grenades, but he's not wasting time in this matchup.
And this is going to give him the ability to toss some grenades back that Gilkey's likely going to toss at the sniper rifle. But no, Gilkey caught sleeping. Wasn't even looking at the sniper rifle as if there was other things on the map to worry about. But now you have a roaming Sam. He did so well with the sniper earlier. Only had 5 shots to work with in that instance. He's got 8 now. So he's doubled up the shot opportunity. Can he get 2 kills here to tie this one up at 7? A little bit of that MNK movement tech repulsor combination coming out for you. doesn't really get used. It's more just of a flashy, inconsequential play. Gilkey though, there, Gilkey gets flanked, gets caught, and there it is. I think that's the playbook right here, Magic. Ride that body shot, headshot cleanup combination. If you can't do that, try the grenade headshot combination like you've been doing so far if you're Sam, and you might just be able to take this series.
Now, was Sam the player we saw weapon dropping in the earlier matchup on Recharge?
Yeah.
We haven't seen that here yet because he's wanting to hang on to that sniper, but could potentially come out here with just that quick movement. He gets another body shot. He's not pushing in, though, on this fight, though. He's trying to lob a grenade, and there's the body shot. There's the cleanup. Mikowski.
Oh, my God.
We're looking at a tie game. Both players have gone on 7-kill streaks.
7 kills unanswered, and Gilkey's gonna have to come up with an equation quick if he wants to figure out Sam, who has seemingly got every note in the book on Gilkey, has him figured out at this point in the game. Magic, I know it's tied, but with a 7-kill spree from Sam, it just feels like all the momentum is in his favor. He's gonna need another one of those body shots to land with the headshot combination, as we see just that once again. And now Sam has retaken the lead 8-7 with just over 1 to go.
I'll be honest, I mentioned a game 3 looking pretty good when Gilkey went on that early killing spree, and now Sam, it looks like his shots just can't even miss. He has extra grenades to work with, tosses them off, so he picks up the new set, keeping them out of the hands of Gilkey. Spawn back of A. Sam hears something behind him, but no, he is taken down. Gilkey, this is his chance. 50 seconds on the clock and 1 point down.
In a must-win scenario, Gilkey clutches out the kill, but it's only enough to bring him within 1. Less than 1 to go. 30 seconds at that. So Gilkey's really going to have to get on his high horse here and push the emphasis on Sam. Doesn't want to allow him to get first shot or first damage with those grenades. Backs up off of that, but Sam is going to back up off the entire engagement and try to run out these 20 seconds. But I don't think there's enough time left. If Gilkey makes one wrong decision, oh my God, if he would have went back green, it would have been over. He's going back green. It's probably over. Oh no, Gilkey chooses wrong. And because of that, is going to go down in the winners finals as Sam has punched his ticket to January 7th.
Amazing showing here from Sam, coming back from being down 0-7 in this match to come back and take the win, waiting out the clock in the final seconds, and a name that we hadn't heard of much prior to today. Now in that finale. What an incredible showing here from Sam.
This was unbelievable. Gilkey up 7-0, and there it was. And wow, that's rare confidence from a player that's down 7-1, a newly minted one at that. Gilkey was seemingly looking at the killing frenzy before looking at the respawn screen over and over and over, as it was the body shots with the sniper combined with the headshot of that battle rifle, which led to the comeback in the improbable win.
This was my favorite. Oh, rounds the corner, lines it up, and somehow dodges that plasma grenade in the process. Like, just perfect. He sees maybe the elbow of Gilkey right out of that corner it cuts. Oh, what a crazy comeback game right here from Sam to lock in that grand finals, and more importantly, the top 2 qualifier. And I think it really just shows some great grit and tenacity to be down by 7 and be able to fight, no even claw your way back.
Yeah, the grit and the resolve, certainly something to be discussed here. That's got to be the biggest comeback in any of these 4 qualifiers, Magic, that we have seen. Not only a 7-kill comeback, but down 7-0, seemingly unable. You know when you try to start a vehicle and it's like, and it just that's what it felt like until Sam finally turned the ignition and pushed his pedal to the metal.
Yeah, he took his car to the shop and all of a sudden is firing on all cylinders. That's a pretty impressive my car won't start impression from Mikowski. Your bag of tricks is just getting deeper and deeper, like Mary Poppins suitcase or something like that. But Sam was really digging into his bag of tricks to come out with this comeback win. And one thing I want to address, Mikowski, before we kind of like leave this chapter of the bracket is there any dishonor from game number 1 that carries over, or is this kind of like a, okay, misunderstanding, let's move on?
I could answer that very easily and say not only is there carryover, but there's some carryover into the chat as well, as both Gilkey and Sam looking to defend their honor after that match. And Sam's offered to show the task manager at this point. I don't know, fired up, dude. Why not? Like, why not? You know, you got everyone questioning you. I'm not saying that we are here in the booth. GG's, great game, 2-0. But yeah, if you're gonna throw it out there, might as well catch it too, right? Like a boomerang or something. I don't know.
yeah. If you're offering the receipts, why not deliver them up? You know, that's kind of where we're at right now. And as we look over the bracket, neither of these players had an easy fight to get to that winners finals, but only one can move forward. And we see that as we shift our attention, the DeitySam's gonna have a little bit of time, hopefully using it well to prepare for the up and coming grand finals. Lower bracket, as we had kind of previewed before, is full of some star-studded talent. So Mikowski, for you, what do you think that lower bracket, what names are in that lower bracket that you're looking forward to watching?
Well, with more big names in this tournament, we certainly figured that a big name was going to come out on top in winners. Instead, you've got the likes of Straight Sick, Trippy, who else? Sab qualified, Abiture. There's so many pro players in the losers finals. I think this tees up for quite the presentation from Tools and Tony. I can't wait.
I'm kind of speechless, honestly. I'll say this though. Since the update, I have switched to mouse and keyboard. I am not brand new to mouse and keyboard. I played mouse and keyboard for 3 years now. I love it. I'm having a ton of fun on it. I'm playing in ranked, right? I'm moving through Onyx, kind of no problem. We're winning matches pretty nonstop, and I'm putting more damage out. Accuracy's pretty good, and I feel like I'm outperforming myself on controller at this point.
I'm worried about one thing, Brandon, along that line. I'm worried that you on mouse and keyboard might be too good because when my account got suspended was right after we had queued up for some rank.
Okay.
Maybe they meant to report you for it to be accurate and they clicked my name instead. That's a mystery we might never solve, but definitely mouse and keyboard is becoming a valid input in Halo Infinite.
Absolutely. I do think it's valid, and this is also something different for me. It's like the opportunities for multi-kill are there almost every single game when I'm playing mouse and keyboard and ranked, and so we need to see more. I think is the bottom line, right? By all means, DeitySam, very good player, probably better than me on mouse and keyboard. Somebody probably that plays religiously mouse and keyboard shows up and shows out, right? And so congratulations. Honestly, I am very happy that this happened, honestly, because I want to see it on the big stage in the finale, right? And this is, I don't know much about DeitySam, so I mean, if we could, we're gonna have to talk to the guy at some point, maybe this week, right? And figure out what what experience do you have, all that good stuff, because it's pretty impressive, honestly. We're gonna go to a quick break, but Magic, Mikowski, thank you guys so much. Any last words, Magic?
Yeah, I just want to end because I think this might be my last cast of the year, and I just need to end this year with I'm gonna get emotional. I'm sorry. I'm just very grateful. I'm grateful to you, Brandon, for inviting me to be part of this team. I'm grateful to the Halo community for welcoming me in and letting me be a part of this competitive scene. I am fueled by competition. I'm fueled by the esports scene, and so many people showing support. I could not say thank you enough.
Everything you've accomplished is on the back of hard work and practice. So congratulations, Magic. It's all you. Mikowski, any last words for the broadcast?
Get Magic Moonshot on the HES desk. Is an absolute travesty that Lottie is the only women representing women in gaming and women in Halo. There is, and it's not even to say that Magic deserves that spot because she's a woman. She knows her S. She is very good at what she does, and it would be an absolute failure on 343 and HES's part if she's not on the broadcast booth as Charlotte.
I couldn't agree more, honestly. Round of applause for you guys. Thank you guys for closing out the first 4 weeks of qualifiers. Of course, we have the elimination bracket to get through. We have one more qualifying spot to get to. It's about to be a bloodbath. We have names like Trippy, Gilkey, who knows who else in the bottom of the bracket right now. Super CC. It's about to get real. We got Tools and we got Why Not coming around on the other side.
I'm gonna go Trippy on the first game. I think it really comes down to Commando, and we saw how effective that Commando is. Using it to get those opening picks to grab the sniper rifle. I think that's the bread and butter for Trippy right here. I have him taking this first game.
You love to hear it. Well, we're loading right in. So Tony, go and do what you do best, sir. It's live fire warriors, or it's live fire. Excuse me.
Well, I've done some self-reflecting, and I've really dug deep. I had a discussion with myself, and I said, you know what? There were no way I can go against the back-to-back LAN champion. There's no way that I can sit here and go against Trippy, one of the best to ever do it in ones. So I'm switching. I'm sorry, I'm switching sides. I'm Gilkey. I respect you, Gilkey, and I really wanted to see you making it to that January 7th qualifier, but I got my man Trippy. He was waiting for the last chance qualifier. He's taking it. In fact, he's taking it too well.
Your inner dialogue, Tony, you talk yourself in the third person, is like, Tony, we gotta do this, you know what I'm saying?
I actually call myself a big deal, actually.
A big deal, yo, big deal, bro. I heard you saying some wild stuff on broadcast. All right, right it back, getting on the Trippy channel. I'm gonna stay with Gilkey, you know what I'm saying? I think maybe Gilkey drops his first game, but I think Gilkey got a fire, you know what I'm saying? I think Gilkey wants to prove himself in this game, and who better to prove it against than the world champion?
Well, as of right now, he's starting off 1-0, grabbing himself a couple of spikes, repulsor, and of course that sniper rifle, which we've seen time and time again really dominate here on live fire. Maybe in the early rounds it doesn't come into play too much, but at this level of competition with these professional players, they obviously know what to do with it. But normally you see Gilkey on the tower side with the sniper. He's controlling A side, a little bit different here, Garrett.
A little bit different, but the sniper hits the same body shot to make him one. Trippy gonna have to back down, but look how fast those shields went down. Trippy punishing with this commando. The Texas Mando, man, it hits absolutely different.
Gilkey, formerly of G2, able to flip the map, get that tower side control with the S7 sniper rifle. We've seen him actually caught running with Oxygen Esports. We've seen him running with Complexity in scrims. We have no idea where exactly he's going to land, but we always know that there's a home for Gilkey because the man's one of the best to ever do it in 4s and 2s and even in 1s. The nade goes in, and somehow Trippy able to stay alive. A nade from Gilkey and even a return from Sender Grenade wasn't enough to take Trippy down. Maybe Clay was right.
Oh my god, jeez. Trippy somehow survived, and now Gilkey's in deep trouble. That commando just shreds through. And now the two remaining bullets of sniper head over to Trippy, tying this game at 1 apiece.
I'm still flabbergasted. I'm in shock and awe right now that Trippy was able to survive while one shot those what looked like well-placed grenades by Gilkey ends up earning himself a kill, earning himself the sniper rifle, now having control. Gilkey fighting with obviously less resources than Trippy has, and Trippy the one backing down. Trippy actually swapping out that BR4 commando. You said he's one of the best players in the game with that commando. In fact, I believe you said the best. Let's see what he does as the body shot into Gilkey. Gonna try to close the gap with that commando. You gotta be precise to get the headshot, and Gilkey's still running.
Yeah, I know. I'm confident with that declaration. I think Trippy is the best commando player on the planet.
Damn. Okay.
Gilkey
Better
doing a
than
little
Renegade?
combat ball. Better than Renegade. Let me tell you.
Better than Spartan?
Better than Spartan.
Wow.
Who else you got? Come on, Tony. List them off.
Better than me?
Oh, damn. I got to think about that one. Of course he's better than you. Trippy's commando is god tier. I'm telling you, no one can compete with it. The way he hit shots pre-patch Mando, Trippy was already taking heads. Post-patch, Trippy about to get a G8.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little hurt, but whatever, you know, it's your opinion. Thought we were cool. 1-1 tie right now. Commando in the hands of Trippy. We're about to see how good that commando really is. Shredding the shields of Gilkey, and both players gonna decide to split the difference, tied up at 2 apiece. Nobody alive on live fire.
See, did they get the close spawns? Gilkey, where are you? Did they get the same site spawn? Oh no, okay, Gilkey appears from nowhere. He's got a little X over his head. I love that. Gilkey gonna be able to run away with his sniper rifle. Still plenty of ammo left in this thing and a repulse to use. Plenty of utility, but look at Trippy. He goes back to the home base. Gotta get himself a commando in his pocket as Gilkey spotted out the fight.
Did he hit the no scope is a question. I believe he did.
God,
That's the
Trippy
reason
gets
why
away.
Trippy's going all the way back with the repulse and little monkey see, monkey do action as they both decide to repulse up, and now they repulse back for the reset here. But it's still Gilkey that has that sniper rifle. 4 shots, 1 repulsor left here. Trippy rotates all the way towards the seaside, not letting go of that commando whatsoever. We're about to meet here. C-Plat commanded by Trippy. Gilkey have a little less space to work with over toward the next side, but he doesn't know that Trippy went right under him.
And just doesn't have the timing. And oh, well, Gilkey snaps on. The flick not gonna be enough though. Trippy gets the kill and now has the sniper rifle in his possession. Only 1 bullet to use, but knows that Gilkey's gonna spawn towards A.
It's crazy to me because Trippy's strength is not in the fact that he's just going to consistently challenge over and over again in these 1v1 fights. And even though he normally can win them, Gilkey gonna win, get the best of him on that one to tie up the game. But really, Trippy has that unorthodox playstyle. He can come at you from so many different angles and really throw off your timing, throw off your flow. It's so hard to predict Trippy's movement because he really is one of the more unpredictable players in the league, especially in 1v1s.
Trippy trying to get in an early engagement. Gilkey goes up high to get the better shot. Trippy follows suit. Trippy able to get away once again, using that repulse masterfully to keep his life. Gilkey is able to refill his sniper rifle. Oh. Tough looks.
What goes up must come down, and looks like Trippy chases Gilkey down. Grabs back that sniper rifle, having 8 shots to work with. Momentum in favor. Trippy swaps out that BR for the commando. He's obviously comfortable with it. Can Gilkey equal the odds just a bit? He needs a kill right here. The last thing he wants to do is give Trippy any momentum whatsoever.
Yeah, Gilkey was in a tough spot with that sniper rifle. Although he refilled his ammo, he never reloaded the gun. So he had to stay with his BR, and his BR quickly ran out. Suddenly, he had no utility to use against Trippy. And now Trippy has a chance to really cement himself a lead with a shot of this sniper. But Gilkey has just been resilient with his ability to get these kills when they matter the most.
Like we said, we don't want to see Trippy get too much of a lead and really start to take things out of control. So Gilkey consistently able to keep us close, and no player really able to pop off with that sniper rifle. But if Gilkey can do that, maybe we see him go on that 2 or 3 kill lead. Maybe we see him blow a lead so far in the scoreboard. As of right now, Trippy trying to find any kind of access point. Gilkey spots him quick. Watch your head, Trippy. The second one may not miss. Ooh.
Trippy takes 1 to the body. Gilkey now has the lead. Goes straight for that repulse. The only problem with this play is he's forcing in the tower spawn, and not normally the spawn you want to give when you have the sniper. You usually want to invert this, have the tower control to try to get them towards A. Easier lanes to follow. But Gilkey just has to hit the shot, give himself that 2-kill lead, and suddenly this game is blown open.
Well, keep in mind, you don't have a mangler on the tower side. Is he moving the box? Why? Why was he taking the box with him? Gilkey, excuse me, Trippy, able to push up over toward the sandbag side. That naked, he bounced right back. No damage done just yet to Gilkey, but Trippy trying to avoid that damage, wasn't able to do so. Once the grunt goes in, Gilkey knows it's time to push and gets himself an easy kill on that one, and a 2-kill lead in favor of Gilkey here, your favorite to win the matchup.
My no good, terrible blueberry nade is what Trippy has to say right there. He thought that chase nade was going to do a great job at finishing up that kill against Gilkey. Instead, the repulse sets it right back at the feet of Trippy. And while the trap card set, Gilkey was able to take advantage. And now Gilkey styling out as he gets close to Trippy, getting his lead to 3. The sniper's starting to heat up.
This might be the biggest lead that we've seen so far in this game. What's been back and forward all game long. Now, Gilkey really started to take command here, and Trippy has to up the tempo. That's exactly what he does. The problem is, he gets the toe shot into the BR. Luckily, the nades able to take him down Marty-Dom style. So still a 3-kill game. Gilkey still has control. First one to spawn up. Can Trippy steal away the S7?
Oh, Gilkey with the great drop shield placement, able to eat one of those BR shots and then gets the advantage. Sniper back in his hand, and suddenly the clock playing very much against Trippy in this game. Limited time to come back from a 4-kill deficit.
It was a hell of a play for Trippy to trade out his life with those grenades. Sadly, wasn't able to do it again. So once again, the sniper rifle finds the hands of Gilkey, but Trippy with the high ground finds the back smack, and the sniper doesn't quite fall off the map, which I believe was Gilkey's intent right there. Trippy able to take advantage of it. Down by 3, 2 minutes on the clock. It's not impossible yet. Trippy, you have to get in there.
Trippy thought maybe he had the good enough timing to force that A spawn, but not the case. Gilkey traveling towards that overshield. Did Trippy hear some sort of footstep? Just checking these corners. Here we go. Gilkey throws out that first sticky, able to zone Trippy away, gets the shots down range, throws the lead back to 4, and reclaims the sniper.
And now this is where I really get worried for Trippy right here. You know, you're down by 4 kills. You have a minute and 30 seconds to work with. I was gonna say if Gilkey can try to take as little damage as possible and maybe create some distance between him and Trippy, that could have been great. However, Trippy ends up getting the kill so quickly, bringing us within 3. Now I'm a believer here, and Trippy flying right at him with the curve sliding. Gilkey, the H2 sword lunge, puts him down, and maybe the chances for Trippy to take that game number 1, that might just be it.
Oh, let me tell you why we haven't had a Halo boxing event yet, because Gilkey's throwing uppercuts. Are you kidding me with that? The lunge into the perfect snipe to really put the dagger in the game. Gilkey getting the job done.
I've been trying to tell you, them boys from New York just different. I tell you right now, Gilkey got the Timbs on, and he's showing it right here and really showing out. 30 seconds on the clock. You know it's 8 seconds to respawn, and it's at a 4-kill game. I keep telling you, so it's 8 times 4. That's about 87. I think it's mathematically impossible for Trippy to come back in this game, but he's going in, finds himself 1. Let's see if he can find a second.
Hey, you know, mathematically it was over. Don't give him any more momentum. You know what I'm saying? You hit snipe shots like that. Trippy able to get a little bit momentum behind him after losing game 1, but now the grapple, like 3 bounces landed right on the feet of Trippy, bro. Just couldn't do anything about it. Oh man. All right, repulse, grapple, shock rifle, camouflage going to be in play. See Trippy standing on the triple boxes, expecting to push into needles. That's going to be a free camouflage for Trippy. Gilkey not able to hunt him down in time. The camo reactivates for Trippy. Gets the first kill and now has a huge advantage in this game. Not only getting the camouflage, but now the grapple and the shock rifle to work with.
Camouflage shock rifle combination gets put to work immediately. Perfect, says Jeff Steitzer. A 2-0 lead for Trippy. But I feel like I've read the chapter of this book before. We saw him go on a lead early in that game number 1, and Gilkey was able to bounce back. Will that happen again here?
Ooh, that pesky battery jumps up just a bit too high, eats the shot. As Trippy regretting that one. He had the perfect reticle placement. Knew exactly where Gilkey was coming from. But the environment plays too much. But, oh, looking for redemption. Trippy uses the YY at the wrong time.
Time and time again, I fat finger all the time. I be clicking that Y set of the gunshot, but it looks like Trippy doesn't make 2 mistakes in 1 life. Able to finish him off with that grenade, and now things already started to get out of hand early. If there is one good thing to say about Gilkey is that it's still very early in the game. Anything can happen here, but Trippy so far on a 3-0 run.
Gilkey needs to be careful and really not let this game get out of hand. Trippy not comfortable with that position. Knew the nades were going to come in. Repositions. Gilkey tried to play fast, but oh no. It's a shooting gallery for Trippy. Gilkey put on a poster. And now Trippy even influences the spawn. He wants to have this triple stacks position so he can grapple this camo away.
A fire has been lit under Trippy right now. The man is really taking over here on recharge and even getting himself in a terrible situation, able to grapple back out. Goes back in for the reach out. Little unorthodox play right there. Not gonna catch the kill. Only thing he's gonna catch is a plasma grenade right from Gilkey.
Look at this, the camo in the corner. Ooh, Trippy knows it's in that corner. Immediately sends out the pre-nades. Can Gilkey's nade get the kill? No. Wonder if that camo is trapped in that corner. You saw it over there, right? Am I crazy or what, Tony?
Can I get an AI scan 90? Like, we need to find this active camouflage, which, I mean, either way, it looks like it's not on the map anymore, but Trippy's BR is. And it's still a 6-1 start in favor of Trippy, and active camouflage no longer here.
Yeah, it's just gone.
The Guardians took it.
Trippy gets around this corner, has a massive lead in game 2. Looking to end this one early. If he's aggressive at this shock rifle, he'll put this one out of reach early on.
Couple warning shots here from Trippy. It looks like Trippy gonna actually rotate all the way toward the tower side. Those nades should give away his position, but Gilkey has to try to cut off some of these angles. Meanwhile, Trippy holding on to the high ground. Trippy has to do the same. Just barely a missed shot by him with the shock rifle, but down to one shot Trippy goes. Gilkey still can't quite find an angle to finish him, and those footsteps are allowed. Trippy can track exactly where Gilkey is going just by the footsteps, and Trippy fires off one shot, quickly relocates. This must be getting frustrating for young Gilkey.
Oh, but it's a perfect blueberry. The prediction nade is perfect. Gilkey gets the shock rifle in his possession once again. Just one shot to work with, but one shot is not going to be enough. Trippy being very aggressive, trying to get into the face of Gilkey. Was able to back him down for the camouflage. Gilkey does have the better position to grab that new shock rifle, but he has to survive the onslaught at Trippy first.
Trippy able to get away with that camouflage, even able to put down some damage onto Gilkey. Gilkey not backing down though, really staying over toward the Whirlpool side, gets some cover onto the batteries. He wants to fight despite the fact that Trippy has his active camouflage, but Trippy is not allowing Gilkey to Spider-Man away from that situation. Gonna Captain America him. 7-2 lead in favor of Trippy. Trippy really trying to send us into a game 3.
Perfect.
Gilkey slides right into Trippy's reticle, made it just as easy as possible. Lead to 6 as Trippy has found the spawn trap. If you stand on triple stacks, you will get that A spawn. And now Gilkey has to be careful because anytime he moves, you have to know that Trippy's ready for that action.
Huge lead by Trippy, not trying to leave anything up to chance. No, because when Gilkey's playing it close, he really can go off at any given time. So Trippy has just been dominating this game number 2. This is not just a game number 2. This is a statement. This is a message.
Oh, what?
As Gilkey gets caught teabagging right off the rip, ends up losing his head immediately. A perfect spawn trap by Trippy, giving him an 8-kill lead. And I was wondering if Gilkey stopped moving, but it looks like he is going to start to move once again. And oh, hold on. What am I seeing? Did he
I think he's saying end the game. I think Trippy's the leader.
He named himself. Yeah, he named him. That is it. That might be him waving the white flag here. Gilkey saying, hey, I have usage. So me? You gonna tell me how to say something where I'm from? Yo, I'm mad right now.
I'm making you mad. Last Sunday, Tony, last Sunday, I made a Chicago style pizza too. I'll keep you mad, bro. I'll keep you mad.
Just take it away. I want to talk to you.
Camo. For Trippy, that commando rifle still in use. Does he know that Gilkey's directly under? He does hear it, but the camo runs out at the worst possible time. Trippy not taking that engagement. He comes back for seconds and seconds too much. Gilkey able to get him on the fadeaway shot. His BR lands the head. First blood for young Gilk.
Hits those shots like a New York Knickerbocker, you know, with his Timbs on. You already know, because I actually know what's going on in New York. I'm not sitting out there in Vegas on a whole different coast. I know what's happening in New York. As Gilkey holding on to the P side, commando out. Like I said, his commando can definitely go toe-to-toe with Trippy's as well. So we're going to see how that fares. It might just end up being a battle of who has the better commando, and we're gonna find out here. Trippy man in the top mid. Right back up he goes, forcing Trippy to back down. Immediately, Gilky gonna cut him off. Guesses over towards the mid side. Trippy actually extending a bit wider than expected.
Down low, Trippy comes back for the immediate reach out, but 2 for 2 on the gunfights is Gilky. Really hitting crisp shots today. It seems like he's not trying to lose any gunfight. Or that he can lose any gunfight, to be honest. Gilky seems to be so precise with his aim today. And, well, you might need to hit the gym once again, missing some easy chin-ups.
You said we weren't going to see a Needler in play, but as of right now, I see one in the back pocket.
I'm in
Trippy.
fear, baby. I'm in fear of the big miss, Tony.
Ain't no trolley in that one. I'm saying ain't nothing but fake needles about to fly in. But the shots with the BRs was really controlling the gunfight. Gilky down to one shot.
Oh my God.
The mid, thrust him back, hits him with the fadeaway. I said shooting like a New York Knickerbocker, but a shooting like a Laker. They look like Kobe with that fadeaway.
Oh my God, sign this man up for the Knicks. They need him. It's gonna be Gilky and Brunson going down the court. The man can't miss. He's that automatic 3 to open up the lanes. Oh my God, Gilky looks unstoppable.
What's crazy to me is that, you know, they nerfed the thrust a little bit. He's still able to hit that and even able to bait out that thrust with the commando shots. Perfect shots into Trippy. No thrust for you, says my man. And you know what? Seinfeld also from New York. Look at that. Look at that.
You know who else was from New York? I'm trying to think of someone from New York. I was gonna say, like, what's the founding father? It's from New York. I was gonna say Hamilton, but that's a little corny. I don't know, man. I'm losing it. Tony, my fake facade is running away.
Oh,
Gilky. Great
he
shots
almost went downtown
range.
like Carmelo Anthony, also from Syracuse as well.
Yeah, there you go. Hey. He was wearing the orange back in the day. Shout out there, Carmelo. Was Carmelo the guy that wouldn't go to the bathroom on the sidelines? I can't remember who that one was.
What?
Do you not know that story? I can't remember if it's Carmelo or not. He said, I don't want to disrespect Carmelo Anthony, but there was a guy in the NBA who just like he refused to go to the bathroom, would regularly defile his basketball
we need to go back
shorts.
to Halo, man. It's 4 to 1.
The stench would be too much. You know what I'm saying? Oh my,
What?
Trippy's Mando's back in it.
4-2 lead in favor of Gilky right now, but it's Trippy the one that has that camo, that commando, and the thrust. So all of the resources necessary to mount the comeback. Plenty of time on the board, so don't count Trippy out just yet. There's a reason why this man is a world champion. Gilky has been going toe-to-toe with them, like you said, winning almost every single one of his individuals, but we know how creative Trippy can be.
Gilky trying to do his best, but Trippy has the high ground, has the advantage. Gilky's really gonna have to be creative, and this is creative. Getting on that ledge, trying to get a different angle, but Trippy well positioned for this fight. And yeah, Gilky's just doing his best, but this is really just showing you the difference that height can make in a game of Halo. Trippy has all of the advantage right here. It's gonna come down to pure gun skill if Gilky wants to get this kill.
Trippy sitting over toward the mid. Still having that commando out. It's actually Gilky's commando. You see the G2 emblem on it. I caught it. Our man's using, he picked up the commando off his dead body and can't reskin it. So rocking the G2 right now. Don't worry, Trippy. Don't worry, OpTic fans. Trippy ain't going anywhere. Gilky stuck over toward the back map here. It looks like Trippy will close the distance. The shots go in from downtown. Trippy down to one shot. Gilky finally comes in. Bang! Gilky takes down Trippy. That's my basketball commentary.
Hey, I liked it, man. I like the comeback. Or bang, baby. But Gilky's so icy in those last moments of the gunfight when you have to hit the head. Like, so often we've seen him switch weapons, go to that thrust, and here we go. I talked about it in the pregame. That pulse rifle for Trippy, he loves that weapon, and the early shield break is going to be enough. Trippy getting back into this game. Thrust control for him once again. This pulse rifle might be the X factor needed. to take down Gilky.
Gilky's consistently trying to put Trippy in these awkward positioning where they're forced to fight in a fair 1v1 gunfight. The problem is that Trippy is so creative and doesn't come at you orthodoxly. He's always coming at you from a weird angle, like all the way up above for the flag, over, down, thrusting back. This is not normal timing that most players use, especially at this level. But Trippy, again, one of the most unorthodox players that we have, cuts it within one.
I mean, Gilky loses that gunfight. That's to be expected, right? Trippy has the camouflage and commando rifle, but the strafe that Gilky took, a strong left-right crouch up, I gotta respect it, man. That if you're talking about a non-pro like an AM player, that strafe probably gets the job done. But we're talking about Trippy, one of the best in the game. You're gonna have to do a bit more than that, but promising results from Trippy, hanging on to a 1-kill lead right now. Gilky desperately trying to get this back to 2.
Said left down crouch up. I thought you were putting in a GTA cheat code or something. I didn't know what was going on, but still a 1-kill lead in favor of Gilky. Pulse carbine in hands can be used easily to shred the shields of his opponent. Switch out quick for the BR. That's exactly what he's trying to do, but Trippy creeping up the car side, crouching. Gilky not really knowing where he is. Again, we talked about those audio cues, which are so important. If Trippy slides on in there, Gilky will snap right onto that long haul and get the engagement that he's looking for. Trippy is crouching, low Call of Duty style. Meanwhile, Gilky's the one making all of that noise, and Trippy tracking him through the footsteps. Couple warning shots gonna keep Gilky at bay, and that's gonna be a stolen camouflage in favor of Trippy.
Gilky has to be careful here. Trippy's going to be on the hunt with this camouflage. Is Gilky's eyes good enough? Or Gilky going to have great timing. He got out of the base just in time. Trippy trailing from behind, but if he can just keep rotating like he is, he could potentially outlast this camouflage. The pulse rifle does connect for half a shield. Trippy backs down for now, but still need that camouflage to work with, and the commando too strong.
Big kill by Trippy, once again putting the commando to work. You talked about it time and time again, how strong Trippy's commando is, and you're seeing it once again, tying up the game at 5 apiece. Gilky getting caught over towards the mid-map. Trippy not having the shields that he wants to work with, so not going to commit to that gunfight, but still keeping him within his sights. Thrust right back into the BR. Perfect, once again, says Jeff Steitzer, as Trippy takes the lead.
The game kind of wilding out for a perfect kill right there. Did he not switch weapons? I guess you get a perfect with 2 weapons, huh?
Yeah. It was a perfect 3-shot with the commando into a 2-shot with the BR. That's bad.
Perfect shot. He didn't miss one. That's all we need to know. Trippy finally takes the lead in this game. And now Gilky having to play on his back foot for the first time in this game 3 against Trippy, who's red hot right now, overcoming such a deficit.
Time and control being held by Gilky at the moment. Trippy did make it towards the blue side, and Gilky did spot him, so the location being known for both of the players, but it's Gilky that's taking way too much damage to keep a hold of that top side. So Trippy, who was at a non-advantageous position, now moves into an advantageous one. The high ground in favor of Trippy. We know how strong they can be. Star Wars taught me that. And so did Trippy. A 2-kill lead, 2 minutes on the clock. Gilky has to come off a spawn, and he needs a kill right here, right now.
Gilky needs to bait this camouflage. You know Trippy wants to get this one, but if Gilky hits perfect shots, he can't stop it from getting popped. Gilky getting aggressive. Doesn't want to let Trippy get too far with that camo. He spots him immediately. Was able to pick up the thrust that Trippy had left behind, so no thrust for Trippy to use at this moment.
Need more of that beta carotene, you know, so you can see the camouflage better.
That's a huge misstep. Tony, what a misstep from Gilky right there. He could have burned a thrust to take that thrust pad at blue. Instead, he left it alone, and now Trippy, not only did he get cam.
Oh, both players down to 1-shot, playing a little bit of SWAT right now. Really trying to play his life down with the thrust, and Gilky almost recharged his shield.
2 minutes left to play. Wondering if we'll hit that 15-point mark or if the time will run out.
Lightning kill with just a minute on the clock, and Gilky has no height advantage, has no resources, no maidens, no shots.
And now, mortally on the high ground, Gilky with the commando.
Right now for the sniper, 4 in reserve. 4 is the magic number.
Was both by surprise, and he had the sniper for a moment, but mortally will.
in tournaments with the likes of Spartan and Barcode, instead of running with Fnatic. He always has his reticle ready, always able to gather information and hit shots when it matters most. The problem is that Mortally doesn't give a freaking damn. Great strategy across the board. However, Shaady gets the initial damage he's looking for. Gilkey throwing a couple of denial grenades, taking to the sky.
Tony, would you do the honors? No,
He's a shooter.
Anthony's cool.
He's a shooter, and as
Well, you can see Shaady trying to keep that reticle still. To happen. So keep your calendar open every Sunday for the next 3 weeks.
He's of G2 and a phenomenal player. We've seen G2 in early season 1. He said he was willing to move to America a while ago. I'm surprised the North American organization hasn't picked him up.
January 7th,
Wow.
and Invictid right now is hoping to secure that spot. The camo, the flank.
It was that juke with the thruster down bottom mid that earned Invictid that first kill and an early opening lead here on Aquarius.
But he still only has that 1 point to speak of, that breadstick, if you will, trying to break it. And now there it is. The second kill comes through. And I mean, gentleman's agreement that GA could also stand for a gentleman's argument.
Now
It
he
looks
wants
like
it. Providing that entertainment value to the community who wants to see these guys play for things like camo. There's more consequence in these go up
Yeah,
the
not
ramp.
playing that
Knowing that if he goes up the ramp, he's gonna die. That was masterfully played from Gunflexion right there. Absolutely big brain. Knew Invictid had the repulsor, and you saw he tried to grapple up to C plat.
He repulsed his BR instead of the sniper.
Oh,
He's gonna rotate, try to hunt him down. Invictid comes back to challenge on it, and a repulsor to get back out of the way. Oh, he picked up the heat wave.
we are breaking GAs.
Wait a second,
This
wait a
rivalry just got
second.
a little personal here. Nuclear
overshield?
Spitfire
No,
is going to be
wait a second.
sent out into the ether as the overshield is now into the suit of Gunflexion, not having any GAs or any OS or any camo or any power weapons, and now he's using both, down by 2. I might just disrespect you and end this series with the Mangler in my hands. 10 seconds left to go. One last opportunity for Gunflexion to close the gap physically on this map and in the scoreboard as well. He needs
not gonna
one to
find him.
send it to overtime, but I don't think we're gonna get there as Invictid closes out the series 2-0.
Forcing Sab to relocate once again. We know how well Gunflexion can play onto his offensive, and now there's no place to hide. Repulses him back.
If worse comes to worse and Gunflexion wins the fight, well, you're gonna give up that sniper ammo. Gunflexion using those battery ledges as protection against the noob combo. He exposes himself for just a second too long. That green goo is gonna melt the shield, and that
Gunflexion wants to hunt him down right here, right now. Try to bait him out toward the bat ledge. Will you not challenge me, Batman? Will you not challenge me? This is a phenomenal strategy, and largely the reason why Sav has made a campfire here on the bat ledge side of the map. Down to one shot. Gunflexion trying everything he can. K-Shit is coming in, and now he's teabagging both weapons as Sav comes out with the 2-0 victory over Gunflexion.
Players have agreed to not use those 3 items, but camo is fair game, and StelluR, off of that early camo win, is pushing this fight. Bubu Dubu might have just given him the slip, and there's the thruster use. Wasn't enough to regen his shield. Bubu! Oh my goodness! Oh, StelluR had a little bit of a break. You mentioned he might be, taking notes on Bubu Dubu's play style, but maybe he's also coming back.
The nest here to contest Bubu Dubu and that sniper rifle. Bubu with a boom block and a boom sticky grenade.
Top of sandbags, or he can just go straight to the sniper. He does the repulsor. Up here, if you want to rush at Bubu, instead he steps back away from that plasma. Now he's closing in. He gets the repulsor. Oh no!
It's for the 16K and makes it to the grand finals as well. So a mouthful of accomplishments for Bubu Dubu.
He was enclosing that bottom B. That spike grenade definitely should have worked, but it looks like StelluR hits the stick.
he knows where StelluR's at. One more shot of this snipe. StelluR, but he's so damn icy. And overlooking the conversations about the best snipers in the game. But my God, I like the confidence that he has trying to challenge out Tracing, even though there's that shock rifles. Oh, this could be devastating.
Can straight sick waste that time like StelluR has done to straight sick time and time again, or will he end up spotting, hunting him?
On a circle, make sure that he doesn't get too comfortable in one spot. Keep StelluR guessing, and while StelluR, he guessed wrong.
Loves trying to put the scoreboard and the time clock between his opponent, but he's just not able to do it just yet. And he doesn't notice StelluR's right behind him. The body shot goes in.
It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. That nade did it. Oh
trying to get over to where the gold side. StelluR anticipates the right side push, ends up pushing left, and now StelluR with the height advantage.
But he knows the route. He's getting the shots down range. StelluR has the high ground. He's going down low, straight. Oh no! Oh wow!
I feel like he's downloading that information and he's beginning to count. StelluR getting aggressive over towards the top mid-side, straight sick.
StelluR waiting in the hallway. Straight sick finally gonna get the engagement. Is it too late? StelluR, the chase nades are in. The chase nades hit. The StelluR finish.
And Sam seems right now to be rising to the occasion. He gets that initial win, and I'm interested.
The shift in the landscape that we are seeing in the Halo community, if this patch sticks.
Now, Sam, I think he just popped the camo, and he has a heat wave at the ready. There it is.
LVT sus in chat. Oh, both players gonna spawn at blue. This is wild.
No way.
And I don't expect Gilky to know that he would spawn there. No, that's exactly why. Mouse and keyboard and of Sam's game. And it was oftentimes the combination of that grenade and the weaponry as we see him try to use it again. Now it's Gilky taking it right back with that 7-0 lead. And he's not looking to stop.
Okay.
Caster's curse.
He's sitting pretty comfy at the back of A, and Sam heard something. I think he connected on that quick body shot.
Sniper rifle has been depleted. Gilky looking to deplete the chances of a comeback here in this crucial 1v1, but
Okay.
no.
He's not pushing in, though, on this fight, though. He's trying to lob a grenade, and there's the body shot. I'll be honest, I mentioned in game 3 looking pretty good when Gilky went on that early killing spree.
No, Gilky chooses wrong, and because of that, is gonna go down in the winners finals as Sam has punched his ticket to January 7th.
Watch your head, Trippy. The second one may not miss. Ooh. Then naked, he bounced right back. No damage done just yet to Gilky, but Trippy trying to avoid that damage, wasn't able to do so. Once the grunt goes in, Gilky knows it's time to push.
Trap card set. Gilky was able to take advantage. Now Gilky styling out.
Now Gilky really starting to take command here, and Trippy has to up the tempo. That's exactly what he does. The problem is he gets the camouflage shock rifle.
Knew the nades were gonna come in. Repositions. Gilky tried to play fast.
Must be getting frustrating for young Gilky. Oh, Trippy really trying to send us into a game 3.
Camo runs out at the worst possible time. Trippy not taking that engagement.
There ain't no trolley in that one. I'm saying ain't nothing but fake needles about to fly in, but the shots with the BRs were really controlling the gunfight. Gilky down to one shot. Oh my God!
We've seen him switch weapons, go to that thrust, and here we go. I talked about it in the pregame. That pulse rifle for Trippy, he loves that weapon. He backs down for now, but still need that camouflage to work with, and the commando too strong.
Trippy not having the shields that he wants to work with, so not going to commit to that gunfight, but still keeping him within his sights. Thrust right back into who was at a non-advantageous position, now moves into an advantageous one. The high ground in favor of Trippy. Trippy over toward the high ground. Gilky trying to get any kind of angle on him. He's looking, but Trippy's out and shot through the heart. It might be too late.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Louis V. Titan, and you're here on twitch.tv/LVT Halo. That's right, the name has changed, but our community has not. In fact, we are more about community more than ever. And today I'm going to be joined with Tools and Why Not on the desk as we kick this one off. So Tools, go ahead and give yourself a quick little introduction, sir.
Hey guys, it's been what, 4 weeks of incredible Halo actions, all culminating to this today. I'm excited to be casting alongside my boy Tony from day one. We've been doing it together forever, and it's gonna be some great Halo action today.
Of course, and then of course, Tony, the man who needs no introduction, but please go ahead, give yourself a little introduction, sir.
Yo, what's up, guys? Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casting? I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know. And I'm excited to be here, man. 1v1 action, the Honda Fan Cup. We've been doing it for 4 weeks now. What's one more, baby?
Indeed. And speaking of a big deal, check out the prize pool for today. There's 16,000 total for the event up for grabs right now. You can read it. But first place taking home the lion's share, $6 grand plus the Hayworth Fern Gaming gaming chair. This chair is amazing. I got one. You know what?
Ooh.
It feels amazing. Like, I have no back problems. It's great. Speaking of which, also Honda, thank you for supporting Halo and Start DG as well. Xbox Game Pass, all of the above. But there's your format as well. 1v1, double elimination, all best of threes, first to 15. You got 12 minutes on the clock, overtime if needed. And of course, the map rotation is going to vary, but we're playing Aquarius, Livefire, Recharge. And guys, go ahead and pick out somebody on this player list. Read them out if you need to. But these are your competitors. Tools, I'll toss it to you first.
Hey, you know what? I'm looking out for the man that's coming up first. First one in your match today, Mortally. He was the first to qualify with that first place finish. I think he's going to come out and have a heck of a game. But TheDeitySam in his way, the mouse and keyboard Mexican legend. It's going to be a tough one. But if I'm putting my chips down today, it's going to be Mortally for me.
All right, and Tony?
You know, I'm going to agree with that pick. I love the pick of Mortally. He had probably one of the smoothest runs in the first qualifying. He honestly looked so clean. However, I'm going to go with someone a little bit different. Why don't I go on to OpTic's finest? Let's talk about Trippy. Let's talk about the 1v1 phenom. We're talking about the world champion coming up. Let's talk a little bit about this man, Trippy, when it comes to professional 1v1 gameplay. Not only does he come with that firepower, but he can adapt to any situation, including the first one we're going to see on screen, TheDeitySam and his mouse and keyboard movement.
Indeed. And then, of course, we have 8 qualifiers today. Mortally, Shaady, Sab, Invictid, bubu, dubu, StelluR, Trippy, and of course, last but not least, TheDeitySam. We are going to get things kicked off. Our players left the lobby on us while we were waiting to get things started. Hopefully they didn't start without us, but nevertheless, we're going to be having Magic and Mikowski casting for us once we get to that point. But we're going to vamp just a little bit, try to get back into this match. So, Tools, go ahead and pick somebody, if you will, not somebody in our first matchup, but let's go ahead and see some highlights from somebody on your screen here.
You gotta go with the man that smiles across America. Every time I see him, I get a little bit happy inside. Bubu, the dubu, G1's finest. This guy is an absolute phenom in all aspects of the game. He had an incredible run throughout his tournament, and I'm excited to see if he can take that top prize. I think there's a lot of things in the works with Bubu Dubu. I think he's excited for season 2, and you know what a great way to start the new year by making yourself a little bit richer. 6K for the grand prize today. I think he has a great shot at taking it down.
And Tony, anybody stick out to you?
I mean, it's not bad. I mean, Bubu Dubu, he's a great overall player when it comes to 1v1 gameplay. I think having that for all type of offense is going to be good for you. But when I think of an overall player, I think of no better than StelluR, formerly of Cloud9, now of Space Station Gaming. StelluR, who averaged he averaged like a 1.5 placing throughout the entire season 1. We're talking about never getting less than grand finals. This man is the real deal. This man can slay out. He can do everything on the battlefield. Watch out for StelluR. He has some stellar gameplay.
He does indeed. We're back in the lobby, and of course we got Mortally and TheDeitySam waiting for you on the other side. We're gonna kick it to Magic and Mikowski. Magic, go ahead and take it away.
All right, everybody, thanks so much for tuning in. We are excited. We are chomping at the bit to get into this first matchup. I'm Magic Moonshot alongside the analytical mastermind, if you will, of Old Man Mikowski.
Magic, how's it going? We have an incredible tournament here today. We crown a new 1v1 champion. And over these 4 weeks, we've talked about the history, the legends. Each Halo title has had a 1v1 champion. Today, we find out who the next one is going to be.
I mean, I just want to take a second to like breathe it in, because this is Halo Infinite in 2023. So 4 weeks of qualifiers to get to this final top 8. And with HCS Season 2 right around the corner, I can just feel the energy that is brewing here today.
And speaking of the HCS seasons, let's go back to season 1 and talk about Mortally a little bit, because like Sam, he's been climbing the ranks. Played on that version 1 roster, didn't make it out of amateur bracket, then bounced back in Orlando with TSS. captained by Ace, one of those former 1v1 legends. So gonna see if maybe the captain, his teammate, provided some tips for him here going into this matchup with Sam, hailing from Mexico. He's the only player here in this tournament on mouse and keyboard. And Magic, it's the first time I can remember in Halo history we've ever had mouse and keyboard in a finals scenario. So history in the making here as we hop on board with Mortally.
All of today's matchups are going to be that best of 3 and game number 1. We're here on Recharge. The shock rifle being the item to grab, and Mortally wastes no time, gets himself the grapple, and with it snags that shock rifle for himself.
Huge grapple up to top A there. Did you see? If he had clambered there, he might have gotten shot in the back by Sam. So instead, Mortally escaping with that shock rifle and his life, as we see what he's going to do. Put it to good use here. He's got a split cross map situation here. Sam directly on the other side. We saw Sam on that mouse and keyboard last week, really taking advantage of that buffed aim assist at those long distances here. So let's see what his strategy is. Does he want to push Mortally? Does he want to engage long range? Magic, what do you think?
Well, I think Mortally is by nature a little bit more on the aggressive side. He likes to play fast pace, and with it, he finds that opening pick. He waited until the right moment. As soon as he got the shock rifle shot to go through, he finished off with the commando cleanup, and we know how tight these 1v1s have been throughout the series. That first kill sets the momentum for the rest of this match.
Yeah, you said it right there. First strike, important in 4v4. It really gives your team that early momentum. But here in 1v1s, it gives yourself the momentum. It allows you to play your game, your pace. As Sam picks up the pace, but Mortally secures the trade as well to make it 2-1.
And there's the grapple in play yet again. This time, instead of on the retreat, it was on the attack. And now off the spawns, Mortally again wasting no time, gets into the fight, and he lands the shots to take down another kill. 3-1 is a good start for Mortally, but we know TheDeitySam has it in him. We've seen him come back from greater deficits. Don't count him out just yet.
Mortally and Sam there, spawning straight in front of each other, almost like an octagon duel at long range distance. But again, Magic, it's Mortally taking advantage of the long range. So Sam not able to pick up on some of that strength that he has on mouse and keyboard as he starts to fire that commando across the hallway. Mortally, though, he's not going to take the bait. He's not going to put himself in harm's way. Instead, he's going to wait and land the perfect headshot on Sam to take a convincing 4-1 lead.
Now, the week that Mortally qualified on live fire, I thought he had unmatched snipes, and that's translating to this matchup with the shock rifle in hand. TheDeitySam was kind of poking the bear, if you will, when he was peeking at that top A ledge, and that just gave Mortally the information he needed to line up that shock rifle shot, get the takedown, and TheDeitySam is fighting from a deficit and from low ground.
Sam on the low ground again, Mortally dropping down, making this an even fight. Does have that power weapon in hand, looking to put it to good use, but no, it's Sam with the reversal with no shields. Now has his first opportunity with that shock rifle. He's got the grapple to boot.
Grapple's been the huge player here. We see Sam trading out the 1 repulsor, multiplying it for 3 grapple uses. And we know that camo is on the GA list, so the shock rifle is, you know, the most valuable asset for the players. And we're seeing almost a reversal here where Sam now in the similar position at Attic with shock rifle. Mortally is creeping up a little bit closer through Whirlpool. And now here comes the push through Gold Pipes. Mortally knowing the shock rifle in Sam's hands, he needs to try to force a closer quarters engagement. Sam is taking enough fire that he's going to double back, pop that reload, try to regen some shields. And this is Mortally's opportunity, the crack in the door, if you will, for him to break through and try to push the issue on this fight.
And there we saw some of those benefits of mouse and keyboard. Sam, onto his last glimmer of shield, was able to snap that mouse across his table, get out of harm's way, and now Mortally is on the chase. He's on the hunt. He built that 4-1 lead with the shock rifle, now in the hands of Sam instead. A 4-2 game. Can Sam make it a 1-kill match? Both players here trying to feel each other out. Sam spotting Mortally in the gold pipes. Mortally doesn't want to really mess around with that shock rifle. He disengages, but Sam with that grapple hook fights right back. But Mortally does a great job to earn himself the trade and maintain the lead.
A great defensive trade from Mortally, the player in the lead, and TheDeitySam has no choice but to push that fight. I don't think that was a miscue on his part. Mortally, however, countered by dealing out enough damage and getting the melee trade, but off of that respawn, not much time before the action gets underway yet again, and this time Mortally says no trade, give me that straight up kill, and look what he won for himself, Mikowski, a fresh shock rifle.
And those are those kills that really count, almost like a 2-for-1 and really a 3-for-1, because he's got the high ground as well. He's got that advantageous positioning in addition to the power weapon, in addition to the lead. Everything in favor of Mortally right now, as Sam now looking somewhat like a mere mortal. We saw him look unhuman, godlike in the previous qualifier as he gave Trippy a run for his money, took down Gilkey to qualify through winners.
So
we
you're
know
saying
what he's
a
capable
player like Mortally is revealing the mortality, if you will, of the opposition, right? TheDeitySam is kind of showing that there is room for improvement, that there are weaknesses to be exploited. So I like that play on words you're doing there. If Mortally can hang on in this game as well as throughout the series, but there's still 6 minutes to work with.
And if I'm Mortally, I'm looking for the stack and starve right here. Could potentially take that grapple hook out of Sam's hands. He's used it so well to his advantage. The mobility, utility that he's gotten out of that grapple hook has been, I believe, Magic, the only edge that I've seen from Sam here so far.
The grapple has certainly been the key factor. You can close out distance or you can escape when you're down in health. Mortally is trying to push his advantage with that high ground shock rifle. He's got plenty of ammo. Here's the grapple play. Here comes Sam, but Mortally, is this a deja vu moment? His defensive position in the back of gold pipes. He got the trade on the last matchup there. This time he comes out with a clean win.
We saw Mortally previously turn on Sam, and right there had no problems dealing with the mouse and keyboard speed as Sam flew in hot. And you know what, Magic? Knowing Mortally and the way he thinks about Halo, I got a chance to talk to him actually at Kansas City. He's gonna probably use Sam's greatest strength to his disadvantage at this point, because now he knows it's coming. He's almost expecting that grapple hook coming in hot in each of these encounters. So starting to see some of that predictability here come out and play as Mortally lands another perfect headshot and extends this lead to 5 with less than 5 to go.
And maybe Mortally knows that TheDeitySam is leaning on that grapple play, so off of the kill immediately picks up the grapples, as much to put them in his own possession as to deny them from TheDeitySam. Now Sam is very limited in what he can do. A little bit of trade of damage there. Sam once again has to retreat, has to back off. But if Mortally catches sight of him right below on these stairs, he sees him enough, and that shock rifle will buy him a few seconds, setting up now a bat ledge. Perfect kill coming through. Beautiful play using the last round from that shock rifle to extend his lead.
And I love this strategy here from Mortally. So often we see players in these 1v1s build the lead and sort of start to play park the bus defense, where you're flat-footed. You almost start to back up. You get yourself up against the wall, if you will. But Mortally doing a great job. Now, he's not necessarily playing at a feverish, fast-paced, but he's just letting the game come to him. He's not taking any gunfights or any positions that are going to put him at a disadvantage. And now, Magic, he's got the grapple hook and the shock rifle to work with, but the main focus and priority is taking down Sam right here as he does just that and earns himself quite the kit. Shock rifle, grapple, lead, all in the hands of Mortally.
We're gonna have to start looking at the clock as we're nearing that 3-minute mark, and a 7-point game is a lot for Sam to try to overcome. But again, we're talking about best of 3 series, so maybe this is the time where you start to shift your focus into learning your opposition's play style. When I talked to Sam, he wasn't familiar with Mortally. He hadn't played against him in a 1v1 before, so maybe that's just part of that learning curve, if you will, when we're heading into game number 2. And Mortally with another, just that jump shot with the shock rifle, I think is really putting an emphasis on why this game number 1 is his.
And Magic, Sam is going into his bag. Like you said, he's trying to switch up the strategy, recognizing the battle rifle commando not doing him much help. Switched there to that disruptor pistol, and it was no match for Mortally. Once again, he's got the peek and pop perfect headshot. And we have another battle going on here. That camo not in play. So not going to be there for Sam to potentially earn and come back in this one. He's going to have to do it all with the sandbox and that mouse and keyboard utility that he's on as the two players line up. Shock Rifle again lining up onto the body of Sam as he's weak. And now we see Mortally using that grapple hook. A little bit of a reversal, quite literally on the screen. And in terms of play style here from these two players, as Mortally has busted this one wide open.
We talked about Sam maybe learning the playstyle of Mortally, but in that scenario, Mortally was adopting the playstyle of Sam by getting the early damage and then grappling in to finish off that kill. And Mortally might be looking at that 15-point mark as a real possibility here with how he is pushing the issue on these fights. Caught on low ground, Sam has to come after him. The remote detonation, though, on the plasma grenades is going to be enough for a point on the board. But again, I mean, Mikowski, come on, this game's got to be all but over.
Yeah, at this point, like you said, I think Sam just trying to prevent Mortally from getting those 15 kills and really putting his stamp on the opening match of this tournament. Every second in this first game, in this first series, Magic, is like a snowball. And the more you can get it building up and rolling down the hill, the better off you'll be in these later matches. Like you said, $6,000 for first place. I know every single one of these players wants to secure that. As an unorthodox play there from Sam, not quite sure he was in a comfortable spot to put that sticky grenade down and sort of grappled back onto it. So maybe the nerves, maybe the opportunity being on that grand final stage, it's a little too much for Sam, it looks like, in this first game.
Yeah, the first game hasn't really been a testament to Sam's ability, and I think that this is the first game of the tournament. This is their chance to get warmed up, and we know that DD like in Season 2, he's looking at competing in free-for-alls as well as in the 4v4 format, and Mortally on the other side has been putting the time in with some 8s, some very competitive 8s lobbies, I'll add. He's been teaming up with Lucid, with Frosty, with Spartan, so both players have been putting in the work, but I think that Mortally's preparation is paying off in what we're seeing on screen. He looks very confident and very decisive in his movements, and he's going to try to get that 15-point on the board. Sam's going to say, I don't think so, and this might just be the end score that we're looking at, a 6-14.
And huge props to Mortally here, Magic, in game one. We saw Sam give a lot of top pros, the likes of Trippy and Gilkey, he gave them hell in last week's qualifier. Mortally making, again, Sam look like a mere mortal here as he takes a convincing 1-0 lead in the series.
Series not over yet, but I'm excited to hear what the desk wants to break down after that game one.
Magic and Mikowski, thank you for getting us through match number 1 as we see. Congratulations to Mortally. But I think we got a little bit of breaking news here, Tools. What do you got on your mind, man? I hear you jumping at it, man.
You know, Moore had a great performance, but we did get word from the admins that we are not going to be seeing one of our competitors. Gilkey coming into today's competition. Shaady not going to be competing today. They couldn't prove that he was in Canada.
Correct.
He had to be in North America for the tournament. So Big Gilk, the Gilk dud, coming in, filling in at the last second. I think he's got a pretty good shot at taking today's competition.
Yeah, we're told by the admins, given the chance to prove his location, basically refused to do so, and because of all the, the closest thing that I think that he could provide was a flight from October. So I think within a reasonable doubt, it's safe to say that Shaady is by good chance is not in North America. So Gilkey, the runner-up, he made it to qualifying matches 4 different times. Did not get in, but he is the closest to getting into this top 8. So we're gonna go ahead and end the breaking news segment right there with that. We're gonna send it back to Magic and Mikowski. Thank you guys for giving us an opportunity to supply this quick update, but we're getting into match number 2 ASAP. So Magic and Mikowski, go ahead and take it away.
Oh my goodness, the breaking news segment. I'm glad we had that break. We needed that information. Gilkey now in the bracket. What do you think is the most significant change because of that, swap out of the players?
There's a moral of this story somewhere. I can't quite figure it out right off the top of my head, but I will say historically, Gilkey, with 4 chances to qualify, lost in every single one of those encounters. So you want to talk about a second chance. You got to take every advantage of every opportunity you get, especially when it's a second chance. So going to be looking to see Gilkey take advantage of his second chance as we look to see here Sam take advantage of this second map on Aquarius. Can he bring it back against Mortally? if Mortally is able to do more of the same and recharge Magic, we might have a very quick and decisive round 1.
I mean, the way that Morley came out in the first match was very decisive, as you would say. He looked very confident, but I tell you what, TheDeitySam says Aquarius is his map. When I got to talk to him earlier this week, he said, on Aquarius, and I quote, I get free kills. And most of that was due to the commando and thruster. We saw this in the qualifying matches, that the mouse and keyboard plus commando, it can create some magic, if you will, on the screen.
Yeah, and as most of the players in chat know, when you use that thrust, you break the aim assist. Mouse and keyboard doesn't really matter because you have the ability to make those fine, minute movements across the desk. So whenever we see Mortally evade here, you have to think Sam's going to have that slight advantage. Going to keep an eye on those types of encounters as we jump on board with Mortally.
Now, I'm not sure, Brandon, if we have the GA information for this. I'm imagining Camo is not in play because these are players really prioritizing it. We could also assume Heatwave not in play, and Shocks. Okay, thank you. And also no Needler. Okay, that's the one that maybe caught my surprise. So no Camo, no Heatwave, no Shocks, and also no Needler. Thank you so much for that. That insight is both players now battling for that top mid control, and Mortally first kill on the board. Both players down to one shot, but he lands the shot that counts.
And Mortally, he says, I don't need camo. I've got it as a weapon charm, and I've got the lead. I'm going to continue rolling here as he puts shots down onto Sam across the map. Again, we've seen this be Sam's advantage, but again, Mortally with the reversal. Sam, so strong last week, or excuse me, in week 4 of the qualifiers, had a little holiday break in between that. In those long-range encounters so far, I think that's 3 or 4 in this series, and all of them have gone to Mortally.
Mortally starting off with that 2-0 lead, and with the use of the commando at that. We were talking about how Sam is so strong with this commando, but just like in game 1, Mortally seems to take whatever Sam wants to use and deliver it right back at him. But this time, Mortally has to be on the run. TheDeitySam is chasing him down. He's trying to track. He looks away at just the wrong second, and now he's going to reposition to try to find line of sight. I think he caught a glimpse there of Mortally at top mid, so he has some idea of where that fight's gonna go down. And here it is on car 3. Mortally deals out more damage than Sam would like. He dips back and uses the thruster. And on that thruster cooldown, Mortally pushes the issue. And this is more of that confident play that we saw from game 1.
And again, it's a reversal of what we expected before this series started. It's Mortally on his back foot, Mortally on his heels, now pushing Sam, or excuse me, it's Sam on his back foot, Sam on his heels. A little bit more of the same there as Mortally takes him down once again to earn that 4-0 lead. But my goodness, Magic, I want to go back to that third kill because Mortally soaring and foring like Goofy in Halo 3 off of that top mid, flying at Sam. Sam did not expect it. I know for sure, based on his POV, he was not expecting that push from Mortally. More of the same here as Mortally pushes up once again, but Sam does a great job jotting down those mental notes in the back of his head, expected the push from Mortally, lined up that reticule perfectly, and earns himself the first kill. Looking to go right back into number 2 as he does just that, and we're starting to see a little bit of bounce back from Sam.
Great recognition from Sam on that respawn, and Aquarius has had some interesting respawns. I remember TheDeitySam and Trippy both spawning on blue side after a trade of kills, and so some of that recognition of Aquarius spawns is really coming into play where Sam could get that spawn kill, and now looking to make this a much more competitive game. Mortally now changing his pace a little bit. He was very, aggressive at the beginning, but now he needs to slow it down a little bit to try to take over this high ground advantage.
Mortally, a little bit more of the same as he pushes the emphasis, gets that first bit of damage down on Sam, misses that first shot, but is able to clean it up with the headshot. And now Mortally is up 5-2 in an important moment in this match where it felt like things were getting a little bit tighter, Magic. It felt like a tie could be nigh upon us, but instead it's Mortally with more of the same, pushing forward, pushing the emphasis, thrusting, moving, evading, doing, almost looking like he's on mouse and keyboard as Sam has the high ground here and an advantage, but no, Mortally has the perfect shots as he takes down Sam for the 6-2 lead.
I I tell you what, Tools predicted Mortally to take this series, and he certainly is
He might take
living
the tournament.
up to that prediction. He might take the whole thing, but it starts, you know, it starts right here. But I'm seeing why Tools made that pick, because Mortally's plays, again, are so crisp. His aim is so true onto the target, and look at how he's not giving up map position either. Even though he's weakened, he's gonna duck behind this half wall. Sam tries to flush him out with a grenade, but Sam does not have any thrusters to work with. He's looking back at that blue thruster spawn, trying to get anything on his side to help him in these fights.
And we have our big three in StelluR, Bubu, Dubu, and Trippy, but it's Mortally with the 3x lead here on Sam, surprisingly. As Mortally looks to maintain not only that lead, but that top mid control. Doesn't really have to, again, play outside of his comfort zone. With these leads he's built early on, has been able to play his game, but now Sam, with a little bit of bounce back, cut that lead in half, but he's gonna have to do much more. And I want to see him really push the emphasis right here. I really liked what I saw when he pushed Mortally right after that first kill he got. He made sure number 2 was right there, but Mortally gets one of those split backward spawns. Sam not aware of it, and now Mortally has the shield advantage. Sam, Mortally, both top mid, trying to look for the reversal is Sam. Mortally, no shields, but no ammo in the commando for Sam, as it's gonna allow Mortally a chance to squeak away with his life. But the battle is back on. Mortally, Sam in a brawl, as Sam goes down. Mortally building on that lead and the momentum, as he's now up 7-3.
No ammo in the commando. That's a tongue twister that we should practice when we're warming up for these casts, because you made it work there, Mikowski. And what a crazy heads up play when Sam ran out of ammo, had to swap over weapons, and Mortally used that time to get back into the fight and then ultimately win it over. We were just seeing Sam creeping up on the scoreboard, Mortally shutting it down. They go in for the fight. It's another trade, very reminiscent of the gold pipes fight from game number 1, where Mortally again had the lead. Deity pushes the fight, ends up with a trade, and all in all, Mortally wins on those trades.
The consistency that we're seeing from Mortally right now, just taking whatever the game gives him, is gonna make him quite the opponent when he gets deeper into this bracket and faces the likes of Bubu, Dubu, StelluR, and Trippy. So despite not being on one of those top teams, Mortally looking like one of those top players. He's got Sam on the run once again, an 8-4 lead. Mortally looking to build on it as he gets to that high ground position. But again, Magic, he doesn't have to chase this. He doesn't have to overextend. He's going to play his game. He's kind of at this point just walking around the mall looking for a warm pretzel and a Pepsi, because he is chilling. He is looking great so far, and he's in his comfort zone. He's probably in his pajamas at home. One of the advantages of playing online, you can really get into your comfort zone, and right now Mortally looking like he is in a flow state at that.
So I'm confused. Is he at the mall looking for a soft pretzel, or is he at home in his pajamas? Or maybe a little bit of both. A nice chill Saturday with a little bit of combination of both.
I think at this point, as Sam does get a kill there, but Mortally's going to need to be at the mall playing on one of those movie theater screens if Sam's going to have a chance to come back. I know that's kind of outrageous to say. It's a close game here. 3 kills separating these two players, but I go by the eye test more than I do the score. And right now, Mortally almost looks like he has a 5-10 lead. So sometimes the scoreboard doesn't always tell the truth. There's a lot more that meets the eye, as Mortally looking great here in this opening matchup. Has Sam up against the ropes. Sam gonna have to push in. This is the kill. This is, I know it's still, again, it's early. There's plenty of time, but Sam needs to close the gap here. He needs to bring it back to within 2. We haven't seen him get to within 2 other than that 2-1 at the very start of that recharge match. So here is his opportunity to see and believe, right? But they always say seeing is believing. He needs to start putting up some points on the scoreboard to really believe too.
Yeah, and he has that early damage onto Mortally, so he's going to be able to push him into the back of the base. But the re-engagement, Mortally was able to regen enough health that, again, we see that trade and still not breaking that 2-point deficit that you're talking about. Now, in any of these fights, I think as soon as Mortally gets that 4-point lead, that's going to be the deciding factor. But they spawn right next to each other. Good pickup. Sam is ready. He's trying to break out of the fridge, but here he comes on the fight. Mortally and TheDeitySam, they melee trade yet again off of those close spawns.
This is unbelievable. Again, it's not sexy, it's not pretty, it's not the best Halo we've ever seen from Mortally, but it's enough to get the job done. His ability to close the gap and earn 4 out of 4 trades now across both of these 2 games to maintain those slight leads has been huge, because after this, if we're going based on the history of the first game, he really starts to run away with it. So here is Sam's chance. If he can keep it close here, keep it under 2 with 2 to go, he's gonna have a chance here to send us to a game 3, but he's gonna have to win this gunfight first. But no, it's Mortally making it 7-11. And at this point, Mortally might want to stop by the store and get a Red Bull because he looks asleep.
He needs something. I know that Sam has the capability to flip that switch, whether that means grabbing some Red Bull, getting amped up in this game, but Mortally, on the other hand, he likes to lean in and lock in. He said when he's playing, he's about 2 hand widths away from the screen. That's pretty darn close, and right now, Mortally is locked in. Who knows? Maybe his nose is touching the monitor at this point, but whatever he's doing is working, because he has Sam on the ropes. Even in this gunfight, Mortally has that decision to make. Do I want to push this fight? And with the shock rifle, that's a GA break. They GA'd shots. You saw Mortally throw 2 out off of a spawn accidental pickup, but Sam is very intentionally using that shock grenade.
Yeah, that wasn't a burn and churn. That was, let me see if I can get some DPS down on you, because I need every bit of it here as Mortally finally goes down. But again, it's the trade, and I know it's not like the craziest thing, chat, but my goodness, the consistency level from Mortally has been out of this world.
King of the trades, and in 1v1s you get the early lead. You can trade all day, all night, and still come out with the win. Did we get some sus in the chat yet? Because that was a very clear GA break with the use of that shock grenade, and Mortally seeming unfazed by it. We might be shocked, but he was slightly singed, but I wouldn't say he was shocked by that GA break. He answers back with yet another trade.
Mortally making it look easy as he soars like a maverick in Top Gun above the eyes of Sam and above him in the scoreboard once again as he's nearly doubled this lead. And Magic with 1 minute left. I don't think Sam has enough time.
Did you see that Sam dropped camo when he died? Like, he hadn't activated it, but he had picked it up. So off of that kill from Mortally, giving him the 5-point lead with now 45 seconds. Interested to see if maybe even camo comes into play, if Sam wants to add to the GA breaking. But again,
oh my
another
God.
trade. Now the question, are we hitting that 15-point mark?
This is insane. I think the first time we saw this level of trade proficiency, I guess we'll call it, was when King Nick entered the bracket, used the trades almost to come back. Here we have Mortally maintaining that lead with the trades, and Magic with, I believe, 4 in this match. That's the difference. It could easily be 14-10 Sam, but despite that, Mortally with the lead and with 10 seconds to go, that'll all but do it. Could we reach the 15? Oh, that's actually kind of a big deal though, because again, like I said, that momentum, that snowball doesn't roll quite as far down the hill, but still, Mortally gonna take it as he takes down Sam 2-0 to advance in the bracket.
Great game there from Mortally to take this series. We're gonna throw it back to the desk to let them break down this matchup.
Thank you for that, Magic. Wow, amazing match right there. Congratulations to Mortally, man. I'm telling you, if you don't know, Mortally is next up. Wow. Tools, Tony. I'm gonna start with you, Tony. Shake your head if you can hear me, first of all. What do you think about that match right now, right off the bat?
I mean, for those of you who are casual viewers of Halo, you may not know much of Mortally, but for those of us who've been watching him, you know, it just day in and day out put in the work. We're not surprised by this. His mechanics are incredible. He has tons of firepower. On top of that, he's a damn good IGL as well, so it translates over into the 4v4 gameplay. Someone like TheDeitySam was able to really dominate during the fourth qualifier and really put in work. You know, he was going toe-to-toe with Trippy and some of the other ones. So now the questions become, is it tough to be consistent on mouse and keyboard, or is Mortally that damn good, and is he taking this tournament?
Thoughts, Tools?
You know, I think Mortally is really in the space in which he can best succeed in the 1v1 tournament. When I was watching him in HCS, it was never a doubt of how his gun skill was there, of how he was able to manipulate the map in 1v1s. It's the team play, it's the communication, it's the other X factors that he still needs a little bit of improvement on, which will come in season 2. Trust me, I think Mortally is this next up and comer to be watching out for. but this is bread and butter for him. We just got to see it. TheDeitySam, there's still some work to be done. If you're going to take down players like Mortally, he's not going to miss these shots. You can't be caught out in the open spaces. Mortally was perfect in his gunfights, was able to really dictate the pacing, and it really worked to his benefit.
It was indeed. So congratulations to Mortally. We're seeing some highlights here, and what really stood out to me is just the confidence in the BR out of Mortally. We saw TheDeitySam do really well against Complexion a couple of weeks ago. The same with Gilkey and Trippy, right? Trippy ended up winning in the grand finals, but today Mortally had his number, and I said it in the chat, and I do believe it. Mortally is next up. If you ask any pro, they know exactly who he is, and Mortally here to prove exactly that. His shock rifle honestly was on point, and I'm pretty impressed by Mortally. So let's take a look at the bracket, and Tony, I mean, obviously we see our first result of the match. It was here on channel, but there's a couple other matches that you can dive into real quickly. What are your thoughts on the change from Shaady to Gilkey, and then now becoming Gilkey and Trippy, which I believe is on hold? I think they switched over to Sab and StelluR to kick off the day.
Well, I think it's a totally different game style that Trippy's gonna have to play against. And if he's preparing for a player like Shaady, somebody who really utilizes his movement to get as tricky as possible to catch you off guard with your timing and your rhythm, versus a player like Gilkey, who obviously has movement as well, but is really more known as a back player. He usually plays with his feet planted and is very confident in his individual gunfight and really allows his BR to do the talking more than his movement does. So the one great thing about Trippy and that we learned during the final qualifier is that his ability to download information and figure out what your game plan is in the middle of the game and to be able to adapt to it is probably second to none when it comes to 1v1 gameplay. So if there's anybody who can handle such a deep change, such a real change going from Shaady to Gilkey and different play styles like that, it's our world champion Trippy.
Yeah, and any follow-up thoughts there, Tools?
I mean, Gilkey, I'm glad he's in. I think the one thing, I think Tony did a great job at breaking down, why Gilkey's here, how good he is. I want to talk about Shaady for a second. I want to make sure that people know the reason Shaady isn't playing today isn't because of the Twitter accusations. It's because he wasn't able to prove his location. So we don't really have a stance on that. I don't want to be the one to come out and be like, hey, let's go after Shaady right now. The reason Shady's not playing is because he's not in North America, or that he wasn't able to prove that he's in North America. Everything else, that's all alleged. We don't really have a stance on that. What we are able to determine was that he was not able to prove he was in Quebec like he claimed, and that's why he's not playing today. I just want to make sure that narrative is straight before people go crazy on the socials, you know what I'm saying? Because I love Shaady. I think he won on LAN. He performed like an absolute champion with the Naruto headband on LAN too. Like, we know this guy's good enough to compete. He's not here because he's not in North America. So
wait, hold on. You saying I got to be in North America to work this event? Because right now I'm chilling. Right now I'm chilling. I'm saying I ain't gonna tell you where I'm at because I don't want to kick me off the broadcast. But I'm just saying I'm on a little vacation. Don't have me sending proof because you ain't gonna like it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure people are aware. Like, obviously there needs to be an investigation done about what we saw on Twitter about the LT. All that'll happen. But what we do know about Shaady is that, one, he's not in North America, or that allegedly he's not in North America. Two, that he's done it before on LAN. It's not like he needs whatever is claimed there. Like, he is a good enough player. I don't want to discredit his career and whatever it is. But if you want to get caught up, you can go on Twitter and all that. But I feel for Shaady, but I'm really happy for Gilkey because this man played 4 qualifying matches. Like, he was down in the dumps about not being able to be in today's competition because I felt like he was constantly getting 3rd place in these competitions. Now he's in the top 8, able to compete, and I think he has a real chance at winning today's tournament.
Thank you for the breakdown, Tools, and thank you for getting everything correct. Everything that you're saying, we 100% agree with. Shaady, excellent player on LAN. We know for a fact we just could not get him to prove his location. That's the only reason that this action has come. So nevertheless, though, we're changing our focus back towards the bracket. We do have Bubu Dubu versus Invictid coming right up. We're already in the lobby. They're working out the series layout and the GAs as we speak. And so if we're ready to go, I think it's a good time to toss to our caches. We got Magic and Mikowski still on the mic for you guys in this next match. So without further ado, we got Bubu Dubu versus Invictid coming up. Magic and Mikowski, go ahead and take it away.
All right, here we go back into the bracket, and this is going to be a mirrored matchup. In fact, the winner of this will be moving forward to face off against Mortally. So it all ties together when you have the 8 final players here today. And for you, Mikowski, what are your thoughts on Invictid versus Bubu Dubu?
Yeah, Invictid, like Sam in that previous matchup, one of the underdogs, if you will. He's that kind of on the fringe. Invictid and TheDeitySam, 2 of the players that we hadn't really heard about. But that's the greatness of this tournament. Yes. Anyone can compete. Anybody can get into the mix. And as we see here, Invictid against Complexion had a great job, had a great match against him. But looking out towards this match, I think the best thing that Invictid can do is just play loose, play fast, play like he has nothing to lose, right? Because he's going up against Bubu Dubu. He's already earned himself a spot in this finals. You could argue maybe overachieving or achieving to where he'd want to be. So if I'm Invictid, I just want to have fun in this match. I just want to fly a Bubu Dubu, maybe teabag a little bit, shoot some dead bodies. Like, why not? Yeah. And for Bubu Dubu on the other side, play your game. Your advantage is your skill set. And I talked to him a little bit earlier, and he said his goal today was to keep it simple and effective. And I thought that was so interesting because when you look at a guy like Bubu Dubu, he's grapple hooking underneath Catalyst, he's 360 repulsor on top mid of live fire. Today, I think we're going to see a little bit more simplified approach here from Bubu Dubu. And I'm going to be very curious to see how that works for him because it's kind of like I said, I always talk about playing your game. Bubu Dubu, I think, is going to try to play his game here, but just tone it down a little bit because we're here in this 1v1 format. He doesn't have anyone to watch his back or take attention away if he wants to try one of those crazy grapple hook plays, but I'm sure we'll see some nonetheless.
Well, they were talking about how Bubu Dubu's smile always lightens the mood, but I don't know.
It's the mustache
show
for me.
Right here is pretty intense. It's pretty fun. There's a little smirk right there from Bubu Dubu. Honestly, though, I think your breakdown was great. If Bubu Dubu can come out and just play his game, he doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. He doesn't have to go above his ability. He just needs to play at his ability. And on the other side, Invictid is coming in with that underdog mentality. Like when I talked to him, he said that he wants to prove that he is good enough to be here. So he's got a little bit of that chip on his shoulder, that motivation behind him, and does have something to prove in this matchup. And remember that them coming out here, showing that anybody can sign up. Anybody from Invictid who might be a lesser known name, might be an up-and-comer to pro players like Bubu Dubu, are facing off in a 1v1, and it comes down to pure gun skill and individual ability.
A new Halo 1v1 legend will be crowned today. Bubu Dubu, one of those big 3 players that we expect to get into that potential grand finals. As we hop on board here with Invictid instead, which I kind of like. I want to see how the underdog, I want to see how the more relatively unknown name handles this first opening match, because like we said, if you can get that first opening kill on Bubu Dubu and start to just roll that snowball down the hill, you're going to be in a great spot if you're Invictid, but currently Invictid in an awful spot on the run against Bubu Dubu. Very little health and shields to work with, but he does a great job finessing the area, gets his shields back, but Bubu Dubu with that camo, he's known for being one of the best camo players in the world, and we see exactly why right there.
Camo is going to be a huge player in this matchup. We saw Shock Rifle being pretty much, Shock Rifle Grapple, I would say, were the 2 big players in the previous series, but now with Camo added to it, just gives us so much more to work with, and Invictid off of this fight has to back away, but there's the grapple, the aggressive grapple play, masterfully done by Bubu Dubu to continue extending his lead, but this spawn is tricky. I think Invictid is back on the A side, could rotate through control, but Bubu Dubu is pretty locked onto that whirlpool doorway.
And speaking of positioning in sandbox, really curious to see if Bubu Dubu grabs that disruptor. I think the pairing, it's a little unorthodox. Disruptor Shock Rifle.
He had it for the first kill.
Oh, okay. So Bubu Dubu dropping the disruptor. It worked for him, and then he goes down. So 2-1 now for Invictid, and Shock Rifle in his hand. So just as it looked like Bubu Dubu was kind of gonna kick that snowball down the hill, instead it's Invictid kicking Bubu Dubu down with the perfect headshot in that Shock Rifle as he ties it up at 2.
he lines up his scope there. I wonder if he thought he had a grapple left to use or is just mastering the timing of it, because as soon as camo was available, Invictid was there, ready to take it. Not gonna make the same mistake twice by letting it fall into bubu hands, but bubu playing patient, right? He's sitting at the back of gold pipes, the back of attic, because he knows that camo is out and he doesn't want to set himself up for an easy takedown.
And that's part of bubu's advantage as one of the best camo players in the world. He knows exactly how to play against it to completely negate its effectiveness, as the timing is perfect. bubu now knows that 30-second timer has gone off. That's why you see him starting to creep forward and engage. He knows Invictid is without camo, but he has that shock rifle, so he has an opportunity here to earn that one shot instantaneous TTK. Can he land it on bubu? Bubu not gonna make it easy as he works his way back and forth on the turbine, flies out and uses that grapple hook and totally takes Invictid by surprise. But it's Invictid who gets the reversal. Oh my god, but he goes down because he wanted to shoot the dead body. Holy crap.
Wait. Explain that. He went down because of shooting the dead body? What happened?
He may have been within the blast radius regardless, but it was that extra step or two that he took onto bubu to shoot the dead bodies. And I mentioned that he should, because really that's one of those ways you can get into the head of a top player. Like, here's this little gnat on my ear. Get him out of here. And right now, Invictid evolving from a gnat to a horsefly, it looks like, as he's now got the lead 4-3.
Invictid with the takedown. Now, across the kill feed, it read as the plasma pistol being the reason Invictid ended up going down in that ultimate trade. But off of the respawn, Invictid doesn't look phased. He gets a kill. Now bubu on the chase. Answers back. I would have loved to see Invictid put that repulsor to work. Use it for some mobility. Use it to create some space while he was trying to dip out of that fight. But instead, bubu now with the camo. He has the early damage and he makes it look easy with a takedown. You see that at the end there, right? bubu is starting to feel this game and not letting the gnats or horseflies get to him.
Yeah, and that was a great response there, right as it looked like Invictid was building a lead. And yeah, correction. The sticky's on the ground. So essentially, Invictid remote detonated himself. Okay. Have we ever seen that in a Halo broadcast? Ladies and gentlemen, like we said earlier, history on the line and history being made here today as we crown our first 1v1 champion in Infinite. A 1v1 going down between bubu and Invictid as bubu wins that piv. And he's now got a 6-4 lead, but more importantly, Magic, he's got the high ground. He's got the shock rifle. As Invictid spawns right across from him, he's gonna get a shot to take the no-scope. Doesn't land it, but he's gonna just peek and pop. Gonna baby it down till he's no shields, and now he's not gonna peek. There you go. Starts to back up a little bit, but as long as he had 25% percentage point of shields, he was going to engage, as we see bubu doing more of just that. Uncomfortable situation for him as he goes down now. And Invictid, this is incredible. This is much better than we saw that opening. It looked like, again, bubu was going to run away with it, but here we have bubu clinging to a 1-kill lead, now clinging to his life as he goes down, and it's tied 6-6.
That kill was so huge in long haul for Invictid to get the win, and then off of it to add another on the board, giving us the tie, but also that trade-off of map position and utility. The shock rifle perfect would give Invictid the lead. If he can line it up, he's gonna try. There's bubu at the top of tower, top control. bubu now flanking a little bit towards C, possibly picked up plasma grenades. There's one. Watch out for the second as Invictid uses the grapple to fly through the top window. He knows that there's plasma grenades and they are so deadly in the hands of bubu. Both are out, and Invictid uses the grapple to stay at high ground and secure himself the camo.
Incredible use of that grapple hook to earn camo. That camo's going to earn him the first shot on bubu, and he's not going to miss a single one as bubu now back against the wall. 7-6 lead for Invictid and Magic. I love that play earlier from Invictid. It looked like in the chaos of that battle at blue that both players weren't aware that camo was up. Instead, it was Invictid who grappled it to him and is looking to take even more advantage of it and earn 2 potential kills with it. But he's got to be careful here. He's low shields. Bubu is too. Bubu is too. As he looks to rotate underneath, double back. We saw him do this against, I believe it was StelluR, but Invictid is not fooled by it. 8-6, an unprecedented start here. Something we were not expecting with 5 to go.
You love to see the underdog staying in the fight, but now Invictid, as that underdog, has a 2-point lead. Still time on the clock, though. We got about 5 minutes to work with, and Invictid taking a rotation. He doesn't have to get up close and personal if he doesn't want to. But now both damage players pushing. He gets the kill. Not just any kill, but the 5th kill in a row for Invictid to get the killing spree.
Wow, 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 wow. What a turn of events here as we see Invictid really building on that confidence. And we talked about it early. That's really his main focus in game 1, is building on that confidence. And now he's building on the lead. Bubu Dubu recognizing that the situation is becoming a little bit more dire as each second passes. He doesn't want to give up another kill. Bubu Dubu has the low ground. My goodness, Invictid with high ground and that shock rifle. Camo up in 8 seconds. This one's going to be very pivotal here, crucial, because to the winner goes the camo as well. But Bubu Dubu might have an opportunity here to sneak it, but he's not looking at Invictid. He doesn't spot him. Invictid gets those shots with the shock rifle, but he doesn't land him on Bubu Dubu as he sneaks away with camo.
Camo to Bubu Dubu, both players seemingly missing that rotation, and Invictid missing the shock rifle shots that were right there. And now Bubu Dubu, shock rifle in hand, a little bit of camo left to work with, and only 2 points down. This could be the momentum shift that Bubu Dubu needs as he tries to jump over batteries. Oh my goodness! Invictid is being a tough kill as he was using that little battery for every bit of cover, trying to milk his life. Bubu Dubu says enough of that. He gets the takedown.
What an unbelievable turn of events here. This is just as it looked like Invictid was going to take the surprising lead and potential early victory here in game 1. Bubu Dubu down 1, but it feels different. It feels like the momentum. It feels like favor is on his side as he uses that grapple hook to reach the other side of the map, and he takes down Invictid once again with it. Tied 9-9 here with just under 3 to go, and at this point, Magic, going back to our pregame analysis, Bubu Dubu, just play your game, rock with that shock rifle, and earn yourself potentially 1 or 2 more kills, and that could be it. As Invictid slides out, Bubu Dubu's gonna get a chance to take him down, takes down the shields, and that's the cue to push forward. Bubu Dubu not gonna give Invictid a second chance, but he looked the wrong direction. Invictid, time after time in this series, even when he's low shields, has slid out. Right there, Bubu Dubu did not expect it, and because of it, he's got the lead now.
And that could happen for a number of reasons. Like Bubu Dubu, you know, with the pro level experience, kind of has seen these patterns over and over. So if Invictid can break up that pattern of what's usually done, he can throw Bubu Dubu off of his game. And I think that's what happened there at low ground, where Invictid, instead of rotating to camo spawn, he ducked back to A stairs instead. And Bubu Dubu, every time Invictid makes a cheeky play on him, he has an answer. He has a response as he gets another kill.
Invictid trying to be the slippery eel. Bubu Dubu looking like the sneaky beaver with the camo and the grenade toss in. What a way to get the lead late in the game with the well-timed, well-placed fragmentation grenade. Bubu Dubu, look at that spawn awareness. Look at that game sense. Recognizing based on his positioning where Invictid's going to be, and Invictid has no idea. Bubu Dubu just needs to take his time here. He's going to have a couple shots, but he's not landing them. But he's going to get the last one with 1 chance. He takes advantage of it, and he builds on that lead. It's 12-10.
The slippery eel faces off against the sneaky beaver. That could be the next YouTube, you know, title for LDT. And you said that Bubu wasn't hitting those shock rifle shots. He hits the opening shot on this kill after taking 4 bursts to land a kill in the previous engagement. Maybe he's warmed up to that shock rifle now.
Yeah, and Bubu Dubu there was committed. He was not gonna not shoot that last shot. He was quite literally shooting his shots, and they were landing. Eventually, he landed that last shot, then got the first shot. So, like you said, Magic, that the nerves, maybe a little bit of that, you know, if you're not fully warmed up, is not the case now. As Bubu Dubu looking in his element as he's up 4 with less than 30 to go. It's gonna take a grapple hook and some insane movement ability and tech if Invictid wants to close the gap, but I just don't see it happening with the way Bubu Dubu is playing here right now.
It's not just to close the gap, although that's part of it, but he can't even allow 1 kill because he's at that 14-point mark. If he finishes close off this fight. That's going to be it. That's a GG's for game number 1. Bubu dubu, there were a couple of scary moments there, especially in the middle section of the match. But in the end, he got the shock rifle shots on point. He got a couple of perfects through, and he steals over game number 1. Now, this is the level of play we expect from one of, we would say the top 3. We got Trippy, we got StelluR. Bubu was right up there at the level of competition, and we started to see what that looks like toward the end of that game.
And it was the killing spree earlier from Invictid that gave him the lead. But bubu dubu, the consummate professional, had a killing spree for himself, and that was the difference here. 15-10, the final score. Magic, I want to kick it to the broadcast booth. Tony, Tools, Louie, what do you got?
Hey. Welcome back, guys. Sorry about that. A little bit of confusion here. But nevertheless, yeah, that was very, very, very impressive play out of Invictid and bubu dubu. Invictid coming out, hitting bubu dubu right in the mouth right off the bat. But bubu dubu staying resilient, getting that killing spree in response. Tony, let me know your thoughts on bubu dubu's performance in that game 1.
I think bubu dubu was exactly who we thought he was. I mean, he's a phenomenal player. He's an absolute slayer, especially since joining G1. He's really come into his own and has shown why he's one of the more well-balanced players and one of the favorites to come out here in the Honda Fan Cup. Game number 1's down, and whew, can't wait to see him on Aquarius.
I have to go back and I was looking. I think it's that kill that we saw Invictid get. I feel as if after that play, I think it's coming up over here soon, Tony, but when Invictid got the reversal but wasn't, and then killed us right here. Oh, he gets the reversal and then the grenade falls into the reticle. He kills us. So I never see anything like that. But you have to figure, like, does the equation change if that doesn't happen? You know what I'm saying? Like do you get in your head a little bit about that? I'm proud that Invictid was able to keep up blow for bubu dubu, but I feel like experience reigned through towards the end. Bubu dubu was able to take his lead and do what he needed to do.
Indeed, match number 2 is starting right off the bat, so we're throwing it back to Magic and Mikowski. We're getting right into game 2.
Game number 2, here we go. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of context, especially that crazy kill that ended up as a trade because of a little bit of extra shooting at bodies. Comes back to bite you, but this game's not gonna wait. The players are ready to hop into game number 2. Bubu dubu already with 1 kill on the board, and the first round of active camo is activated as he holds this top mid. Sorry, not activated. It looks like G8. Kind of surprises me after they used it on recharge, but the map position still a good thing for bubu dubu to have off of that early kill. He has Invictid on low ground. He has the damage out. He's trying to finish off the kill. There's the thruster play. Bubu dubu now doubling up on that lead.
Wow, and it was a great job by bubu dubu there, handling the chase from Invictid. Looked like he might have caught him off guard a little bit there, but bubu dubu with the 2 sturdy shots is able to take advantage and build that 2-0 lead. Now down in shields, down in map control. Invictid with a chance to push up and take what he's earned here with those couple shots. So sometimes, Magic, you don't necessarily earn the kill, but you earn map control, positioning, parts of the sandbox, things like the thrust, evade. As we see neither player really making any moves here, both kind of sniffing each other out, really trying to see what the next step looks like. And it almost looks like Invictid's controller was unplugged at this point, as he's not moving an inch.
I thought for a minute they were doing like an old west standoff with the yellow thrusters. Like, this thruster pickup's not big enough for the 2 of us. Like, one of us have to go down. But it looks like now, whatever was the case in that fight, Invictid is back in the action. So who knows? Maybe we'll find out an answer to that later. But the game is on.
Looking like Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd here. The question, though, who's going to be Elmer? Who's going to be Bugs Bunny? As bubu dubu. Looking great here. A lot like Mortally. And I think that's important because there's only 8 competitors here in this tournament, whereas weeks 1 through 4, 1,700. Today, just 8. So the importance, the emphasis to start off on the right foot even more crucial as bubu dubu on that front foot, pushing towards Invictid as he has low shields. And a tough battle here against bubu dubu, but both are going to kind of agree to simultaneously disengage. So that's going to allow both to regain full shields. The battle is reset back at top mid. Bubu dubu now has Invictid back down to low shields, and he's going to use that grenade to perfection. The perfect placement with that sticky, and he's now got the 3-0 lead.
They were almost at a standoff yet again there, Mikowski, and Bubu was like, okay, what do I got to work with? Hey, look, here's a plasma grenade. Tosses it exactly behind Invictid, where he was caught between a rock and a hard place, or in this case, a pillar and a plasma grenade. Bubu Dubu gets another kill on the board, and he's looking at just one away from opening this game with the killing spree. No camo needed for Bubu Dubu to get this 4-0 lead, and Invictid on the run. He slides. Was that a misslide? Was he going for utility and accidentally kind of slipped off that bridge? What happened?
I'm not sure what happened with Invictid's misslide, but it was no missed shots from bubu dubu with the MK sidearm pistol from long range. Used that to baby Invictid down, got the easy cleanup with the BR. As now Invictid has bubu dubu's back, and because of it, he's gonna break the momentum. He's gonna break up that killing spree. And Magic in these 1v1s, if it starts getting past 5-0, 6-0, you start getting worried about getting skunked. So a huge kill there for Invictid is he's able to sort of reset, take a deep breath, and know that he's back in this. Pushing up now towards bubu dubu. Bubu dubu with a perfectly timed grenade, but it's not going to be enough as Invictid uses the thrust to close the gap and this lead as it's now 5-2.
The grenade might have been perfectly timed, but the thruster to counter was also perfectly timed, which gave Invictid that moment to take down a kill, and now another kill in the books for Invictid. This game that started with that 5-0 killing spree is now just 2 points between the players.
And it was the dueling killing sprees. Last game, Invictid with the first killing spree, but he lost. So maybe it's unfortunate that bubu dubu has the first killing spree here. I don't know how a killing spree could be unfortunate, but based on the history we had in that first match, it's gonna be in favor of Invictid. But no, bubu dubu gonna take him down. Double up on that lead with 7 minutes left. He's gonna regain control of the high ground, try to spot Invictid off spawn, and we have pretty quick action off of it as bubu dubu is down to low shields, but here he's just gonna wait. He's just going to allow his shields to recharge. Invictid does a great job, though.
Wow.
Bubu dubu expecting Invictid to push from the left. Instead, he finessed his way top mid. I'm not even sure how. Takes bubu dubu and all of us off guard. And now it's a 4-6 game. 2 kills now for Invictid.
Invictid has had several moments where you expect one move and he counters with something maybe off the books. You know, he's not following the script or the pattern that we've seen, and he knows how to take advantage of that. He is controlling the game just by being unpredictable. He gets another kill here, 1-point game. If he can win this next encounter and tie it up, this is his game to lose after stealing it back from that opening killing spree.
I love the scrappy play here from Invictid. We talked about because of him being the underdog, he kind of just needs to let it rip. And we're seeing that. He's still flying towards bubu dubu. He doesn't have the shield advantage, but you think he did based on his movement and positioning here. So again, the eye test. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Invictid. Despite being down 1, can he notch it up here? Bubu dubu gonna earn himself the trade. So just like we saw mortally in that first series, maintaining the lead just barely inch by inch. We see a little bit more of the same there from bubu dubu.
Trade comes through. You know, Invictid was trying to win that outright to tie up the game, but he's gonna have to wait for the next engagement. It looks like right now he might be shopping, not at the mall for a soft pretzel, but for a fresh set of thrusters instead, as he's eyeing that timer. He's positioning right on the yellow thruster side, but no, patience he wasn't patient enough. He left too soon. Instead, bubu dubu is the only player in this engagement with the thrusters. Invictid has camo, but I think it was an unintentional pickup just because of rotating through top mid. It hasn't been utilized yet, but bubu dubu, there's the thruster advantage. It wins him that fight.
Bubu dubu with the disadvantage there, ironically at top pink with those grenades. Easy bank grenades for Invictid. Bubu dubu, though, uses the thrust to get out of there, and he's going to be right back at it as, again, we see that MK pistol being used to get the shields down to 1. Headshot BR cleanup. That's twice now, and it's a big part of why bubu dubu has that 3-kill lead.
Love love to see the sidekick in action, and Bubu Dubu, you know, he's known for using the disruptor pistol. Maybe he just likes anything that is a pistol type handgun that he can work with. So right now he's making that sidekick look good. He has the initial damage out. Both players weak. Swaps to the BR. Gets the cleanup. He really anticipated Invictid sliding back for the contest there. Bubu Dubu's headshot was ready for it.
And that kill was for the taking for Invictid. Once bubu dubu threw that grenade out to the left and Invictid slid out, the advantage was in his favor. But bubu dubu, once again, with his back against the wall physically, metaphorically, whatever it is, it doesn't matter, because the kid from Louisiana is looking great here, as he's now almost doubled up on that lead, 6-11.
Invictid has shown such great moments of, you know, potential and ability, but not stringing them together enough in either game 1 or game 2 yet. And here's the sidekick again. Invictid just says, wait a second, did he go after a ninja there? He almost pulled off the craziest play we've seen. He just stopped. I thought he was getting a free kill, but he was trying to bait out a melee for a potential ninja.
That's the uber tier strats right there. Just do something your opponent doesn't expect. Clearly threw bubu dubu off a little bit there. Earns himself the kill anyways, but I'm kind of curious as to why Invictid gave himself up there and then looked to hotly contest that last piv. Nonetheless, it's a 13-6 lead here. And Magic, not only did we have one of our first 15 points reached in that last match, we might see it again here. So 2-0 for bubu dubu with both games reaching 15 kills. We talked about mortally building on that momentum and that snowball, but it's bubu dubu who's looking really good instead.
Yeah, both. Oh man, you're really setting it up, Mikowski, because the winner of this matchup faces Mortally, and both bubu dubu and Mortally came out with some strong plays. However, bubu dubu doesn't hit that 15 just yet. Invictid takes the kill. He's still down by 7, but he's going to prevent as long as he can. This is a double elimination. Even if Invictid goes down in this game, he's not out just yet, so he still has something worth fighting for. But bubu dubu lands the shots. Both players almost mirror image on those reloads, so it's going to give them both time to regen the shield. Bubu dubu is back in the fridge. Invictid landing the BR shots. The thruster comes through, and he's yet again postponing that 15-point mark.
Okay. 8-14. 6 kills, 2 minutes to go. I want to try to make it seem like he's got a chance, but I don't know. Bubu dubu, it's not even so much the time, it's just how good bubu dubu has looked. I don't want to take any credit away from either of these two players. Invictid playing well, but bubu dubu in his bag, playing exactly like he told me he would when we talked earlier. And there it is, the Steaktacular for bubu dubu as he earns himself the 15-8 win in game 2, the 2-0 series, 15 kills reached in both of those games, sorry. And bubu dubu looking absolutely incredible here as he takes down the underdog Invictid in convincing fashion.
Both games looked pretty decisive, but then again, Invictid in the middle of both matches had a point where he had tied up the game. In fact, in game number 1, he had a 2-point lead at one point. But either way, bubu dubu had that tenacity to stay in the fight and always had a way to answer back. Even on this fight here, Invictid re-challenges, bubu dubu is ready. But this might be my favorite kill. The perfectly placed plasma from bubu dubu. So looking like a free kill, but it's all about that precision.
And it looked like the flower bed might have had a little bit of cover, but because of Invictid's low shields there, I think all it took was one seam of that plasma energy ripping through the torso of Invictid and ripping through the chances he has of an upper bracket run here as bubu dubu comes from the high ground down to the low ground. And here's one of those impressive plays I saw earlier from bubu where using that MK at long range, the sidearm, bubu dubu must have been playing some big team battle to prepare for this tournament, because that's the only way I can imagine he's got such great accuracy from long distance with that MK.
It's queuing up Team Slayer. Team Slayer and just using the pistol.
It's something. There's got to be, I don't know, maybe he was going into Forge, resetting the sandbox, who knows, but bubu dubu, we talk often about the sandbox and how players will maybe excel with things like the commando, the shock rifle, but it's been the disruptor and the MK here, kind of like the non-meta metas, if you will.
Yeah, the secondary weapons really look like primaries in the hands of Bubu Dubu. And
Yeah,
again,
right.
just hailing back to the fact that both games he got the full 15 points on the board. So not just victories, a state-tacular in game number 2, but again, hitting that 15 kill mark, you're not playing passive. You're not playing hide and seek. You're playing go after those kills. And that seems to be working for Bubu Dubu. Now, I see it coming. Building up for the next matchup, just like 2 tidal waves needing to meet in the middle, because Mortally plays at a very similar aggressive pace up against Bubu Dubu. That's a matchup I'm particularly excited for. We're gonna go to a break right now. As the bracket continues to fill out, we're gonna have more of this 1v1 action coming up for you in just a minute.
A dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V, powered by the determination to make dreams a reality.
Shine on, 'cause we're making this strong.
Honda, the power of dreams.
No legendaries.
That one looks pretty legendary. Nice.
Dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V, powered by the determination to make dreams a reality.
Shine on, 'cause we're making this strong.
Honda, the power of dreams.
No legendaries.
That one looks pretty legendary. Nice.
Dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V, powered by the determination to make dreams a reality.
Shine on, 'cause we're making this strong.
Honda, the power of dreams.
No legendaries.
That one looks pretty legendary. Nice.
obviously are all for in terms of their gameplay and what they're going to show here, Jack. So, you know, we spoke a little bit about what we could witness right at the very beginning, what we could witness in terms of like how things will adapt overall on the later stages. So it's going to be very, very tough to see exactly how things are going to pan out here.
Oh, well, we're straight back in. We baited you there, you know, keeping you on your toes for the eagle-eyed viewers at home. But don't worry. Oh, no, it seems like it is just Trippy. Gilkey's, he's AWOL, Harry. He's gone missing.
Oh, no.
Where's he gone?
Okay.
To the park, you lose your dog.
It's a good thing I'm always ready. It's a good thing I'm always ready, because I was in the air and I was just like, okay, let me go ahead and jot down my notes. And then I heard, oh, we had a crash. Oh, okay, never mind, we're good. Oh, okay. You see, that's what it means. That's what it means to just be a host. You know, you just gotta wait at all times, because you never know when you're gonna be asked to answer the Call of Duty. Wrong game. Anyway, so focusing though on this upcoming matchup, and more importantly on Jackie's wordplay, because he said that Trippy would be tripping, but Gilkey has the key. I was a little disappointed. I was expecting a little bit more, Jackie. We got to find something to match Gilkey with.
Well, I mean, there's another angle. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Fish, right? Maybe with the grappling hook, he's fly fishing. Aren't those gills doing some good breathing?
Lucky. No, maybe not that one.
Well,
wait a minute.
Animal fact pundit on you, Jack. So.
Mate, I mean, here's the next level thing we could do. Start incorporating like the Cockney rhyming slang. Trippy, the bee's knees. Oh, it's all there. It's all there.
If you guys start busting out Cockney slang, I can't keep up. I'm a kid from the Bronx, Jackie. I can't hold on.
You'd be up the apples and stairs in record time, mate. On a dog and bone, kicking off. Why are they on the show?
I've heard a few Cockney slang, and it blew me away. I genuinely couldn't keep up, and I was like, this is what it's like when people can't understand me, because it's happened to me so many times.
Probably come from me, probably. I apologize.
It's just Harry talking normally.
Yeah. That's just normality to me. I don't know any other difference.
My guy's out here just living his life. He's just talking the way he always does, and instead, people out here are like, "Gay? What did he just say?" Anyway.
You just stare and go, what?
All right. Well, go ahead and bust out your best Cockney slang for this one, fellas. Have a good time.
My God. Right. Here we go, Harry. The Shoreditch bells are chiming, and we're ready to kick this one off. No crashes this time, but it will be a bit of a rude awakening from Gilkey. Straight in with those gills, like an aquatic fish. Swimming to success, Harry.
Oh, he certainly is indeed, and this is an incredible start. This is like a dream start for any player here. Camo, BR to boot, but hasn't got the shock, but not really necessary as of yet. Just keeping his opponent at bay for now here, Jack. He does have the shock, got that top goal control. We're not too sure if the combo has been GA'd, but I suppose we'll find out depending on how Trippy's gonna route around. But I like this from Trippy though. He knows that there's not really much point in going for this as of yet. He's timed the camo depletion perfectly, knowing that he can start making his moves here, Jack.
Ooh. About to say that nade is going to leave a big old dent in him, but he had the repulsor, had the initiative to blast it back and give himself some distance to play with. Trippy with the commando in his hands. He's looking for feet right now, and it's going to be a tasty intro with a shock rifle. That's one way to put the weapon to use, as Gilkey takes it to 2 already, with both of the frags falling in his favor early on into this one. Trippy straight back up for another peek, though. Similar sort of poising from what we saw early on into this game. It seems like we can already see somewhat how it's going to play out in terms of them trying to take command of areas of the map.
Yeah, Gilkey just biding his time at the moment, and so he should. He's got absolutely no reason to do anything too crazy as of yet, but he's actually routed around, assuming that Trippy's probably going to rotate around to these turbines to pipes, but Trippy knows what Gilkey gets up to, the shenanigans he likes to play. After, a good 10-15 seconds of not having any information on his opponent, that's when he starts making that route around, but Trippy's managed to find him with his trousers down around glass. Trippy still has camo. Good nade from Gilkey here, but it's actually been pushed all the way back, and Gilkey, beautiful headshot to really stamp his authority there to take down Trippy, even with the camo, so that's not a good sign here for Trippy, but a great signal for Gilkey now to continue with his commanding lead.
3 kills up. Again, reading where the push is coming from, and he has that utility to make a quick getaway. Launches himself through the window. Oh, the swing in from Trippy. It's good intro damage and a nice way to capitalize off the back of it. So 2 frags down, that's completely manageable. They've only used up 60 seconds as well here into recharge. And now he's armed with that shock rifle. He seems to be aware where the peak's coming from as well. Gilkey nearly playing into his hands there, but instead leaps up through Sneaky. And Trippy trying to pixel peek into him, Harry. He's got his nose right on his monitor, sniffing him out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch that Gilkey Trippy match, it is up on the Xbox channel. But nevertheless, we're getting into our very next match. We got Invictid going up against the DeitySam. I got Tools and Tony on the desk for us right away. But guys, what are we thinking right off the bat here? Invictid, right, kind of a newcomer, not widely known. And then we got DeitySam, keyboard and mouse. also not widely known. What are our thoughts here, Tools?
Yeah, I mean, the fight of the dogs, right? You know, and you're not necessarily thinking these guys were going to come in, get top 3. TheDeitySam had a really impressive performance in the qualifier, was able to show the mouse and keyboard how good it is, but keep an eye on Invictid. One thing about Invictid is he's an absolute grinder, been playing, you know, these 1v1s, 2v2s since back in the days of Halo 5. He definitely has the experience in 1v1s to take down TheDeitySam and potentially go a bit further. We saw moments where he really went toe to toe with bubu dubu, but the experience at the end of the game is where we saw that separation. We just need to see more consistency from Invictid.
Indeed. And then Tony, if I can I get a prediction out of you, sir?
If you want to give a prediction, man, that's a tough one. I mean, I actually play with Invictid myself, and he's a damn good player. TheDeitySam coming out of Mexico with the mouse and keyboard. I think that's really interesting. I think both of these players are the ultimate underdogs, and I kind of feel bad they matched up in the tournament against each other so early.
Yep.
One of them's going to be a little bit disappointed. I mean, I'm kind of a roller squad. You know, I got my roller in my hands right here. I'm just saying. So I guess give me Invictid and get that mouse and keyboard stuff out of here.
I got you. All right. And with that, we're going to send it over to Magic and Mikowski because we're getting started in game 1 right now. Magic?
Now, they referenced how this is the fight of the underdogs. And I have to say, Mikowski, when it comes to 2 underdogs in a tournament, when the chips are down, this is where they thrive. This is do or die. This is lower bracket.
Yeah, we've heard of a dog fight, but here we have the underdog fight as 2 of these players, really 7 and 8 in the power rankings for this bracket, as Sam gets first blood, takes down Invictid. So that prediction there from Tony and Tools looking awful off the start. Just kidding. Those guys are awesome. But
wow, you're already casting shade on the desk, man. Like,
I know.
We just started today. You gotta build up a little rapport here. We know that their predictions are solid, 100% of the time.
I got the teeth. I don't know why, but Sam has the shock rifle and the perfect shot. And who knows, Magic? Maybe they were listening to the pregame show. Sam, with the chip on his shoulder already as an underdog, and if you heard the prediction, maybe a little bit more ammunition, a little bit more juice. So far early here from Sam. Not only the juice, but the shock rifle, like we said earlier, that's going to be a power weapon you're looking to control, especially if Camo's going to be G8, as it looks like it is going to, is just sitting there menacingly bottom mid.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the first matchup where we saw Camo was G8 as well in that matchup with TheDeitySam, and he got sent down to this lower bracket. So he's definitely comfortable with this play style as you see him put the first 2 kills on the board. But now it's a chance for Invictid to show that scrappy and unpredictable play style. He needs to find a way to shake Sam off of his game, but Sam was ready for that Mangler rush. He hears the footsteps running through. He gets the shock rifle, and Invictid, instead of shaking Sam off of his game, he's left to kind of tuck his tail and run.
And Sam looked like he had the centering, the crosshair centering to land that headshot. Gets the body shot there, so Invictid gonna think twice because of it, as you see him kind of hesitate to push the envelope there as Sam builds on that lead, now up 3-0. Looking pretty convincingly strong here in this lower 1 matchup.
Sam with a really smart play off of that kill. He immediately grabs the commando, grabs the grapple, and checks the timer for the new shock rifle. And with no shock rifle in play, he uses that grapple to get into this fight. And oh my goodness, for a second there, I thought Invictid was going to come out with an impossible reversal. But Sam does finally land that final shot, but not before making me a little bit nervous in the process.
And to be completely fair, I thought Invictid was going to win the series too. So I'm just going to call myself out and let everyone know that I would really feel like Invictid is coming into this matchup stronger than Sam. Just based off of what we've seen here today, Invictid looked very strong in that opening round against bubu dubu. Had a lead against him, dropped some killing sprees on him. We didn't see the same type of fidelity from Sam up against Mortally, but there we go. Invictid now on the board, now in control of that shock rifle, and if he pairs the grapple hook with it, he's looking quite good for a potential comeback.
He finds Sam coming around the corner of long haul. He can line up that headshot He tries, 2 bursts go out, neither of them coming up with that difficult to achieve perfect kill. And that's what's so fun about watching these players with the shock rifle. It's one thing to find the target, it's another to be able to line up that headshot and lock in that kill. Invictid didn't get the damage he wanted, so he's gonna rotate here. He might check for grapples to his right as well, but instead, no, he has his sights locked onto Bat Ledge. Here comes Sam, barely missing on the shot. Sam is now at low ground. Invictid running up these stairs. They're gonna meet at the back of Attic. Invictid now left on the run, and they are just juking each other left and right until they can collide nearly at that Attic side.
Looking like a game of cat and mouse, as both cat and mouse are going to go down in this scenario. Looking like an episode of Tom and Jerry, where both comedically take a frying pan to the face, as Invictid with 2, Sam with 5. And the gunfight breaks out right after that trade. Invictid, though, is going to take this one single-handedly, as just like we said earlier, he's got the kit for that comeback. And despite losing it after that trade, he's earned it right back with that grapple hook. Now waiting for the shock rifle as well. Has it in hand. Repositions to top gold. And Sam going to take advantage, grab that repulsor. So I love that from Sam. I love that. He knows that he's not going to have a chance at the grapple hook. His best course of action is to gain some utility with that repulsor. We might see 2 collide here as repulsor gets used, but it's the grapple hook that keeps Invictid on the map. But no, he's going to take a drink instead. My goodness, I thought we were going to have a deja vu scenario. Yes. Command Station versus, I believe it was Invictid, wasn't it?
It was Invictid, it was.
Wow.
Yes. Invictid in that scenario had the grapple. Command Station had the repulsor, sends him off the side of the map, turns her back. Invictid had the grapple, comes up and shoots her in the back. But in this case, Invictid does not connect on that grapple play. But off the respawn, he finds his way back, keeping this game locked in. Only 2 points. Shock rifle could really even out the scoreline if Invictid can put it to work.
Invictid looking for the peek and pop there. Not going to connect on Sam, as Sam is going to rotate. Looks like towards Invictid. Yeah, so we might have a clash here. A close range battle, no less, with that shock rifle in hand. I always think it's very interesting to see which kind of players can barrel stuff their way to a victory. But this is going to end up being a little bit more of a mid-range encounter here, as Invictid gets down to low shields and does the right thing, makes a smart play, repositions, re-shields, but he doesn't have an eye on where Sam is. Sam gets first shot because of it, but it doesn't matter. Invictid, with the use of that shock rifle, gets Invictid down to low shields, and there it is. There's the kit we were talking about that Invictid needed to grab if he was going to come back in this match. And Magic, don't look now, but it's a 1-kill game.
And he has sights on Sam with only 1 point separation between the 2 players. He knows that Sam is the back of C. He saw him there for a moment at Blue Pipes. He also knows that the repulsor is back into the hands of Sam. Looking to line up that shock rifle shot. Barely misses on 1. He's ready. Keeping both sides. He's kind of baiting out some grenades, so Sam goes ahead. He picks up a couple of plasmas to add to his arsenal. Indeed, the repulsor in hand, but is that enough against Invictid with a shock rifle? Here comes the peak at the top of tower. Oh! There it is! That's the shot that we were holding our breath waiting for.
Yep, absolutely. Invictid has shown his commitment to the peek and pop. We're going to say it as often as he continues to go with that strategy, and that seems to be the tools to victory. In addition to that grapple hook and that shock rifle, Invictid doing a great job with his positioning, and there's just a simple pop as he flies out, hits the jump shot on Sam, and now it's Invictid in the lead. The comeback is starting to materialize.
Oh no, oh no, 3 perfects in a row with that shock rifle to come from being behind in the game to now a 2-point lead. Sometimes all you need to do, and it sounds simple, master that shock rifle on recharge. That is the game maker, but he doesn't have any ammo left to work with. So if Sam's gonna find an answer, a response, he needs to block that shock rifle pickup from the hands of Invictid, because we know what he can do with that weapon.
Sam has an opportunity to grab shock and grapple, but I don't think he cares. He wants Invictid instead. But Invictid has the potential here. He could rotate across the map and potentially get those power weapons and utilities. But no, he's going to engage at blue. He looks to make the skill jump there, but misses it instead. No worse for the wear, as he's going to get a repulsor instead. And that's interesting, Magic, because he switches off of the grapple hook. So Sam, with the potential to drop to repulsor and grab the grapple hook instead, he could either go back to the grapple hook spawn instead. So either way, you're going to see Sam with that grapple hook. And the reason that's so important is because of the mouse and keyboard that he's on. He's able to almost 2x the speed and ferocity when we see players just whip in through doors or windows. Sam looks faster than any of them because, again, of being on mouse and keyboard. So looking to put that to good use here. He's only got one to use, but it's not going to matter because it's the one shot, a perfect shot at that lands on the head of Invictid. And now it's Sam trying to mount his own comeback.
Off of that grapple pickup, I believe Sam used one grapple to steal the shock rifle and another to cross the map, leaving him with just the one that you see left. But he does have the shock rifle, plenty of ammo to work with, and if he can use it at the same expertise level that we saw from Invictid had a little bit of a streak going there with the use of this weapon, but Sam has yet to kind of prove that the shock rifle can be the tool of destruction in his hands.
Losers round one. One of these underdog competitors is gonna go home early. However, the Cinderella story will continue. Will it be Invictid? Will it be Sam? I feel like Magic these next few moments could very well determine which direction this goes in as Sam looks to redirect himself outside of A with that grapple hook.
Though, like Bukowski, Invictid in the matchup against Bubu Dubu just threw us some unconventional strategies, and he was on the top of that pillar in Whirlpool, and Sam did not anticipate that angle of fire. Invictid capitalizes on being an unpredictable player.
Wow, 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 wow. And one of those swing kill moments where it's either a 2-kill game or netted at 0, tied, even. As now Invictid looks to maintain control of that 2-kill advantage he's got with 2 minutes left to go. Sam, gonna need to close the gap physically, I think, really. With that shock rifle, the best way to play against this shock is to apply pressure. Make Invictid feel uncomfortable. Do not let him align that reticule with the head like we've seen so often from Sam. Sam doing a great job flying out with the green gun as well. And that's going to be very disruptive, almost like the disruptor pistol. It's the plasma pistol now that's putting some discomfort into the POV of Invictid, as he's going to have to handle Sam's push here. Once again, not making any guesses about it. He's going to have that plasma pistol charge up. He's looking to use that tried and true combination, the nude combo from Halo 2, showing up here 10 years later. And Sam, okay, does end up getting the kill. I thought he got ninja there for a sec, but no. Sam, with that kill, now makes it a 1-kill game.
You know, Invictid might have been trying to go to the moon, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the ragdoll effect after your body's taken down. You know, you gotta stay in that fight, and even jumping down, TheDeitySam was able to come out with a crucial win at that, because we're within that 1 minute mark in a 1-point game. The next round of combat could just be the deciding factor, whether Sam can tie up the game. But if Invictid wins out the kill, I think that time is just going to be his best friend. This encounter has everything on the line.
Yeah, Sam is going to have to push the envelope here, and this could end up being a disadvantage for Invictid because he might be in a scenario where he doesn't have very many exit points. He's kind of in that coffin corner over there in the elevator. So timing is of the essence. 20 seconds left. Sam says the time is right now to come back and tie this one up. As again, there's that grapple hook we talked about. He's going to take full advantage of it to tie this one up at 9. And Magic, it looks like we're going to our first OT.
I mean, Invictid with that crazy grapple play in qualifiers that we mentioned to bring that game against Command Station to overtime. Now we're seeing the turntables here because now TheDeitySam wins the final kill, gets the 3 extra minutes on the clock, and he has that shock rifle. Not able to connect on a perfect headshot. Invictid is on the chase, trying to get up close and personal, not giving the advantage to that long-range shock rifle. Damage coming out from Sam, though. He doesn't have any grapple. He doesn't have any repulsor. Honestly, did Invictid just give him that kill? Why? Why did he grapple where Sam was ready for that play?
Yeah, looking a little free, like you pointed out, and in OT, not a good time to be free, right? As it seems like you talked about the tables turning. My goodness, this one has been so back and forth. I feel like both players have mounted multiple comebacks here in this game, as it's now Sam who has control of the lead, like we saw earlier in the match. Excuse me, I believe it was Invictid who was up. So Sam looking to cement that initial comeback with another opportunity here in overtime. Has that grapple hook, uses it to take down Invictid to low shields, and he's gonna do one better and take him down entirely. And now Magic with 2 kills in overtime. He has a convincing 2-kill lead with less than 2 to go.
When you see Sam firing off the last round of that shock rifle, he picks up the green gun instead, and he's eyeing the timer for the next shock rifle to be in play. We got 1:34 on the clock, a 2-point lead now for Sam. Green gun is revealing his position, but he's almost like haunting for a fight. Here comes Invictid on the push, and Sam ducking away. He might play that cat and mouse game with a 2-point lead.
Yeah, and it was Invictid in the corner. Now looks like Sam in that spot, looking to, again, reversal of fortune, but no, it's going to be that trade. We've seen that happen so often today, and in the 4 weeks leading up to this grand finale, it's the trades, especially when in the lead, especially in overtime here, that could be the very difference in this game 1 for Sam.
Hate to see Invictid potentially taking an L because of trades. He had the early damage in that fight. He grappled, almost juking to grapple to top attic, and instead doubled back to bottom of B stairs, but then he rushed in too close. If he had fallen back to that long hall doorway, he could have still had line of sight to get a free quote-unquote kill. But here comes the repulsor in the hands of Invictid. He sends Sam for a swim, and more importantly, he brings it to a 1-point game with just 25 seconds.
Here we go. Flipped fortunes. It was Invictid who was in the lead towards the end of regulation. Now it's Sam in the lead by 1 kill. 15 seconds left to go. Invictid knows that it's going to have to be all go from him as he misses the jump. That could be crucial. He misses the repulsor jump as well. The pressure, you can feel it. It's palpable as Sam takes him down to win game 1.
Oh my goodness, Invictid had the opportunity to get the grapple to use on that attack, but instead he goes for the repulsor jump. He doesn't connect, whether it was a beige repulsor jump or an intended jump to high ground. Either way, Sam was ready with that counter, and he holds on by the skin of his teeth for a game 1 win in overtime.
And here we go. Even look at the advantage of mouse and keyboard again. Sam, look at this grenade. He threw it himself, but it was that quick disappearance up to top gold that pretty much sealed the deal for him, right? I think sometimes, you know, a controller player might get in between the mix there, might take themselves down, but seeing a little bit of the advantage. And here it is, the moment. My God, you talk about football being a game of inches. Halo is a game of centimeters, as twice, oh my God, this is like hate. This is a gut-wrenching to watch. And you have to imagine for Invictid as a competitor, if he doesn't get that out of his head, if he doesn't kind of shake off that bad taste in his mouth after missing those 2 jumps and barely losing game 1 by 2 in overtime, oh, Magic, this could be for the taking for Sam. So going into game 2, I'm looking for Invictid to get that first blood. I'm looking for Invictid to start to build on some of the momentum that we saw throughout some of the match. We saw him come back. Sam had that, I believe it was a 4-0, 4-1 lead. So Sam started off hot. Invictid answered back. He's going to have the master of all answer backs if he wants to prevent going home here in game 2.
I tell you what, it came down to the shock rifle for Invictid, right? He had 3 perfect kills in a row in the middle of this game in order to come back from being down 0-4. So heading into game 2 without the shock rifle, he's got to find something else to help his underdog story continue forward. And it does look like game number 2 is going to Aquarius, because the discussion is around shocks, which is dynamo grenades, heat wave, and maybe a little back and forth on the decision with that camo.
And look at this, the game is starting before any resolution is found in the chat. So our resolution, ladies and gentlemen, is going to have to come in the form of this game 2. The results. Will Invictid go home as the underdog? Will Sam prevail as the mouse and keyboard player, an underdog in his own right? It's all coming to a heat here on Aquarius.
Mikowski, you know what I want to see happen in this game, right?
You want a game 3.
I want live fire. I want to get to live fire. Aquarius recharge, game 3 and live fire. It's like the best of both worlds. Maybe I can have my cake and eat it too if we can see the comeback from Invictid. It does come down to this early fight. There's the camo in play. 1 melee, a second melee. You said this was going to be a dog fight, and the melees are coming out.
Okay, and it was Invictid who said in chat, let's use camo. Sam said, LOL, why? Sam grabbed that first camo, but lost the close range encounter, which is especially surprising again because of that input device he's using, mouse and keyboard. I always think the advantage is there when engaged in a melee battle. Instead, Invictid taking that first kill, and we talked about it after that heartbreaking defeat in overtime of game 1 where he missed 2 jumps. This is quite the start for Invictid. This is exactly what he's looking for.
This is the way Invictid wants to take game number 2, inch by inch, kill by kill, and sometimes it does come down to an all-out brawl on these fights. Neither player with thruster, to my knowledge. I don't think there's even any grenades in play. This is pure gunplay and a movement strategy. Invictid kind of jukes around. I think there was a thruster used there, but Sam ready to counter the thruster. He kind of just locked his feet, stood his ground, hit his shots.
Again, Sam is going to have every ability to track players that thrust. So a big advantage in most cases here on Aquarius gets negated a little bit by Sam as Invictid negates the potential momentum he was looking to build. And that's 2 times now we've seen Invictid shoot the dead body, drop some teabags here. So I don't think Invictid's very happy with himself or Sam after that game 1.
One thing to be careful of, he has 1 single round left in that commando, so I think he caught that, switches weapons, so maybe a good thing that Sam didn't push on that early damage. Now Invictid with the BR and 4 thrusters left to work with. He stalls long enough for the new camo to spawn. Stays on high ground, anticipating the jump up. There's the denial frag, has some damage out, but Sam is trying to duck out of line of sight so he doesn't get cleaned up, but he doesn't know where the hunt is coming from. Invictid with the camo is going to be a tough one to take down, and no, instead Sam drops to low ground. Invictid has some damage, and somehow Sam still gets away. Invictid, without having any thrusters to use, couldn't close out in time to take advantage. So now the re-engagement, both players at 1 shot, and Invictid does finally find that final kill.
Invictid with the seeming endless camo. Really thought he got 2, 3 chances with that camo. Ended up finally securing the kill on Sam to make it a 3-1 game. As now Sam, like we've seen before, looking to push the emphasis, play fast and aggressive, take his opponent off his game. But Invictid is playing the perfect game of cat and mouse, as he looking like a kid on the playground, just going up the slide, swinging around the monkey bars, just absolutely finessing Sam with his movement and unpredictability.
And Sam seemingly nipping at his heels. Even some of those BR shots literally onto the heels of Invictid as he clambers to high ground. And now Invictid, he changes the tone. And that's what you do. When you have a lead, whether it's 1 point, 2 points, 10 points, you dictate the pace of the game. And Invictid said, I want to go for this fight. Both players have 1 shot. And Invictid with the final bullet off of a jump shot to continue expanding on his early lead.
And it's a reversal of leads. This is the lead we saw in game 1 for Sam. Now it's Invictid with control of it. Can he ride it to a game 2 victory? Sam gonna make it a little bit more difficult now as he cuts the lead in half, earning himself that kill top mid. And this is huge magic because he's gonna get a free grab of that thrust. And if he can stick around top mid, he might get camo as well.
He's planning on it. The countdown was at 3. It's definitely up now, but he has to wait for full health. He doesn't want to get baited out by the camo pickup. So ready, so quick, and you have to input the button there to swap it out. I'm sorry, I don't know what button it is on mouse and keyboard. I'm a controller player, okay? But he does have to actively swap out the utility, and he's starving Invictid from the thrusters as well. He has him pretty well cornered. He's looking, he's on the hunt. The camo track, and I can hear the Jaws theme music in the back of my mind as here comes Sam. Yeah, that's the one, that's the one. PR at the ready. Invictid trying to stay out of line of sight, but Sam, with the patience and persistence of a shark that smells blood in the water, gets a kill on the board.
Yeah, and we have been treated to a great series here. Again, both of these players, the underdogs, the unknowns, the wild cards here in this tournament. And we're getting, like I said, a great match. That first game, a little bit of a parallel here, as we're now seeing Sam start to come back on Invictid, who built the early lead. We saw the exact opposite of that in game 1. So kind of difficult to find some rhyme or reason here, despite having nearly 20 minutes of gameplay to decipher through. Magic, I can't tell who's going to win.
It's neck and neck by all accounts. Sam's looking to tie up that scoreboard. He's hitting great shots. but he's being answered back. I mean, these two players are about as close in this match as you could ever expect. And even there, when Sam's picking up the thrusters, Invictid's watching that thruster pickup. They're predicting each other's movements. Let's see if Invictid can be unpredictable. I think that could be the deciding factor of this game. If he can throw off Sam's mental game with that 1 point lead on top of it, that could be enough to snowball effect the second half of this match.
And I think one of my other observations here is despite camo being in play, as we have the gunfight going down, Invictid taking down Sam, and there's that camo up. But Magic, despite camo being in play, this game's score is similar to the one, the Aquarius matches we see that don't have camo in play. So usually we see a little bit more emphasis on pushing up, taking control of top mid, and really, like I said, pushing the emphasis. But despite that, still a low scoring game here with just over 5 to go. But just like that, Invictid doubling up on Sam. Magic, we're looking quite possibly in the driver's seat. We're at least riding shotgun for a game 3.
And I'm going to count that under the category of Invictid being unpredictable because he had the early damage with camo. Sam falls back, stays at kind of the top of the flag base, almost expecting Invictid to thruster to either stairway to get aggressive, but instead Invictid stayed out in that courtyard area, and then he lands yet another jump shot. So landing jumpers like he's in the NBA is Invictid off of these plays. 3 point lead, doubled up on the score. 5 minutes left for Sam to find a response, find an answer to what Invictid is delivering in this game too.
And Invictid's centering is so tight in this game that I'm getting the idea that Invictid has figured Sam out. He knows what to expect. Every time Sam's tried to play a cheeky, a little grapple through the door or a quick snap slide around the corner, Invictid has been ready for it. So it's not only the shots, it's not just the sandbox, the positioning, but it's the game sense that is so crucial here in game 1, or excuse me, in 1v1s, because again, you don't have, let's say if you make a mistake, sometimes you've got a teammate there to maybe pick up the slack or negate the wrong play that you've made. But let's talk about this play right here. Let's talk about this position. Yeah, we're talking about positioning and plays. This is one we've never seen before. I don't think I've ever seen a player in this. I didn't even know you could get to it. And I believe it's only possible by hitting that step jump right there. So right as the foot leaves off of the step, you can almost like dip a little bit, then you hit the jump button, then you thrust. That's the only way I can imagine or conceive Invictid got into that spot. And if you're Sam, you're down 3. Granted, there's over 3 to go, but you got to find Invictid. So a little curious there, honestly. Invictid just didn't seem to have the patience. Now, maybe it was because camo was up at top mid. It pulled him out of that spot, but I really thought Invictid was set up to take Sam off guard, because can you imagine Sam pushes into that generator room? He's guaranteed first couple shots for Invictid, and now it's the first shield depleted by Invictid on Sam with that grenade, but it's not going to be it's going to be all for naught. As camo, you can barely see the blur of it. Invictid picked it up, and he picks up the trade as well. So that's absolutely massive. Trade after trade after trade has benefited these players here, especially when they're in the lead.
Invictid might have given up on that cheeky position too early. It is likely because of wanting to contest for the camo pickup. He could have waited there, let Sam have the free camo, and just kind of defend the doorway, as it were, from an unpredictable location. But instead, challenge. But in the end, he gets a trade off the camo, which if you're against a camo player and you get a trade, that's a win. And Sam now coming back with a win of his own. It's only a 1 point game, 2:50 on the clock. And I know that we're hoping, crossing our fingers for a game 3, because we want to see more of these competitors in action. But these two are quite the even matchup. Sam now with top control, 5 thrusters to work with.
2.5 minutes to go. 1 kill separating these two players. Magic, we are officially in crunch time. As Sam, Invictid both getting even shots down. It looks like both are at about half shields. Both are going to agree to take this gunfight as Invictid goes down, and that's going to tie the score up at 7. 2 minutes to go. Magic, we're seeing a little bit more of the same from game 1. We should be locked in for an incredible finish.
You know, TheDeitySam, coming from Mexico, has competed in free-for-alls and 4v4 style competitions. And now he's ready to take this on. Competitive experience is another advantage from Sam. that we haven't really talked about as much, but he gave up the camo. He let Invictid grab that camo seemingly for free, and now something we haven't seen much, the blue gun, the pulse carbine, the pulse rifle in the hands of Invictid can melt the shield from Sam, swap over to the VR, but you still gotta hit your shots, and he didn't hit enough shots. Sam takes down the camouflaged Invictid.
Oh, and in the late game moments, Magic, we see another heartbreak for Invictid. He's going to have to wipe that from his memory here quickly if he wants to come back in this game. Less than 90 seconds to go. Invictid now down 1. He was up 1 earlier in game 1. Sam forced a last-second overtime. And just like that, Invictid on the verge of being 2-0 swept here and sent packing by the MNK player from Mexico, Sam. Less than 1 to go now. Thruster, I believe, in the back pocket of each player. Sam not looking at Invictid. Invictid gonna get first shot. Can he ride it to a tie here and notch this one up at 8?
Oh, I think he got some damage before Sam was back to regenerating the shield. He's gotten a cheeky jump shot from the courtyard before, but he can't this time. Thruster's out for both players. The Thruster's on cooldown. TheDeitySam with the commando falls back, gets some more ammo. Invictid trying to find him. He catches sight of him on refrigerator side. Sam uses that thruster to break line of sight, get back to cover. Now Invictid needs to pick high ground or low ground, but he's lost Sam. Sam has snuck away from Invictid, and he only has 20 seconds to find him.
20 seconds to go. 15 now. Seems like the seconds are counting faster and faster as the clock is now an opponent. Equally so is Sam. 10 seconds left to go. Invictid. That camo's not going to matter. You got to find Sam first. He hears footsteps. He knows Sam's below him, but Sam has the positioning and the timing to get away as Sam is going to take it in a narrow victory. 1 kill to move on.
Oh, I need a minute to breathe because that game was non-stop action. And once again, Invictid showing us such a strong middle game. Even in his series against bubu dubu, mid-game was very strong. And here in this matchup, he had the lead, he had the utility, but Sam found a way to claw and fight his way back into this game and then milk that clock as if it was his teammate to come out with the win.
And I think it's the experience. You look at the profile shot of a Sam. He's in that professional esports jersey, right? You talked about his experience playing in 4v4s and free-for-alls, and that's exactly the difference I saw in this matchup was the experience, especially when you look at the end game. You talked about how well Invictid played in the mid game, Magic, but it's not how you start or play in the mid game. It's how you finish. And Sam looked like the finisher, looked like a professional Halo player at that. Despite being unorthodoxly on mouse and keyboard, takes down Invictid. So it's Invictid in the 8th place spot, 7 to 8 spot, and Sam moving on. So if your team mouse and keyboard, wherever you lie on that great debate, you have to be happy for Sam as he moves on and takes down Invictid.
Now, one thing going for Invictid, he is out of this tournament, but he's been 1v1ing against Bound all the way back from Halo 5 and even now into Halo Infinite. So he has the opportunity to get some more reps in, get some of the best practice out there to come back and compete. I don't think that Invictid is a name that's going to just disappear into the ether, as it were. We're going to see more of him, not for this tournament, however, because Sam stamped his spot into the next round. He's got a long way to go through this lower bracket, but he's not going down without a fight.
Hoping to see a little bit more of Invictid despite the loss here. And you know what else I'm looking to see more of, Magic? Tony and Tools. Take it away.
All right, we are back. Man, congratulations to the TheDeitySam, the keyboard and mouse coming through in the end. Invictid, honestly, looking good. But Tools, man, break down some of what we saw in this last match.
I think Invictid got a little too cute with it. That's what I think happened. You know, we saw him stand up on the turbine, waste a lot of time, and then I think what it really came down to was this play of camo. He has the pulse rifle out. The pulse rifle is great, but you got camouflage. All you need to do is hit that first shot. He sends out the 3 bolts of blue. They hit to the right, misses the body, and then Deity has a field day with the play. It's this opening shot. He misses. Now he's down. The thrust is against him. He has no thrust. He can't win that fight. Really, essentially, wastes a huge opportunity to put a dagger in with this camouflage because of this pulse rifle. You have to hit that first shot, especially when you don't have that thrust. In a terrible position, not able to get the kill. And then from there, TheDeitySam, all you gotta do, crank up them headsets, listen for the footsteps, and run away. And well, he did a great job of running.
He did indeed, and we've definitely seen Invictid have his fair share of runaways, right? I think back to Invictid versus Complexion, and then Invictid in the first round here on the stream. I mean, he's good at keeping that distance, but TheDeitySam was able to close that. Why do you think that is, Tony?
Well, first off, let's make some noise for my man Sam. Vamos, TheDeitySam, like vamos.
Let's go.
But at the end of the day, man, it's about not only having the movement with mouse and keyboard, but also having that confidence. Since the update, I mean, obviously it's helped, but what's really about is that mental. It's about that X factor. It's about that confidence that a lot of these mouse and keyboard players now have, saying we can now go toe to toe with controllers. Aim assist still overpowered in their mind, probably. Then they'll probably preach to the day they die, but you can tell it, Active can tell it, Sam can tell it. They feel good right now, and that's what I saw. I saw him moving with confidence. I saw him looking comfortable in a lot of these different engagements. I'm really proud of Sam, and he moves on. Invictid, you're my boy, and we'll see you again. But Sam, yo, congratulations. That young man from Mexico, he's doing big things.
Indeed, and we're gonna take a quick look at the bracket. And here we go. It's starting to shape up little by little. But, you know, Garrett, kind of break this down for me if you can.
Well, Trippy had a phenomenal performance over in the winner's bracket. That leads Gilkey going down to match up against Sab. Gilkey taking the place of Shaady today. Sab and Gilkey, the former teammates that G2 blood. G2 out of Halo. The players having to find new homes. And what I believe has happened is Gilkey and Sab have found new homes. So the former teammates now gonna have to play against each other to try to get yourself past top 8. This is gonna be a tough one because I think there's a lot of narrative between Gilkey and Sab, who was, you know, both these players were being hyped up as main slayers coming into Halo Infinite, and I believe most people probably think Sab had taken that role, but I think Gilkey has that dog in him. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Gilkey come out slapping, but both these guys, very good, very close, know exactly how they like to play. Would not be surprised to see this one go the distance.
Indeed, that will be on the other side of this quick break. Sab versus Gilkey, elimination match. Everybody's in the money, but there's a lot to be won here. We'll be right back after this quick break.
A dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V, powered by the determination to make dreams a reality. Honda, the power of dreams.
No legendaries.
That one looks pretty legendary. Nice.
Dream is the spark of greatness.
Alrighty, we are back and the tournament continues. We're still in the elimination bracket of this tournament. We got Gilkey versus Sab coming up. I'm bringing back tools and I'm bringing back Why Not. And Tony, I want to start with you. What are your thoughts on these two competitors? Which one is your favorite?
I mean, so far this tournament's been fantastic, and now we're coming into another crazy matchup. Sab going up against Gilkey. Tools, you talked about it earlier, talking about two teammates, or I guess now former teammates. Now that we saw one of them tweeting out that contract signed and whatnot, I saw the other one didn't. It's going to be an exciting matchup, and I'm going to go with Sab, man. During that second qualifier, Sab was knocked down into elimination bracket by Gunplexion, then went on one of the most incredible losers bracket runs that we've seen so far in this tournament series. He beat out the likes of Bubu, Dubu, Super CC, Evolving, went back and beat Complexion, the very player that knocked him in the elimination bracket to begin with, then took on Invictid in 2 series in the grand finals and 4-0 swept them. Sab went on literally the best run that we've seen so far in this tournament series over the course of 4 weeks. Main damage dealer for his squad. Give me Sabinator, come on now.
And then Tools, any rebuttal to that?
Hey, you know, you might like Sab. I like Sab, but I'm putting my money on Gilkey. This guy is the Swiss Army knife of what you need. He can do anything. He has the 1v1 ability. He has the movement. He has the smarts. And that's where I think he's going to shine above. Is he's going to be on top of where he needs to be looking, the positional battle, and making sure that he finds Sab out of position. And, you know, Gilkey, he's been watching a lot of he watched a lot of streams. He played a lot with Sab. He watched that film. He knows how Sab likes to play. I think Gilkey gonna big brain his way through this. I think he's got the talent, and you know, I'm putting it down, baby. I'm all Gilk today. I love me some Gilkey.
I love how you said he was watching the streams, he was doing his film review, and he knows Sab's playstyle. Not like they teamed together an entire season. You know? That wasn't enough for him to gauge his playstyle.
I'm saying, bro, Gilkey pulling up to this match in his CRV, turning that corner real fast, showing off the speed of that Honda CRV in this 1v1, baby. I got Gilkey all day.
I'm now picturing him stepping out of a Honda CRV like one step at a time. You see him with the Timbs. When he comes all the way out, he got that fresh fade. My man's from New York. You already know. He might have a slice or two in his hand. 75 cents gets you a whole slice, and it's the best pizza you'll ever have in your life. I'm kind of questioning my pick, because I ain't gonna lie to you. If you're from New York, you move a little bit different.
Hey, the Syracuse boy gonna be coming out today, channeling his hoodie mellow Gilkey today. That's what I'm predicting.
I'm down. I mean, we're both big fans of Gilkey. We're both big fans of Sab. You're talking about two completely different play styles going up against each other. Sab is really that one to utilize his movement and combine with the shot to deal as much damage as possible and really force the action on his opponents, where Gilkey, that we kind of talked about before, more of a back player. Feet planted, but a damn good shot. When it comes to these 1v1 pivotal gunfights, if movement is not in, we're talking about strafey, BR, shoddy. I'm saying, man, Gilkey might have the advantage in that one.
Gilkey might have to put the Texas two-step on him. All right, we're in the lobby. It looks like competitors are ready to go. So I'm going to send it out to Magic and Mikowski. This is their last casted match. They're going to rotate after that. But before that, let's get into this match. Magic, take it away.
I'm gonna put you in a tough spot here, Mikowski. We had Tony's prediction on Sab. We had Tool's prediction on Gilkey. You gotta break the tie. Who takes this series?
My head wants to say Sab, but my heart says Gilkey. Why? Because Gilkey had 4 opportunities to qualify for today, made it in, and took Shady's spot because of him not being able to compete on North American soil. So Gilkey's playing with house money. We talked about how the underdogs earlier were playing kind of free and loose because they got nothing to lose. Gilkey's got even more not to lose because he wasn't even supposed to be here. So, you know what? Just to make things interesting and break the tie, like you said, give me Gilkey.
Okay, I like your pick there. Gilkey does have a little bit more time throughout this tournament series because Sab qualified in week 2. Gilkey was left to keep fighting, keep competing, and really trying to master the craft of those 1v1s. So he might not have been in the original 8 here today, but he deserves this spot in this matchup. And both players now fighting for their lives because we're in the lower bracket. Here's a look at the 3 maps. Is there a particular map that you think plays better to one or the other play style?
I think this is going to be pretty dead even. Both of these guys, former teammates, but Magic, I got something that I know you're going to be excited about. Live fire. We're guaranteed to see it game 2. So one way or another, we're going to get to see some sniper action on that map. But first, we're hopping on board here on Aquarius. And my goodness, these two players, we talk about how you jot down those mental notes throughout a match. These guys have been jotting down mental notes about each other for an entire year, as they were once teammates on G2. Looking pretty cordial in the chat before this game, determining the GAs, but it's going to get cutthroat very quick.
Yeah, no bad blood yet, but that doesn't mean they're gonna come out nice and easy on each other. They're gonna fight, and camo is the first item up for grabs. Sab wins the initial damage to get that power up, but Gilkey wasting no time. He's dipped fully out of there. He's all the way back at yellow fridge, stalling for the use of this camo.
And Gilkey, like the Halo CE timers of old, has set that clock to 30 seconds in his head, counting down the seconds to where Sab will have no effectiveness with that camo. And you can see Gilkey, he's just baiting it. He's not going to give himself up. He's checking corners, but now Sab has the awareness, has the notification in his head of where Gilkey is, spots him. But despite having camo, he's not going to push the emphasis. So I kind of like that play there from Sab, not feeling the need to overextend despite having camo. Because of it, still tied at 0 here. Both players looking for that first blood, and if Gilkey comes out, he could get a couple shots for free in the back of Sab, but no, Gilkey, eventually, he slow pushed that, so that was interesting. He does end up pushing to top mid, and now he's over on the other side of the map, grabbing that thrust. Will it be a difference maker in this 1v1? No, as Sab lands this sticky on the shield visor of Gilkey to take the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, what a way to get the first kill on the board. Maybe it wasn't the camo push we expected, but Sab, also aware of the timing on that camo, knew that he only had a few seconds left and not enough to take advantage on the early push. So he falls back, holds on to top mid, and then Gilkey on the approach finds, you know, a plasma grenade in his face. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to work from that back foot position. Busters, he's eyeing the time left on that camo. It's coming up at that 10-minute mark, and no Sab, a jump shot to get the job done, leaves camo for free in the hands of Sab.
And you could tell by the cursor there of Gilkey that he was not expecting another couple shots to fire out from Sab. Sab taking advantage of the surprise, the sneak attack, almost like a surprise, a sneak attack that wasn't a sneak attack, because Gilkey knew where he was. So again, Sab doing a great job being unpredictable. Despite Gilkey having, like I said, all the notes on him, as he's now built a 3-0 lead, has another camo to work with as well. And I wonder if, like we saw earlier, Gilkey gonna wait out those 30 seconds. But here, in this situation, it's gonna hurt him a little bit more because he's down 3.
3 points down, and Gilkey trying to get a point up on the board, but he comes short in that gunfight. In fact, you know, if I'm being honest, he didn't even break the shield of Sab. Like, Sab had dominant control in that whole gunfight. Gilkey could have dipped back. He had that, you know, that pillar there at P2 if he wanted to dip out of the fight, but he recontested, and Sab rounded, hit his shots, and now he's on the brink of a killing spree. If he can find Gilkey down below here in blue court, he might find another plasma grenade on that jump up, but instead, Sab opts to use the sidekick, and we have a little bit of a change of roles here, as now Sab is on the run, and Gilkey with that top mid control.
And if you're Gilkey, your main point of emphasis here is stopping the spree. Do not let Sab hear that glorious voice of Jeff Steitzer, because that's the type of momentum you need early to carry it to the very end. Sab now engaging with Gilkey, looking for that killing spree. Gilkey looking to shut it down, but no, Sab gonna shut down Gilkey instead as he takes a convincing 5-0 lead.
There it is, as you alluded to, killing spree. I can't do it. Bukowski, help me out. How's
killing spree?
That's the one I'm talking about. Okay, I better stick to like Cortana voice lines or the weapon maybe. But Sab now, Sab not happy with the 5-0. He adds to it, 6-0 across the score. Camo in his hands. It's not the clock factor, but that scoreboard is starting to look like demoralizing on the side of Gilkey.
Yeah, at this point, Gilkey needs a pick-me-up, maybe in the form of that 75-cent slice of pizza, like Tony mentioned earlier. He needs something to regain here. And I'll tell you what it is, Magic. It's that first kill. He needs to get on the board. But no! Sab is going to shut down any hope for Gilkey. And let me point out, Gilkey came back against DD Sam. I believe it was, I want to say week 3 or 4 on Livefire, no less. But DeeDeeSam built that 7-0 lead on Gilkey. Gilkey came back. Now, your opponent here is a more seasoned veteran, a professional in Sab, so going to be much more difficult to find those 7 kills if you're Gilkey. But we know it's possible. We know he has it in his bag if he's willing and able to dig deep right here.
I don't want to add insult to injury here when we're looking at the 7-0, but it was actually the other way around. Gilkey had the 7-0 lead in that game before DeitySam flipped the game back. Actually 8-7, I believe, and then Sam scored 9 straight kills. That was one of the 4 matchups where Gilkey was just within reach of qualifying. He ends up here regardless, but I don't think he has the track record, at least through this tournament series, of being able to work back from that kind of deficit.
Yeah, and you have to imagine Gilkey woke up today thinking it was just a normal Saturday. He probably planned on watching today. So despite having that second chance here, he's up against it in the sense that he wasn't actively preparing this week and able to just visualize what it would look like to be in this tournament. As you're seeing exactly that play out, Gilkey missing the crucial shots and conceding game 1 to Sab early as the 2 former teammates have a decisive game 1 lead for Sab.
I don't know, Tony's confidence is looking pretty well placed, as Sab might have been the player to qualify from week number 2, but he's anything but rusty in this matchup. A very dominant game 1 win, and it's hard. Gilkey needs to get on the scoreboard, and now going to game number 2, it gets even worse. He needs to come back with a win in order to force a game number 3. Everything seems to be riding on Sab that he is just going to steamroll the rest of this series.
Yeah, and we see those matches end early sometimes where it just seems out of hand, but I'm a little surprised to see Gilkey end it there before just getting that 1 kill, just to be able to say that you didn't get goosed by Sab. So now Sab building a massive snowball of momentum in game 1. And if it's any indication what we just saw, this should be a fairly convincing 2-0 victory, but you never know. With a guy like Gilkey, an OG veteran that's been playing Halo for 20 years, if there's anybody that could come back, it's him.
Yeah, Gilkey definitely does not go down without a fight. He's not a quitter by any means. He might have said, okay, this is too much of a deficit for me to climb back in, but he's still fighting through this series and has that ability. I think that when Tools was talking about him, he says he's just got to keep his feet planted. He has to be able to counter the movement that Sab is so proficient in, as you see on that kill here with the use of the thruster. But Gilkey can find a way. He has laser accuracy, especially at live fire. If the sniper ends up in his hands, that could shift the tide of momentum.
And Sab must have been queued up watching the tournament instead of playing during that bubu dubu series. Maybe he was watching that, because I saw a lot of the same with that MK sidearm, using it to not only sometimes finish kills, but the tried and true 6-7 shots, get them down to no shields, finish it up, clean it up with the BR. Seeing full form, full victory here for Sab as he wins convincingly 9-0. Not something I don't even think we saw in the qualifiers, Magic. So something we'd absolutely not expect here in the finale.
There's no way we're gonna see it for back-to-back games, right? Like this game number 2, like I want to see the crispy snipes. I want to see a tight score line, and ultimately I want to see Gilkey come out with a win, right? Like, I'm not picking favorites here. I know your prediction was sticking with Sab, so you're looking pretty good on that end, but mostly I just want to see us get to that game 3. I like it competitive back and forth, but in order to do that, Gilkey has to show us something different. Very obviously, very glaring issue from game number 1. Even in that last clip, we saw both players down to 1 shot, and Sab lands the final bullet, the final headshot. Gilkey needs to win over those seemingly even battles if he's going to get back in the series.
And if Gilkey wants to get back in the series, we talked about how important it was for Invictid after that crushing OT loss to get on the board early with the first strike. I emphasize that with him, but now with Gilkey, it's twice, no, 3 times as important because of that goose that we saw in game 1. So I'm looking for Gilkey to potentially grab that sniper. You know what? Maybe bait the sniper. I think that's the play here. Yeah, I think for Gilkey, because of Sab's hot start in that 9-0 finish, I feel like Sab is going to have a little bit more propensity to just go for that sniper and wing it. Maybe if you're Gilkey, you can kind of take advantage of that mental note, that game sense, and use it to your advantage. Nade, bait, baby down the shield, get the headshot, then earn that sniper rifle, take it to top tower with the 1-0 lead and build on it. That's what I'm looking to see here from Gilkey if he wants to come back in the series.
Well, assuming that Overshield and Heatwave are indeed GA'd, all attention, all eyes drawn to that sniper, and there's no bait happening here. In fact, Gilkey is just W key or forward on the thumbstick, I suppose, in this context, and he pays for it.
And that was a little confusing. We had the bottom left showed Gilkey, but that was Sab who, just like we said before. Yeah, so just like we said before the match, it was Sab with that momentum and advantage from game 1, carrying it into game 2. Great job by Gilkey, recognizing, seeing the situation. Because of it, he's now got that 1-0 lead and the sniper to work with. He didn't necessarily take it to top tower like we would have liked, but he's got it in his hands nonetheless. What's he going to do with it here? Is he going to be able to build on that momentum, build on that lead? Had a little bit of centering pre-fire there on Sab. Pulls it back, but it's the plasma pistol! Halo 2 era noob combo, landing on Gilkey and taking him down. And now it's Sab with the sniper instead.
Who would have thought that plasma pistol was the sniper counter, right? like everyone's playing for the sniper, but don't forget about the green gun, as Sab very clearly demonstrates. However, as soon as he gets the kill, he does swap out the green gun. He says, okay, I might have used the green gun to get the kill, but the sniper's really what I want to get in my pocket.
Sab lining up the shots once again, has Gilkey sliding back and forth, looking to bait out. That grenade's going to push Gilkey left. And it's kind of interesting because you think about a sniper as the instant TTK weaponry on this map, but it was the plasma pistol there with the 0.00 TTK because of the perfect timing from Sab. Doesn't have that plasma pistol combo in his hands anymore. Earned that sniper rifle from Gilkey. 360 repulsor movement tech to get him a little bit further down the map and into the waiting arms of Gilkey. But no, Gilkey gonna rotate. Does a great job not playing into Sab's advantage there. Made a great play with that repulsor, but it's all for naught because of the positioning from Gilkey. All for naught is the ammunition left in that sniper rifle now as well. As this one feels very tight. Deadlock here at 1. Skill jump. Oh, it's the repulsor off the gap instead as Gilkey takes advantage. Doesn't allow Sab to use any of that plasma pistol from before. And now it's Gilkey with the lead.
And Sab kind of showed his hand there, not just with the plasma pistol kill from earlier, but also charging up the shot is giving away his location. Gilkey and Sab, we talked about they played together. They know each other's play styles, and Gilkey perfectly anticipating that jump up, that skill jump, sends Sab off the map with the use of the repulsor. But now both players might be watching the clock here. We might see a brief slowdown with just 9 seconds now for the fresh sniper. I don't think either one wants to contest until they know that winning the kill can win them that powerful weapon. And here comes the combat. Sab around the corner, opening shots with the commando. Gilkey opts to use the plasma grenades. He actually launched the sniper maybe into Sam's hands. Where did this sniper go?
I think it went over his head and into A, but my goodness, you'd look for that sort of combat evolved to give your teammate the snipe like these two former teammates are, but instead it's Sab getting away, finding Gilkey, and finding that all-important sniper rifle with the repulsor to boot. So the reason that's important now is because Sab is going to have the advantage in closing the gap, in doubling back with that repulsor, and he's not going to need any of it as he takes down Gilkey with the no-scope battle rifle headshot. And I like the ammo management here, wasting one shot, maybe even, why not 2 or 3 more? Because if you go down here, you're going to give Gilkey way less to work with in potentially mounting that comeback. So Sab in his bag, playing very, very cheeky, smart Halo, using that repulsor again to double back and get up top. But it's not going to be for much here as Gilkey's on the other side of the map, now lining up. Sab misses that sniper headshot. Gilkey not fearful at all as he pushes forward despite Sab having that sniper. And I love this play from Gilkey because he's applying pressure on what's known as a long-range weapon. Sab looking to use it in that intermediate range with the no-scope DPS. Headshot finish, not able to connect. And these two, another game of cat and mouse right around the pillar. There it is. There's the no-scope DPS you needed if you're Sab at close range. He lands it and doubles up on Gilkey, 4-2.
I just want to watch back that whole series that happened because there was just like moves and counter moves, but there's no counter to a headshot from that sniper, and Sab now with a 3-point lead. Didn't leave any time off the respawn for Gilkey to come up with a strategy or a plan or a counter. Instead, he delivers that snipe just to the head, and now a killing spree again coming through the scoreboard, and Sab is looking to be in control of this game too in a similar way to what we saw in the first match.
And this is why I would have liked to have seen Gilkey go to Snipe Tower when he earned that sniper early on in the game, because it's a chance for him to control the pace, to sort of slow things down, just like you'd see like a United or any other team do in a scenario where they're looking to regain the lead and rebuild on that momentum. Didn't see that from Gilkey. Instead, Sab took advantage of it, took him down, did not let him build any momentum with that sniper rifle. And now it's Gilkey in a fight for his life. Really, once again, just like we saw earlier when it was 4-0, it's now a 4-kill split. He needs to keep it within a killing spree. He needs to keep it within 4, but he's not even going to be able to keep himself on the map as Sab tells him to mind the gap as he takes him down in the drink.
I know Gilkey might have been baiting out that plasma pistol shot, and he kind of sidestepped it coming off from Sab, but Sab was baiting that aggressive push and had that repulsor ready to make Gilkey pay for it. As soon as he crossed that line in the sand that Sab had mentally marked, he was ready to send Gilkey for a swing. Now the snipe, it might take a couple of shots, but you only need one to take down a kill.
And we wanted to see live fire because we wanted to see some of that sniper rifle action. Got to be a caster's curse, right? Just because we talked about it and he finally misses, because Sab has been on fire with it. And it's not even so much the headshots. There it is right there. It's the DPS demon that we refer to as that sniper rifle, when you're able to just get those kind of free and easy body shots, right? Get that thing center mass, whether you're scoped in or not. Those are usually there for most professional players. Sab showing just that, as he's done all of that to build this 9-2 lead.
What a great, battle, a clash of titans, if you will, right here in the finale. But Sab again with the body shot, BR cleanup. I mean, it's just textbook, right? You're talking about the Halo Infinite sniper. This is how you get the job done. You don't have to go after the flashy headshot play. Sometimes you just get that damage play on the body shot.
Sab, Gilkey, 1v1 going down once again. Gilkey getting back on the board. Finally, after that killing spree, shuts it down. And Magic, we talked about the big three earlier. Bubu, Dubu, Trippy, StelluR. I want to know who from that middle tier is going to give those big three guys a fight. Who's going to upset one of those big three? Right now, it's looking like Sab.
I'd have to say Sab, or even Mortally, right? We saw Mortally making some good plays in earlier rounds as well. I think that those are the two competing to be up there with like the top of the top, the cream of the crop. But Gilkey now finally finding a little bit of momentum. Now that Sab doesn't have a sniper to work with, Gilkey, can meet him with the use of the grenades, the use of the battle rifle. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We got 4 minutes to work with. He would really have to crank out some kills here if he's trying to force a game 3.
Yeah, totally agree, Magic. Usually the rule of thumb, you need 1 kill a minute is usually what we see here in these 1v1s. Gilkey kind of needs to compress these next couple kills into 30 seconds. Here we go. The opportunity is there for Gilkey. A killing spree is the gap between him and coming back here and tying this one up against Sam. He's going to have some help, though, as he's got both repulsors. So that's a little stack and starve here. Here's his chance. Less than 30 seconds to get these 2 kills. He needs to push the emphasis, though, and get this one say before 3 minutes and 10 seconds here. So 10 seconds to go here. Really, if you're Gilkey, you have to almost like make up a new clock in your head. As he's done that, he seems to be well aware of the situation, pushing the emphasis, baiting out that plasma pistol shot from Sab, repulsing a grenade back to him as well, but it's not doing critical enough damage to take Sab down. Sab will take those shots all day if it means he gets to keep his life and his lead.
But it does force Sab to rotate away from the sniper, which, sniper, you can take those long-range engagements. You can get that initial heavy damage, the damage demon that you described of this sniper, but you gotta find the player first. Sab is tucked back in the window on A side, and Gilkey's gonna have to flush him out of cover. Gilkey is checking his corners, but he really needs to commit to this A side if he's gonna find any hint of Sab, and he catches whiff of something. The grenade goes out. Now the damage is going to help him. He gets the kill, but it's almost a minute later than what you asked for.
Yeah, it is. But he's still on the fringe. He's still in it, right? This one's not concedable just yet. Gilkey pushing up the top nest. Needs to push up to where Sab is, though, because as we saw earlier, Sab is going to wait him out. Gilkey with the no-scope repulsor lands it, and he's got a killing spree of his own. Now just down 3 with 2 to go. So, again, he's just outside of that pace, but if he can really push the envelope on this short, really compact map like Livefire, take advantage of that repulsor to maybe 360 and get that extra 5 feet. That's the difference right now, is just a couple feet between Gilkey and Sab, but he's going to need to find Sab in the next 15 to 20 seconds max if he wants to come back in this one, I think.
We've seen this on the 1v1s where it's like a 50-50. Did they rush? Did they run left? Did they run right? And sometimes you have to guess based off of intel. Gilkey seems to have it locked down. Watch out for repulsor. A duel of repulsors, if you will. But Sab ends up coming out with the kill. He doesn't send anybody off the map. He does take down a kill, extending that lead, and now clock has to be the #1 factor. We're not going to see a 15-point reach here, but we are going to watch that clock ticking down as Sab just deletes some of the ammo, not wanting to give up too much for Gilkey.
Oh, and Gilkey had the repulsor, but it was a hair late as the plasma pistol damage once again connected on Gilkey and Sab. I love it because he's looking like a Halo 2 legend here with that plasma pistol. Gilkey gonna get another one on the board. And with 50 seconds left to go, it's not entirely out of reason, but he's got to push up and predict this spawn. It's an easy predict, though, because getting that kill back river usually spawns them back A. You flip the map, cut it in half, that's where your opponent spawns. Gilkey, though, he's going to let Sab squeak away through that subway system of the tunnels. And now, Magic, with just 30 seconds left to go, Gilkey's going to have to really push.
Yeah, I think he knows that it's all but over because of the respawn timer. He's watching that clock ticking. If it hits the 20-second mark, I think he's going to call it because there's no chance for him to get back. And just as I said, 20 seconds comes across the scoreboard, and it's not enough time. Sab ends up with the 2-0 victory.
Awesome prediction. We talk about Tony Romo sometimes, calling the play before it happens, but Magic spot on right there, down to the very second that we would see Gilkey concede. Not a caster more in tune and in touch with Halo and the community than Magic. Excellent job there. Been a blast casting the finale of the Honda Fan Cup. And I just want to say a quick thanks to Honda and Xbox. Halo has always been about competition, finding out who the best is. It's like the prize money, it's cool and all, but it's really about finding out who the best is. And more importantly, allowing anybody who thinks they're the best to compete. And that's exactly what Honda and Xbox have done here with this tournament. Like I said earlier, 1,700 entrants, 1,700 competitors, only 8 remain. And now I believe 5 or 6, as we see Gilkey eliminated along with Sam. And there it was. It was early. We saw Gilkey grab that sniper rifle, but Sab countered with the plasma pistol and really never looked back.
Yeah, the counter was great. I still just remember bottom of C fight where it ended up being 11-7 after Sab wins at bottom C. Gilkey had the repulsor, but Sab had the inside ground with that plasma pistol in hand, wins out that fight. I think that was the spot where the game tone and momentum could have shifted, but Sab clutched it up in the end, and some beautiful snipes along the way as well.
Yeah, those body the tried and true. If the plasma, if the nuke combo's a thing, we got to come up with a terminology for no scope headshot. There's just a pure headshot. We know what to call that. That's a snipe.
The snipe combo.
The snipe combo. Who knows? Somebody get more creative than we can be. Maybe Tony and Tools got something, but unbelievable job there from Sab as he dominates here in this series to move on in the lower bracket. And despite being in that lower bracket, seems like he has a good shot to make a run.
Yeah, I absolutely think that there's a run to be made here on the side of Sab, really trying to break into that power 3 that we've been looking at throughout today. And I just want to say a quick thank you, Mikowski. It's been a pleasure getting to cast alongside of you. Excited to hop on the desk with you and kind of hear some more of your analytical breakdown. But for right now, we are going to toss it to the desk where they can kind of give us a little bit of that overall picture and perspective on the rest of this tournament.
All right, thank you for that, Magic. I'm back on the desk with Tools and Tony. Sab coming out on top on Gilkey, I guess, according to the ranking system, if you will, in this. Gilkey technically being 9th in this tournament. Sab performing as expected. But Tony, this was your man, right? So you proud of Sab? Oh man, I think you're muted in vMix, Tony. My bad.
Yeah, I'm really proud of Sab, but at the same time, I can't say that this wasn't expected. When it comes to this matchup, the reason why they make such a good duo is kind of the same reason why it was really kind of a bad matchup for Gilkey in this. Like, Gilkey thrives off of being organized and whatnot. That's why Callus called him one of the best back players in the game, and he needs a player like Sab to kind of counter your opponent's chaos with his own chaos. You know, when Gilkey's playing behind Sab's doing that damage, he's coming and cleaning up, they're wiping the floor with the competition. But the problem is when Sab comes in with that aggression, comes in with that chaos, I think it really threw him off in the 1v1s, and just a really bad matchup for Gilkey in that round 1.
Yeah, indeed. And as we see, in the upper bracket, right, we got Mortally versus Bubu Dubu, Trippy versus StelluR. It looks like it's being held at the moment. We're waiting for one of these two to finalize so we can jump into one of these elimination round matches. But just off the top of your head here, Tools, you fancy sticking with Sab throughout the elimination bracket thus far?
Oh yeah, absolutely, because this match over on E, Mortally and Bubu Dubu, it's on the Xbox channel right now. It's in game 3, has been a stellar one thus far. It looks like Bubu Dubu is rounding it out, so we will be having Mortally dropping down, and I want to see the Mortally Sab matchup. But Mortally and Bubu Dubu went toe to toe, and now Sab, after just a stellar performance, coming straight out the gates as hot as he possibly could be, we'll see if that momentum can really ride past this quarterfinal, because I have a feeling Mortally is going to be a tough task to take down.
Indeed, and it looks like Invictid and Gilkey are our 7th/8th place finishers. There's no reason to play it out. They get the same amount of cash, both walking away with $250. Not bad for a couple games of Halo, but as you see, the prize money definitely rapidly increases, and what you're gunning for, right, is that number 1 spot, $6 grand plus the Halo X Hayworth Fern gaming chair, amazing chair. Nevertheless, a lot of money on the line. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side. We got more matches for you.
A dream is the spark of greatness, but it's nothing without drive.
Dream don't cost a thing, but the legacy ain't cheap. Wanna reach the moon, and you gotta move with no gravity.
Introducing the all-new Honda HR-V, powered by the determination to make dreams a reality. Honda, the power of dreams.
No legendaries.
That one looks pretty legendary. Nice.
wants to use it. He's just going to use it straight away here, Jay. He's using the camo. He's got the thrust. He's got a nade in his back pocket if he wants to secure one of his kills at a later time. And I think he might know exactly where he is. And having a needle as well, it's going to be tough here. It's going to be tough here for Trippy. Just a man on what reads he can make.
StelluR sneaking up like someone's left the window open. It's a big bumblebee. He's got the newspaper. He's trying to whack him, but he can't do it, Harry. He's been stung in the jugular immediately. Trippy goes down, and it's no shock that StelluR's now leading with 3 frags off the back of the stinging action. And you can slow it down a little bit here already. It's only a couple of minutes, but you can afford to micro delay, kind of waste time as you just slowly peak. You don't need to reinitiate the fights as quickly as you have been doing previously with a 3 frag lead this early into the game. Trippy, at least, does get the commando off spawn, and he's seen a bit of fi. He knows that there's a leg lurking behind those pipes, has a quick check to see how long till the thruster's back up as well, because that could be an ace in the hole going into the next fight. And they're willing to burn a bit of time off the clock. Wait for the spawn to come in on the thrust. He can grab that and then go in for the initiation up towards top pipes.
Yeah, Trippy now has been very cautious about when and how to pick up that thrust. Luckily for him, StelluR wasn't even in position. Well, technically he was in position, but don't want to be too aggressive here. But which he does now is Trippy will be able to take him down, miss those last couple of shots. Both players equally as weak, but Trippy still has the high ground, still has that height advantage. He has Commando in hand, just gets a few shots from the StelluR. Both of them so weak as well, but Trippy somehow comes out on top of that little scuffle. And look at this, once again, camo ready and waiting here for Trippy. Picks up some additional thrust as well. This is going to be a great way, but I like this from StelluR as well. Even though he'll probably lose his bout, which he does, he needed to make something happen there and then. If there's any opportunity in order to trade out with the camo or to take him down or just have any info onto him, it will just save a lot of time and bother rather than having to wait to deplete it or potentially wait until your next death.
Oh, mate. StelluR was hoping that we played with his back so close towards that angle that he couldn't get snuck up on. There would be no free assassination. Instead, he just turns the corner, gets the initial damage out with the sidekick, then finishes him off with the elbow to the face. So now we're all tied up, 4 frags apiece, and Trippy, he's got the smooth moves coming in like a criminal, as he will be able to find another pickup with StelluR going down. And he's getting his confidence in now as well. You can see he's being a little bit more lively with the way that he's repositioning around the map. Good setup. Instantly had the spawn. Full burst with the BR. Nice use of the nades as well to at least make it uncomfortable to StelluR. And he peeks back into him, stopping him from getting that full recharge off with the shield. And just making this one a very, very awkward firefight. He's going to drop down though. Sprints towards the peak on the thruster pack, grabs it, uses it to double dash back. And this is rough, Harry. A lot of time wasted off the back of that fight. And we're quite far through this one already. We're looking at about 6.5 minutes left on the clock with only 1 kill of difference between both Trippy and StelluR.
Yeah, Trippy, I think he's playing Halo 5 at the moment with the thrust and the pistol just standing his ground around top mid, and StelluR literally on the opposite end. But this is my point. Look, you can crouch walk up, but oh my God, is he going to know? You see, he finds out in the end, at some point, your opponent is going to check that angle one way or another. He's going to check every single time without fail. And that's the difficulty here of trying to sneak around your opponent and try and catch him by surprise. Camo is still up, though. Trippy does manage to get it, has to give up the thrust, but will reclaim that anyway. Has 2 thrusts still left in his back pocket. Hasn't got any grenades, but look at this. StelluR with his back turned will get taken down. Trippy now with that 4-1 deficit. Now up 6-4, still has camera in play. Hasn't really got too much time with it as of yet, but can use his time now to at least fish himself some info. Good nade coming out from StelluR to catch Trippy a little bit with his trousers down, as StelluR's now in the courtyard, but I think it's going to catch him by surprise. I think he made the assumption that he's actually gone around back of flag, maybe even engine, but the fact is at the front of the flag, just daring for StelluR to push on by. Not something he really anticipated. So 3 frag deficit coming up from StelluR, looking to try and claw his way back. Trippy looking very good at the moment with 5 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time left to make, but it's like you said about micromanaging the time here, Jack. Just looking to see if it can delay 10, 20 seconds here and there, just to force StelluR to be over-aggressive in this matchup.
Yeah, that'll be his primary focus. here he gets into a fight that he really had no business being in, trying to play with the angles, so he's got as long as he can to back away.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Louis Titan, and you are watching the Honda Fan Cup finale. Of course, $16,000 on the line today. We have a little bit of a switch up. We're going to have Why Not Be Casting and Tools casting our matches, but joining me on the desk now is, of course, Magic, Moonshot, and Mikowski. Great job, first of all, out of you two. The analytical power out of the you two. The chemistry, it's amazing. Thank you for all of the hype commentary. But Magic, how was it? How was your experience?
Today's been incredible, and I have to, hats off to you, first of all, Brandon. I mean, you're hosting the show, you're producing the show, you're observing the matches. I mean, the multitasking wonder is on full display, so credit to you for that. But it's been incredible matches, and I'm having a great time.
Thank you. And then Mikowski, how you doing, man? Excellent work so far.
I'm doing good. Same to you, man. I think you've quite possibly pressed more buttons today than our competitors with all that you've got going on behind the scenes. So a tip of the cap and a shout out to Louis V Titan. But heading into this next matchup, it reminds me of the one we had against the two underdogs in Invictid and Sam, both players kind of having to knock each other out. More of the same here, but that we're just going up another tier. Now it's the mid-tier players, the guys who are looking to break into that big three, Mortally and Sab. We said both could very well challenge the big three, but only one is going to get to here after this match. It's going to be very tight. It's going to be, I think we have our first game 3 even, Magic. Ooh. Here between Mortally and Sab.
I like the sound of that. I like what I see. I see Mortally and Sab in the match ready to go. So we're going to throw it to our casters as we're loading into our first match. Tools and Tony, go ahead and take it away, Tools.
Well, welcome to the official losers quarterfinal. Sab going up against Mortally. Tony, I'm the biggest Mortally fan there is. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be a little bit biased. I'm going to try to work past it. But what I do know is we're going to have a hell of a matchup here. Two very aggressive, fast players going to be matching up against each other.
I mean, you're a fan of him for a reason. The man has the mechanics to compete with almost anybody that we have in our league. You have a Sab, on the other hand, who definitely has good mechanics as well. He has the movement. He has the shot. He also has that aggressive mentality. This is going to be an amazing match that we have right here down in the elimination bracket. It's going to be exciting. Let's get right into it. Live fire is going to be game number 1.
On board with Sab right away. He got pushed down from that sniper, and that leaves Mortally with the power weapon to start this game. He's going to have the opportunity to get into the right sight lines, find the easy picks, and, well, Sab, he needs to be careful about the corners he crosses.
Sniper rifle in the hands of Mortally. That first kill on live fire is always so important because you can really start to make a run with all that utility advantage that you have. The game is probably fought and won through the sniper rifle, and as of right now, Mortally has it in hand. Sab trying to make a little bit of a long rotation over toward the overshield side of the map. Mortally doing a great job of anticipating that, so he's quickly going to rotate over toward the tower side. The quicks go right to the dome of Sab, and just like that, 2-0 in favor of Mortally.
Yeah, it's tough from Sab to give up the sniper rifle early in this game because we've seen highlights time and time again of Mortally. He's one of the crackest sniper rifles there is. Like, you get him in any sight line, he's gonna be able to hit that shot. So watch out, Sab, of how you take these approaches. Make sure you're tightening up those angles. Don't let Mortally have free reign over the map.
You're talking about somebody that's mechanically gifted along with the ability to make play calls. This man has a bright future in our league. We talk about it time and time again, and it gets truer every time we see him on screen. The body shot connects, but Sab is going to send him packing with the repulse. Beautifully played by Sab. Just like that, he's on the board. Momentum in favor of the former member of G2.
That former member of G2 no longer in the Halo scene. I'm excited to see where Sab ends up, but it was a smart play by Sab to get in that position, right? Because he died in that open field. He rounded back to his death, found that repulse, and then closed the angle, right? Got tight with Mortally, and from there he was able to get the repulse, get that sniper off the map, and get himself on the leaderboard.
Morley do a great job of resetting the situation. He's going to take a wide angle over toward the green side of the map. Sab controlling the C side, which notoriously been more the stronger side, especially in 1v1 gameplay. Most of the time, the player that controls the tower side of the map usually comes out on top. As of right now, Sab's controlling and Morley trying to find an angle, trying to find an opportunity, but it's not going to come. Spotted out quick by Sab, and Sab now going to catch a totally different angle for himself. He's actually going to give up that power position, that power control of the C side, and go all the way through to A.
Sab found his way back to home, but Morley had the commando rifle, and that thing hits hard. Sab not going to be able to take that challenge anymore. Now Morley, I really want to see him push the advantage. He's going to back up for now, but you have that commando rifle, right? Put it to use. I like the idea of getting back to that sniper rifle, but now you're playing more defensive. You're running away from Sab rather than controlling the pace of the game.
Down to one shot he goes. Morley trying to stay alive for dear life. Sab is not going to let him escape. Drops down towards the mud side, gets down and dirty, and snatches the sniper rifle off of his lifeless body. Sab tying up the game at 2 apiece. Now quickly having the opportunity to manipulate the spawns, find out where Morley's coming from, and the same way you saw Morley go off with the S7, I promise Sab can do the same.
Yeah, Sab has the talent in spades, and now this is his first opportunity to put it to work. Morley, oh wow, what an aggressive play from Morley, right? He's not backing down from that fight. He wants to force Sab to hit the shot, and every time Sab takes a shot, that's one less bullet Morley has to work about. I like that aggressive play, really changing it up from that runaway we saw earlier. That's the Morley we need to see in this 1v1.
And as Morley's hopping around, it looks like Sab was able to hear that audio cue coming in, so he prepares for Morley to come in. Not able to do much with it. Health advantage slightly in favor of Morley, and that height advantage as well, sitting on top of the map, dropping down quick. The melee comes in. He sends Sab packing, but Sab sneaks in that final headshot right before going down. Tools, I know you like that.
I love that because both players are playing their position perfectly, right? Sab has that one repulse. He wants to force Morley in a position where he can be used. Morley, knowing that, takes the expanded approach, goes out front tower, a little unorthodox with it. Sab was able to put enough damage down range, but Morley had the reassurance of the repulse to send him off the map. You know, a unique trade where the shots and the repulse come in for the 1-for-1 trade. And now this fight is going to be one of the most important. Get control of this map once again.
We talked about it before the matchup. Both of these players are so aggressive. They want to get in there. They want to do damage. They didn't want to capitalize on it. They want to continue to squeeze and force their opponents in a bad situation. That's why you're seeing such a great matchup. Both collide, both go down. Still a 1-kill advantage in favor of Sab.
Yeah, you're talking about how these players are about the same skill level / approach to the game, and you're seeing that like throughout this entire series because of how often these guys are trading with each other, right? You're seeing the same thought process, the same aggression, the same ideas that come through, and it ends up with trade after trade. I wouldn't be surprised if the next kill is another trade. We're gonna really have to see probably the sandbox be the impact use of this game when you want to see a player get away on the scoreboard.
Whenever we talk about Halo Infinite, we talk about controlling and mastering that sandbox, taking advantage of every utility that's available to you outside of the ones G8, like the overshield you're seeing not being picked up by either one of these competitors. Sab did have to drop down to the low ground, and that gave Morley the opportunity to steal away the sniper rifle. So as of right now, that utility advantage is firmly in the hands of Morley. Rotating over toward the big door side. Can Sab compete with it? They're both gonna end up spotting each other real quick. Can Morley connect? Yes, he can. The body shot comes in. The nade should be able to finish him off. Not quite yet. Morley trying to get an angle. Sab being so cheeky. It looks like Sab might have been able to gain his shields back. Lives to see another day, and Morley choking that one just a bit. Sab definitely getting the better of him.
That was a great position from Sab, right? The way he plays his life, hugs that box, uses his headphones, listens for those footsteps, and just makes the kill as hard as possible for Morley. Sab is buying himself opportunity and time. Sab gets away with it. Morley missing a crucial shot with that sniper rifle. And now we talked about it. The sandbox probably going to make the difference, and it could be the lack thereof of using that sandbox. Morley not able to finish his kill, giving Sab a free sniper rifle, and now a 3-kill lead that will probably continue to grow.
And I hate to harp on it, but now Sab is going to continue to ride this momentum, and it's off of the botched play by Mortally. He had Sab one shot. He had him dead to rights. You have to be able to finish that kill. Yes, Sab made a play to stay alive and to snatch the sniper rifle back, but that is going to cost Mortally because Sab is now going off doubly the score line of Mortally at the moment. 4 minutes on the clock, so obviously anything can happen, and that includes Sab taking faces.
I feel like Sab's heating up right here. You can see him more confident, more sure with his ability with the sniper rifle. The last 3 bullets have all hit, and it's continuing on. Mortally made one shot once again. Sab just has a magnet tied to Mortally's body. It's going to be a tough time for Mortally to get back, and the nades, everything is firing on full cylinders for Sab.
Sab gets another big kill, a killing spree now, and it rolls downhill so far in favor of Sab. Mortally really finding himself in trouble, and again it goes back to that botched kill. Ever since then, Sab has been absolutely on a roll. You gave him a sniper rifle, you allowed him to manipulate the spawns, you now allowed him to punish you, and when you're down by 7, 3 minutes and 31 seconds on the clock, Sab now has the opportunity to either play aggressive or just slow the game down and play the time. Mortally recognizes that. We're going to game 2.
Remember, it all comes down to that fight at box. That's how Sab gets away with this game, gets the first one, able to get that sniper rifle. And once you see that separation for either of these players, expect them to run away with it. They play the same style, they play the same game. So once you have that separation, you have all that confidence in the world, and Sab just starts to hit some sick shots.
When it comes to 1v1, I always think of a few things. And right off the rip, I think of being able to find and pinpoint your opponent's location, because knowledge is power. Then from there, mastering the resource that are available, controlling the sandbox, and knowing what to do with it as well, because it's not only about grabbing the sniper, it's about knowing what to do with it and using it to your advantage. And then from there, it's also controlling the time in 1v1. You want to keep yourself within at least 1 kill per minute to feel comfortable that you can come back. The moment that starts to get away from you, for example, a 7-kill lead with 3.5 minutes, you're in trouble. But if it's a 4-kill lead within 4 minutes, you feel like you can easily play your game, not have to overextend, not to put yourself in a terrible situation and come back at any given moment. Those are kind of my keys to success when it comes to 1v1 gameplay.
Yeah, and you know what, Tony, I'd love to break down some individual plays from this game. I don't know if you can, Louis, but can we go forward a little bit to where Mortally had Sab behind the box and where he tried to really take the lead? I want to maybe break that down for a second before our next game, if possible, but it's just the separation between these guys when that happened is right here. Mortally needs to finish this kill, and it's right here where he makes a mistake, where he pulls out that sniper. There's no reason for the sniper to be back out. He needs that pinpoint precision aim in order to get this kill. And because of that, he misses, and he's not able to go any further. Keeping that BR out in that situation was absolutely priority. Even if he doesn't get the headshot, Tony, all he has to do is hit 1 bullet with this BR, and he keeps Sab 1 shot. Instead, Sab able to get his shields back. Sab played this wonderfully, right? Have the nade, and then I don't think Mortally expected the nade to miss. I don't know, just didn't shoot his BR.
Wait, hold on. Watch this. Does he go past the spikes? Hold on. What if he picks up the spikes right there? He has 1 frag, and by the way, that frag should have hit. I think Sab did obviously repulse it back to kind of neutralize a bit of the kaboom.
But look at Sab. Look, he goes all the way to the right of this box, like he's aware, right? And Mortally has the free kill right there. He just wasn't expecting Sab to pop out. So, like, yeah, Sab probably should have died from the frag, but Sab did what he could to survive. Mortally had all of the options to get this kill and stay with the lead. Instead, he falls, and then Sab gets that separation that we were talking about. And from there, it's too far gone.
I'm still kind of questioning. I know Sab did a great job repulsing that grenade, but I don't know, man. If that was me, I would have died. I swear everything I love, I would have died anyway. So, but it's that power, that momentum. Because the moment that happens, Sab steals away the sniper rifle and really starts to go on a roll. From there was all. I mean, you look at the score. It's 4-5 right now. It's obviously doable. You're talking about a 1-kill game, and Sab is about to die right there to tie things up. And then from there, it ends what, 11-4. at that point it was all over. You're talking about 6 straight kills in favor of Sab, not only because of that sniper rifle control, but because of that momentum and that shift of energy that went towards him after that huge play. Game number 2 now going to recharge. Forget the S7 sniper rifle. Instead, we're going to swap that out for a shock rifle. Does that mean we're going to swap out different results here, Garrett?
Well, I'm looking at these chats right here, and this is we're having some contention between these players, not against each other, but maybe against the game. Not very happy with the ping either Morley or Sab, 80 and 60 respectively. But one thing I also did notice was that Morley came in chat. He said they GA'd the spikes from the last game.
Okay.
So
okay.
You know, I think some frustration. Both these players, I will say, are easy players to get frustrated occasionally. You know, we see a lot of rage montages of these two whenever you're watching streams with them on it. So I'm hoping, you know, they both keep their cool heads, because there's a lot of money on the line today, Tony.
Well, you know, with that rage, you know, comes passion, you know, and it comes, you know, it's excitement, you know. You're competitive players to be quick. Okay.
Hey, Morley, keep calm. Why are you listening to the stream?
They're competitive players. They leave it all on the line, leave their heart on their sleeve. I'm not mad at that. Hey, it just honestly shows that they care, and I love it.
Hey, I will say no one has more passion than Sab and Morley, that's for sure. All right, well, we're seeing.
I wasn't ready for that.
Said Meg, Sword, they're not playing a combo. I like the idea of not playing a combo. Camo's still up for grabs. I enjoyed that. That's awesome. But what else, Tony? You want to do anything? I guess now that we're a part of the conversation, now that you know that they're listening, anything that you want to see GA'd?
I say you let it loose. I'm talking everything.
Let it loose, right?
Bring out the sword, bring out the manglers. Let's get crazy up here. It's the finale of your Honda Fan Cup. $16,000 on the line, $20,000 between all 4 weeks. Let's get crazy.
Yeah, Sab's right on that. We play with camo. We play with camo, boys. Get that going in. I think Sab's right on. With the shock rifle, it's honestly, it's so necessary to have the camo. Like, yeah, it sucks when it dovetails with each other when both players get it, but when the player that has both of them at the same time, it can really spiral the game out of control. But if you're gonna counter a shock rifle, camo is super necessary for that. Otherwise, you're just always listening, looking at a corner, and hitting, you know, easy shock rifle shots.
My only problem with the camouflage in this game is it doesn't last long enough. So when these competitors grab that camouflage, they want to get value out of it. I'm talking about immediately. They have to hop to it. They can't really take their time and try to be cerebral with it. You got to identify where your opponent is, and you have to pounce on them, because most of the time what happens when your opponent knows you have camouflage, they play the long game. They try to wait you out for that 30 to 40 seconds. It's really almost boring, like, and it almost takes the camouflage out of play. So grab that camo, identify where the enemy is, and be quick about it. So far, Morley the first one to get it in hands.
Sab saw him, but Morley able to get away. And this camo, is it going to be crucial? Is he going to be able to use it to get the first kill? Sab not quite able to get that finish. Morley staying alive, but on the hair of his chinny chin, able to get away from that one. And you see, this is what I want to see from Morley. Just keep being aggressive. Get in the face of Sab.
Camouflage just about expired here from Morley, but he is able to grab a hold of that shock rifle. So you know what? That definitely worked out for him. He may have not been able to grab a kill, but he forced Sab to get on the defensive. He forced Sab to play across the map, grabs a shock rifle, immediately puts it to use with the body shot. Not quite as strong as a body shot out of a sniper rifle, but I mean, hey, once that headshot starts connecting, it's gonna get dangerous. Perfect kill, says Jeff Steitzer, as he gets a 1-0 lead as Morley.
Morley wants to keep this aggression forward. He thinks that they got the A spawn, but not seeing anything right away. Morley has to be thinking, hey, potentially the long haul C. And really, what Morley really needs to do in this position is just keep as much space between Sab and himself on the map. Don't let Sab get right up into you. Make sure you... I don't know about that play. Oh yeah. Well, you know I talked about keeping that space between him. Well, Morley, he decides to use that grapple to get real close to through the grenade of Sab, and it comes at a punishment as Sab gets the shock rifle.
Normally, I love the combination of the shock rifle and the grapple, because the shock rifle being such an unforgiving weapon. You know, if you get that body shot or miss completely, your opponent has a clear advantage and you can get that kill immediately. So the grapple allows you to get out of those sticky situations. But Mortally having a different plan in mind. Hey, you know what? High risk, high reward. If that would have hit, it would have been crazy. It doesn't. And now Sab has one of the most dangerous combinations in Halo Infinite. Camo, shock rifle. You better watch your face, Mortally.
Yeah, Sab's running out of camouflage, though. He only has about 5 to 10 more seconds of this, and it doesn't look like Mortally's going to make himself present anytime soon. So Sab's advantage going to dissipate, as he's going to have to get it done with no Predator help. Mortally's been doing a great job of just trying to stay moving, but be unpredictable in his position, and Sab had to give up all of that ground. And now, once again, it's the fight of keeping space between you and the player across the map when you have this shock rifle.
And with the space that's being kept right now, really I would imagine it works in favor of Sab. Mortally seems to be content with keeping this from long range. I want to see Mortally almost like fake going left, like fake going tower side over toward the A side, and maybe try to wrap over long haul and try to get closer to your opponent. What's the play here if you're Mortally and you don't have the shock rifle?
Well, absolutely. I like the idea of trying to fake out a push from the opposite side, make Sab look elsewhere to find timing over towards this long haul. And looks like Mortally, can he creep through, right? If he can get through to this long haul without Sab knowing, that's where he's going to have a real opportunity. And Sab's going to find, he's going to check. Did not see Mortally, and that's perfect position. Mortally knows that he can go now, right? He saw the check nade. You should take that instance, use that noise and distraction to get up, get close. But Mortally still content with staying across the map. I'd like to see him make a play, but with camouflage coming up, I can see why Mortally wants to stay at C flat. But now you got to execute. You can't lose this fight.
Mortally, as patient as possible, is really going to pay off, because as Sab is backing down to get his shields, Mortally quickly goes for the camouflage. Sab gets an angle before being full shields. Mortally anticipates it well, gets himself a huge kill, only a 1-kill lead, obviously, but now grapple, commando, and control here. Patience really working out for Mortally. I love that understanding of how to speed the game up when necessary, but slow it down and wait for utility. Well played by Mortally, the winner of qualifier number 1.
Yeah, I want to see Mortally play this as fast as possible, right? You got the camo for not that long of a time, and well, runs out of it in the worst possible spot. Sab's going to know exactly where he was, and Mortally decides to back up once again. But I want to see Mortally keep that aggression, be fast, get in the face of Sab when the opportunities present itself. But now that you don't have that camouflage, it's time to back away, play that long game once again.
I do notice that Mortally has the commando in his back pocket right now. Obviously, the commando received a huge buff, and a lot of these professional players were already amazing with it to begin with, but now after that buff, it is dangerous in the right hands. Excited to see what Mortally tends to do, and even if especially if he misses that shot with the shock rifle, can he equalize the situation with the fast TTK of the commando? It's not gonna matter, because I said miss a shot with the shock rifle. This man simply hits those. 3-1 lead in favor of Mortally. 6 minutes on the clock.
And that's what's so impressive about Mortally, right? Is his ability to flick, his ability to move the reticle into the perfect position right away. It's almost mouse and keyboard-esque. And then this is the aggression I wanted to see, but the bloom of the commando is too much. There's always a pro and a con to every play. If he would have gotten that kill, he could start running away with this game. Put a dagger on in. On the risk factor, though, Sab gets the kill, and now everything starts to look dire for Mortally, because Sab just got the camouflage, and Sab gets the tying kill, 3-3, as Mortally falls.
Sab going after that camouflage, just having the opportunity to bait Mortally in to a terrible situation. Mortally gets caught in the sky with the shock rifle in the hands of Sab, so it almost seemed like an easy kill for him, and Sab trying to guess where the spawn's coming from. Well played. camouflage and shock rifle, even a couple of grapples to work with. Mortally gonna try to waste this camouflage timing. And sadly ends up getting caught. Easy kill by Sab. Once again, that's back to back for him, and now he's controlling the gold side of the map.
He does Sab here Mortally, and you can see him instantly turn. He heard those footsteps, and now Sab has to get away. The grapple going to be crucial to this run, as he doesn't want to take any fight with Mortally up close like that. But Mortally has the immediate cutoff. The shot good enough from Sab, and now the lead grows to 2. Sab really punishing Mortally for that play over at top tower.
We've now seen twice Mortally take a high risk, high reward scenario and actually fail out of both of them. One was with the grapple before. You saw Sab use the grapple shock rifle combination the way it's supposed to be done. Gets himself another free kill, and now Sab continues to punish Mortally. A killing spree, a game that was so close is starting to widen and get out of control. Pay attention to that shot clock. 4 minutes and less than 30 seconds on the clock right now. Sab is going to begin to start putting Mortally between the actual clock and the game scoreboard, and it's not going to be pretty if you're a fan of Mortally.
You're starting to feel Mortally get a little impatient. He's instantly coming out those doorways trying to take the fight, and this isn't necessarily bad, right? The aggression can be good. He just needs to find this kill, and Sab, he knows he has a limited amount of time to get this next shock rifle. Or with this camouflage, what will come on top? This is a crucial play for Mortally to get back in this game.
Mortally chasing down Sab over toward the goal side, and Sab just grapples right out of the situation, right over Mortally's head, despite the fact he has the camouflage and the commando combination. He cannot catch up to Sab. That grapple is real, and like I said before, Sab understands the way Mortally's thinking right now. He wants to be between a kill per minute. Right now it's getting so close, so Sab not only draining that camouflage, but draining time off the clock, and that's really gonna pay dividends in the long run, especially when you're hitting shots like that. I don't want to call it, but man, Garrett, it's getting bad.
Oh, that's a Sab dagger if I've ever seen one. Hopping on up, hitting the perfect flick onto the head of Mortally. A frustrating death as Mortally was peppering him with that commando rifle. It just isn't enough, and the power weapon proves to be too much. And what's so crucial to Sab's success in this game thus far, it hasn't really been the shock rifle or the camouflage. It's been the grapple. His ability to get away from fights and to stay alive was too much for Mortally to handle, and suddenly Sab has complete control.
2.5 minutes of gameplay, you're already seeing Sab start to waste that shock rifle, and he knows that if Mortally gets his hands on it, it's one of the only opportunities that Mortally has to spawn trap him and keep him on a cycle and come back in this game. So waste that ammo. A strategy made popular by Sentinels. Remember back in Halo 5, they used to do it all the time against Splice, and we're seeing Sab implement that same exact strategy. He's now 3x the scoreline of Mortally, and if he just plays good fundamental 1v1, put damage, relocate, keep that distance, that spacing that you like to talk about, this game is all his, and we're going to be moving on to the next round.
Sab masterfully plays his position there. Doesn't come with the kill, but you can tell how hard he is to kill. With a 5-kill deficit in just over 90 seconds to get the job done, Mortally has a huge burden to overcome.
Camouflage shock rifle combination in the hands of Mortally. We see him with that drained ammo. He would like to have so much more to try to spawn trap Sab. He knows that Sab's hiding in a corner here. Hey, Sab's draining the clock down. That's the strategy. Even the kill goes in. Remember, it's 8 seconds just to respawn, and usually what, another 20 to 30 seconds for you to spot and close the distance on your opponent. At that point, if you're Sab, why wouldn't you run away? Why wouldn't you hide in a corner? We're talking about $6,000 just for first place. Let's be real, Garrett. We're talking about real cheddar.
It's unfortunate for Mortally. He checks the wrong corner, and Sab, he's gonna be able to waste enough time off this clock to win this game. Mortally falls, and it all comes back down to that tower play where Mortally got aggressive with that commando but couldn't finish the kill. And although he gets that kill with the 8-second respawn times that we have mathematically, this one is either impossible or severely unlikely.
Yeah, it's really tough. Mortally's been a phenomenal competitor in these series. We saw him do his thing. Sab obviously angry at the sword, not sure exactly why, but some celebratory shots. He knows it is mathematically impossible. Even as Mortally knocks him off the map, it's going to end here. Again, like I said, phenomenal competitor. You know, the first qualifier, Mortally really dominated, really showed that he was one of the better 1v1 players with a well-balanced attack, but going up against Sab, it's tough, man. It is tough.
Yeah, Sab continues on into our bracket, and now the other side of the elimination bracket becomes more and more clear, as I believe Trippy just won over StelluR, so we are going to see StelluR drop down over there. And you know, it just comes down to crucial missed opportunities for Mortally in this game. Remember, on live fire it was the kill over by the nest box. On recharge, it was the kill at top tower. If those go the other way, I have a feeling we see a 2-0 in favor of Mortally instead of Sab.
The one thing that I gotta give Mortally credit for is that the dude has guts. The dude has moxie, man. When it comes to those high risk, high reward plays, like the one with the grapple, with the reach out onto Sab, when he goes in and challenges him after Sab grabs that camouflage, he flies in and says, "Hey, I can get this kill right here, right now." It takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of moxie to even think about going for those plays, and to do it despite you being down in numbers, despite things not being in your favor. So, hey, Mortally hits a couple of those shots, kind of like you alluded to. He hits a couple of those kills that were high risk, high reward, and maybe it's him sending us to a game 3. Maybe it's him advancing forward, but can't take anything away from Sab. Dude, aggressive playstyle, movement and shot to match. The Sabinator, he's the real deal.
The risk proves to be too much for Mortally. Sab continues on. Let's go back to our desk as they break down the rest of our tournament.
Tools and Tony, thank you for that amazing start. Man, Sab looking good. Magic, what do you think about what we just witnessed?
I mean, Sab really showing that he should not be discounted from being, you know, an S-tier pro player here. We said that this was going to be a close matchup, but Sab was very decisive. And Tony and Tools did a great job breaking it down, saying if this situation had gone the other way, Mortally is just on the brink of being able to take down a player like Sab. But in the end, I think Sab is showing why he deserves to be here, why he deserves to be in the top 4, if not breaking into even the top 3 from today's tournament.
Indeed. And while we let the highlights roll, Mikowski, I want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, we talked a lot about the big 3 coming into this tournament, but maybe we make it the big 4. Sab looking like he's up to the task and up to the challenge as he handily defeats Mortally in a series. Muted there. But yeah, Sab, we talked about the big 3 earlier. Maybe need to make room for a big 4. Sab looking like he's up to the challenge and up to the task. And what I got to give Sab the most credit for in this series was breaking every single bit of momentum that Mortally had. Going back to game 1, it was Mortally who built that early 1-0 lead, got the sniper rifle, carried it into kill number 2. But then Sab ended momentum with the repulsor off the gap to make it 2-1. And then here's where things got a little crazy. Mortally, then repulsor Sab off the map, but Sab earned a trade in that instance. It was absolutely massive. There was a huge trade win to maintain that 1-kill lead, 4-3. And then we had another trade, so 5-4 lead. And then that's when the dice box at Nest Play happened, where Sab got Mortally down to 1 shot, maneuvers around the box, somehow stays alive. And the reason that was so important, not just because it looked like Sab was dead to rights there, but because in that instance it became a 6-4 game. If the script was flipped, it would have been a 5-5 game and Sniper in control of Mortally. Instead, it goes into the hands of Sab, and he just never looked back. Built that 8-4 lead, then 10-4, and then 11-4 as Mortally concedes it. And then in game 2, absolutely incredible. I was noting and counting the pace of kills each match. We had a very, very slow pace. There was only 3 total kills in 5 minutes. So credit to Mortally for slowing down the pace like we see in those Team Slayers and 4v4s. And then the pace picked up. At one point, we went from Let's see, where was it? 3 kills in 5 minutes, and then later on down the match, 9 kills in 8 minutes, 10 kills in 9 minutes, 13 total kills in 10 minutes. So the pace, the favor, the flow, all in control of Sab, and that is why I believe he took the 2-0 win.
Thank you for that, Mikowski. Excellent breakdown. I don't mean to cut us off early, but there is a winter final going on right now. I'm going to pop this up because right now it's Trippy versus Bubu Dubu. And would you believe me if I told you that Bubu was up by 1 kill? Let's go ahead and tune right on in.
Lead Bubu Dubu broke on the floor. He is going to be pushing up to try and flank him. Spots him towards the box. He's had a couple of seconds to get the heal off. Oh, the no scope not landing. It's all on a BR. Repulses him round the corner. He's chasing. He's diving. He's barely alive, and he's not going to be able to survive as Bubu Dubu will thrive in that one and go on to have a 2-frag advantage here in the first map.
I think if he actually kept his BR out, could have been an entirely different story. But wanted to try and secure that kill a little bit more effectively by using that snipe, but it's a one initial shot. If he was repulsed to bottom nest, that would have been even more fabulous for him in order to not get a kill, but at least buy himself a little bit of time here. Back and forth between these two players. Oh, the shot does come out there from Trippy, but Bubu's pretending to go bottom. It does eventually, but of course, he delayed that quite well just to bail out that audio cue from Trippy, but it's still around C. Trippy just going to stand his ground. He can for now. He's only at a 2-frag deficit, so it's not like he's got a small amount of time to play for. Still got 2 grenades. He wants to clean up some of his kills. And look at this. Bubu just flying in from top mid. Checked every angle where Trippy could potentially be, but now Trippy's just going to, again, just relax around overpass, just keep that defensive posture to see if he can get a quick no-scope and the BR to clean up from here. Has found him, though, using that previous frag grenade just to keep him at base. Going to find him top mid, repulsed him, sniped him, going to clean up with the BR if he can. Oh dear, that was a little bit messy, but the damage has already been done here. Now Trippy adds another kill to his name, only down by 1.
Trippy, of course, famous for his part-time YouTube channel, The Hydraulic Press. As you could see there, putting into action as he flattens Bubu Dubu. Here, chasing him again with a hey cheese as he bounces him off the wall and tries to bank himself into the game. I mean, it's only 1 frag. He's got the snipe as well, and you've got the high ground here. So there's definitely a possibility if he slows it down somewhat, he can catch him on the exit, land a lucky snipe. Even if it's not the headshot, you could finish it with the BR. He's just entirely playing for the audio here. They're right by each other. He just needs to catch the glimpse on the peak. He's going to reposition. He hits the headshot. That's what he was hoping for, and it works out perfectly. Now, Trippy, with a level playing field, he could definitely start to do some real damage here. As we've seen, Harry, if the game gets into a position where Trippy's able to fight for respect, he definitely takes the lead back. Bubu Dubu, for the meantime, though, grabs himself the commando. A couple of warning shots go out. He knows exactly where he is. He's pushing up. He'll have the repulsor to work with as well, but couldn't quite get his hands on it. Spike nade on the side so he can recontest and at least get the repulsor here.
Every sprinkle of damage, even from a spike nade from quite far away, could add to something special, but instead has kept Trippy quite away here. Just hanging around C Tower. Bubu just on cuts, waiting for him to come out from behind. Wasting a couple of grenades. That could be something which he may pay dearly if he does trap Bubu in a hard nut place to crack from. Bubu now backing away again after being on no shield from that last shot. And Trippy just hanging around top mid once again. Definitely a spot he's been abusing quite a lot. Not just in this game, but against previous opponents in the past, in the qualifier and in this final. 3 minutes now left remaining. Trippy just, again, just hanging around his key dots. Not the first time. Oh, if he actually found him there and then, that could have been an entirely different situation. But instead, Trippy is in that snipe shot, is managing to get away, but knows that he could be trapped around garage. Finds him in AR, has the info he requires. Just now to re-rotate around top mid to see if he comes from garage, or maybe even from scoreboard to sandbags. We'll see.
Trippy, when he needs to get away, he does it quickly. When he wants control of the game, he gets greedy. If he sees a power weapon, Harry, that's when he gets needy. Star Fox 64, that's Slippy. Trippy looking for the frag with the snipe now, though. as he sees the bounce across. Not going to be able to hit that one. And still, looking back at the time, I mean, you've got 2 minutes to work with here, and it's just all about sliding. It's like emperor penguins on a move. They are just gliding all over the place. And there's no real opportunity for anyone to commit to a fair firefight. You don't want to give away this frag this late into the game because you know it basically means the map goes with it. So what do? You play with the utility you've got. Use those nades to instigate the fight. And you can see the second both of them use their nades here, they dash back to try and resituate themselves. Good burst from Trippy on the BR, at least doing some chip damage. He feels confident to engage off the back of this. Spike round the corner. There goes the plasma. Sees a nade rolling in. That's going to do some damage to his shield, leave him at about half HP. Forced to drop off. Clean connection from his Harry. And there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds here. And he's going back in, playing so heavy-handed towards middle with the snipe.
Certainly is indeed. Hits that crucial shot, which could be a turning point, but you can see Bubu's made the correct play. He knows that Trippy was way out of position to capitalize on that last shot. Again, won't get him the kill, but will apply the pressure with that aim skill. But we've got 50 seconds left remaining. Finds him, has the info, but Bubu doesn't. May have found it just then, but it's just directly underneath him. Now knows that he's definitely around top C. This is the first shot though. But these nades, I've always said that the grenades are so important in 1v1s. And I'm glad that both these players, at every moment they get the chance to replenish those grenades. Finds him, gets the initial kill. That could be the winning kill here in this first map. And that's about either playing time applying the pressure here, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, for Bubu, he just has to go balls to the walls insane and try and hope that something works. For Trippy, it's just about making yourself as awkward to hit as possible. Tuck towards the back of the map, get your head down and hope you can't get hit. Nades go out, but Bubu, it's just too little time left to work with. So Trippy finding that final frag there with what, 20, 30 seconds left on the clock. That's the game changer. That's the entire map off the back of the one frag, GB.
I realized I was muted. And you would think after 10 or so years of professional broadcast experience, I would not do this. But I was really, really nervous that someone was going to hear me, you know, dancing away on my Spotify. So anyway, yeah, I mean, honestly, this is literally what you'd come to expect from, you know, some of the top players in the game, right? Like closely contested matches like this. But, you know, again, like Trippy, the guy, Lethal, just knows how to eke out those kills when he needs to. It's so awesome to watch these two players clash against one another.
It certainly did indeed, and it's the first time we've seen a matchup where both players are replenishing their grenades every single time. It's one of the secrets to 1v1. It always has been from the very first Halo in going up to this one. We know there's a lot more advanced movement in terms of what could decide the outcome, but grenades are still a very important thing to at least iron out some of those kills and to secure them to get that lead, which, you know, we've seen it a couple of times, but Trippy did a fabulous job just getting that last nose to clean up, and it was beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, indeed it was. But we're getting ready now for this next one. It's going to be Recharge, the battleground for this game. And you know what, Jackie, I think that, again, you know, the conversation is just going to continue to exist around those power weapons, right? The power-ups, that's the name of the game here. But what does Bubu Dubu do differently to give him that extra kill versus what happened on Live Fire?
Alrighty, everybody, we are back, and of course we are here with Magic Moonshot and Mikowski. Thank you guys for joining us once again. We have another matchup ready to go for you guys. I'm sorry for pulling you away from Trippy and Bubu Dubu. I'm sure that's going to be a great match. It's going on twitch.tv/Xbox. But nevertheless, I want to hone us back in. We got StelluR versus the DeitySam. So we got plenty of action right here for us. And Magic, I'm going to start with you. Any predictions in this sort of match?
Well, I mean, I have to say that, like, StelluR has been in that, like, top 3 position, right? We put him up there with Trippy and with Bubu Dubu, and there in the winter semifinals, he had to go up against Trippy. And in fact, in game number 1, he had a nice lead, 4-1, until Trippy answered back with a killing frenzy, 10 kills in a row, which the only thing I'm worried about with StelluR is that loss, that frenzy that he gave up might mess with his mental a little bit.
Indeed, and as you can see, we're getting right into this, so I'm actually gonna do a little hot fix. We're gonna get Tools and Tony in here right now, so Tools, go ahead and take it away.
TheDeitySam starts off strong, opening kill for him and Sniper in his possession. The upset of the history with this would be TheDeitySam, the mouse and keyboard legend from Mexico, going up against Space Station's finest, world champion StelluR on the other side.
It was during the final qualifier where Trippy was able to win 4 games in a row to take down TheDeitySam and knock him into second place during the qualifier. And I believe not too long ago, it was StelluR that just lost 2-0 to Trippy himself. So both of these players have matched up against Trippy. Both of them have given him a run for his money, but now they go against each other, find out who's the better 1v1 player. TheDeitySam holding on to the siege side with that sniper rifle. StelluR trying to find an angle, trying to find an opportunity to close the gap, because at long range on the mouse and keyboard, this sniper rifle is nothing to mess with.
D tries to get that shot down all the way towards B. Not going to be able to connect, and this lets StelluR get forward. But it's that mouse and keyboard aim, baby. All you got to do is hit one of them puppies with the sniper, and you're in a great position. DD doing his best to try to zone StelluR out. You can't let StelluR boop you off the map. That repulse in the back pocket.
StelluR drops down with that assault rifle, puts it to work immediately. Down to 1 shot. Sam goes, not able to connect onto that shot, and now the sniper rifle switches hands. TheDeitySam showed what he can do with it. Now StelluR gets a turn, influence those spawns over toward the back A. Just barely missing that out, but still going to take that height advantage onto the tower side. Just fundamental 1v1 play here on Live Fire.
DD really slowing down this game. He wants to wait for an opportunity. He might be, in fact, just waiting for the next sniper to come up before he even really makes a crucial play towards this fight. StelluR, one of the best snipers in the game. Imagine if you give him just a little bit of ground to work with, he's going to take it an absolute mile.
Game slowing down, tied up at 1 apiece still. Sam perfectly comfortable with just waiting for StelluR to get maybe a little bit impatient. The problem is man, StelluR, he's a champion. This man has all the patience in the world. He's not going to make any mistakes against Sam. He's going to dare Sam to cross that 50. He's going to try to draw him in once that sniper rifle comes out, and Sam will have to win a pivotal battle. And as of right now, the body shot does end up going in, giving StelluR the advantage. StelluR backing right down. You know Sam want that sniper rifle, didn't want to risk it. Both players fighting over towards the mid. Excellent shots by Sam. That's the opportunity he was looking for. Close the distance. Uses the no-scope right off the rip, off the rack, off the hook was that shot. Sam taking the lead.
And Sam took a page out of StelluR's textbook, right? Made StelluR waste that ammo, get close to him, and then when the opportunity struck, Sam executes on the final phase, able to get that kill, and now StelluR, he's in deep trouble as Deity's been able to hit the snipe off his spawn, and StelluR just needs to get close to TheDeitySam, but I'd like to see from TheDeitySam it's just some counter play, constantly move on the map, don't get too stagnant, and you'll find your opportunity.
As one reason why I love that kill was not only does that get you that sniper rifle, not only does it get you the lead and that momentum, but also gives you that confidence. Don't allow StelluR to set the pace of this game. If that's the case, you will end up losing. If StelluR crouching as close as possible, they're practically breathing on each other right there. Down to 1 shot he goes. Sam gonna take height immediately with that repulse. I'm not sure if he has another one to work with here. I know the repulse is off for spawn, so no nades, no repulse, only the sniper rifle. He's gonna have to hit this shot. Barely misses it. StelluR gonna advance forward to grab the repulse and probably chase him down. He still has the commando to work with.
Ooh, TheDeitySam hits the body. StelluR is in trouble, and you can see Sam wants to go fast. Hits the corner, needs to hit the shot. StelluR goes down, and now the deficit grows to 2. Sam with still so much utility on the map. This is where it can get dangerous for StelluR. This next shot is going to be crucial for Sam.
Woo! Beautiful body shot, finished him with the headshot. Confidence, no aim assist needed. Sam takes him down for his 4th kill. You said he wants to go fast. I actually read his playbook. It's actually called go fast, and that's exactly what he's doing. Commando out, down to 1 shot. StelluR goes. StelluR ends up going down, and Sam really controlling this game, looking a lot better here in the elimination bracket than we saw him earlier in that round number 1 against the likes of StelluR, who we know is a phenomenal 1v1 player.
Sam raining all the way from Mexico, the first mouse and keyboard player we've seen at this high level of a competition. And he's trying to make the most of it. The jump between the top 6 and the top 4 payment is a huge one. We're talking about probably $1,000 on this match right now. And well, StelluR, he's been excellent throughout his entire career. You know, when the chips are down, that's when he comes to life. As StelluR takes on the push, Sam needs to survive. He sends him up high, but StelluR rains down the lead. Kill for him. Deficit to 3. New sniper rifle in the hands of StelluR. The comeback on the horizon.
StelluR coming in with the elbow drop off the top rope right there. A little bit of help from the repulse. Gets him his 2nd kill, but still down by 3 right now is StelluR with that overshield being GA'd and not in play. You see how strong this sniper rifle is on the map. You see how desperately both of these players want to control it. StelluR sniffing Sam out. He knows he's not over toward the B side. He knows he might be onto the A, but you know what? He's second guessing himself. He's thinking maybe, just maybe, Sam might have slipped past the defenses and made it past him. So as of right now, StelluR is guessing. Meanwhile, Sam, with that 3-kill lead, 5 minutes on the clock, he's looking to drain as much of the clock as possible. And now StelluR starts to check every single corner possible.
See, Sam really has slowed this game down. He doesn't want to give StelluR any free opportunities. And that's going to cost StelluR. StelluR has to be very careful on what corners he can push. He's checking everything and slowly eliminating parts of the map. And the second Sam starts to hear the footsteps of StelluR, that's when the action continues. Otherwise, he's just going to keep hiding at the back of A.
And finally, StelluR able to get the information he was looking for. The problem is that Sam can shoot back. You can check every single corner possible, but you have to make sure that reticle is ready for those shots. And Sam got the first few shots and got out of the situation. He's actually wrapped all the way around to the B side. Look how much time he's drained off the clock. I believe when TheDeitySam spawned, he might have been at maybe 5.5 minutes, maybe close to 5:40. We are seeing us down to the 4-minute mark. And as we talked about time and time again, if you're down in the scoreboard, you want to be within a minute per kill. And as of right now, StelluR's getting close to being out of it. Sam, the first few shots put into the backside of StelluR, down to 1 shot he goes, and Sam gonna retreat right back in. Defensive play working well here for TheDeitySam.
Oh my, that commando hits hard. Sam came back and StelluR goes down, and suddenly this game could be over. Back to a 4-kill deficit. Sam with the sniper rifle and the time kicking off the clock. StelluR has to get this kill, and he has to get it fast. There's no more leeway for playing slow.
Really wanted to repulse him off the map. Sadly, not going to be able to do so. StelluR back within 3 kills. And with that sniper rifle coming up, he's right on the top mid. He is daring Sam to challenge him to this piv to win over the S7. Takes time to look over toward the B side, comes right back in, down to 1-shot, switches to the BR. Just great fundamentals coming out of StelluR right there. A 6-4 lead, still in favor of Sam, but very much doable. StelluR really controlling the map.
And once again, we're going to see Sam go back and do his bag of tricks. Not going to move much off his spawn. I think StelluR, he feels as if he's checked B. I don't think he's going to feel a need to check back towards Nest anytime soon. See, is he going to take the look? Sam's been found. StelluR needs to execute on this kill. Time is ticking away. This is the opportunity for StelluR to complete his comeback, but it comes down to executing on the shots. And that's exactly what StelluR does. He says pull, takes Sam out of the sky, BR shot for the finish, deficit to 1.
And I love that play by Sam trying to throw off StelluR's timing. You know, he's hiding in the corner, but the moment StelluR finds him, he gets aggressive. He tries to catch him off guard. The problem is that StelluR, too balanced of an attack, ready for it, wins that fight, and Sam once again dives in. The problem gets body shot once again. StelluR does not lose these pivotal battles. Sam trying to get him from multiple different angles, trying to throw him off, but StelluR seems to be ready every time. A 1-kill lead, minute 43 on the clock. Sam patrolling the bottom mid side, still having that lead, still trying to hold on to it, but there's no way he's going to be able to keep the spacing, keep away from StelluR for a mid and 30. Eventually, StelluR, he's going to find them.
Yeah, Sam wishing there's probably just another minute off this clock. Really has no control of this game other than being able to try to hide. Has no power weapons, has no utility to use at the moment. You have a feeling the second that StelluR sees him, it's going to be a perfect shot.
Oh, what?
StelluR's footsteps were heard.
He's gonna feel that in the morning. Whew. TheDeitySam, I believe he heard StelluR creeping up over toward the A side. Might have thought he had a frag, because that sticker grenade went right on time. He must have thought that was a frag and tried to get the friendly bounce. Wasn't able to do so, but does end up clutching out. Beautifully played by Sam, and back to a 1-kill lead. 37 seconds on the clock. StelluR, is he feeling the pressure? Will StelluR have to get really aggressive on this? This might be it. This next battle for toward the top mid might determine this game. StelluR comes in, gets right up close and personal. A trade is going to work in favor of Sam, because Sam holds on to that 1-kill lead as it takes 8 seconds for both players to get up. Will they meet up in top mid once again? No, Sam's perfectly comfortable with just hiding it out just for a bit.
Sam on his knees, hands clasped, making a prayer, saying, God, please don't find me. And God has shown up. StelluR's in his face. StelluR gets the kill. Overtime. Here we come. The GAs are broken. We do not care. StelluR says, let's get this game going.
There is no shot. I just saw StelluR with the mangler in hands. Oh my. And TheDeitySam says, if we gonna break the rules, we gonna break the rules. StelluR now has a sniper rifle. Sam has the overshield. There's too much money on the line to be a gentleman. Forget that. Agreements are broken. Let's brawl.
StelluR, I don't know if you needed the mangler to get that kill, and now suddenly it's an overshield that's in your front door. You have to get away, and honestly, you might take the death just to get that sniper off the map. StelluR is able to get away for now. Sam losing the rest of that overshield, back to just equal footing, but StelluR with that big gun to make the difference. Hey, you know what, StelluR is a mangler, so you're right. You might want to go mangler sniper combo. That's all I'm saying. These GAs out the window.
StelluR was the first one to grab a hold of that mangler. TheDeitySam answers back with grabbing the overshield, so now everything's seemingly in play. And let's not forget the heat wave spawning towards bottom mid. We see Sam drop down, and that's exactly what he goes for. Forget the BR. We have a commando. We have a heat wave. Couple sticky grenades to work with. It's tied up at 8 apiece right now. This next kill's gonna be pivotal, and a remote detonation. Well, oh my, 9-8. TheDeitySam might have just made the play of the game.
TheDeitySam checking all the corners. StelluR, he's heading out towards Nest. TheDeitySam saw the push. And the head as well. Sam puts in a dagger. 10-8 in overtime. StelluR's opportunities slowly going away, but Tony, the GAs are broken. The overshield's on the map. StelluR, he has an opportunity. We thought it was done, but it's now he glows yellow and has an opportunity to get back into this game, but the clock is ticking away. StelluR needs to find Sam.
StelluR down by 2 kills. Overshield to work with. Has to get that kill. Put Sam on an 8-second respawn and then identify the spawn, the location immediately. TheDeitySam gonna try to bounce back that grenade down to 1 shot. Sam ends up taking down StelluR once again. The denial grenade is gonna be enough to stop the trailing StelluR. StelluR, you may have grabbed the mangler, but what's a mangler to a god? What's a mangler to a deity? Mouse and keyboard, Mexico's finest. Sam taking game 1.
The gloves are off. Who knows what's gonna happen in the rest of this game? Manglers on board. Get the entire sandbox in. Call your friends on up. The GAs are broken. Twitch.tv/LVTHalo. Get everyone in here because we're going to see some backyard brawls in the rest of this series. Sam has the lead, but StelluR's angry. And you never want to see an angry StelluR on your screen. Sam iced that one up. But remember what pushed us to overtime in the first place. It comes here. StelluR comes off his respawn. Sam's in trouble, and what does he see? But a mangler in the hands of StelluR. And with 3 seconds left in the game, the mangler pushed us to overtime.
We've seen it all. We have truly seen it all right now. We have a mouse and keyboard phenom from Mexico competing for the $16,000. We had a player that couldn't prove that he was in Canada get DQ'd. Gilkey comes back, shows what he's working with, and we even seen a broken GA. But now my question becomes, what seemingly forced StelluR to break the GA? Well, did they, I'm assuming they agreed that the man was off limits. At that point, the moment it was picked up, we saw TheDeitySam go after the overshield. So something must have clicked. Something must have said to told StelluR that I need to go after this right here, right now. What was it? I'm so curious. That's what I want to know. What forced StelluR to break the GA and go after the mangler?
I don't know, but you know it's real good in the 1v1, Tony.
Damn
on
sword.
Your screen. Ooh, boy, it slices and dices. That's gonna be. We talk about the shock rifle. It's gonna be all about the sword. Let's see what the talk was. GA again? Or are we breaking? No camo manglers. Bro, for real this time. Yeah, this is the last 20 seconds that I need to kill. Oh, if I'm Sam, I'm breaking GAs. I ain't respecting a man like that. That's kind of corny behavior by StelluR right there. Not gonna lie,
bro. That's real, bro. That's real. The $16,000.
We asked the question of, hey, it's 49-49. You're on recharge. You need one more kill. What you doing? Well, StelluR, he knows the answer. He's a world champ for a reason.
I don't care. I'm grabbing the sword. I don't care, bro. I promise. 49-49. 20 seconds left. I'm pulling a StelluR. I'm grabbing the sword. The last samurai up in here. You don't even know. 1-0 lead in favor of StelluR. Having hold of that shock rifle, which is just as powerful here on recharge as that S7 sniper rifle is on live fire. We believe the camouflage is not in play for real, unless it's 20 seconds on the clock. But as of right now, StelluR 2-0 lead. If he continues to widen the distance between him and Sam, we might not see a broken GA.
Sam got the hell spawn, looking to creep up into those pipes, and StelluR, I don't think he's aware of this push. They did GA camo, so we aren't going to be seeing any camouflage pushes in this game. And right now with StelluR having that shock rifle, that's a huge advantage, right? Because camo is usually the great equalizer on this map when you're trying to break into a camo, because not only can you use the camo to get there, but you're also, the camo spawn just coming up forces players to move. But StelluR, he just hits every shot possible. I don't know what you can do about that combo. Not enough. StelluR grows his lead to 3.
3-0 lead in favor of StelluR at the moment. Luckily, there's plenty of time for TheDeitySam to make something happen. And with that movement, he should be able to close the distance, because that's exactly what he wants to do. He needs to get up and close and personal here with StelluR. He needs to throw StelluR off guard and get this shock rifle out of his hands. Half shields he goes. But of course, StelluR goes right back in with a beautiful shot with that shock rifle, and that's going to force both players to reset a bit. StelluR repositioning over from the gold side of the map over toward the long haul. Long-range shots starting to connect here for Sam, and every single time these players reset, it works slightly in favor of StelluR, who's trying to eat away at this clock bit by bit.
Sam wants to get forward. That commando is going to be his best friend right here. It hits hard, packs a punch. If you're going to get this kill, it's going to be because of the damage output that gun provides. StelluR doesn't want to let Sam get away. Sam just going to be able to not get his shields back. StelluR with the perfect timing keeps him on the donut.
Love this play by StelluR. The moment that kill comes in, he's gonna immediately back down, control this glass side. The shots are connecting though for Sam from long range. That mouse and keyboard from medium to long range is nothing to laugh at. Down to one shot he goes. Sam is hunting him down and finally able to get his first kill on the board. Steals away shock rifle and grapple combination. Just because you're down by 3 doesn't mean you're out of it just yet. Watch out, TheDeitySam is about to put this shock rifle to work.
Hey, Sam might want to make a detour for that camouflage. You know, I don't know, Tony, but I have a feeling if TheDeitySam gets back in this game, we might see the rules change once again. Sam taking down StelluR, going to be able to get his shock rifle back in his possession and goes back to the safety. In fact, I would probably use that shock rifle shot now, or at least take an early chance on a shot so you can get back to the respawn in time. There we go, 10 seconds till the shock rifle is back in action.
I feel like if StelluR's allowed to break GAs when it's down to 20 seconds he needs a kill, I feel like Sam should be allowed to break GAs if he's down by 7. True. The moment Sam gets down by 7, GAs are broken. It doesn't matter. Sam gets himself a huge kill here, brings him within 3, and more importantly, allows him to grab a hold of that shock rifle. This might be exactly what Sam was looking for. StelluR comes off a spawn and tries to do immediate damage, ends up connecting. Sam is going to close the distance with that grapple, flies right in. Beautifully played. Love the confidence coming out of TheDeitySam.
Sam, there's still plenty of time for Sam to get back into this game. And with a full shock rifle grapple combination, this is his time to get the job done. StelluR's going to be so confident with his challenges. I don't think he's going to be paying Sam any respect with the weapons that he has. Expect to see a push when StelluR feels any type of opening.
StelluR perfectly comfortable with sitting over toward the tower side. Right when he finds the opportunity, drops a few shots, the grenade, and look at how he's able to cut off those angles immediately. He knows the exit routes that Sam is trying to take, and he hunts him down. Beautiful denial grenades coming in from Sam to stop StelluR from closing the gap on him, from hunting him down, but it's only going to delay it just a bit. If StelluR can keep that distance, keep that spacing, and find that right opportunity, we can see him make that same play once again, up by 2 kills so far as StelluR, but TheDeitySam successfully able to reset the situation. Both players kind of go back to their corners. A little bit of a break here. Let's see what happens here in round number 2.
StelluR standing still. Sam, he has to make the trek across the map, and this is what's so unfortunate about being down in this game is you're gonna have to check every corner. so Sam's like basically Sherlock on the map right now, right? Every corner has to be checked, and while the corner that's most important is coming up, does Sam make the push? You have to have a feeling he's checked about every part of the map except for A. He has a feeling that StelluR's there, but he wants to have that advantage of the shock rifle. Maybe take the rotation through whirlpool and then break your way back. And tries to use that repulse as a feint, trying to tell StelluR, hey, I'm up in the sky. Do you see StelluR?
Connects with the body shot with the shock rifle. Not going to be enough as both players are weak. And I love that fake play, trying to pretend to go up towards the A side. Instead, he doubles back, but looks like StelluR was somewhat ready for it. Sent to the sky, he is, and just lines it up, puts him down. Beautifully played by Sam. Can't go after the camouflage, but you did bring yourself within 1 kill. Mexico's finest is here, man. The mouse and keyboard player, TheDeitySam, does not fear StelluR.
Oh, StelluR with the cross shots. Sam playing a dangerous game right there. You know StelluR's not going to miss much. Sam getting aggressive. He doesn't think StelluR is gonna challenge, and he would be right. StelluR tries to get back to safety, but Sam's in his face. Sam going in for the jugular. Sam ties up this game.
4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock here, and as of right now, Sam having the advantage, having the resources, couple grenades, and one shot in the shock rifle. It might be one shot is all he needs. StelluR gonna try to crouch and get as close as possible here to Sam. Also try to gain any kind of audio cues that Sam may be giving off. Sam obviously a master of this movement. He loves to fly around the map, but every single time you do so, in a 1v1, all you're doing is giving free information to your opponent. And that jump right there, you saw StelluR hesitate. I believe he heard the drop right there, and now StelluR has an idea of where Sam is rotating to.
StelluR found the position of Sam, but it doesn't matter. The shock rifle shot too much for StelluR to deal with. The lead has finally shifted hands after an incredible start by StelluR. Sam now has control of this game and series. If he can hold out for 3 more minutes, he will continue on in this bracket, and StelluR will make an early exit from the Honda 1v1.
TheDeitySam takes a long route over toward the A side. StelluR was able to spot him, puts him down to one shot. All of that damage is coming in from StelluR, allows him to maneuver across the map. Sam gonna get out of that situation, and now we're back across the map, and that's exactly what Sam wants. But StelluR is still shredding his shield, still peppering him down. Sam's gonna get salty after this one. If StelluR is able to get the kill, repulse is not quite over toward the gold side. And with that, Sam was able to rotate over towards the long haul. Sam being as annoying as possible, but StelluR a mastery at cutting off that angle. We saw him do it once before. We see him do it again. When StelluR hunts you down, he gets the kill. Tied up. 6 apiece. Shock rifle back in the hands of StelluR.
The health of StelluR, he was absolute. Just a razor thin edge of health. And Sam now has to be so frustrated just missing that headshot, and now StelluR starts to look to run away, gets the lead once again. Plenty of shock rifle to work with, and the grapple to get away.
Or the kids call it, they call it the mess around and find out. You might find out. Let me tell you, don't make StelluR mad. Sam down to about half shield here. StelluR gonna actually reset just a bit. Minute 37 seconds on the clock, so time will become a factor here, but plenty of time to put 1 or 2 kills on the board. Maybe StelluR can separate himself between him and Sam. Maybe Sam catches up, ties that game up. Anything can happen here. But at long range, the shock rifle reigns supreme. Let's see if StelluR can plant one onto the head of TheDeitySam.
I'm Sam. I'm trying to get a grapple in this situation. Work my way to backseat, pick up the sword, and get into StelluR's back. I can't do it. Sam, oh, he's not the first equation. He's gotten back towards that grapple. Does he have it in the pocket? No, not up yet, but the new combo could be enough.
Wait, I thought they did the new combo. Am I going crazy?
I mean, they probably did, and remember what the...
But he said 20 seconds. You can only break chairs in 20 seconds. TheDeitySam doesn't care. Grapples right in, finish him with the commando. It's now 20 seconds, 45 seconds. I'm not sure what's happening right now, but Sam giving StelluR a bit of a taste of his own medicine. He broke the J when it was 20 seconds down by 1. It looks like Sam trying to do the same. Sam have an opportunity to close things out right here on recharge. Tied up at 7 apiece. Long range nade, not quite going to connect. And I wonder what's on. Now I wonder. I want to get into the mind of both of these players. What's going to be your opportunity? How do you play this overtime now? Are you prepared for what may happen here?
Well, it's StelluR. I guess you have to wait another 3 minutes because it's not technically 20 seconds yet. But camouflage not on the table yet. Sam still has that combo out. Like you said, it was GA'd. Now, up for grabs. Sam looking to find StelluR. He's found the location. The combo shot doesn't hit. The commando too good. StelluR reclaims the lead once again. Shock rifle and grapple in his possession. Everything going right for StelluR.
And despite the fact that Sam did pick up the green gun, you see StelluR, he didn't go after the camouflage, didn't go after the sword. He's like, you know what? I broke it in game number 1. I give you a free B. It seems like he's looking at. But now we have a 1-kill lead in favor of StelluR. Sam crouching around every corner. He knows he needs to get as close as possible. He needs to take a pivot against StelluR, but he can't do it too quickly. He can't put himself in a non-advantageous position and get caught off guard. Let me tell you, StelluR is not going to make any mistakes. So Sam, he has to do the same. We got to see perfect Halo just to get this 1 kill, just to tie it up.
Sam letting the clock drain quite a bit before he goes back. I think an unusual play to just be watching the stairwell that way. Really exposed from one side, but Sam needs to, I think you just got to start moving. Because if you get killed with the time raining down and you don't have any time to get back, that's going to be the death sentence, right? You want to get forward. If you're going to die, die early so you have a chance to make up that deficit. But Sam's slowly trying to find his pick.
Sam makes it over toward the A side. StelluR doing a long rotation. Not very quick. Crouching, a little crouching tiger, hidden dragon, but hey, it's working. Sam could do the same. He's in a crouch. Neither one of these players want to give off any audio cues, but it's TheDeitySam who's going to have to be the one to make a play. Plasma pistol and repulse in the hands of Sam. He grabbed it again, so I'm going to assume it's not G8. I'm going to assume maybe they just haven't used it so far this game. Up until just recently has Sam checking every corner with those plasma grenades. Now StelluR has an idea of where Sam is. You can hear those grenades from across the map. It is so quiet. And StelluR has made a full rotation, so we're back across the map. You have the entire map of recharge between Sam and StelluR. Sam has to get in there. He has to take a quick pivot. First, you got to find where he's coming from. StelluR is over toward the A side. He might have just found out. The shock rifle connects. StelluR puts TheDeitySam down, and that's a 2-kill lead. And it might as well be a 3, 4, or 5 because it might just be over. Beautifully played by StelluR.
Yeah, Sam might have had the poor man sniper rifle, but StelluR had the actual sniper rifle. Hits the headshot back to back and dominates the overtime period. Gets the lead to 3. And StelluR continues on into game 3. Tournament life on its line for both these players going into our final game.
You already know I want to see game number 3. You already know I'm here to see a game number 3, and that's exactly what to see. It's going down to Aquarius. On live fire, TheDeitySam was able to control the game with that sniper rifle, with that sandbox. StelluR able to do the same with the shock rifle, but now forget that, because it's really going to reign supreme with your BRs. There's going to be no shock rifle, there's going to be no sniper rifle, no skewer, none of that long range stuff. Just a couple of thrusts to work with, maybe a commando here or there, but really mainly play through your BR.
Well, StelluR started off this game so hot, right? Built himself quite a lead with the shock rifle plays, with keeping the spacing between the two. And then Sam started to come back after being able to control this shock rifle, but the early lead proves to be too much, and then the ice of StelluR in the late game really solidified his victory. We're moving to Aquarius with no sniper rifles. Just going to be a ton of BR fights, and you have to figure with the controller aim assist versus mouse and keyboard, you have to be giving the advantage to StelluR, not only with, you know, the input difference, but also just how good StelluR is. I mean, he's a world champion, right? The Dark Horse story's still alive for Sam, though. He wants to do his country proud, the entirety of Mexico behind him. But this might be the biggest Goliath you'll see.
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Obviously, StelluR's the favorite going into this matchup. However, I'm not going to count Sam out. Let me tell you, man, that movement, that strafe, if you combine that with the thrust, you can really put any controller player on skates, and that includes StelluR. He can catch him off guard. We've seen Sam really start to make plays with the commando. This guy is a master with it, so you have the utility there for him to get the advantage onto StelluR. For me, it's about getting that opening kill, controlling the spawns, and being confident. That's what I want to see out of Sam if you're going to go at a champion like StelluR.
Sam comes out the gate, has that commando, wants to get StelluR. StelluR's still weak at the top of P, and honestly, if I'm Sam, I'm not letting him get away. We're running forward. Got away with the camouflage, but StelluR's on the hunt, and he's looking for the good eyes, has that natural healthy eating, but it's not enough to spot Sam. StelluR in the dirt. Let's take a look at the conversation, see what the GAs are.
And I believe often, no, it looks like StelluR says he's using camo, and TheDeitySam, he said, okay, fine. Sam goes right in, grabs hold of that camo, puts it to work immediately, and StelluR not successful with the double melee, so still having a bit more to work with. Sam is hunting down StelluR, and he hears StelluR moving. He knows a couple grenades go in. Sam could actually relocate just a bit. I'm going to assume that his camouflage is out right now, and now StelluR finds that as an opportunity for him to close the gap, for him to get closer. And Sam going to immediately retreat over toward the 50% portion of the map.
If you're joining us for the first time here, this is our losers quarter final. Sam and StelluR went at it game one with 1 kill down. StelluR broke the Mangler GA, picked it up and soared to Sam's spawn, got the game tying kill in the final seconds. But Sam was able to clutch up in the overtime, take the lead once again, and still win game one. StelluR responded back in game two, got his victory, and now these two players have been arguing about the statuses of the GAs. StelluR very adamant on no camouflage in game two, now decides he wants the camouflage in game three. Sam not wanting to play with that. Some frustration from both these players, but this camouflage is up for grabs, and well, you know both of these want to take it on. Sam takes the time to throw the nade. StelluR, he has the advantage in the gunfight, and he gets the kill. Perfect shots in, camo for him, and now thrust control.
It was well played by TheDeitySam to try to bait out that camouflage. He thought he had StelluR exactly where he wanted, but StelluR simply hitting those shots, winning those, and with that able to snatch up that thrust, snatch up that camouflage, and all the resources possible. Sam gonna try to hide over toward the fridge for at least 30 to 40 seconds, wait for that camouflage to waste, and then start to make his move here. Smart play by TheDeitySam.
Sam starting to chill down. We're gonna see probably a ton of this on the map where you're not gonna have a lot of movement at periods of time. They want to listen, use the sound of the game to give them cues, and Sam looks like he just missed the action from StelluR. StelluR's gonna have the first shot, and StelluR takes advantage, uses that thrust, gets the final shot in, grows his lead to 2 once again. Game 2, game 3, looking reminiscent. StelluR getting off that early lead and trying to keep Sam down.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, when you're watching StelluR's gameplay in these 1v1, it's nothing super flashy. It's simple. He doesn't make mistakes. He capitalizes on you making mistakes. His reticle's always steady. He is hitting his shots. The moment you miss one, he is going to make you pay. I love watching StelluR's gameplay so far. It's a large reason why we're in a game 3 to begin with, and a large reason why he has a 3-1 lead. And if he can get one more kill, that camouflage might belong to him. Sam already on the car side. StelluR challenging, jumping high in the air over toward the P side, and Sam, he's gonna utilize that. That was an easy target for him. Do a little happy dance as he grabs himself a camouflage. Well played by Sam. Bring us back within 1.
Sam pops that camouflage early, and well, now you have a limited amount of time. You got to check as many of these corners as possible. Only 30 seconds with this camouflage. He popped it around that 53-second mark. So he's going to have until the clock hits 23 or so with this camouflage. The problem is he's checked every zone of the map except the one that StelluR's in. And I think that's going to be the last that he does check. This camouflage is going to be null and voided as Sam finally gets in the zone of StelluR. And StelluR with his pistol. You have to imagine this sidekick's going to be so important in this next gunfight. Sam has the commando and BR with a thrust, but the great equalizer in that fight is going to be the pistol with its very fast time to kill in these close range battles.
You saw Sam start to traverse the map freely when he had that camouflage in hands. He wasn't giving off any audio cues, but the moment that camouflage runs out, right back to crouching. Audio so important, maybe more important than any grenade or any equipment. As StelluR not having the high ground, Sam holding on to it. Looks like StelluR did find an opportunity to go to the P side. StelluR jumping up and down, tries to go airborne, but Sam makes him pay, hits his shots, and just like that, tied up at 3 apiece. A couple more thrusts to work with. Sam looking good so far in this game 3.
The golden rule for thrust is usually the last player to thrust wins the gunfight. StelluR held strong, but he hit environment with his thrust. It stopped him short. Sam was able to adjust his aim in time, got the kill, ties this game up, and now StelluR needs to come out with a huge play here, but he's down in advantage. No thrust to work with. It's gonna come down to this kill. Sam able to get the early shots down. StelluR wants to get the finish. Oh no.
Even the well-placed grenades wasn't enough for StelluR to take down Sam, and because of that, Sam gonna earn himself yet another camouflage. Now Sam gonna feel confident enough to just roam around the map, check every single corner. If he's lucky enough to find where StelluR's hiding, he could put another kill on the board and really put StelluR in an uncomfortable position. Both these players want to keep it within 1, but as he starts to push forward, he finds him in the corner, goes in, thrust backwards, somehow avoids the grenade, and just like that, a 5-3 lead in favor of TheDeitySam.
And Sam was able to use that mouse and keyboard to his advantage, right? Able to whip around so fast after that thrust to get the double beatdown. And now StelluR finding himself on the reverse edge of the problem, right? Down 2 kills. Time starting to tick away. You have to be very wary of how much time you take for these gunfights, and knowing that this next kill could be one of the most important in the game. It's keeping this at a manageable deficit and going down by too large of a deficit early. I mean, late in this game is back-breaking at points.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I mean, it's one of the first times that we're seeing StelluR put in this position since game number 1, but what an angle. StelluR easily taking down TheDeitySam, or at least making it look easy, and he stays over toward the blue side to try to influence the spawn over toward the gold side of the map. Was he successful? I'm not saying on the over. Actually, no. Despite the fact that he stood on the blue side of the map, tried to purposefully influence the spawns over toward the gold side, TheDeitySam still spawned behind him, and StelluR's not ready for this. This is a problem. Sam might be able to increase his lead back up to 1. Looks like StelluR whiffs over toward the hard side of the map. Put both players down to 1 shot. Camouflage is coming up. Neither one able to go for it. StelluR's gonna have to get this kill. Looks like he's able to do it. Runs out of ammo with the commando, but quickly switches to the BR. Well played. StelluR ties it up at 5 apiece and snatches up the active camouflage.
I love how back and forth they've been throughout this entire game. It really feels as if both these players have a response for each other after every blow. 2 heavyweights in the ring, taking their big slugs. And the back and forth has been incredible thus far, but it's time to land the knockout. StelluR, you have the camouflage, you have positioning. Sam, he's on the ropes. It's time to take him out.
But once again, StelluR thinking that blue side is clear, already working over toward the gold side of the map, but it's Sam that's behind him. So not much value out of that camouflage is going to be gained, because by the time he's able to spot TheDeitySam's location, his camouflage is going to be gone. And you know StelluR, he's so good at putting that damage and cutting off the exit routes of TheDeitySam. Once TheDeitySam goes down to half shields, you usually see him utilize that movement to get out of a sticky situation, but StelluR time and time again forces him into these awkward choke points, and that camouflage definitely helps out with it, but no more is that camouflage here. TheDeitySam across the map, and now we got to fight mano a mano. No thrust in the hands of Sam. I would have to imagine StelluR has a few to work with.
Sam finds StelluR over by car 3. StelluR has the high ground. Oh, I don't think that's how the story goes. From underneath, Sam cuts him down from the high ground, gets the lead once again.
That man don't need the chair for first place. He must have a better gaming chair, man. That, cause my commando don't work like that. I don't know. My commando don't work like that. Sam able to hold on to the high ground just long enough to steal away the active camouflage. The man is going ghost like Danny Phantom. StelluR now gonna have to use all of his senses, try to find out where Sam is coming from, because Sam does have an idea of where StelluR is. He might try to get aggressive with this. He's been building confidence all game long, and that camouflage really can conceal his presence, both vision and audio-wise as well.
Sam's gonna quickly run out of time here. He has the advantage. The nade misses. The thrust is too much. StelluR equalizes once again. We're tied at 6.
Minute 18 seconds on the clock. Time obviously going to become a factor. It can either end the game or we can see an overtime coming. As of right now, tied up. This next kill could be what ends the game here. StelluR having his sidekick out, trying to make it a main character as he patrols the gold side. Looks like he had an idea that TheDeitySam was over toward the P side, wasn't able to spot him. And you're seeing Sam, he hesitated for just a moment. He wanted to change his sensitivity or something now. Right back to action. StelluR over toward the car side. TheDeitySam onto the P. 4 thrusts to work with for TheDeitySam. StelluR having a few as well. Again, this next kill can end the game. If we don't see an overtime, gonna be so important.
Can we go to an overtime for the 3rd game in a row? Both these players so far away from each other on the map. You have to imagine we're going to see an overtime once again. Neither of these players looking primed to even try to take the fight before the time runs out. Overtime. Here we are, 3 more minutes. Camouflage up once again. We'll see camouflage up at the 1 minute mark as well. 2 more to play with for the rest of this game.
TheDeitySam tries to beat the camouflage. StelluR the first one to go over to the mid. StelluR does find an exit route over toward the car side, and Sam lets him out for free right there. And that's so that Sam can snatch up the camouflage, but now the same way that Sam used it as bait, StelluR does the same thing. He's trying to get out. He goes down to 1 shot. StelluR able to steal the kill. Using TheDeitySam's strategy against him, taking that lead here in overtime. StelluR taking 1 out of Sam's playbook.
And it's a phenomenal play by StelluR, and he backs it back up. It's a dagger towards blue door. It's a 2-kill deficit now, but the way StelluR was able to stay alive, he goes down, and the way he re-challenges right away, Sam hesitating on grabbing that camouflage, that lost second, that 1 second of time where Sam hesitates to get the camouflage is going to cost him dearly. And StelluR is a monster on the map now. 3 unanswered kills. The rain is starting to fall, the house collapsing, dominoes toppling as StelluR starts to control the game.
Call him butter, cause StelluR is on a roll right now. 9-6 lead so far here for StelluR, and I'm not even sure Sam can come back in this game, but if he is, he's gonna have to speed up. At this point, trying to find StelluR's location from across the map is not gonna work. He has to push toward the 50% portion. He has to identify where StelluR's coming from. He is running out of time right now, because you know StelluR can just play good fundamental 1v1 gameplay. Put down that damage, relocate, get out of a terrible situation. We saw him do it at the beginning seconds of overtime. He can do it for another minute here. TheDeitySam, vamos.
Just a minute left in this game. You just can't play playing slow like this. You have to push StelluR. You have to get in his face. StelluR so confident with this fight now. StelluR goes down. 47 seconds, 2 kills to get. Camo, thrust, commando. Gonna try to force a blue spawn right away. You can't be playing slow like this. You need a sprint. Oh, wow, StelluR got the yellow spawn.
What?
Sam has a perfect opportunity. Sam gets to stick 30 seconds on the clock. The tie still a possibility for Sam, but he has to execute here. I cannot believe that spawn.
the fact that DeitySam was not only on the yellow side, but checking that fridge, which is such a heavily weighted spawn, and then knows that StelluR is crouching over toward the flag side. I don't even understand how that spawn was possible, but great job for DeitySam to adjust and adapt to the situation. Sadly, it's not going to be enough. StelluR, he comes out with a big win in game number 3. StelluR's going to be advancing forward. And what a great story DeitySam has been up until this point. Sadly, this story, this chapter, it's closed.
StelluR survives the comeback from DeitySam. And Sam, I just feel like plays it just a bit too slow towards the end of that game. You have 30 seconds on the clock. Block a spawn, take a hard prediction, start sprinting. You're gonna have to make a great individual play to get that game tied up. Instead, he slow plays, tries to find the easy pick, but things are never easy on the biggest stage. And StelluR executes time and time again, but I feel like we've just gone through an odyssey of a series right there, Tony. The GAs being broken, the overtimes time and time again, the drama that unfolded, and StelluR's icy core that was exposed. An incredible series between these two.
My man DeitySam, he went toe-to-toe with one of the best players in Halo Infinite. There's a reason why StelluR was on Cloud 9. There's a reason why he's on SSG. There's a reason why he never had a worse placing on LAN other than 2nd place. He's the real deal. And Sam, I mean, my hat's off to you. It was great to see you up until this point. It was great to see you in that final qualifier. It was great to see it today, but it's StelluR that's advancing forward. He's looking to make that grand finals. Too much money on the line. So much money that we saw my man pick up a mangler towards the end of game number 1. I didn't forget that, Garrett. I know you didn't either.
Hey, you know what, StelluR? If you're in the chat, StelluR, you want to talk about your mangler usage, feel free to hit us up. We'll talk at any point. I mean, I want to see what was in the mind of StelluR at the end of that game. Hey, you know, it's the last 20 seconds. It's desperation. I get it. Tony, we're good. We're going to be back in our next series. In the meantime, let's take a look at what the bracket is shaping up to be. At the desk is Magic, Moonshot, LVT, and Old Man Mikowski.
Tools, I appreciate it, my man. Wow, what a series! And I gotta say, mind-blowing best of 3. What was that? 3 overtimes in a row?
Yes, absolutely.
That's absolutely insane. Mikowski, we didn't get to hear from you in the intro, but you're here for the outro, man. And I gotta hear what you gotta say, man. Let's hear it, man.
That was absolutely incredible. First of all, the game 1 live fire, it looked like there wasn't enough time, but StelluR not only grabbing that mangler, but closing the gap. And what I took away as a theme from this match was time after time, Sam went away from his game. He's known as being the fast and aggressive player. Too often, I think he laid on his back foot and allowed StelluR the opportunity to come back in this. I think if we're looking at it unbiasedly, Sam should have won this series.
I honestly, I have to agree, right? StelluR pulls out the mangler. I don't know if he needed it right there, right? Because he was very aggressive. He had the jump onto Deity, but the mangler, I guess, it makes the difference, right? What are we thinking, Magic?
I don't fault him. I might be in the minority. I don't fault him for grabbing the mangler in that situation. You know, the clock's ticking. He needs to get a quick kill, and the mangler deals out, you know, a higher level of damage than if he just relied on the VR. So
yeah.
Did he need it or not? I don't know if we'll ever know the answer to that question, but I understand the mentality behind picking up the mangler, rushing in to tie up the game, and then ultimately, you know, he goes on to win in overtime. And I do have to say, with that clip, thank you for replaying it, because StelluR also dodges the grenade from Sam. It was very close, inches even, from being a trade, which would have given Sam the win.
Yeah, I gotta agree as well. And then, of course, right, we fast forward to game 2, same pretty much situation. Minute on the clock, around 6 kills. DeitySam ties it up right there. It's impressive, you know, the way that DeitySam was able to stay in this. But man, StelluR pulling it out in the end. No surprise there. What are our thoughts here in game 2?
I think honestly here you got to give credit to StelluR for bouncing back in game 2, which is a little weird to say. He's a former world champ, right? DeitySam really just coming out of nowhere, making a name for himself. But despite StelluR breaking that GA in game 1, Sam regains with that clutch remote detonation to win game 1, and then in game 2, my goodness. Sam looked calm, cool, and collected. He looked like I said, he looked like the former world champion with the just style of play he took into that game too. And then it was the tried and true fat ledge grapple play that Sam made to tie it up at 5. But then after that, StelluR started to settle in. StelluR started to look like what we would expect from an actual world champion and started hitting shots just like the one we saw here to ride that energy and momentum into a win in game 2. And then game 3, it just felt like all rules were off the table. We didn't really see much GAs broken after that game 1, which honestly, I am shocked because if I'm Sam, after StelluR breaks GAs in game 1, I'm not even opening up game chat. You've lost that, that mutual, I don't want to say respect, because at the end of the day, these are GAs. They're not officially bound by HCS rules or anything like that. But I think Sam, for him, the play would have been to just completely ignore game chat and grab the grapple, grab the sword. I know that's kind of a, I'm really suggesting some crazy stuff here, but like I said, if I'm Sam, I'm the underdog going up against a former world champ. I would have played it maybe that way, but nonetheless, he's got so much to be proud of here. We saw him put Trippy on the ropes last week, put StelluR on the ropes this week. Just needed a little bit more experience to get through, and that's exactly what Trippy and StelluR have, and that's exactly why those two will match up in this next round.
And this was crazy right here, right? The eagle eyes out of StelluR to catch him with the camo here in overtime.
This was it. Impressive. Right here. That was the moment.
For Mac, like you were talking about, like StelluR having more experience, and that play I think very clearly demonstrates he knows which escape route Sam is going to try to take with that camo, and he pre-fires down that tight line around the corner, and then you see the little glimmer there from the camo as he hits the damage, and then he chases down that kill. And I think that speaks, that play embodies the level of experience for StelluR to predict that escape route.
Yeah, and I think if Sam gets away there and gets back up to top mid with camo, I think he wins this series. He wins this game. He wins this series. Instead, it was StelluR who did a great job here to sort of like double up his chips, really push all in there and go for that 8th kill. Because if he hadn't there, you really let Sam, you really give him that chance to come back in it. But again, Sam looked a little bit more cautious, a little bit more hesitant this week than we've seen in weeks prior. I think that's a big reason why he wasn't able to come up with the upset right there.
Well, regardless, one hell of a series. Congratulations to the DeitySam. My man, bowing out in the loser quarterfinal, but we move on to the loser semifinal. We got StelluR versus Sab coming right up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break as far as caches go. We're going to play some instant replay. But for him, from here on out, you're going to be able to catch every match right here on twitch.tv/LVTHalo as well as twitch.tv Xbox. There are 2 different teams, 2 different productions. But let me tell you, it is not a competition. We're here to celebrate Halo. And today is a great day because we are witnessing some of the best Halo that we have ever seen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
Hey guys, we're back. Losers semifinals on its way. We did have some difficulties. We weren't able to get our observer in the game right away. We should be able to get it in the game too. We'll try to fix that communication. But that being said, we still have the action for you. It looks like StelluR coming off to a hot start, 4-0 over Sab.
A hot start is right now. StelluR really dominating Sab here in the early game. Lucky thing for Sab is there's plenty of time on the board for them to try to eat away at the scoreboard, but it's not a good start, especially as StelluR still has plenty of shock rifle to work with, even having the grapple to work with to get out of a hairy situation. Also, the camouflage not going to be in play, but you know, when StelluR is involved, the question becomes how long will it not be in play?
It didn't seem like StelluR expected Sab to walk right into that reticle. He instantly went away, and well, now StelluR, he's going to have to make up the difference. Tries to use that grapple, fakes it out, and well, he's going to decide to go elsewhere. Totally repositions his fight.
One more grapple to work with. StelluR was able to reposition quite a bit here, but Sab going to try to make his way over toward the tower side. Crossing the street without looking both ways. You better be careful. The next time that shot comes at you, it might just be a headshot. StelluR quickly taking height over toward the glass side of the map. And with that camouflage not in play here on recharge, you gotta imagine the shock rifle is going to reign king. It's gonna be very similar to a situation where live fire, where it's a sniper rifle and no overshield in play.
StelluR has to back down because of these nades, and well, StelluR tries to zone out the fight, still weak, and that's going to be the advantage for Sab. And now Sab has a huge opportunity, right? Has both the grapple and the shock rifle to work with. Plenty of grapple to use too. 4 instances to get into these fights. Plenty of time to get back into this game. Start to expect StelluR to slow this one down after losing all of this advantage.
Sab on the board now. Still having a bit of a hill to climb. Not quite a mountain, but a bit of a hill to climb here. Wants to get a hold of a couple grenades. StelluR comfortable here on the A side of the map. Daring Sab to push forward. Looks like Sab is actually rotated over toward the glass side, so be aware of that. I wonder if Sab is going to try to push through long haul or try to double back and try to fight him without the height advantage over towards bottom main. Looks like he's checking every single corner. He doesn't know exactly where StelluR is at the moment, but trust me, soon it'll find out.
Sab doing his best to creep, looking for an opportunity, and StelluR has just been a plant, a rock over at top A. He hasn't moved one bit, and he's going to hear those footsteps, but Sab has the better shot, doesn't care, gets the lead down to 2, and starts to move quickly back towards these grapples, wants to influence the spawns, and he did get the spawn he wanted. C-plat for StelluR.
Just 2 shots left with the shock rifle. Excuse me, make it 1 more shot. You better make it count. If you had 1 shot, 1 opportunity, the body shot not going to be enough to net Sab the kill. But luckily, the grapple did allow him to get out of that situation without allowing a line of sight over towards StelluR, still up by 2 kills. StelluR playing it patient here on the needle side. Tons of respect for Sab, and he knows Sab can quickly just come up and fly into his face, curb slide in, grapple in. He has some incredible movement that can throw StelluR off guard. StelluR has to be careful. He has to show him respect.
StelluR gets that shot on in, and you have to feel for Sab in that spot. Felt like he was starting to get back into this game, then StelluR pulls it out, gets the last shot medal, and bros his lead back to 3. With no camo on the map, it's going to be a tough task for Sab to find an opportunity to catch StelluR by surprise. And StelluR, one of the best snipers ever to do it in Halo. You have to imagine he hears you coming, your head's in danger.
5-2 lead in favor of StelluR at the moment. StelluR gonna give up that height advantage to drop down. He knew that Sab was over toward the long haul side. Can't quite get the easy kill, but once again, the grapple and shock rifle combination so deadly, with the shock rifle being as unforgiving as it is. The moment you miss that headshot, you need to get out. You need to reset, readjust, and realign as StelluR shreds Sab from across the map up to a 4-kill lead so far here for StelluR.
A great shot by StelluR right there, getting him on that bottom doorway, growing this lead to 5, and now Sab, suddenly this is looking like a lost game. And with how much utility StelluR has to use, he can either be hyper aggressive, stay as far away from Sav as he wants, waits for the right opportunity. This is a huge deficit to overcome for Sav.
So much implications on the line here. The winner of this advancing forward to the elimination finals, making it into the top 3. And that's a nice chunk of change for either one of these players, which, by the way, we've seen $20,000 events before, but we talking 1v1s. They ain't no split. I doubt they got a coach in here. Ain't no, they did all that money. That's $6,000 for first place, that chair, and everything else that comes with it. There ain't no split on that one. That's a nice chunk of change for your 7-2 lead in favor of StelluR. Sab, if he's going to have any chance of coming back into this game, he's really going to have to up the tempo. He's really going to have to play near perfect Halo. He's going to have to close the distance on this scoreboard right here, right now.
Sab's creeping, but with no camouflage, it's very hard to mask your sound. You come off from that crouch, you move a little bit too fast, you know StelluR's going to hear you. Sab checking all the corners he can. Time is going to be playing a factor very soon, and well, Sab feels the need to check every corner. There we go. The fight's finally in. Sab needs to win this one if he's going to stay in this game, but look how fast StelluR just uses that grapple to get away. He wants no part in that fight. He knows as long as he stays away from Sab, there's no opportunity to come back.
I know some of you in the chat have noticed that we don't have game sound at the moment. Like we've said, we're going to definitely make sure we get into the lobby in game number 2. Meanwhile, why don't I provide you some of the game sound right here, right now? 8-2 lead in favor of StelluR right now. Grabs a hold of that shock rifle with 3 minutes 24 seconds on the clock. Sab in trouble, but he's able to cross map with perfection. Big kill for him.
He's got this shock rifle now, and this is the opportunity he's been waiting for. Has a grapple to use as well, but StelluR can just keep using that clock, having it tick away. And Sab, it must feel as if he's between a rock and a hard place with this fight. Every time he's made weak, having to back down, every second it takes for him to get his shields back feels like an opportunity that's slipping away from him.
Sab immediately pushed up toward the seaside, not knowing that StelluR was right behind him. So those are free shots that StelluR gets to the backside of Sab right there, brings him down to 1 shot, easy cleanup, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. You're down by 6 kills. I don't want to be a negative Nancy here, but I don't know if it's possible mathematically for Sab to come back in this, especially when Sab can just, I'm assuming StelluR can continue to just run away from these engagements that just aren't favorable for him. Shots come in, damage comes in, he simply gets out. He even has a grapple to when he gets in real trouble. StelluR, it's really his game to lose right now here in game number 1, and once again, Sab goes down.
Yeah, you have to feel that maybe, I don't know who has the leadership over this game, but if Sab does, he might be thinking about just ending this one a little bit early, saving him some time. The only thing he can really get out of the rest of this game is maybe a little bit of momentum. Being down 7 with just under 2 minutes, that's an impossible task to overcome, as StelluR will take the first game.
Oh, good God! Sab tried to take height onto StelluR, and StelluR just shreds him from the skies. You see his body just ragdoll. Beautifully played by StelluR, and it's 11-3. Sab, I don't know if he's going to come back in this game, but at this point, he's fighting for momentum to go into game number 2. Maybe if he can string along 3 or 4 kills by the end of this game, that might be something to go off. What a stick. My man did do a little curveball right there. He played baseball. You already know.
He put a little spit on that one, you know what I'm saying? Got the perfect angle, got through. Oh, and he hits the shot. Like we said, a little momentum to end this game, maybe. 6 kills will be too much to overcome in a minute, but Sab looking to get his gunny hot as he swings in like Tarzan, but can't get the kill. StelluR gets himself a step closer.
I was looking for back-to-back perfects, but instead StelluR steals away that shock rifle. There it is. Perfect. Perfect. Once again, this time for StelluR, taking down Sab. Just 30 seconds on the clock. It's no longer a question of who's going to win at this point, but more of a question of when he's going to win. We're going into game number 2, and StelluR will have a 1-game advantage over Sab.
StelluR tried to get a little custy with it. Went 1080. Pits the chesty YYX BA into the shot against Sab, but didn't connect. And with the final seconds ticking away, we are going into game number 2. StelluR comes out strong in the first game, able to get the job done against Sab. One more map to get himself to the losers final.
Victory. Oh wait, no, we were on Sab's screen. Never mind. Defeat is what you hear on the screen.
It sounds like you're saying Duffy. You know what I'm saying? That might be a real different thing.
I mean, game number 1 in favor of StelluR. Game number 2 gonna be Aquarius. We're gonna find out if StelluR can pull off the 2-0, or maybe just maybe Sab comes out with the big win, send us into that game number 3, because that game 1 that was all StelluR. Let's be honest. What if you're Sab? If you're on Sab's corner, you're coaching him, you know, you got the towel on right now. You sit him down, look him dead in his eye. What are you telling Sab? What does he need to do in game number 2 to send us to that game 3?
He just needs to hit more shots. As I don't get more kills. But I just want some more confidence from him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see him come out and just take StelluR toe to toe, because Sab's one of the best players in the game when it comes to getting in your face and putting that impact in. And look at that. We got Louis V Titan in the bottom right there. Observer. It looks like we're going to have some game audio this time around, so no worries, everyone. We got the game audio. We got the FOV. We got the custom look for everyone coming into this game too.
So we heard it here from Tools First. The name of the game is get into the face of StelluR and hit him with more pews in order to take this game number 2. It's do or die. If you're on Sab's corner, again, the winner makes it into the losers bracket finals. And man, that sweet game audio in my ears, you know I love that.
I'm ready to get into this action and see who will be our winner. Is it going to be StelluR, or does Sab push us to one more game? I mean, StelluR had such a dominant victory, but so much of that came behind the shock rifle, Tony. It came behind that power weapon usage. What there isn't on this map is there's no big power weapon to fight around. You got camouflage to work with, but yeah, most you're gonna get 30 seconds out of that. Really, it's gonna come down to your trusty thrust and your commando BR combination.
I don't know what you're talking about, because we know the rules. If it gets to 30 seconds or less and there's just one kill between either one of these competitors, the heat wave is allowed to come into play according to StelluR's rulebook. So we may just see that come in. But like you said, here on Aquarius, it runs through the BRs, it runs through the thrust, and if the camouflage isn't G8, maybe just maybe that. This is a much more pure form of Halo 1v1s that you're going to see so far in this series, especially compared to a map like Recharge. And Sab, right off the rip, gets himself that opening kill, and I guess the active camouflage isn't G8, because my man Sab, as you would say, Garrett, he's going dark.
He has 30 seconds of opportunity to make the most out of this camouflage. It's about finding where StelluR is hiding, because StelluR has no incentive to move from a spawn. It looks like Sab has chosen wrong, checking all around this yellow side, when StelluR, he's made himself a home over at blue.
So far, Sab was moving freely with that camouflage. Now he has to be careful, because now every one of his movements is going to create that audio that's oh so important. That's a weapon that StelluR will use against you. So right to the crouching he goes. Little cha-cha slide action. He makes his way from the U side of the map over towards the flag check in every single corner. StelluR moving just as slow. You got to imagine they weren't playing this slow earlier in the winners bracket, but there's so much respect. They don't want to give any kind of information to their opponents, any kind of advantage. So it's a crouching battle right now. So much money on the line, too much to give up. StelluR now pushing the action down to one shot. Sab goes, tries to go for the cheeky ninja. It's not gonna happen. We're tied up at one apiece.
StelluR might be the best in the game at cutting off your escape routes. We've seen it so often in this tournament. His ability to know where you want to hide. He gets back as far away from the base as possible, either expecting Sad to be staying on that top level or moving towards utility. Finds him at the last second and hits one shot to keep his shields weak, and eventually comes back to find him and finish that fight.
Another camouflage comes up, but this time Sab is not in position to grab it. Despite the fact that StelluR was weak, he's still able to steal it away, even goes right back in for the thrust. So we're gonna see if StelluR can take advantage of this active camouflage. It's oh so important, one tied up at one apiece. And like you said before, StelluR, he's so great at cutting off those angles. He's so great at creating those choke points, and you're about to see it right here, right now. Force your opponent to an unfavorable position and push onto them, but the missed clamber might be exactly enough for Sab to get out of that situation. Highly unfortunate for StelluR.
Right, it's the missed clamber, it's the missed timing. StelluR knows what Sab wants to do, but you have to execute on every phase. And because StelluR slips up for that 1 second, it allows Sab the reprieve to get away. StelluR needs to clean that up just a little bit if he wants to take this series 2-0. But so far, StelluR has had firm control of this game, pacing it the way that he wants. That commando coming so handy in this game. And now Sab, well, stuck at the back of Fridge. StelluR's going to take out some trash.
Well, if StelluR is able to clean things up, we might just see a clean sweep. So a bunch of chores on the line here on top of that plenty of money for doing them. Sab takes height with a sidekick, but get caught in the clamber, so it allows StelluR to get the first shot, and StelluR hunts him down, the ultimate hunter. StelluR taking down Sab, up by 1 kill, once again trying to influence those spawns, but so far we've seen that not quite work. Players, they spawn in left, right behind you, and it may have just happened again. Sab is behind StelluR. What is going on?
StelluR is so smart about that last play, stayed in this high ground, waited for his opportunity, and StelluR is not going to be one to rush into danger, listening for Sab, and the catalyst that's going to provide this gunfight's going to be that camouflage. The question is, does StelluR check his left? Because Sab is not moving. Does StelluR's spider sense tingle?
They're side by side. They're neighbors at this point. At this point, there's a gentleman's agreement not to do damage, but Sab gets as close as possible, and StelluR somehow was able to get those shots off. That was looking dangerous for Sab. Despite crouching, being as patient, getting those shots, but Sab eventually closes it out, earns himself an active camouflage because of it. Once again, he's gonna go ghost. One thrust to work with. StelluR off a spawn. Can Sab finally gain the lead here?
And Sab waited a little bit to pop that camouflage, so he's going to get a little extra time of it, but he only has until the clock hits 7:03. And with StelluR being across the map, it looks like this camo is going to be a non-factor, to say the least. One thing I would have liked to see from Sab, because he was in that high hall, he was in real no danger right away. I think it's okay to hold the camouflage an extra 10 seconds, maybe even 15. Because you know StelluR is going to come off spawn. He's not going to push because he expects you to have the camouflage. If you hold it for a bit longer, wait StelluR out, pop that camo later, have more ability to check corners, StelluR's going to expect you to have no camo at that point in time. Use it to get the advantage, but StelluR, he serves up his back on a platter. Sab will take it to the bank, 3-2. He takes the lead.
It's that counter strategy and the ability to adapt, playing the chess game that might be the difference maker here in this matchup. Sab currently down 0-1 in the series, here in the elimination bracket. If he loses this game right here, right now, he is going home. StelluR makes his way over toward the P side of the map, once again making sure he gets a hold of that sidekick. That sidekick has gotten so much play here on Aquarius. Even some players are liking to pick it over the commando. With that nade goes in, it looks like StelluR's gonna shred him with the sidekick. Why don't you talk about why that sidekick is oh so important here on Aquarius?
Like you said, picking it up over the commando at certain points in time, it has a faster time to kill. When you hit perfect shots, that thing is a melt machine. The commando can't keep up with that sort of damage that this pistol can pepper out. Now, the problem with the pistol, right, the range. You have a certain finite range that you can use the commando, much more versatile in its long range fights, but when you're up close and personal, that close quarters combat, nothing beats the sidekick.
As my nephew would say, let him cook. Let him cook. That perfect kill from the sidekick was beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen one with the sidearm weapon. But what I do see is some excellent shots coming out of StelluR and even better ones out of Sab. Sab not gonna hunt them down. Instead, we're gonna see another reset here. StelluR over toward the top gold side of the map, and we see Sab slowly start to push his way over toward the car side, controlling the 50% portion, which is oh so important here on Aquarius.
You can notice StelluR, because he has his sidekick, he wants to tunnel the fights towards utility side, towards these closer range battles where he has the advantage. But the problem is StelluR, does he know that Sab has gotten to the util, has a pistol of his own? If he wants to take this fight, he's gonna pop back out with a pistol of his own. It's a sidekick v sidekick. Both of them gonna back each other down. Sab trying to get away. StelluR's gonna hear that, but look at StelluR being patient. He doesn't want to give away too much noise. I don't think Sab's gonna expect StelluR to be in this blue utility because he hasn't heard anything because of StelluR's slow play.
StelluR was able to squeeze Sab out of the utility side and able to win another pivotal battle. A 2-kill lead in favor of StelluR, but with the way that this game has been going so far, it feels like so much more. Sab spawned on the offside of the map. Camouflage is coming up. Obviously, StelluR having the advantage, but he can't be too comfortable. He has to make sure he's smart with the way he pushes it. Looks like Sab is already up to the car side. StelluR not having full health just yet, and Sab gonna take control of that, take advantage of it. Easy kill for him, easy camouflage for him, and although he's down by 1 kill, he has an active camo to work with.
And you know, there's a risk reward factor to every gun you pick up, and you just saw the risk of the sidekick pistol. It's very pinpoint precision aiming, and when you don't hit the head, you're hitting the shoulder. Meanwhile, Sab, he had the BR out at the end of that fight. He just turns his reticle, fires 3 bursts. All he needs is one of those bullets to hit the head. He's able to find the shot, gets the kill, and gets the lead down to 1. And now StelluR, you have to be nervous about Sab's push here. It's a pistol combination once again, but Sab, I feel as if he's getting a little bit more confident taking on that sidekick fight.
He's feeding off the energy. Every kill he gets more and more confidence. He starts moving different. Still not, I will say, still much slower than I expected. You normally when you see Sab, you see him flying across the map, but again, he knows if he gets caught a shot down against StelluR, he's not gonna make it out alive. So both players slowing down their gameplay. StelluR may have had the advantage, but not for long, as Sab gonna hit him with the Kobe-like fadeaway. That thrust backwards shots hitting, and then immediately working on a new thrust here, a lead in favor of Sab. 2 minutes 27 seconds on the clock.
I love that from Sab to ensure that there's no thrust for StelluR to pick up off a spawn. Now StelluR has to get the job done with no utility in the back pocket. Sab uses that thrust, and it's the big difference maker in the fight. Sab was down on the early shots, but the thrust is the great equalizer, able to get the kill. And look again, gonna control the blue thrust. He has the thrusters on cycle. He didn't pick that one up yet though. And now suddenly StelluR sitting at P2. Sab, he doesn't know. StelluR gets the first shots in. This kill is going to be vital for StelluR to get. Camouflage in his hands if he comes out on top.
Just a bit too early for that thrust, and that might have threw him off guard. You could tell he looked at his indicators like, oh, I only have 2 instead of 5 he thought that he might have needed. StelluR gets a tad bit of an advantage, puts down that damage, steals an active camouflage mode because of it, and now knows exactly where Sab is going. But Sab doesn't care. Even though you have the advantage, you still have to hit your shots, and that's exactly what Sab does, up by 3. And now it's StelluR that's dangerously in trouble as we approach a game number 3, possibly if Sab wins this game here.
Yeah, Sab just has StelluR's number for the last few kills. StelluR finally able to get the kill, but still a mountain to overcome. It feels as if Sab has started to find the counter whenever they get in those one-on-one engagements, gunfight for gunfight. It's been Sab who's hit the last shot the 3 times past. StelluR needs to win a gunfight and just get that momentum back in his corner.
And at this point, if I'm Sab, I'm playing hide and seek. Hey, is it exciting? No. But at the end of the day, it's effective. So at this point, I'm sitting right over towards the fridge side, exactly like he is right now. Like my leftover chicken. His man's just sitting in the back of the fridge. StelluR checking every single corner. This must be so frustrating. The last time we saw something like this happen, StelluR broke the GAs and picked up a Mangler. If he was going to do it again, he might have picked up the dynamo grenades, but luckily didn't do that. And doesn't check the blue fridge.
That's wild that you would not check, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's wild that you know he's going to be hiding and you don't check the fridge. I feel like that's the most obvious spot. Maybe he's just outsmarting himself, but the fridges feel like one of the first things that you should check. Sab, the day over chicken will grow older. He's able to expire this game. And well, now the question is, can he complete this series? Game 3, 1-1. This is the game match determinative game on live fire. Sniper is going to be so important.
Hey, you can sit over in chat and talk about the play. You can sit there and say, oh, it's not exciting. Why would he hide and see? Whatever it is that you want to say, but at the end of the day, remember, $16,000 on the line, $6,000 for first place. And as we kind of talked about before, there's no split. We've seen $20,000 tournaments in 2v2s and 4v4s, but not many $20,000 series that's no split 1v1s. At the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, if you're up by 2 and you have an opportunity to make this mathematically impossible to win, you know damn straight you hiding in the corner. Shoot, I know half of y'all picking up the dynamo grenades. You right there with me. So Sab ties things up with that Aquarius win, and now we are going to a game number 3, and the winner will be advancing forward into the top 3. The winner will be advancing forward to losers bracket finals and be one series away from making it into a grand finals.
Last game on the horizon. I want to see who comes out. In fact, Tony, I want to put you on the spot. Who you got, baby? Let's see, you know, a little friendly wager, maybe. You know what I'm saying, Tony? You got StelluR, you got Sab. Who you got in this game?
I would say, as much as I love Sab and I love his game style, I love it for Aquarius in 1v1s. When it comes to recharge and live fire, I think the moment StelluR gains advantage of that sniper rifle, it's going to be very hard to get it out of his hands. So because of that reason, I'm going to give StelluR the advantage on this one. But again, I'm not going to count Sab out completely. If it's a favorite, I'm saying like 55-45. You know what I'm saying? Just a slight favorite in favor of StelluR because I know how amazing Sab is. I respect Sab's gameplay, and I 100% could see him winning and advancing forward.
All right, you know, I'll take the action. I'll take Sab, baby. You know, I got Sab. He's my homie. I'm gonna say, Tony. It's I was gonna be like, let's do something like we have to sing a song, you know, or something like that. But you know, we'll save it for later. I'll be rooting for Sab over in this game. I think he's got the confidence. I think that momentum he got off those last 3-4 kills are gonna be the difference maker in this game. StelluR hasn't really won a satisfying gunfight on Sab in probably the last 5-6 minutes. Meanwhile, Sab, it feels like he has the Da Vinci Code figured out. He knows how StelluR wants to take these fights, and this first one's going to be a crucial one. Sniper versus VR. Sab comes up with a combo, and like I said, it feels like Sab can't miss a kill at the moment.
I mean, yeah, I think the first thing Sab needs to do in order to win this game is to keep the sniper rifle out of the hands of StelluR. We know how dangerous both of these players can be with it. But that's the one thing I was worried about is Sab immediately gets that sniper out of his hands and immediately holds on to the C side of the map with it. StelluR grabs a hold of a commando, and despite being down by 1, it's StelluR the one playing the patient game, sitting in the corner, waiting for Sab to make a mistake. I'm not mad at this.
Sab maybe a little paranoid about all these angles that StelluR could be coming from, but he finds the correct one, hits the easy body, finishes it off with the BR shot, doubling his lead, and off to a stellar start is Sab.
Oh, I see what you. Oh, good God! Nice. What a play! What a shot by Sab from downtown, over from bottom tower all the way across towards the spawning StelluR, over towards back A. A shot, the awareness, everything working in favor of Sab. My gosh. StelluR already down 0-3. Your prediction looking mighty fine.
Sab checking everywhere. Here we go. StelluR's in his face. StelluR finally
is able to take him down. It's been a reign of terror for Sab in the past 2 games. And now StelluR needs to hit some crucial shots here. He did see the spawn of Sab. He knows that Sab's at the back of A. The question now is just execution, and well, StelluR, he's mighty fine with that sniper rifle.
The body shot comes in, the grenade's trying to finish him off, but Sab doing everything possible to stay alive. In fact, he even gains his shields down to 1 shot. It looks like StelluR ends up going, and StelluR wasn't able to finish off Sab with while he was 1 shot, and eventually Sab makes him pay. Kind of reminds me what happened with with Mortally back over in round number 1. Sab has these weird ways of just staying alive despite being in a terrible situation, and the moment he does, he gains that momentum, he gains those advantages, and he uses it against you. 5-1 in favor of Sabinator.
Sab really starting to move, but he just has no bullets in that sniper rifle. If he did, you might have seen a quick blade of StelluR spawn, but here we go, StelluR. Oh, that's a big one to win. And like I said, it feels as if Sab has had StelluR's number the last few minutes of gameplay. Finally, StelluR wins a close one. Oh my God. Is StelluR labbing these 1v1s? Because I think that might be the best spawn prediction I've seen yet in Halo Infinite.
Big kill by StelluR. Big damage, but wasn't able to find the second one. And now down to 1 shot. Sab not quite able to thread the needle, and StelluR uses that repulse to take height immediately afterwards. Sab was on quite a roll, and we know how much he thrives off that momentum, so StelluR was able to heat check him, was able to steal away the sniper rifle. Now the question becomes, what are you going to do with it?
I feel like we've seen that multiple times for Sab today. The noob combo hits, but the snipe hits better. In the head, StelluR not missing his opportunity. Cutting this lead down to 2. What a vital play to make. You know, even if he hits the body, Sab was going to come out with that fight.
Just a 2-kill game so far in favor of Sab at the moment. StelluR does have that sniper rifle, so does have the equalizer. Time and time again, we've seen both of these players go on incredible runs here on this very map, here with this very weapon. 2 shots so far for StelluR. Can he use it against Sab? But so far, slow and steady wins the race. Sab sitting in a corner over toward the nest side. StelluR checking every single corner, getting a bit frustrated, so he's gonna bunny hop a little bit here, as they might just meet accidentally here on the nest side of the map. Oh.
Does he hear StelluR? The repulse not enough for StelluR. Sab, he's coming back into this fight. He's going down low. StelluR's going to be taken down. That grenade was perfect. Lead back to 3. Oh my God, Tony, this match is for top 3. The difference between 3rd and 4th, $1,000. This is a $1,000 1v1 that we're seeing right here.
Both these players know what's on the line here. As we said, no split in that money, but a 3-kill lead in favor of Sab, who is still holding on to that plasma pistol, just barely gonna miss out onto StelluR, and StelluR again makes you pay, but of course Sab with the perfect repulse from the bottom mid to the top. StelluR is actually somehow still hunting him down, but Sab gets his shields back, and he gets backed up by StelluR as well. Beautifully played with the repulse into the BR. Finally, StelluR able to take him down, but man, that was quite a chase.
Yeah, StelluR dirty and bruised after that gunfight. There was so much that had to happen for him to get that finish. But he is being rewarded, has the top mid position. Now he's going to be able to get that sniper rifle away, as Sab has to run tail between his legs. He's going to reposition all the way back to A, but StelluR, it feels like he's expecting this. Sab gets forward without having to take the shot. I'd like to see StelluR just, plenty of time. Just back this down, play a lane that you're comfortable with. Don't feel the need to have to push with this sniper rifle.
I feel like I'm watching one of those professional tag games on like ESPN. That's what I feel like I'm watching right now with the way they're hunting each other down. 8 bullets to work with here with the S7 sniper rifle that's in the hands of StelluR at the moment. He's still down by 2 kills. So all this time that's draining off the clock is really working in favor of Sab. And the same way that we've seen StelluR try to lure players in by using the shot clock against him, we can see Sab do the same thing. He at some point in time, if Sab has the lead and say there's 2 minutes or 1:30 on the clock, he's gonna force StelluR to chase him. He's gonna force StelluR to put himself in an awkward position and then make him pay a well-placed grenade, couple of early shots. That's exactly what he's looking for. It's StelluR the one that really has to force the action right now, really has to close the distance in this scoreboard before the shot clock gets down to about less than 2 minutes.
Sab's creeping at the top of tower. Vertical placement from StelluR, not going to be exactly. Repulses the gun back. He says, take your own green goo. It's a new combo, but Sab hits his own. Oh, the repulse, too good in that position. Sab has to be kicking himself. This lead quickly dissipating away.
Sab was able to get off his spawn freely, though. We've seen how good StelluR is at manipulating these spawns. Down by 1 kill at the moment. StelluR gonna sit over toward the C side. A little bit of a nade check by Sab. A nice little distraction as Sab's gonna work his way over towards green, work his way over towards Nest almost for free, but eventually StelluR gonna snap onto him. Must have gotten that audio cue there. Hits him with the body. This should be an easy chase down. Easy chase down by StelluR. Tied up at 6 apiece right now. It's anybody's game.
Sab makes anything that looks easy hard. You know what I'm saying? He said, "Oh, you're not getting me that easy." Sab, all that momentum he had early in this game is just gone, and StelluR still has plenty of sniper rifle to work with. One more kill, he takes this lead, and all of the momentum will be on his side. Sab needs to come up with a clutch play as the new sniper comes off spawn.
A little bit of a curb slide into the nade. We've seen Sab time and time again try to use these explosives, these ordinances as a distraction so that he can push forward, get exactly what he wants, and that's exactly what he does. Sab sneaks away with that sniper rifle, and StelluR didn't even have a chance to look at him. And although StelluR does have the advantage here on the C side of the map, Sab can make lemons out of lemonade. We might just see a counter snipe opportunity, not on Argyle, not on Pit, here on Live Fire.
Yeah, honestly, it's a 1v1 sniper battle to determine who comes home $1,000 richer. You have to imagine whoever hits this shot's going to win the game. You can see Sab really just circling the perimeter of this map. Doesn't want to go through the middle, and does StelluR see Sab? Oh no. StelluR knows. It's a perfect snipe shot. StelluR takes the lead. He'll be able to refill the rest of his sniper rifle. And suddenly Sab, that early lead, all that momentum, everything is slipping away from him. Just 2 minutes to reclaim his glory.
2 minutes is perfectly enough time for Sab with how fast and aggressive he plays this game. StelluR firing off a couple warning shots, letting Sab to stay back. You don't know him like that. Time now dwindling down. StelluR obviously having the advantage here. Sab hopefully wants to get this kill just to tie things up. But if StelluR can just get one more kill, that'll really paint Sab into a bad place. The shots are going in, but down to 1 shot he goes. He doesn't have the repulse to go with. Takes the low ground right up to high. Sab was baited down to the low ground, but threads the needle, finds the angle. We are tied up at lucky 7.
That's a perfect spot for Sab. Yeah, StelluR goes high. He has the better position. But StelluR also has a sniper rifle on his screen. It takes so much real estate. And Sab was sitting right where that sniper rifle blocks your field of vision. He jumps up. StelluR had no idea. And the final BR shot hits. 7-all. Sniper for Sab. The game in his pocket. Can he hit the shot?
Oh, catches StelluR. Crouching up around the corner, and with that he hits the no scope, hits the BR shot perfectly to put him down. I'm surprised that StelluR was willing to even crouch, even try to make that play as opposed to waiting for the overtime. Now it's StelluR the one that has to get a kill right here, right now in this game number 3. If he doesn't, he's going home. The nades are coming in. StelluR is flying faster than we've seen so far in this entire tournament. Sab baits him into that play, connects with the shot, and with that a 2-kill lead. And it's not auto game, but at this point Sab might have just done it with that kill.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way StelluR can find him in time. The clock ticks away.
No GAs can bring you back in this one. StelluR concedes the game. Sab with an incredible performance today as he sends a message at the end of this game. Sab, what an incredible performance as he comes out with a top 3 guarantee. Bubu, dubu, waiting in the wings.
I'm really surprised that around the 50-second portion of the map that StelluR was willing to make a high-risk, high-reward play like crouching up that dummies ramp and trying to get behind Sab. I honestly thought he was going to play the long game, sit over towards like the A side of the map and just chill, maybe try to cut a couple of long-range shots, but he tried to force the action. If he gets this kill, that's pretty much it. He grabs the sniper and does the same thing that Sab did to him and, you know, bait him into a terrible situation. Take the win right there. If he would have got just a little bit further, Sab would have never had that line of sight. Just talking about like literally an inch right there, gets under the C tower. Sab would have had no idea he was there. He would have still been crouching and probably eventually got a back smack that wins the game. But Sab checks that corner right at the right time, makes him pay. And now it's Sab that's moving forward, guaranteed top 3 here in the tournament.
It was this fight where we thought it was done. StelluR spotted him early, had the knowledge, gets the kill. Sniper in his tower, 2 minutes left to go. But then it's this moment where Sab was able to pepper StelluR with so much damage, gets him down to 1 shot. StelluR has to run away, find his life. He finds safety at the top of tower. But Sab, wow, hidden underneath. The sniper blocks his position, jumps up, finishes the kill. StelluR did so much, he just couldn't get away with it.
Just a frame perfect shot right there. I mean, and by the way, I love that play by StelluR. Down to 1 shot. StelluR planned that. He knew he had the repulse. He planned to immediately take height right there. And Sab immediately hears that repulse. He knows that he's in a non-favorable position, but he knows, hey, he's still 1 shot. All I need to do is hit 1, and that's exactly what he does. That right there might have saved Sab's game, because eventually he comes out with it, holds on to the C side, and we all know what happens after that. Well played by Sabinator. Well played.
Well, let's head back to our desk where Magic, Mikowski, and LVT wait.
Whew, what a match, man. StelluR and Sab did not disappoint, and I gotta say, I love seeing 2 snipers on the map and the man with a better shot. In this case, didn't win the match. So, wow. Thoughts right off the bat, Magic Moonshot.
I mean, I love to see that game coming down to the wire. The snipe off was so fun, and unfortunately, though, the winner of that snipe off in the end did not win the game. It sure gave us some high octane, exciting moments, but I think that fight that they broke down so well, Sab from the low ground in the bottom of C tower, being able to overcome the kill. Then he gets the sniper, he takes C tower, and he shows how it should have been used as he kills StelluR. That was really the play of the whole match, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And Mikowski, just the first thoughts after that match.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be StelluR who was going to look like an all-star with that sniper, but don't count Sab out. Dude had some quick scopes. My goodness, he looked really good. StelluR, with that shot at the end to make it 7-6, you would have thought he had every advantage to win the game. And if you really look at the series as a whole, it was all StelluR in game 1. And then it was all StelluR from the beginning to mid of game 2, and then mid to end game was all Sab. Then game 3 starts, and it looks a little bit more of the same. Looks like Sab is carrying that momentum from game 2, and then StelluR steals it back. Right here is the moment where he takes that 7-6 lead. And then Sab, like Magic said, so eloquently broken down by Tools and Tony, takes control of that sniper tower. We know it to be a power positioning spot, and this is it right here. The moment where StelluR actually had an opportunity then with that tower control. Didn't play it quite as well as Sab was able to. We saw him land that no-scope body shot, clean it up with the millimeter headshot, and here it is, the frame perfect, if you will, moment where Sab was just barely concealed. It's almost like as if he had camo, you would think on here on live fire. So if I had to break it down, I'd say Sab was the better player for 51% of that series, and that's all you need is that extra 2% to take it home.
Absolutely. That extra 2%, it makes the difference. While we watch some of these replays, you guys feel free to reminisce on what you see. In the meantime, we're going to get ready because we got Trippy and Sab coming up right after this. We're not going to a break, but you guys go ahead and break down what you're seeing.
Okay, well, first of all, I have a question. Doesn't Tony owe us a song on stream because his prediction failed? I think he's got to come over here and say, you know, like I'm a little teapot or something. I don't know.
I don't know what's more embarrassing, Tony singing that song or his gameplay when I watch his Twitch streams. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I know. I probably seems like I've got the Spitfire for Tony, but I love him. I promise.
Mikowski
but yeah.
versus Tony 1v1 when?
Ooh, there we go. A little show match maybe for the next Honda Fan Cup 1v1, which, by the way, Magic, is back in action. I believe March 7th is going to be the finale. So 2 months to the day, I believe. We're going to be right back at it for more insane 1v1 gameplay. And the beauty is that anybody in chat that watches these tournaments and is like, oh, I could beat these guys, sign up because you got the opportunity to.
Yeah, the qualifiers are going to kick off on January 28th, and then March 4th is actually the Saturday. Same weekend you were talking about, but March 4th is the finale. So a very similar format. Get signed up, get registered. I would love to see more registration, like bigger numbers, new faces. But let's look back at some of these highlights, okay? Obviously, it came down to that game 3. We didn't get to see it when we were on cast, but we got to see it from this perspective, the game 3 on Livefire. But the matches 1 and 2 had some highlight moments themselves.
And right there, Sab doing a great job. He really confused StelluR. The most recent battle thrust it forward, and then the next battle thrust back, and then that third battle thrust to the side. So the unpredictability was on point there by Sab, and it's one of the reasons he was able to come back and reverse sweep. Incredible job here. And Magic, we talked about maybe making a big 4 if Sab was able to break through. I'm still sticking to a big 3, but it's StelluR who's on his way out and Sab on his way in.
Oh, so you're saying he's actually taken over that position in the big 3. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. Great plays there from Sab. I mean, game number 1 was a little bit of a blowout, not quite as close of a scoreline, but games 2 and 3 were both tight, down to the wire, especially that epic finale, the snipe battle on Livefire, something I'm definitely going to be remembering for a long time.
Yeah, indeed. Listen, we have our next matchup pretty much ready to go. We're in a little bit of a break while the players are getting ready, but it's going to be Trippy versus Sab, and I want to kind of change our focus towards Trippy versus Sab because there's no doubt, right? Trippy top, 2 in this tournament, presumed, right, Mikowski? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, some people might even put him at number 1 on the power rankings, but bubu dubu, you cannot sleep on him. And it looks like Trippy may have actually done just that as he went up 5 in game 3. And then it was bubu dubu who says, I got one better. I got the killing frenzy in my back pocket as he whipped that out. Got 10, 11, I think, in a row in a game 3, no less, to take down Trippy. And don't forget, I believe it was Trippy who did the same to StelluR to send him to the lower bracket. So topsy-turvy back and forth action here as the answer backs and the challenges are of the killing frenzy variety here in the Honda Fan Cup 1v1. We're seeing some intense Halo.
Absolutely. And then, of course, Trippy versus Sab. Sab is ready to go, man. I don't know that I've ever seen Sab more warm. And, him overcoming the challenge that is StelluR. StelluR probably the most sound player in the game, if not one of the, right? It's impressive, right? Because Sab right now, his stock is rising in my book. It's looking good, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. His stock has risen. You know, Mikowski even saying that he's taken over that spot in what we would have predicted to be like the big 3 of today's tournament. Like we didn't count him out. We knew he was on the brink of it, but we're waiting to be actually like showcased for us. But now with this win, this recent win he's coming off of, he has fully earned that position to be in the big 3. And I don't know if he's ready to take down Trippy. Like, if I'm being fully honest, Trippy is going to be a tough takedown. If I was going to predict, I'd still pick Trippy for this matchup, but it's not going to be by a landslide either way.
I agree, but I think the advantage that Sab has going into this is that he's going up against a very similar type of profile of a player in Trippy. So if I'm Sab, I am copy pasting the strategy and the gameplay I put down against StelluR, and I'm just trying to run it back against Trippy. Keep it simple. Again, don't try to switch up anything. Don't overthink anything. Play exactly like you just did against StelluR, and maybe you only look better than StelluR or Trippy here for 51% of the match, as opposed to 90 or 100% like you'd hope in a 2-0 like we've seen in some of these early rounds. But look at down the bracket, we're starting to see more and more intensity, more and more competition, and more of those game threes. I'm expecting more of the same here in this next series.
Mikowski, I gotta ask, we have our overview of the entire tournament so far for today. Are any of these matches an upset to you?
I think if I it's hard to say, right? Because it's so hard to have an upset when you have a 4-week qualifier, right? There's no one who just flukes their way into this. Even Bubu Dubu, a guy who's in the grand finals, he got top 16 in week 2 before winning in week 3. So I don't think necessarily there's any flukes here. If I had to look at the bracket and say that there was a surprise, I would say it's DD-Sam. Now, he did lose to StelluR, but for DD-Sam to pull out that 2-1 and really give StelluR a run for his money, I think that's probably one of the bigger upsets or surprises that we've seen here today.
Indeed. Well, as you see, Trippy, only one match in the elimination final, and that's going to be the final. Whereas Sab, from the very beginning, a literal loser bracket run. He went down to StelluR, got his revenge. I think I just noticed that, right? StelluR lost 0-2. Excuse me, Sab lost 0-2 to StelluR in the winter quarterfinal. First match of the day, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because the Gilky Trippy match got postponed. Sab StelluR got pushed up forward. Sab getting beat, sent down the elimination bracket, and then goes on a tear. 2-0 against Gilky, 2-0 against Mortally. And then StelluR came back, but this time Sab was ready to go.
Yeah, Sab actually lost 3 straight games to StelluR, right? 1 and 2 in the first matchup, and then the first game in the losers semifinal. But then he just hit another gear. He hit another level in that game too that we just watched, that losers semifinals, and it was really exciting to see that progression. And it just tells you, you might be down, but you're not out. You fight for the final minute, the final seconds even, to stay in this tournament. And I think Tools did a great job. The difference between 3rd and 4th place is $1,000. That's something to fight for sure.
Indeed. And why don't we look at that prize breakdown? And if I can, I'll try to look at the bracket and put people where they belong. It looks like we had Invictid and Gilky finishing out 7th, right, for 250 apiece. Then we had TheDeitySam and Mortally in 5th place with 750. Right, StelluR falls to Sab in the elimination semifinal. That puts StelluR at 4th place, $1,500 won, and now we're playing for a lot of money from here on out. $2,500 for 3rd. Whoever loses this match, you got to keep your head up high, right? I mean, $2,500, and then of course when we get to that grand final, that's where it's really going to count. And this is double elimination. Bubu's in the winner. That means Trippy has to beat Sab, or Sab has to beat Trippy, and then the winner of this upcoming match we'll get a chance against Bubu Dubu, but they're gonna have to beat Bubu Dubu twice in 2 best-of-3s. And Mikowski, right? You know Bubu Dubu pretty well. We all know, right? Bubu, formerly of the G1 roster, could still be on the G1 roster. To my knowledge, he still is. I don't have any insider knowledge, but nevertheless, do you think it's gonna be easy to beat Bubu Dubu twice in the grand finals?
I actually think a bracket reset is much more likely in these 1v1s, not only because of the 1v1 versus 4v4 format, but because it's a best of 3 as opposed to a best of 5 or 7. The deeper you get, the more difficult it is to maintain that energy and that stamina, because you're only playing 3 games maximum as opposed to 5 or 7. You're gonna have the energy, you're gonna have the juice, and more importantly, you're gonna have the momentum if you're able to come back from the lower bracket. We saw Trippy do just that to qualify last week, as I believe he lost 1-0-1 to Sam and then railed off 4 in a row. So if anybody is able to come back and reset the bracket, it's the likes of Trippy or Sab.
All right, well, Tools, Tony, I'm going to put you on alert because it's time to come to camera. It's time to get into game number 1. We got Trippy versus Sab going down right now. Tools, going to take it away.
Here we go. Finally, some action to our screens. Losers final on its way. Trippy making the early exit that people expected from that winner. I think everyone expected him to just be waiting in that grand finals.
Bubu Dubu took him down, and Sab, well, he's been on a hell of a run. This first kill is going to count for so much, and Sab, well, he's going to strike first.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people probably had Trippy and Bubu Dubu make it to the winners bracket finals, but not many had Trippy dropping down into the elimination bracket and StelluR going home before the losers bracket finals. It's Sab that's here going toe-to-toe with Trippy, currently tied up at 2 apiece. Wants to put that thrust to work, backing Trippy into a corner a little bit here. With that camouflage, Sab wants to get value, wants to steal a kill, but it looks like Trippy has found the exit.
Sab checking all of his corners, but there's going to be no one to find. And now Trippy, oh, he hears that footstep. Trippy does not check his corner. Sab looking to punish him. Oh, I love that route from Trippy. He goes up high and just makes himself as hard of a kill as possible. Sab just trying to find this finish, but Trippy gets away. A slippy Trippy away from the fight.
A slippy Trippy indeed. Multiple times Sab was able to damage Trippy, almost able to back him into a corner, but Trippy gets himself right out of the situation and right to that 50% portion of the map, controlling the P side, giving it up just a moment though. The pulse rifle coming into play, that pulse carbine. So good at shredding the shields of your opponents. Coming to finish with the BR, but the shot's not quite going to connect. So once again, Trippy forced to back down, and this time Sab cuts off that exit route, gets into his face, hunts him down into 1 kill lead in favor of Sabinator.
Yeah, it seems like Sab has been able to output at the highest possible level throughout his elimination bracket run. Remember, he was knocked down in the first round. He's been playing for his tournament life all day, and it continues on. Top 3 on the horizon. It's a $1,500 difference between this game and his next match if he continues on. Essentially a $1,500 1v1.
I almost thought Sab was going to go for those dynamo grenades for a second. Elects not to go for them, obviously. G8 looks like we're trying to make it toward the car side, but ends up missing his clamber, and because of that, Trippy might have been able to take advantage of it, gets himself a great kill, steals the active camouflage once again. So not only is Trippy able to tie things up, but now he gains all of that utility, active camouflage, thrust. What is Sab gonna do here off spawn?
Trippy popped that camo at 7:35. That means he has until 7:05 to use this camouflage, but it looks as if Sab has made a home at blue. Trippy across the map. This camouflage is not going to be playing much of an impact whatsoever, as Trippy still has to make an entire run through the map just to spot Sab. That camo runs out.
During the second qualifier, we saw Sab make one of the most incredible runs here in this series history. We saw Sab get knocked down into the elimination bracket. He then beat the likes of Bubu Dubu, who's sitting in the winners final. Then beat the likes of Super CC, evolving, went back at complexion, the very player that knocked him into the elimination bracket to begin with. Then 4-0'd Invictid in the grand finals, all out of the elimination bracket. Sab is no stranger to making these incredible loser bracket runs. He has an opportunity to do so right here, right now, to beat the favorite here in this tournament before the grand finals. Sneaks over towards that thrust, gets right back out without taking any damage whatsoever. This commando thrust combo is so dangerous. You've called Trippy the best commando player in the game, but Sab almost putting that commando to work right onto him. Lets the grenade do the work for him. Like Steph Curry throws it, looks away. He knew it was going to connect.
Yeah, Sab had that sixth sense, knew exactly where to place that grenade, but like I said, Trippy is the best commando player in the game. I mean, did you see how fast he melted Sab? Essentially, that commando gives him the camouflage, but Sab gets the good timing. Gets the shots down. Trippy does go dark and gets away. Sab missed his opportunity to take down the easy camo play, and now Trippy has an opportunity to equalize this game once again.
But you didn't notice Sab did chase him just a little bit even after Trippy was able to get that camouflage, which allowed Trippy to know exactly where Sab was moving to. Might have been a bit of a mistake here, because now Trippy is chasing him down. Once again, goes right into the closest point of contact, right up the middle, down to one shot. He goes, but Sab, the slippery sucker that he is, gets out of the util over towards the car. bit of broken ankles, and it goes right back in for the challenge. He hears the fact that the camouflage waste, I'm gonna guess, so goes in, challenging both players, hitting the floor after that trade. Sab still up by 1 kill.
And Sab, I mean, add a little sugar to a sour situation, make it some lemonade. Because he should have absolutely been taken down right there. Trippy with that camouflage. Sab works his best, stays alive, gets the trade, maintains the lead. Most he could ask for in that situation. And now Trippy, I mean, probably feeling a little bit frustrated in this game, gets the thrust right away. You have to see him use that thrust to find the easy kill on Sab. This gunfight going to be one of the more important ones of the game.
He's drank way too much lemonade at this point. Right now, he's just hungry. Down to 1 shot. Chases Trippy down. Allows Trippy an exit route as both players going to reset once again. 15 seconds until we see the active camouflage coming up. And Sab has already worked himself over toward the P side. Trippy allowed him to get that height advantage on him. Will that be a mistake? First shots look like they did go in favor of Trippy, but looks like both players down to 1 shot. Camouflage does end up popping here. And somehow Trippy makes a full rotation over toward the car side of the map. Peppering each other. Couple shots go in. Trippy is forced to back all the way down. Sab not gonna grab that camouflage. Didn't want to let Trippy know that he was pushing forward. It doesn't work, and somehow Trippy ends up with a camo. What an awkward gunfight that was.
An awkward gunfight that just gets worse and worse for Sab. Trippy now has the camo, knows exactly where Sab's hiding. Did you hear the rotation? I believe Trippy knows exactly where Sab's going. He's going to get the spot once again. The timer is ticking away. Just about 10 or so seconds left on this camouflage to get this kill, and Sab comes out to play. Trippy needs to execute.
Oh, what a stick by Sab. Trippy having that awareness to make sure he goes in for that trade. You got to put him 1 shot. You got to trade out in that situation. Sab has been making some plays, but Trippy's doing a great job of trading out these kills, keeping things close. And now, after all of this action, there's less than 3 minutes on the clock. Eventually, time may become a factor, but not quite yet. Trippy has a sidekick, not quite a commando. I think Sab is going to try to work towards a commando onto his side of the map here. This next battle going to be so important, and you see the early damage going in favor of Trippy. Can't quite capitalize on it. So at this point, they're just gonna feel each other out from across the map. Little mid-range, little long-range engagements, or push up right towards the mid. Trippy goes back in for the reach out, and now the both are gonna be forced to fight. There's nowhere to hide here.
Trippy's gonna get good timing on Sab. Finally, an easy kill for him. The perfect kill to tie it on up. This has been a gritty game for both these players. Trippy will take a free kill whenever he can get it. The sidekick showing to be so powerful once again. Has the knowledge about Sab's position, but the camo goes to Trippy. And Sab getting awfully aggressive at top middle. This could be a huge detriment to him. He's taken down to 1. Trippy, oh my, Trippy. It takes him quite a bit, but he gets the job done and takes a lead late in the game.
I feel like the sidekick has been such a dangerous weapon in Halo Infinite Sandbox for quite some time, but so far recently, we've been seeing it get a ton of play, even more play than the Commando, which I find that to be really surprising. I mean, it shreds shields as fast as possible, but in my hands, it's not the most consistent finisher of a kill. What is lending to so much sidekick usage as of recently?
I mean, the sidekick just is so versatile in those close range engagements. It's better than any other weapon you can use, and when you get up close and personal, you want to get as much advantage as possible, and you really style your gameplay around the sidekick as well, right? Try to force the fights towards these high halls. The nade by Trippy makes Sab 1, but Sab gets a shot down on Trippy at the last second. He's gonna get his shields back before Trippy. Trippy has to run completely away. 45 seconds for Sab to find this kill.
And with so little time on the clock, this next kill is so important. And of course, it's Trippy that clutches up. Takes down Sab for the 8th time, 30 seconds on the clock. Sab needs to come off a spawn and immediately take this fight. He is simply running out of time, and Trippy is simply running away over towards the blue side of the map. Sab Up over towards the car. There is no time to waste. Check every corner, but do it quick. Trippy's hiding toward the back base. Sam, can you hear me? Sam, can you hear me? You gotta get in there. He finds him over toward the B side, goes in for the gunfight. Even if he got that kill, it'd be mathematically impossible to come out on top. Trippy takes game 1.
And it's a gritty game from Trippy. Remember all those trades that we saw from Sab early in that game. Trippy overcomes the frustration, gets that free kill at the sidekick, and starts to get the momentum back and finishes this game with a resounding spree. And they able to keep that momentum going into game number 2 as well.
Whenever I watch Trippy's gameplay, whether it's 1v1s or 4v4s, he consistently has one of the most unorthodox styles of gameplay. It's very similar to Sab, where it's so hard to guess his timing, but Sab is just on the aggression. He's using that movement to close the distance. He's cutting you off. He's hunting you down. Trippy hits you with more of like a drunken fist style. He can come left, come right. You can see a kick come at you. You have no idea what Trippy's coming with. But what he is able to do is to adapt to almost any player, any play style. You come at him fast, slow, you hide, you hunt. It doesn't matter. Eventually, Trippy will download that information and will formulate a game plan to counter you, and it's quick. It comes at you mid-game. He'll just turn up out of nowhere, and that's one of the reasons why Trippy takes game number 1. Game 2 here on Livefire.
Let's get this one going. Sniper going to be so important to your success. We've seen some crazy hits by Sab today, but Trippy as proficient as ever. See if we've had a good streak of game 3s, Tony. We'll see if that continues on, but Trippy, you have to know he's salivating to get this one done 2-0 and to get his revenge on Bubu Dubu in the grand finals.
There's only 2 more matches here. And if Trippy wins this next one, we're going to see one more, and that's going to be the grand finals. Sab is really against the ropes right now, really has to make something happen, and luckily he was the first one to grab a hold of that S7 sniper rifle, and we saw what he can do with it back in the losers bracket the losers bracket finals. Sab goes off and he strings together 1, 2, 3 kills, and once he gains that momentum, he punishes you. If I'm Trippy, I'm prioritizing getting first kill.
Trippy not trying to give anything for free to Sab. Sab just in a tough spot, made one shot. He's gonna have to back completely down. And Trippy, he's working on the escape route. Sab hits the shot. Sab from the low ground. The sniper makes the difference. Trippy had everything right there, found the perfect escape route, but Sab just hits the shot.
I swear on everything I love. If I'm matching Sab in matchmaking, and he's over towards the mud side of the map, and I'm over on the tower side, I'm running. I'm getting out. I'm going through dummies and I'm flipping the map. I don't care, because Sab thrives on that low ground. This C side of the map is his playground. 1-0 lead in favor of Sab. 6 shots to work with the sniper rifle, and we know that he knows what to do with it. We see Trippy over towards the green side. What can Trippy do now that Sab has the positioning and has the sandbox in his control?
Trippy he needs to find a route where he can get close to Sab without Sab hearing him. But you can see Sab constantly checking these routes, right? And it's just going to be a tough ask for him to get through. You can see Trippy been prioritizing getting those spike grenades to try to use them to push Sab out. And he's done a great job of making sure Sab gets pushed away. Trippy gets close, but this is the sniper that's the equalizer. Once again, you do all that effort and Sab's just going to hit that shot and make your life a living hell. As Trippy comes up for the re-challenge, throw that off the map, Sab. You're going to lose this fight. You might as well get it off the map. He tries his best. He can't get it away. Huge execution from Trippy to stay alive and to get that sniper away. Sab hit the great shot. Trippy made the better play.
Sab needed to drop weapon and then like repulse the sniper off the map right there. That's sadly not going to happen. What will happen is Trippy will go down to 1 shot, and Sab immediately tries to chase him down. That repulse allows him to get right over towards the next side of the map. You notice that the moment Trippy hears that repulse, snaps onto his target, make sure that Sab doesn't get an easy lane towards him. The nades are still coming though. Both players will be forced to back down, reset a little bit here. Trippy on the top mid side, and Sab somehow finding a route over towards the nest side of the map.
Trippy gets the ammo refill. He said, hey, let me put the stamp back on this one, Sab. Jump into your demise. Return to sender. Repulse coming in mighty handy for Trippy in this early game. And oh, Sab's brain was a half step away from being taken out.
Hey, look, from December to February, you just can't, you just cannot trust the mail system. Your stuff is gonna get returned. Trippy's showing us that right here, right now. 2-1 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming's finest at the moment. Immediately taking height over toward the tower side. Sab doing a great job of cutting off that angle, brings him down to one shot, but can't quite find that kill that he was looking for. Trippy's gonna get out of dodge as fast as possible. Sab still trying to find out now more information on where exactly Trippy went, but so far no utility, no equipment, no nades. Trippy's the one with the sniper rifle and a few repulses to work with.
That's what he was hearing. He goes around the corner, sees a wild sandbag. He's like, I'm hearing something. I don't know what it is. Trippy gets the shot down. Sab gonna have to back down for now. And Sab, you just this next kill is just such a vital one. You know how this game can get out of hand. That stick's so close to connecting. As Trippy looks for the reposition.
Sab just like barely has his head poking above the sandbag. Trippy goes for a shot that almost connects. Then you see a stick grenade just fly right back at him. We're talking about almost frame perfect movement from both of them, and they both just barely miss. I'm talking barely. 2-1 lead in favor of Trippy still. You notice that Trippy still feels confident enough to swap out that battle rifle for commando. You said he's the best commando player in the game. 20 shots to work with. Long range shots starting to connect. Sab finds himself in trouble. Trippy confident enough to whip out that sniper rifle down to absolute one shot. You breathed on him the wrong way and Sab might have went down, but somehow, which he's done time and time again, Sab stays alive in the craziest situations. He gets spotted though. Trippy hunts him down to one shot. This time you will not get away. There is nowhere to go. No more sniper ammo for Trippy, but he does have a 2-kill lead.
That was a great reposition from Trippy, right? You know, he had a definitive plan right after that kill didn't go through with Sab, because Sab wasn't able to challenge or check any of the crosses. He tries to get as forward as possible, gets the good timing, gets the easy kill, grows his lead to 2. And every single kill on this game feels as if it's as gritty as possible. There's nothing that has been an easy walk in the park for these guys, hitting shots left and right. Sab trying desperately to get back in this game, but it's back to the mail once again. Trippy using that repulse to get another kill on Sab.
I can't believe we just seen 2 return to senders. So well played by Trippy. The second one better than the first one. And you might have thought that might have been a little bit of body disrespect right there, but he was just wasting the ammo out of that commando before picking up that sniper rifle. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. 3-kill lead in favor of Trippy right now. Sab, the game's not out of hand just yet, but if you keep playing like that, it just might be back to back to back to back kills in favor of Trippy. A killing spree, and still 5 shots to work with the sniper.
Yeah, Sab, it's starting to get into desperation for him. You have to be very aggressive. Try to take down Trippy, get this sniper out of his hands, and have a little left over for you to use. Sab throws an open grenade. He is successful with the D-scope, but he wasn't able to translate that into anything. Still in the same position. Trippy just hangs back, looks for his easy opportunity to get the kill, and Sab has to run away after a body shot connects.
Sab is in desperate need of heat checking Trippy at the moment. Trippy's on fire right now. And as right now, winning the health battle, Sab backs down, returns that grenade right back into it. Sab tries to finish him with it. Eventually, Trippy comes at him. Melee kill's gonna take Sab down, and now it's a 5-kill lead with just 4.5 minutes to work with. This is bad if you're in favor of Sab.
I love that from Trippy. He gets the drop shield. He juggles it all the way to the C plat to use it at top mid to get a better angle of his sniper to give him just that little bit of advantage. But if you're Sab right now, you have to be thinking, man, I don't want to use a sticky anymore. I feel as if they've been more detrimental than helpful. Trippy with that repulse has been just so damn effective.
Sab trying to make something happen here. He knows that he has to speed up his play. He needs a different strategy, a different play style. And maybe it's to go back to his old, just fly at him, curve slide, throw Trippy off rhythm, and hope you win those pivotal fights. You gotta trust your shot. You gotta trust your movement. Time is dwindling down. And at this point, Trippy, he seems to be slowing the game down to a snail's pace. At this point, it's a smart thing to do. At this point, he has Sab between the scoreboard and the shot clock. Check every corner, Sab, but do it quick. Trippy's here on the green side, and you're nowhere to be found.
Now, Trippy trying to put this game out of commission quickly. One more kill, and that might just be too much for Sab to overcome. The grenade's on its way. Sab just dodges it. The chase nade from Sab almost connected. The AR's out, baby.
Oh. As the kids will say, that's dark. That's dark right there, because that might just be the nail in the coffin. Yes, I know there's less than 3 minutes to work with, but come on, it's a 6-kill lead. You can't imagine Trippy throwing this away at this point, especially with the sniper rifle. Few repulses every time Sab's able to put Trippy down to one shot. Trippy just sends those grenades right back at him. It's tough. Another perfect body shot, maybe a toe shot in that one. Once again, bounces that grenade, tries to finish him with his own grenade once again. Doesn't quite connect on it. But at this point, Trippy now having a 7-kill lead. 1 game away from making it to the grand finals to get his rematch against Bubu Dubu. And it looks like it might just happen here.
Sab tries to get close, Trippy. More of a case of probably needing to waste as much of that ammo as possible rather than even necessarily getting the kill. Any opportunity you think to take a shot, take it. Don't want to give too much for Sab to work with after you potentially die, but with less than 2 minutes, time is just running out for Sab. I don't think this one's even possible at this point, Tony.
In the winners bracket finals, it took 3 games for Bubu Dubu to be able to knock Trippy down into the elimination bracket. But all that did was just warm Trippy up. He just got more matches to play through. And now look at him, 8-1 against the likes of Sab here on Live Fire, which by the way is one of Sab's best maps. We saw what he did over in that elimination bracket, and once again, Trippy just takes him down. No scope into BR. This is the same Sab that dominated on this very map in the elimination bracket finals, and Trippy just looking good. Bubu Dubu, I know you're watching. I hope you're watching close right now, because man, this is a different looking Trippy that we saw in that winners bracket finals.
Yeah, Sab has to be kicking himself about that first game not going his way. So close to finishing that job, but Trippy clutched up, got the job done, and now in the last moments, Trippy gonna try to make a peace offering with Sab as this game is over.
Just throws it off. Hey, don't be mad at the sniper. And the assault rifle is going too. At this point, we have a interpretive dance between these two. It's coordinated well. At this point, it's sad to see, but it looks like Sab will be going down. So with Trippy right off the map, Trippy will be making it into the grand finals. He's gonna get his rematch against Bubu Dubu. We'll have to most likely beat him in 2 best of series. Bubu Dubu waiting for him. We have 1 more series ahead of us.
1 more series. Bubu Dubu looking to finish this series on out. Get that main prize. Trippy looking for some revenge in the grand finals. Let's head to our analyst desk as they break down our grand finals.
Man, oh man, Trippy is on fire, and if I'm Bubu Dubu, I might be shaking in my boots. I'm just kidding, man. Wow, I'm excited for this grand final because I feel like we're gonna get our money's worth here, and I'm hoping that Honda, with this whole event, has gotten their money's worth. That last series, what was it? two matches ago was amazing. What we just witnessed was amazing. 9-1 victory though in game 2 for Trippy. Magic, I want to hear your thoughts right off the bat.
I mean, I let out a very girlish giggle when they did the, as Tony called it, interpretive dance at the end of the game. But I think the turning point in that game number 2 was actually at the 5:55 mark, which is very easy to remember. But it was the return to sender from Trippy, and then I think the next kill after that was a killing spree, and that's where I really felt that like Trippy was taking over the game. It goes from a 2-point game to now a 3-point game, and it looked like a beautiful plasma from Sab, but Trippy says, yeah, I don't think so. I'm gonna give this one right back to you. It's actually the second plasma grenade right there, sends it back, gets the takedown on the return to center, and from there, that seemed like game over. You know, Trippy's burning off commando ammo, and then he just runs away with the rest of the game.
Yeah, and
And even though we had a and even though we had a 9-6 game 1, if you really just watched, it didn't feel like it was that close. And 9-1 really more of a reflective score of I think what we saw in this series between Trippy and Sab. As Trippy looked like the dominant world champion that he is, and like you said, Magic, my goodness, the use of the repulsor in game 2 might be some of the best repulsor gameplay we've ever seen in Halo Infinite. The reason being is because more often than not, it's used as a mobility tool, a movement tool. But here we saw Trippy use it on the offensive. I think he had 3 return to sender kills. And then at the one point where it looked like Sab might be able to get one on Trippy, he deflects the grenade out of nest and into the drink. Unbelievable play, unbelievable timing from Trippy. And that's one of the reasons of many why he was able to win that series convincingly 2-0.
Well, we turn our focus forward. We have our grand final set, Bubu Dubu versus Trippy. As you see, they met in the winter final. Bubu Dubu able to squeak that win out over Trippy. Do we have any insight into that match?
Yeah, because we were keeping an eye on it, and I think that somebody, I'm sorry, I don't know who to credit, Tony or Tools I think mentioned it as well, but in that game 3 matchup between Bubu Dubu and Trippy, it opened up with Trippy getting the killing spree, 5 straight kills, but then answered back, and it was Mikowski that mentioned it. Answered back, Bubu had 11 straight kills, so even off of that killing spree from Trippy, Bubu Dubu rose from adversity, met that 5 with 11 kills of an own, and that was the end score in game 3, 11-5. So it came down to just a battle of wills, and that ultimately that's why you see Bubu Dubu staying on that winner's bracket side.
All right, Mikowski, I'm going to put you on the spot again. I want to know, who do you think's going to come out on top in this grand final?
I got Bubu Dubu. I've had him since the very beginning. Unfortunately, we started off on the desk with Garrett and Tony, so we weren't able to give some of those early predictions. But I promise I had Bubu Dubu written down somewhere here on the setup. But no, real talk, I really do think Bubu Dubu wins this. Now, let me tell you what, it's going to be extremely difficult. And you might be thinking, yeah, but Mikowski, didn't Bubu Dubu just hit a killing frenzy to reverse sweep or reverse the game? Yes, he did. But that's exactly why it's going to be even more difficult, because getting a player like Trippy into a spot where he's going to get a killing frenzy against him is so rare. It's like getting I don't know what the most rare medal is in Halo, but give him that. Can Bubu Dubu earn that medal 2 times? That's going to be the question on everyone's mind. But if you ask me, like you did, I'd say he's up to the task.
I like it. Well, we have once again done a little bit of a shakedown. 4th place going to StelluR, 3rd place to Sav. And then, of course, we got $6 grand for first, $4 grand for second. Woo! That's $10,000 in this next matchup right here. Half of the entire sum of the series of these 4 events. This is the 5th, the grand finale. But I do want to mention, you can sign up for this again, because this is going to happen again. 20 grand going to be on the line. Same exact format. 4 qualifiers just in about a month, guys. So you can, the registration's already open. Start.gg/Xbox, guys. That is what we're pushing right now. You can already sign up for the next one, and I'll tell you, this next one's going to be mid-season, right? So if you're an amateur or a pro-am or somebody that's just like scratching the surface of one of these like partnered teams or top 8 teams, this might be your chance to get in and get a chance to win some good money in this event. So I gotta ask, if there was a 1v1 between all of us here, myself, Tools, why not, Magic, Mikowski, Magic, who do you think's coming out on top?
I'm gonna take it. What are you talking about, Brandon?
Man, you stole the words right out of my mouth. And you know what? I don't even need to hear from Mikowski. I already know that he would have said Magic as well.
What? No, did you not see that killing frenzy I hit with Dr. Lupo the other week? Absolutely not. I'm taking y'all down. I'm taking everyone down.
Let's go. Hey, congratulations, by the way. We are vamping a little bit. We're waiting for the lobby to get set up, but I promise you we're not going to miss anything in the grand final. But how was that experience getting a chance to play with Dr. Lupo there, Mikowski?
That was absolutely amazing. It actually is a wild story. So I'll make it short, but right after Dr. Lupo signed with YouTube and went away from Twitch, they took away his check mark. So I guess Dr. Lupo, a frequent lurker in the channel, I didn't know this. That's another reason why if you're a small streamer, bring it every single time, man, because you never know who's watching. Anyways, Dr. Lupo's lurking in chat, ends up typing for the first time, but he doesn't have that check mark. So I was convinced. I'm an XBL kid. Somebody posed, somebody stole the gamer tag, and I had him banned. I had him ripped out of there. And then I look in my Twitter DMs, and it's the actual Dr. Lupo, and he's like, hey, yo, bro, you just banned me on your Twitch channel. So it was amazing. We got to team up with Elamite as well, the Halo 3 national champion, and Eli X, who I was sleeping not on the floor, or excuse me, not only sleeping on the floor with, but sleeping on the floor outside of the hotel room in Orlando 2010. We go way back, and look at us now, man. From sleeping on the floor outside the hotel room to making the dream a reality and living and making a career and a life around Halo and esports and gaming. You love to see it.
Absolutely. The come up has been absolutely real. Well, while we still have a little moment, let's go ahead and take a moment to reminisce on the series as a whole, right? We had 4 qualifiers, and we've gotten to this point where we are now. Magic, what have been some of your favorite moments thus far?
I mean, I can already tell you what my #1 most favorite moment is. And Mikowski and I have talked about this in prepping for the show today. And I have to say my favorite cast, my favorite moment was actually when Gunplexion broke the GAs on Live Fire. I believe it was in week #2. And he was up against, I want to say Invictid in that matchup. Yeah. And he was down a couple of kills. He scoops up the heat wave, and then he even goes so far as to grab the overshield. And it was just mad chaos at that point. What is happening? There was so much emotion, I think, in that matchup. This was the game 1 of that series, by the way, and this is kind of what started the ball rolling, because Gunplexion was really frustrated by the camo, as you see him shooting it there on screen, and then that kind of culminated in the GA break in game #2. But honestly, that's gonna live on in my memory moving forward.
Yeah, definitely an intense moment, and it's kind of the first time that we've seen anything like that. But it does remind me, right? StelluR broke GAs here in the finale. He pulls out the Mangler with 20. I guess when he pulled the Mangler, there's about 30 seconds.
15.
He closed the distance, and with 10 seconds, 15 seconds, whatever it may have been, used the Mangler, got a kill, tied the game, pushed into overtime. But I'll say, Deity, he was quick to go grab the OS and push and get his kill right back. I mean, would you do anything different there, Mikowski? If somebody breaks GAs, I mean, is that's kind of your only choice, right? It's like, all right, well, it's out the window. You gotta even the playing field.
Adapt, get good, get a Mangler, I guess, would be the rallying call. But yeah, some of my favorite moments from this Honda Fan Cup has not only been the competitors, but the community. If it weren't for all of y'all in the chats showing support, showing the energy and enthusiasm that you have for Halo, we wouldn't be running it back in like a couple weeks for another Honda Fan Cup 1v1 series presented by Xbox. So again, a huge shout out to Honda, a huge shout out to Xbox, as we now set our sights on the grand finals. Trippy versus Bubu Dubu. Trippy winning the world championship with OpTic. Bubu Dubu individually finishing 2nd in KD at Worlds. So we could not have a better heavyweight matchup here. And if you're Trippy, you're looking across the room at your teammate Lucid, who won MVP and the world championships. Here's an opportunity to maybe one better, or at least match them with a 1v1 championship of your own. We talk about the history and legacy of these 1v1s. Zios in Halo 1. Halo 2, it was K to the Arma. A couple years after that, we had Ace winning, I believe, the largest prize pool an individual's ever won in Halo history with that $1 million 1v1. And now we have the Honda Fan Cup, which, my goodness, can you imagine if we do 3 or 4 of these online and it culminates around the World Championships with the LAN event? I'm not saying, I'm not trying to speak anything into existence here, but this needs to be celebrated. This needs to continue on, and I'm excited to see it run back here in just a couple weeks.
I couldn't agree more. I would love to see this, in a LAN environment, because we all know online play, it's a whole nother beast. There's nothing that compares to LAN, and this game is amazing on LAN. So I would love to see something like that happen. If there's anybody listening from Honda or anybody that has that type of funding, let's make it happen. Hit up LVT, man. We'll help you. We know arenas, we know whatever we may need. But I'll say that I just witnessed Bubu Dubu get into the lobby, so for the first time, it looks like we're about to be ready to go. But really quickly, right? I want you guys to give us a little bit of a pre-show here. We're gonna compare the hero shots from each CS of Bubu Dubu and Trippy. I'm curious, Magic. Here we go. Who do you think? Which of these do you think looks better? Here's Bubu, right? We'll just give you a quick little glance, and then back over to Trippy.
You're putting me in a tough spot here, Brandon, to judge these reels because they're both fire. But I don't know, Bubu Dubu, his mustache is iconic. He did it today on the other stream as well. He did the little the smiley face that he painted on the side of the wall when he was winning the game number 3. I just like his personality, right? It's easy to like somebody like Bubu Dubu.
All right, thank you for that, Magic. Thank you for entertaining me here. All right, the vamping is over, the players are ready, the GAs have been discussed. So Tools and Tony, they're gonna be our casters here in the grand finals. Get excited, everybody, because it's Bubu Dubu versus Trippy, and we got $10,000 in prize pool for both of these players. Let's hear it from Tools.
Bubu Dubu's been waiting, watching as the elimination bracket unfolded. Trippy is back for his revenge. And I have a feeling, Tony, this one might be going the distance. I have a bracket reset on mind if I'm being realistic about the options out here.
Well, I mean, that's a good bet going into this grand finals. The last time these two matched up was right here in the winners finals not too long ago, and it did go the distance. It did go all the way to a game number 3, and it was Bubu Dubu that reigned supreme. Maybe we see something different. Maybe we do see that bracket reset. Maybe we see 2 game 3s. All I know is that I know game number 1 is gonna be on recharge. Tell me about the keys to success to winning a 1v1 here on this very map.
It's all about the shock rifle, getting that thing in your hands and hitting the great shots. Make sure you're controlling that. Did we see a camo GA over there? I think they said same as old, so I'm not sure what the GAs were in the winners final, but I'm hoping that we get to see another camouflage up for grabs once again, and that shock rifle is going to be putting in some mighty work.
I'm sure it is, man. That shock rifle it's absolutely impressive, especially when you combined it with the grapple. We kind of talked about this a few times with the sword not in play, but even sometimes even the active camouflage not being in play. Having that shock rifle, when you hit that perfect headshot, it's beautiful. When you miss, you really give your opponent the advantage to be able to close the distance and win that individual gunfight, especially if they catch you in open field. So one great utility to combine it with is the grapple. You grapple right out of it, take a long rotation all the way around glass, all the way through the long haul, and just be able to get a free reset where normally you're positioned in a terrible spot to begin with, because you just didn't hit that headshot with the shock rifle right off the rip. It does look like Bubu Dubu is an open up with the opening kill and already makes his way over toward the shock rifle spawn. And you talked about how important his weapon is. We talked about this as a very combination. Bubu Dubu has it right off the rip.
And Bubu's one of the best with this weapon in his hands. If he gets an opportunity, you can imagine he's going to be hitting his shots. Trippy getting awfully aggressive underneath, and if I'm Bubu, I'm not taking this challenge. I'm getting back to the safety, going back to the namesake of Trippy. In this corner, Bubu Dubu tries to survive. Is he able to get away? Trippy, I mean, what a dominating force he's been in this early game, pushing Bubu down even though he has none of the power weapons.
But exactly what we talked about before, Bubu Dubu was able to rotate with that grapple, but Trippy is hunting him down with the repulse, cuts off that angle, sends him out into no man's land, and that's going to be an easy kill, or at least making it look easy. Does Trippy to tie things up. Shock rifle now in the hands of the world champion. Does he know that Bubu Dubu spawns right next to him? Oh, I promise you, next time, that's going to be an easy headshot. That's going to be a clean one. That first one might have been a warning shot, but my gosh, Bubu Dubu, watch out.
Trippy was able to get away with his life, and now he's going to try to take the full rotation back to top tower. I don't think Bubu Dubu's going to expect this. As Trippy now has the ability to dictate the pace of this game. And the question is, does he want to keep playing fast, right? We've seen so many fast plays in the beginning of this game. Now Trippy starting to change his pace quite a bit. Wants to play for that camouflage with the grapple. They both have grapples. But Trippy has the better position. Looks like he's just going to grapple this camo away, pop it on. And now he's gone dark, and Bubu Dubu, well, he's in trouble.
We watch Trippy strip away this shock rifle, and now he strips away the camouflage as well. One shot goes down to Bubu Dubu. I love how patient he's playing this. Bubu Dubu was expecting him to get aggressive with, especially with the camouflage and the one-shot player. But as Trippy's trying to relocate, Bubu Dubu throws a beautiful sticky grenade, turns the tides in his favor despite the fact that Trippy had the camo. Bubu Dubu makes him pay for the passive play.
You gotta hit your shots right there, Trippy. Had so many opportunities, couldn't get the finish, tried to get away. Bubu Dubu said, "Here, have something to go." Gave him the stick, and now Trippy's back in his face once again. Bubu Dubu, if I'm in his position, I'm just using these grapples, get away from this fight, and then reposition yourself to fight for the shock rifle once again. Unfortunately, Trippy's gonna be able to find that kill. Bubu Dubu goes down, and now shock rifle grapple in the hands of Trippy.
Bubu Dubu obviously wasn't aware that Trippy was a master at Ring Around the Rosie, one of the best in all of kindergarten. Let me tell you, St. Patrick's Kindergarten was absolutely ran by Trippy's Ring Around the Rosie play, and now Recharge gonna be ran behind his shock rifle play, combining that with the grapple. Once again, we talked about how deadly the combination is before, and Trippy has just that. He also has an easy headshot, lines it up, takes Bubu Dubu down, and now a 1-kill lead in favor of OpTic's Trippy.
And now some great positioning from Trippy. Has that top tower, but then better reticle placement from him as well. Perfectly positioned. Bubu Dubu walks into the crosshairs. It's an easy shot to hit. Trippy gets the kill, and now growing his lead to double 4-2. This shock rifle, it starts to show in the feed. Camo once again for him. Let's see if he stalls us. No, he's not. He's going to have until the 26-second mark of the 7th minute for this camouflage.
Things going from bad to worse here for Bubu Dubu. Not only you're down by 2 kills, but now you allow Trippy to have the most dangerous combination in the game. I said grapple shock rifle was nice, but a camouflage, grapple, and shock rifle, that is nothing to mess with. And you catch him hiding in the corner, somehow not able to hit the headshot. Bubu Dubu able to get away, but not for long, because Peter Parker able to hunt him down, close the distance, finishes off the one-shot Bubu Dubu, and now that's a 3-kill lead in favor of, I'm sorry, did I say Peter Parker? I'm sorry, Joey Taylor, my bad. They sound alike.
We saw Bubu Dubu do so much to get away, but Trippy just being frustrating to deal with. As Bubu thought maybe he could get his life back once again. Trippy slow plays it. You have a feeling that Trippy just knows exactly where Bubu's at. I mean, it's scary how well he's tracked. I know he's not, but I mean, if someone was gonna make a case for it, that was about as perfect of a track as you could get. Trippy just perfectly predicting Bubu Dubu's movement.
I mean, they've matched up quite a few times in the past. I'm just saying, he knows Bubu Dubu's movements there with the curve slide right into the disruptor shots. Beautifully played. Not only does that damage, but he'll never, it seems like he'll never get his shields back as that trickle damage starts to come in and really slows you down. Luckily, Trippy's eventually able to get those shields resetting just a bit. Bubu Dubu decides not to push the action too much. I wonder if that's because the shock rifle was coming up, and now Bubu Dubu has one over toward the battle edge side. That's exactly what happened. So now plays might get electrifying here as you combine the disruptor and the shock rifle in the hands of Bubu Dubu, and he's gonna steal away the active camouflage as well.
Well, that might be actually the most impressive play we've seen all day. I can't get that camo from that top tower position anymore, man. It feels like it's impossible sometimes, but Bubu Dubu making it look easy, and he has a disruptor shock rifle combination. Unorthodox play, but like you said, the damage over time is so deadly. with this shock pistol, especially with the camouflage in the back pocket. You can catch Trippy by surprise. You're going to be in a great spot, but
Oh no!
that's about the worst possible spot to lose it. Trickle damage in. Man, that is frustrating for Trippy. He just can't get his shields back.
Once the active camouflage wore off, it lets your opponent know almost exactly where you are. You hear that wear from across the map, and almost deadly there. Luckily, Bubu Dubu still able to get that height advantage. Disruptor pistol in the back pocket, shock rifle in hands. Still down by 3 kills. Trippy having all the advantage in the world right now, so Bubu Dubu has to be careful. He cannot afford to give away any lives. I'm just waiting for him to check. Just shoot that weapon pad just to check to see where Trippy's at. It'd be an excellent play at this point because I'm pretty sure those shots would hit him as Trippy's hiding right under the bat ledge.
Trippy slowing this down. You know he heard that jump from Bubu Dubu. Okay, here we go. Engagement. I thought it was going to happen. Here we go. Bubu Dubu's back. He's checking all the corners. Does he know that Trippy has gotten behind him once again? There we go. The fight's in. The stick. I thought that stick was almost guaranteed to hit Tony.
I'm not going to lie. So did I. Where did Trippy's sticky go? I would love to watch that from his point of view. Bubu Dubu, because of that, ends up coming out not only alive in the situation, but steals away the camouflage again. Shock rifle, disruptor, a couple of grapples, and of course the camouflage in the hands of Bubu Dubu. Back in Halo 5, he was considered one of the best camouflage players in the game, and you see him put it to work right there once again, mastering the sandbox. That disruptor is such a pain, especially in 1v1 gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, the trickle damage, we saw how effective it was in that fight, right? Bubu Dubu gets the EMP off, and suddenly Trippy, he has to make a decision. Am I going to challenge, or am I going to let my shields just dissipate for a prolonged period of time? He decides to take the challenge, but Bubu Dubu gets the advantage for every second it takes for Trippy to get back in that fight. Eventually gets the kill, and that stick, I can't believe it missed. It looked perfect. As Trippy finds himself in trouble, Bubu Dubu trying to get this game tied up.
Bubu Dubu able to make his way over toward the tower side. Trippy backs down over toward the goal, but as Bubu Dubu is being the aggressor, replenishes his grapple. Trippy now going to chase him down just a bit. Trippy having that height advantage, but Bubu Dubu, all he has to do is just line up one headshot. Shreds Trippy, works on the spawns. He can easily come back in this game. There is plenty of time here as long as he values his life.
Trippy's playing with fire, trying to come out this corner. He has the commando. He knows how fast that thing can melt. But Bubu Dubu, oh no, Trippy! He predicted the escape route perfectly, keeps Bubu Dubu weak, but couldn't get the finish. What a play from the side of Trippy.
We're a little over 2 minutes on the clock and active camouflage coming up. This camouflage is so important. And as of right now, Trippy having all of the positioning for it. Bubu Dubu forced to back down, forced to forfeit this camouflage onto Trippy.
What a play by Bubu Dubu. Absolutely phenomenal play. Bubu Dubu saw that the camo was picked up. He instantly hit the grapple outside, hit the roof, said, I'm going. He saw the camo get popped on by Trippy, and Trippy did not expect Bubu Dubu to arrive. The damage comes through, and Trippy couldn't get the finish. The sticky explodes. It's tied game. The disruptor pistol has been devastating thus far.
Bubu Dubu may just be the fastest man on recharge. Wow. To be able to hunt down Trippy the moment he grabbed that active camouflage, it took split-second timing. And that decision-making definitely paying off for Bubu Dubu, tying things up at 5 apiece. A few shots to work with this shock rifle. Not sure exactly how much. Okay, plenty of ammo here with the disruptor. So Bubu Dubu feeling confident right now. Less than a minute on the clock here. Trippy's been playing this so slow. And that's because he's crouching. He wants to get within Needler range. We haven't seen much of the Needler so far today, but man, we know how dangerous Trippy can do it. He used it against DeitySam time and time again. It might have been one of the reasons why he was able to dominate on this very map in the final qualifier. Shock rifle versus Needler. Who will come out on top?
Man, I'm bubu dubu. I want to get confident. You get one shot with that shock rifle, that headshot wins the game. 20 seconds left. I don't really want this one to go to overtime. Checking all these corners. He does have the better position for camouflage coming up soon, but if you do play for the camouflage, you are playing for overtime. It pops up right when the overtime clock hits. Trippy doesn't have any plans to move anytime soon. He knows how deadly that shock rifle can be.
Overtime.
3 minutes to work with now.
Perfect.
Ooh, but one less life for Trippy. Bubu dubu perfectly using that camouflage as bait, concealing his presence. Hits himself a perfect kill with the shock rifle. Well played by bubu dubu. Trippy hiding in the corner for a minimum 30 seconds right now. Bubu dubu goes left when he should have gone right. With that, the camouflage should be gone by the time both of these players re-engage here, but it's still a 1 kill lead in favor of G1's bubu dubu.
Yeah, camo going to run out in just a few seconds, and now bubu dubu has to get it done while fully visible. Trippy smart to hide in that corner. If bubu dubu would have checked, though, it would have had devastating results for Trippy. Trippy's still in this game, but you gotta start making plays.
Good reversal.
Bubu dubu started to heat up with this shock rifle. What a perfect shot.
My gosh. Bubu dubu shutting down the entire recharge, shutting down the arena with that shot, which is also important because, again, look at the timer.
Reversal.
As he hits yet another one, a 3-kill lead seemingly out of nowhere. You have a minute and 43 seconds to take down bubu dubu 3 times just to tie things up. Trippy had control for much of this game, but so far he is desperately on the ropes as bubu dubu is closing in for the knockout blow here in game 1.
Yeah, now Trippy can't give any warning. You know, you just gotta go straight in, take these gunfights, and bubu dubu's just gonna pick you apart with that desperation. And looks like Trippy decides to end the game a bit early. They went to overtime. Everything hinged on that camouflage. Bubu dubu was smart to play it as a bait, hit the headshot, and from there it was too much to overcome. And the unsung hero really was that disruptor pistol. I mean, the EMP effect was so deadly in that first game.
Bubu dubu looking like Static Shock, combining that disruptor and the shock rifle combination. Yo, tell me you watched a little bit of, you a real one. I know you watched Static Shock back then. That was my stuff
sick,
right there.
Bro.
He put a shock to his system.
Static Shock was, I think, the coolest one. I did, because, you know, I went to Worlds. They gave me a Paramount Plus subscription because I was a VIP. Shout out to all the VIPs at Worlds.
Okay.
They have Danny Phantom on Paramount Plus.
Oh, okay.
It was does not hold up. Let me tell you that, Tony. I mean, when's the last time you watched Danny Phantom?
Wait, doesn't hold up? You're crazy, bro.
I think the first game, I watched the first episode. I was like, this isn't as good as I remember it being. But
well, you know what
I will say, I think Static Shock would hold up.
Oh, I'll tell you something else that holds up this tournament so far, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't been the biggest fan of 1v1 gameplay and casting. I just most of the time it isn't the most fun to watch. However, I've been loving every moment of this tournament. The Honda Fan Cup has been phenomenal. $20,000 spread across 4 qualifiers, and today's finale. The winner of this series is gonna be $6,000 richer. Excuse me, let me say that one more time. $6,000 richer just for one player. I'm just saying, they lucky I wasn't in there. I'll tell you right now, man. I can use a disruptor. I can use it. I can use a shock rifle sometimes.
Yeah, you know what? I think you definitely could have taken that first game, Tony. I'm just, you know, it's a shame that you have to be casting instead of playing it. Well, bubu dubu, I think he's practiced some starts right there. That grenade landed perfectly at the feet of Trippy, and this is what I love to see. Bubu dubu juggling the camouflage away. He's gonna wait until a prolonged period of time to pop this camouflage. Trippy gets the spot, but you don't even have to pop it into this fight. You wait as long as you possibly can to pop this camouflage. And here we go, 29 seconds. And Trippy, he can't be sure whether bubu dubu has popped this yet or not. Bubu dubu.
Dubu using that camouflage to close the distance despite not having the shields to work with. As Trippy goes airborne, Bubu Dubu takes him down. And you know I say it all the time, what goes up must come down. Bubu Dubu has himself a 2-0 lead. And if that series scoreline represents what he has right now, it's going to be over and he'll be crowned your champion. It is Trippy that is on the ropes coming out of the elimination bracket. Not only would Trippy have to win back-to-back games to come out with the win here, he'll have to do it again in the second series.
I know Trippy wanted to look fresh. I didn't know Bubu Dubu was giving out haircuts like that. Hit him right on the hairline. Able to get the kill up 3-0, and I have a feeling Bubu Dubu's not stopping anytime soon. This is his chance to put on the performance to get that star-studded victory that he's wanted so long, to be the best 1v1 player. And Trippy has been phenomenal throughout his qualifier in today's tournament, but I believe Bubu Dubu's come to play, and this is going to be his game to take home.
Thrust in the hands of Bubu Dubu. Camouflage coming up in 10 seconds. Excellent damage from Trippy, not taking much whatsoever as Bubu Dubu backs down. Trippy advances forward just a bit. A bit more damage like that will net him an active camouflage grab. Actually, he doesn't even need to do the damage whatsoever. Slides right in, activates, even has the audacity to go back for the thrust. Trippy feeling confident in his movement. And will it pay off? You're down by 3 kills to Bubu Dubu. Able to make it into the yellow base. Excellent shots onto Bubu. Gonna finish him off quickly. And finally, we see Trippy on the board with just a slight bit of camouflage to work with.
Incredible play by Trippy, right? Able to get that camouflage away while Bubu Dubu was putting him under pressure. Then was fast on the retake. This is a chance to really start to tie things up. Bubu Dubu in trouble towards the utility. First shot was in for Trippy. The final shot might be for Bubu Dubu, though. He backs Trippy down to 1. Bubu Dubu comes around the corner, but Trippy has the better reticle placement, gets the kill, and cuts the lead down to 1.
One of the first times we saw the sidekick come into play was in the hands of Bubu Dubu earlier in the tournament, but Trippy uses it right against him. You said it before, you said he's the best commando player in the game right now. Well, his sidekick ain't too shabby either. Trippy going right back in for the reach out. Bubu Dubu down to 1 shot, has done no damage. Back to Trippy, and now he's painted into a corner. 1 grenade, and Bubu Dubu exits that corner right in the nick of time, but he's still not in the most favorable situation. He still finds himself in a non-advantageous position. Trippy hawking him down from the top middle of the map.
Trippy putting those long range sidekick shots in, and a little unfortunate for Trippy. You know, he wanted to finish that one out. Bubu Dubu was hanging on by a thread, but Bubu Dubu gets his shields back. But Trippy has the perfect gun for this engagement. Thrust is up. Trippy trying to use that as a bait, but Bubu Dubu not biting. He goes all the way back to the high hall. And Trippy trying to play a patient game here. He's going to get the first shot downrange. Bubu Dubu's responding back. Trippy backing down for now, but Bubu Dubu had plans of his own. He got the thrust away. Well, that bait not going to be successful now. Bubu Dubu, he's got the camouflage to work with. A complete reversal of the position. Trippy blundering away the camouflage.
Bubu Dubu's so good at using that damage as a distraction from to get exactly what he wants, and then once he gets it, plays his advantages almost perfectly. The damage down to Trippy, forcing him to back down to the closet as Bubu Dubu steals the active camouflage. Close the distance with them, just perfectly played, but now can he play those spawns the same way? They've been a little wonky today, let's be honest. Bubu Dubu making sure he checks the gold side of the map, but Trippy's all the way on the blue side. I wonder if he's gonna figure that out at the right moment. Camouflage no longer in play right now, but he still has a sidekick to work with.
Trippy knows how vital it is to stay close in this game. You can't give up a free kill to Bubu Dubu. Every kill that you give up makes the comeback harder and harder. Trippy's able to get this thrust away. Now he has the utility that he wants to take this gunfight. He can be confident coming around this corner, and this commando rifle I think is going to be the difference maker. If he can hit the shots, he's going to get this kill faster than Bubu Dubu can ever anticipate. But it's about finding the first shot downrange, and so far Trippy being a little frisky moving around this map. He wants to move as much as possible and keep his position unpredictable to Bubu Dubu.
the Commando's so good at chipping away at the shields of your opponent, but it's really deadly in the hands of a player like Trippy, who not only can shred you down to one shot, but he can even finish off those kills. As we see the first damage go in favor of Bubu Dubu. He doesn't take any response, but as Trippy feels safe enough to go in for the active camouflage, Bubu Dubu goes right in, uses it as bait. So even this time, Bubu Dubu not able to get a hold of the active camouflage, still uses it in a way to steal that kill. Well played by Bubu Dubu, a 5-2 lead in what might just be a closeout game.
Oh, Bubu Dubu's owning Trippy on the top cross. Trippy did get the thrust, but Bubu Dubu put down a massive damage input right there. It's going to keep Trippy back for now. Trippy just needs to get a confident fight, but Bubu Dubu is just a robot at the top of mid, not missing shots. Every time Trippy tries to find an engagement, he's quickly down 2-3 shots.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what they feeding them boys over at G1, but I don't know if he was moving like this over on FaZe, man. I'm telling you, Bubu Dubu looking diffy on Gamers First. And he might just be our first champion here in the Honda Cup. Remember, there's gonna be more action going on later this month when you guys can get involved as well. It's called the Fan Cup for a reason. Us fans can get involved and maybe earn ourselves a little bit of money. 5-2 lead still in favor of Bubu Dubu. Trippy having the height advantage, but every single time he seems to get an advantage onto Bubu Dubu, there's something that happens where Jesse's able to just turn the tides. Trippy rocking the commando and thrust combination. Is this exactly what he's looking for? Can he finally get on the board once again?
Oh, perfect reticle placement by Trippy, and that's going to lead to a kill that he desperately needed. Not missing one shot between his commando and battle rifle, now just down by 2. Camouflage coming up soon. The last 2 times this camo has been in play, Trippy has gotten destroyed by the results. Bubu Dubu snuck away with the first and got a kill. The second time it was bait. This time I feel like Trippy, you should be going for this camo. You can't be wasting this time. Bubu Dubu, he's gonna get up high. He's gonna see the pop. Bubu Dubu still has a chance in this fight. Bubu Dubu. Oh my god, the commando's shredding Trippy. Oh my god, Bubu Dubu.
Somebody GA'd that head glitch. That head glitch was disgusting. Did you see Bubu Dubu barely showing any part of his sparring whatsoever as Trippy thought he was able to close the distance, and then bop, 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 that commando comes in and it shreds the shields of Trippy. Another big kill by Bubu Dubu. Finally, Trippy able to gain the advantage he was looking for and actually finish and close it out, because time and time again, he gains that advantage, but Bubu Dubu makes some type of play to get him right back in it. Just a 2-kill game, 3 minutes on the clock. Bubu Dubu spawning and then immediately firing right at the world champion.
He started to shake his head at the world champ. He said, hey, I understand that you might have won the big one, but I'm coming back. I'm showing what I got in season 2. And I like this commando pistol combination, getting rid of that BR. That's when you know a man's feeling real cracked out. Bubu Dubu's been trying to get that next kill. If he can get one more kill, it feels like this game will be out of reach. But Trippy has just been a thorn in the side, keeping himself in this game. But here we go. Trippy's coming up close. It's the pistol of Bubu Dubu. He gets the shots down range. Trippy's coming back for a fight. Slowing it down for now. Commando getting back in the pocket. Trippy, incredibly talented with this weapon in hand. Wants to take Bubu Dubu to town, but Bubu Dubu doesn't want any part of that engagement. Repositions, and they'll fight in a different day.
And I don't think Trippy can afford to allow these free rotations for Bubu Dubu to get out of these situations and eat away at the shot clock. As camouflage is coming up, Bubu Dubu running away over towards the fridge side. Trippy not gonna allow him to get away. Doubles right back for the active camouflage. Many would have played that camo and allowed Bubu Dubu a free regain of the shields, but not Trippy, having the wherewithal to be able to hunt them down, get secured that kill, and go right back in for the camouflage. Just 2 kills is definitely possible, but things are still looking in the favor of Bubu Dubu.
The problem is I think Trippy predicted a yellow spawn. Bubu Dubu gets a blue. And that's going to mean this camouflage is really not going to be any of use. And now everything comes down to this next kill, right? If Bubu Dubu gets the next kill, this game is over. Trippy needs to ice up
And his next engagement, Bubu Dubu, he's on his perch, sitting high at the top of blue, looking at the land ahead of him, saying, "This is my domain. Trippy, you're gonna have to fight for your life."
Trippy may be the reigning HS world champion, but does he know that he's going against the St. Mary's Kindergarten hide and seek champion in Bubu Dubu? You can't find him. You can't shoot what you can't find. Trippy, you're on the wrong side of the map, brother. Keep checking those corners and get to the blue side. The time is dwindling. 40 seconds on the clock, and we know even if Trippy's able to get this kill, it has 8 seconds to respawn, and now Bubu Dubu's fighting back here. Trippy right back in for the reach out, able to secure himself a kill, and with 30 seconds, that might be just enough time for Trippy to find Bubu and go in for the challenge. I'm not sure if Bubu can hide off a spawn, unless he gets a wonky one. It looks like hard to spawn. No way Trippy expects that. No way he expects it.
He's for sure checking out yellow. If Bubu Dubu rotates to blue, Trippy's gonna run out of time. If I'm Bubu though, I'm putting this thing out with an exclamation point. Take the challenge. Let's get this one going. 5 seconds remaining. Trippy looking for Bubu. He's at the back of the base. He spotted him, but the time runs out. Bubu Dubu survives. He's leaving a smile for all of us at home. $6,000 richer. The man with the stash making G1 proud.
You can't shoot what you can't find, and Bubu Dubu played it perfectly time and time again. He made sure he kept his eyes on the clock. Every single time you saw Bubu Dubu put down that damage and get that rotation, rotates around the map, he's eating away at that time until eventually he uses that time against you. Not only is the commando and the camouflage and the thrust, not only are those weapons on Aquarius, but time is as well, and it's a commodity that neither player could waste. Bubu Dubu able to steal that game, steal that series, and steals the tournament win. $6,000 here for the Honda Fan Cup.
It's dull my heart. Most importantly, these plays like this one. It looked as if Trippy had all the advantage, camouflage in hand. Bubu Dubu comes out on top. Bubu Dubu did that multiple times in the tournament, but shout out to Trippy for always keeping it close. Every time it felt like Bubu Dubu was gonna pull away, Trippy would find the critical kill, but Bubu Dubu proved to be too strong. He got that 3-kill lead and really milked it for as long as he could. When he got away on this, when he got this next spawn, Trippy gets the camouflage. Bubu Dubu wasted 1 minute and 30 seconds off the clock, and by the time Trippy gets it to 1, it's too little, too late. Not able to track him down, Bubu Dubu secures his victory.
It's so crazy to me that Trippy, with his unorthodox playstyle, was able to just find so many angles and attack Bubu Dubu from so many different ways. And there was many times where Trippy seemed to be favorable in some of these individual gunfights, but then you just see these crazy plays. One thing that kind of stands out to me in my mind was when Trippy had top mid. He had the camouflage, he had the thrust, he flies at Bubu Dubu over towards the P side, and Bubu Dubu finds some crazy head glitch with the commando where you can barely see him. I just think the plays like that, the craziness that Bubu Dubu was able to come in, and this was just one. It chased him down. He has these advantages time and time again. Trippy had them, but Bubu Dubu would make some kind of crazy play. Maybe this one. Oh my gosh, look at that. And with shots like that, how do you lose? With shots like that, how do you lose? It's crazy.
Yeah, Bubu Dubu really found the victory there. And let's go back to our analyst desk. Tony, I had a great time casting with you. Let's see what these guys had to say about this phenomenal tournament we had today.
Wow, congratulations to Bubu Dubu and Trippy, both earning a good grip of cash, but Bubu Dubu coming out on top. I'm not gonna lie, I would have called him an underdog as far as who's gonna win this entire tournament, but I see you shaking your head, Magic. Let me know, what were you thinking?
I mean, Trippy is an incredible player. There's no doubt about it. World championship level even. But Bubu Dubu just showed up to more qualifiers, put in the work, and his 1v1 game just looked to be on another level. And he did prove Mikowski's prediction to be true as well.
Nothing wrong with that. Mikowski, what are your thoughts, man?
Bubu Dubu, like I said earlier, joining those elusive ranks of 1v1 legends. like I said earlier, again, would love to see this culminate on land at some point, but for now, we have ourselves a 1v1 champion. Jesse Bubu Dubu Moiler is his name, and he looked great in that series. And if I had to pick a moment, it had to come down to game 1 overtime. I think it was 5-5, right? So Bubu Dubu with 5 kills in 12 minutes, and then in the next 3 minutes gets another 5 kills. So that when I look at and I evaluate players, when I see that ability to flip the switch and to turn it on at a moment's notice, at will, almost like literally willing yourself to victory, that's what I saw from Bubu Dubu, and he carried it into game 2 and won decidedly 2-0 against Trippy, which, let's be honest, Magic, you probably needed to beat Trippy 2-0, because as soon as you crack open that window, he's busting right through it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He didn't want to give Trippy a chance. He didn't want to go back to a game speed like they saw in the winners finals, right? He wanted to get it done and dusted. He wanted to ride that winners bracket momentum. And I think the overtime play in game number 1 that stood out to me was at the 148 mark, and the nail in the coffin, if you will, was the perfect kill in overtime from Bubu Dubu. We're creeping up on it right here. It's coming up on the next one. Like, that was a great play, but right here, this is my favorite moment, because I think this one was like, that's it. In my opinion, that was game. The last round of ammo in that shot rifle, the perfect shot comes through, and like you said, doubled up his score in overtime in just 3 minutes.
Yeah, and look at the score. Speaking of, 7-5, 2-kill game with 2 to go. So Trippy is pacing to be completely in it until that perfect headshot reversal from Bubu Dubu. A crack shot, no less, as he had really only the head to hit for Trippy. And maybe that was to Bubu Dubu's advantage here as he takes him down once again. And we talked about the snowball at the very beginning of the day, and it got very, very big towards the end, and Bubu Dubu rolling it all the way down the hill. It was a full avalanche after that OT performance in game 1.
This tournament definitely, like, it fulfilled everything that I could have wanted, and I'm so excited for there to be a round 2, and it's kicking off in just 3 weeks. Everybody can register and get signed up, and then obviously setting our sights on the round 2 finale in March.
Yeah, absolutely. The website to sign up and register is start.gg/Xbox. You're gonna see the former fan cup that we just completed, but you're also gonna see the next 5 events. There's 4 more qualifiers, $1,000 to grab for each one of those, and then once again a finale with 8 players with $16,000 up for grabs. This has been a lot of fun. I really want to thank Honda for getting that done for us. It was a lot of great coordination between 2 different production groups, admins, the competitors, and then of course I think, what was it, 1,800 players total that competed in this. Monstrous numbers, honestly. That is no easy task, so shout out to the admins. I know we had Icy Chiller, Brian Buckley, Maddie, Motobug, and then Rosie. So congratulations to you guys. There may have been more in the background. Those are just the ones that we had run-ins with. And if I'm not mistaken, right, what we're waiting for at this point in time is there's going to be an interview with Bubu Dubu. We're just waiting for that to get kicked off, and we're going to listen to it right here on the stream. But thank you to everybody for showing up. By the way, right, if anybody hasn't noticed yet, right, the name of the channel has changed, right? It went from Louis V Titan to LVT Halo, and what that is basically just a commitment from us to the community, right? This is a partnered channel, and this is a channel that I think that has been built from the ground up, and it belongs to the community. So like, this is kind of like our gift to you. We've been putting our heart and soul into everything that we've done. I think everybody can tell we get lots of great feedback. So thank you to everybody that tunes into our channel, because it makes a difference. And I'll tell you, we all have the same mission, and that mission is to save Halo. We want to see Halo succeed, and we're gonna do everything that we can. But nevertheless, Magic, Moonshot, any final thoughts after today's event?
Well, thank you, Brandon, for inviting me to be a part of this series. It was really incredible, especially being there for all 4 qualifiers and then building up to today's finale. It was really fun to be part of kind of a string of events like this, building those storylines together. And then obviously a huge thank you to Mikowski. He's been helping me out with VOD reviews. He's been giving me pointers, and he always does it in such like a gracious, positive way to help push me to get better. And I honestly, I don't know if I would be here casting today if he wasn't there pushing me to keep improving, to keep going.
Thank you for that. And then Mikowski, any words for the stream here?
Wow, that's high praise from a magical person in the community. Thank you, Magic, for that. And yeah, we talked about it in the green room. We are approaching this next season like we're competing. We talked about what would you do to try to win a world championship? You'd practice, you'd scrimmage, you'd watch film. Magic and I are doing all of that. So a huge testament to her and her commitment. And yeah, it's not easy sometimes getting done with the whole day of work, and then 6-7 o'clock rolls around and we do 2 to 3 hours of VOD review and practice. But when you have a talented, committed partner like this, it makes it really easy to put in the extra time and hours. And it's really cool to see it all culminate in a great show and something that the community seems to really enjoy. So again, thanks to the community.
Well, I think that you guys deserve the world, Magic, Mikowski, and then of course Tools and Tony also putting their heart and soul into these events. It's been 5 broadcasts that have honestly been a lot of fun. I gotta say, you know, I kind of, you know, I feel for Tony with what he was saying earlier, where 1v1 was kind of I was like, I don't know about 1v1s in Halo Infinite, but after like this whole score of events, right? Some of them were slow, but man, I have to say, right, the equipment played a bigger role than I really expected it to, and then the frequency of everything kind of just opened the door for all kinds of stuff. Repulsor on repulsor, sniper on sniper. We saw it all in these events, and wow, it's been amazing. I've seen more Halo than honestly I thought. I just, I mean, I've just seen better plays, better entertainment than I thought 1v1s could offer in Halo Infinite.
Today, I have to say this, Brandon. Today, I literally had a handful of literal jaw-dropping moments, like sitting here watching the gameplay and my jaw would just drop. And a lot of that is due to the players, but also obviously Tony and Tools, like just bringing that level of energy that like makes you want to be like glued to the screen. It was pretty incredible.
All right, well, it looks like we're perfect timing to catch the interview, so I'm going to toss it to the Xbox stream real quick. You guys enjoy the interview.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm just feeling good. That was a pretty fun day of Halo. Shout out to Honda for the tournament. It was a blast to play in. Shout out to G1 for supporting. Every day I wake up and I can't believe this is my life. So just appreciate them for staying in the scene, supporting the pro players, and yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. Firstly, though, I think the obvious question is, you know, how different is it playing in a 1v1 versus an organized, you know, 4v4 game? Because you could tell, like, just even the way the maps flow, the way the game flowed was just completely different in comparison to like when, you know, we're playing at a live event.
Oh yeah, it's like it's completely different. Like, I even changed my sensitivity and my FOV like to go lower because I'm only playing against one person. It's like it's tactical, you know what I mean? Like, if you're playing against one person, there's no reason not, because you don't have to whip to call outs. You don't have to like change targets. You're literally just playing one player. So I lowered my FOV, my sensitivity, and I think that, I mean, that helped a little bit, but it was all overall just a strategy too that helped a lot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was talking about some of the secrets in a 1v1 format where, you know, always having grenades in your back pocket to secure some of these kills. If they do get away, of course, having the grapple on recharge at all times to get away or to secure some of these kills is so important. Is there any initial tips, one or two or couple, or if you want to hide them all to yourself, that's perfectly fine. But in terms of all that, is there anyone you would advise in terms of like any tips you'd give to anyone who's potentially going to compete in a competition in the future at the Honda Fan Cup?
Yeah, I mean, save your grenades. And always just like stock up on grenades. That's one big thing. I think when I qualified for the finale, I played against StelluR on Livefire, and I stuck him. I think I had like 4 sticks in one game against him. So, I mean, yeah, utility is very important in 1v1s because you could just keep like restocking, keep reloading. And then another thing is just listening to your sound cues. I think sound cues are very important. You don't have a radar, but you could pretty much tell where the other person is coming from if you just listen to your sound cues and play correctly.
Yeah, no, of course. Go for it, Jackie. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I just wanted to ask as well about obviously the disruptor getting used in the recharge game, because obviously we never really saw any disruptor use basically the whole event until you started pulling it out and just absolutely murking with it. Was that just a kind of on the fly choice? Or was that something that was in the back pocket and just sort of you had an opportunity to use it?
Well, I know how like powerful it is. I use it a lot, and I use it in the qualifier, some of the qualifier matches, but like it just felt so like overpowered and like corny that like I kind of like made hidden rule with myself. Like I'm not gonna use it unless the other person picks it up. So once he picked it up and got a kill on me, I decided to I was like, all right, you use it on me once, I'll show you, I'm gonna use it too.
No mercy.
Yeah, because it's really
I like
good.
that.
I mean, you start chaining the person, they can't get their health back, and it's pretty overpowered for 1v1s. But it's fair play. So.
Well, man, the HCS season is right around the corner. Want to, kind of get your thoughts, and of course, the floor is yours. Shout out to any that you want to give, obviously to the G1 boys, but and also just curious to see what happens with you for next season. What you got?
Yeah, roster mania has been a very long process. It's also been a long off season. So, yeah, roster mania was a long process, but G1 finally has a roster. It's looking like so. Hopefully we get to announce that pretty soon. I can't wait to compete in the 4v4 tournaments. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and like I said, man, I'm just very blessed to be in the position that I am, and I can't wait to just keep playing.
Hey, man. Well, as someone who's been following your career since the very beginning, it's been incredible to see you just continue to succeed, and no matter what you do. So congratulations, brother. Well earned, well deserved. Looking forward to seeing what you do throughout the season. And who knows, maybe even the next Honda Fan Cup, because at this point, why stop now, man? Congrats, brother.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, there you heard it from the legend himself, Bubu Dubu, joining us here to talk about the games and, the competition as a whole. But yeah, gentlemen, let's go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you for that interview from Golden Boy, Lethal, and Jackie. They're looking great on camera as well. But I will say, I love our team here. Magic, Mikowski, thank you from me. Any quick last words before we wrap up the stream? Magic, we'll start with you.
Congrats to Bubu Dubu also, because he's going to join us in the Hayworth x Halo chair collaboration. Mikowski, what kind of chair? No, it's okay. It's okay. No, but congrats to Bubu. And of course, Trippy, no shame to him, still walking home in 4K is a nice little change in your pocket. So a great show. Can't wait for the next series.
Thank you for that, Mikowski.
Yeah, like a lot of others have shared today. Wasn't too sure about these 1v1s. Honestly, I didn't cast week one. It kind of caught me by surprise. Honestly, I was like, a 1v1 tournament with that much money and support. But eventually, I started to see the value and opportunity. 3 things I would love to see for next tournament. I want to hit 2,000 entrants. I want to see twice the amount of pro players. And I'd love to call on the Forge community to potentially create some new maps. I noticed that with these existing, they're 4v4 maps, right? So there's that gap. There's that 15 to 20, maybe sometimes even 30 seconds gap of action. I think we can eliminate that going into this next tournament with maps that are fully built and designed from the ground up for 1v1. So those are my 3 things for this next upcoming Honda Fan Cup. Again, a huge thanks to Louis V Titan and Honda and Xbox for having me. My duo Magic Moonshot. We have a new 1v1 champion. Bubu Dubu is his name, and I'm sure he's going to be making even more of a name here in this upcoming HCS Season 2.
That was a great wrap up right there, Mikowski. I appreciate it, and I have to agree that I would love to see some great Forge maps. I know that they take a little bit of time to test and all that, and we're kind of on a time frame here. So if you guys can get on that ASAP, let's get on it.
Maybe like tonight.
like today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's gonna be it for the stream. This has been. My name is Louis V Titan. We got Magic Moonshot, we got Mikowski, we had Tools, and we had Why Not all on the broadcast. And that's the entire team for the day, other than the admins and the other production team, of course, as well. Shout out to Xbox for giving this opportunity. And like I said, it's not a competition. It's about celebrating Halo, and that's what we did today. So thank you, everybody, and congratulations to Bubu Dubu, your Honda Fan Cup champion, walking away with $6 grand plus the Halo Hayworth chair. Congratulations, sir. LVT's out.